Chapter 331. Advancement to Rank 4. Wei de Xian knew she was pregnant from her own recent bodily reactions. The new life in her womb gave her great hope. This was her greatest secret, and she had never expected that just a few days later, an outsider would expose it directly. How could this not shock her? How could she not panic? In Fan Yuan's previous life, it was Wei de Xian who helped Shan Pu Lao to win against Shan Qiu Neo and become the most popular candidate for young clan leader's position at one time. However, in the great battle between righteous and demonic, Wei de Xian and Wei Xinjing secretly contacted each other and helped Wu clan to scheme against Shan clan, eradicating Wei clan in one fell swoop and taking revenge for the murder of her husband. After this was revealed, Wei de Xian gained fame for being the first person to make Shang Yan Fei suffer a loss. Shan Pu Lao was thus implicated and banished from the clan, having a miserable end. One could say both his success and defeat were due to Wei de Xian. Wei de Xian's talent was outstanding and had now fallen into Fan Yuan's hand. Controlling her and making her work for Shang Xian's CI was not a difficult thing for Fan Yuan. Wei de Xian, you don't need to be afraid. As long as you do your best to help Shang Xian's CI, I won't do anything to you. I might even help you raise the child in your womb properly. Also, I advise you to not go searching for your younger brother Wei Xinjing for some time. He has already been recruited by Wu clan now, and is being monitored all the time. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to find out for yourself. Fan Yuan stroked his fingers. He was sitting on the stone chair with his back straight, and his tone gave a feeling that everything was in the palm of his hand. Wei de Xian was completely dominated by his attitude. The expression on her face as she kneeled on the ground changed. She opened her mouth several times as if to say something, but finally chose to keep quiet. In the end, she deeply bowed her head towards Fan Yuan. Her forehead touched the ground and she spoke in a respectful tone. However, she had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Fan Yuan. No need to say anything else, there is no point. You and your clansman's performance will be the best answer. You can leave now. Fan Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian could only leave. Fan Yuan sat inside the pavilion without getting up for some time. He watched Wei de Xian's figure as it gradually vanished within the rows of green trees. He knew that after this talk, she would assist Shang Xian's CI with all her strength. After all, in his previous life, Shan Pu Lao also took advantage of the child in her womb to entice her into fully helping him. Cold wind blew. Fan Yuan gazed at the lake's surface. The shimmering lake was reflected in his abyss-like dark eyes. He was silent. Now, Shang Xian's CI has the Wei clansmen to act as her middle and lower foundation. With Wei de Xian, she can organize female guards and form a powerful and stable armed force. There are also the 3 Xiong brothers who will be her generals. And she has her personal servant Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan as trustworthy assistants. With this, the general framework of her force has been constructed. It is enough to deal with this young master competition. But if we can recruit Zhou Quan and make him the steward, this young master's position will definitely be in the bag. Wei de Xian, Xiong clan's 3 brothers, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan are all generals while Zhou Quan will be the commander. Fan Yuan was very clear that with the help of Zhou Quan, who had plentiful experience and outstanding talent, Shang Xian's CI would definitely win the young master's position, and it would even be more stable. Even if Shang Xian's CI did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her forces would become firmer and slowly increase to an enormous size. Only Zhou Quan could keep these subordinates of Shang Xian's CI under check. Right now, Shang Xian's CI could not awe these talents. After all, she was still too young, her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was not enough. In the Gu Master world, rules are cruel and real. The first thing one looks at is strength. The rest are supplementary. However, subduing Zhou Quan will not be so easy. Especially now that the rumors of Shang Xian's failure in recruiting Zhou Quan over a dozen times had spread and were given a vivid description. Fan Yuan knew someone was secretly doing this to cause trouble and strike at Shang Xian's reputation. But although Fan Yuan knew it, he did not stop it. The timing was still not ripe yet, and he already had a plan. Several days later, at night, in a secret room of Nanqiu Garden. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged in the aperture, and thousands of white-silver snowflakes swirled up. Under Fan Yuan's will, the peak stage rank 3 primeval essence rushed at the aperture walls. Like the prancing of 10,000 beasts or the movement of the galaxy, the 90% primeval sea swept through everything with a force majestic and boundless. far above middle and lower grade aptitudes. Primeval essence continuously cleansed the aperture walls. The cleansing slowly and quietly caused a hidden change in Fan Yuan's aperture walls. When this change accumulates to a certain degree, it would cause a qualitative transformation and cause his cultivation to break through rapidly to another realm. This realm was rank 4. Fan Yuan used relic goo to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And then with the help of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity goo, his cultivation had been making rapid progress. Every day, he made such progress that it was beyond normal people's imagination. Rank 4, I am only a step away. This sensation was becoming more and more intense in Fan Yuan's heart. However, the surface of the primeval sea continued to decrease. Snow's silver primeval essence violently attacked the borders of rank 4 realm, consuming huge amounts of primeval essence. 90% primeval sea was of no help and the aperture walls were already cleansed to sparkling pure, but there was no change. Although rank 4 was only a step away, this step was like a deep gully which was very difficult to cross. No one knew how many goo masters were stumped at the border between rank 3 and rank 4, and how many grand ambitions were stifled. As Fan Yuan looked at the empty aperture, right at that instant, a stream of yellow gold waterfall fell down from the aperture. This came from outside world. It was reinforcements by Bai Ning Bing through Bone Flesh Unity goo. Although it was only rank 4 initial stage light gold primeval essence, but the moment it appeared, Fan Yuan's aperture trembled. Under Fan Yuan's will, the waterfall-like primeval essence turned into a tidal wave and charged towards the aperture walls, following the steps of the snow's silver primeval essence. All the accumulation before this burst out at this moment. Crack. Following a soft sound, tiny cracks started to appear on the aperture walls. Dazzling white light burst out of the cracks. The cracks continued to enlarge and the crystal walls started to collapse like the collapse of an iceberg. Pieces started falling towards the bottom of the primeval sea and turned into nothingness. 2 whole hours later, under Bai Ning Bing's unceasing support of primeval essence, this transformation ended. The crystal walls were no more to be seen, replaced by a layer of thin light membrane. However, this white light was even more dazzling and shone upon the whole aperture. A drop of light gold primeval essence floated up from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. Fan Yuan advanced into rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. With just 2 to 3 years in Shan Clan City, I made such huge progress. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Bright, sharp light flashed through them and drew a ray of lightning through the dark secret room. He was pleased with this result. To be able to advance to rank 4 using a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had to first give credit to Bone Flesh Unity goo, Bai Ning Bing and then the favorable environment of Shan Clan City. At the same time, the credit also went to his plentiful experience from his previous life and his own efforts. Advancing to rank 4 meant stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and 2 were only low levels, rank 3 was middle level, while rank 4 and 5 were the high levels. Elders of many clans were all at rank 4 realm. If Guyu Mountain still existed, Fan Yuan could now fight for the clan leader's position. Whether it were southern border, central continent or other places, rank 4 cultivation was enough to let a goo master roam everywhere. Goo masters with rank 4 cultivation were a force to reckon with. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 goo masters. After reaching this stage, Fan Yuan could be said to have grown and exceeded most goo masters. Since rebirth, my cultivation has now reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, this speed is faster by countless times. By taking a step first and then moving step by step, I have accumulated my advantage continuously and reached today's accomplishment. All these were due to the help of my previous life's experience. All thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan was more and more aware of how formidable the rank 6 Goose Spring-Autumn Cicada was. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could have another chance. However, although I have advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is getting faster as well. The pressure it is exerting on the aperture is also becoming bigger. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. I can use many more rank 4 goo with the light gold primeval essence. Next, I need to refine charge and crash goo. But before this, I still have something I need to do. 4th Inner City. This is the manor Zhou Quan is in charge of. Fan Yuan stood inside a courtyard with hands behind him and his tone indifferent. Instantly he got the answer from a subordinate. Yes, Lord Fang Zheng. Right now, standing behind Fan Yuan were Bai Ning Bing, Xiao Dai, Xiong brothers along with Wei de Xian and her people who had recovered some of their strength after refining some goo just recently. It is this place. Missy and I came here so many times, but we were given cold shoulder every time. Xiao Dai added in angrily from the side. Lord, if you wish to see my master, please pass us your visiting letter. My master is currently taking an afternoon nap. The doorboy walked over and said with an arrogant he recognized Xiao Dai and understood these were Shang Xian's people. Afternoon nap? Visiting letter? He. Fan Yuan laughed coldly before his expression immediately turned dark. He waved his hand. Go, smash the door. He. Everyone was stupefied for a while, as the three Xiong brothers took the lead and walked forward with large strides. You. What are you trying to do? The doorboy was feeling extreme panicked, and could not help but shout. You puny thing dares to block our way, get lost! Xionghui gave an evil grin and kicked, sending the doorboy flying. Bang! Xiong Tu used his brute force to forcefully smash the large manor door. What are you doing? Some servants ran over at the commotion, but with one look at the group of fiendish goo masters, they stood still in terror. Crash bang crash bang. Slam slam. Fan Yuan's group intruded Zhou Quan's manor and starting charging around violently, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty-looking servants. The manor was in chaos. Some servants ran around panicking and in fear while some cried, screaming for help and forgiveness. Chapter 332. Zhou Quan's shock. What do we do, master? The steward frantically ran towards Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan was shocked awake earlier, seeing that Fan Yuan created a din in his house. He was livid. This Fang Jing is completely lawless. He actually dared to use force in Shang Clan City. Wait. This aura rank 4, oh god, how old is he? He advanced to rank 4 already? Zhou Quan observed secretly, but suddenly his eyes opened wide, as he was completely stunned. He was once a rank 4 Gu master, the leader of a clan. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was near 50 years old. Fan Yuan's age was well known in the battle stage, he was only 20. What godly talent was this? Zhou Quan felt lamentation and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fan Jing also advanced to rank 4, he is a true rank 4 Gu master. He also has the purple thorn token, and has good relationships with Shang Xian Ci and Shang Chao Feng. He is too stubborn. Previously he caused trouble in the slave market, but was only fined 49 primeval stones. He has a bright future ahead, he is likely to reach rank 5. According to the rumors, even Shang Yanfei thinks highly of him, and now the entire Shang clan is turning a blind eye to his actions. How can I compete with him? But if I can't afford to offend him, can I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to his old steward, Quickly pack our things, we're going to hide in the shop. They are coming full force at us, we have to avoid them during this period. Yes, master. The old steward quickly went to pack up. A moment later, the gang flipped the manor upside down, the place which was elegant and quiet had become a war zone. Lord, we have searched, we did not find Zhou Quan. Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He couldn't have gone too far, he's probably hiding in the shop. But all these are within my expectations, I purposely left the back door intact, Fan Yuan chuckled. Zhou Quan thought Fan Yuan would respect Shang clan and stop making trouble. But who was Fan Yuan? In his heart, even the super-sized Shang clan was just a slightly larger stepping stone for his ambitions. Have you prepared what I instructed you to do? Fan Yuan turned around, asking Wei de Xian. Wei de Xian quickly responded. It has been prepared. Very good. Fan Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. The gang left the manor, and immediately caused a commotion. Shang Clan City had always been very peaceful and safe. Fan Yuan barging into someone's home and messing it up had already attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, Fan Yuan instructed Wei de Xian to circulate news about this matter, thus, it became an even more sensational story in the city. Numerous passers-by were attracted towards the scene. Go! Fan Yuan led the way, bringing his followers as he roamed the streets, purposely keeping a high profile. Along the way, the number of passers-by increased, crowding until the road was packed with people. Master, that Fang Jing is here again. The old steward reported frightenedly. No need to worry, this shop is owned by Shang clan, he wouldn't have the guts to barge in here. Zhou Quan stroked his beard, calming his steward. Before his words were finished, he heard a loud sound. Fan Yuan had sent the door of the shop flying with a kick in front of everyone, and took large steps into the shop. Stop there! A group of Shang Clan city guards walked out with a grim expression. Fan Yuan and gang were so noisy, the city guards were informed long ago. This is a Shang Clan shop, you cannot enter by force. This is violating Shang Clan city rules. The guard leader shouted as he sweated buckets. He was on duty today. If he did not speak out, Shang Clan city will pursue his irresponsibility later. But Fan Yuan ignored him completely, walking in without heeding a word. The others followed suit. Bai Ningbing stayed outside, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting her rank 4 aura. We are going in now, so what? Can you stop us? This rank 2 leader's heart was palpitating intensely. He gulped, as he responded with a pale expression. Even if I cannot stop you, we have to try. This is Shang Clan City, that is our responsibility. You have to know, Lord Fang Zheng's actions have violated Shang Clan City's rules, Chapter 3 Article 25. We know, a fine right. Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, as she tossed a bag of primeval stones to the leader. There are 500 primeval stones inside, keep the change. We have to continue thrashing the place later, this is an advance payment. After saying that, Bai Ningbing entered the shop as well. The leader stood frozen on the spot, as he held that heavy bag of primeval stones. He was completely stunned by Bai Ningbing's aura. Too arrogant, way too arrogant! The passers-by were roaring. I've never seen anyone acting so lawlessly in Shang Clan City. Fan Jing and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters, they have the ability. They even have the purple thorn token backing them, who can imitate them? Even if I have the strength, I wouldn't dare to. They are simply too daring. Doing this in broad daylight, really. As some people discussed, more of the spectators were just dumbfounded. Some wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked outside by Fan Yuan's men, or chased away by the city guards. Leader, do we go in? A city guard asked softly. Go in for what? To let them throw primeval stones at us. The leader screamed. Wait for Lord Elder to come and settle this himself. Back to Fan Yuan, who was entering the shop. Fan Zheng, what are you trying to do? Barging into a Shang Clan shop by force, do you still want to stay in Shang Clan City? Zhou Quan's face was grim as he tried to suppress Fan Yuan's dominance using the name of Shang Clan. Fan Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan in disdain. Old man, weren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? We are both smart people, let's not beat about the bush, I am here for you. You have 2 choices now, submit to me, or die. Choose now. Young man, I would advise you to stop your arrogance. Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his prideful character taking over, refusing to lower his head. You want to harm me, can't you see where we are right now? Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Why are you laughing? Zhou Quan's face was extremely ugly as he questioned. You've lived for so many years, your foresight is getting worse. Can't you see, I am different from Shang Xinci? Never mind, I shall show you mercy and give you a chance to fully understand me. Fan Yuan said, suddenly shouting and striking. Zhou Quan did not expect Fan Yuan to be so uncontrollable. After being assaulted, he was immediately sent sprawling on the ground and nearly fainted. But he still had his rich experience, quickly getting up and engaging Fan Yuan in battle. Bam bam bam. The sound of battle spread outside. The crowd standing outside the shop stirred. They fought! He really attacked, this Fan Zheng's guts are made of steel, he is too crazy. Zhou Quan is so unlucky to have met him. Everyone sighed, no one thought Zhou Quan would win. They were right. The battle in the shop quickly ended, Zhou Quan was not Fan Yuan's match at all. He still had some hidden injuries, even though he was rank 3 peak stage, against the overbearing Fan Yuan, there was no way he could win. The shop was thrashed during the fight, almost half the place was destroyed. After the smoke dispersed, everyone saw Zhou Quan sprawled on the ground, bleeding and having bone fractures, immobilized. Fan Yuan was standing on the ground, as he stepped on Zhou Quan's head, giving off a dominating aura. Lord Fan Zheng, what have you done? 3 Shang Clan elders came together, shouting. Where are your eyes? Can't you tell from looking? I'm teaching people a lesson. Fan Yuan rolled his eyes, replying loudly. The crowd laughed. Lord Fan Zheng, we are not here for jokes. This matter is too severe, do you know the consequences? The clan elders said solemnly. Zhou Quan, who was trampled by Fan Yuan, sneered, as blood flowed out of his open mouth. Fan Zheng was too rash. He made the matter too severe. How is he going to get out of it this time? Although Fan Zheng is a talent, he is, after all, not a Shang clansman. Under everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan laughed. Of course I know the consequences. Not only that, I also know what's the consequences of killing a person. Saying so, he took out the purple thorn token. Elders, if I murder in Shang Clan City, it would ruin Shang Clan's peace. According to the rules, I will lose the purple thorn token, is that right? Fan Yuan questioned. Yes. An elder immediately answered. After getting a clear answer, Fan Yuan's lips curled up as he showed a callous smile. He exerted strength, and crushed the purple thorn token into powder. This action caused the crowd to scream in shock, as the elder's pupils shrunk. Fan Zheng destroyed the purple thorn token. That is a purple thorn token, he destroyed it, what a huge waste. Fan Zheng abandoned even the purple thorn token, he clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant, rejecting Shang Xian's invitation so many times. He angered Fan Zheng because of this, what bad luck! Seeing the fragments of the purple thorn token land on the ground, even hitting his own face, Zhou Quan's smile froze. This was a purple thorn token. Fan Zheng destroyed even his purple thorn token, he wants my life. Is he insane? Zhou Quan was completely horrified by Fan Yuan's madness, recklessness, and insanity. Chapter 333. Leaving Shang Clan City. He had assumed Fan Yuan was trying to teach him a lesson. But he did not expect Fan Yuan to have killing intent, even willingly giving up the precious purple thorn token. Just because of me, you acted so ruthlessly, was it worth it? Feeling Fan Yuan's determination, Zhou Quan wanted to cry. He was a normal person. He also feared death. If not, after Zhou Clan was wiped out, and he became alone and injured, he would have died already. But he lived. The desire to live was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xianci because he looked down on her. He was a proud man, once the leader of a clan, how could he submit to a weak and powerless girl like her? But he did not think the matter would escalate to this extent. Now, he was facing the threat of death. Fan Yuan's insanity was something he did not expect. Had I known this would happen, I would have accepted her invitation. To think it would end up like this. Zhou Quan felt intense regret. Although he was prideful, he was not stupid. Survival and pride, he obviously chose the former. If not, he would not have stayed alive like a beaten dog for all these years. That's right, I understand. My act of rejecting Shang Xianci was a heavy hit on her reputation. Fan Zheng is her greatest supporter, thus he has to eliminate me. Shang Yifan had misled me. Feeling Fan Yuan's intense killing intent, Zhou Quan quickly thought of the reason. With his intelligence, with just a little analysis, he understood that the rumors earlier were all caused by Shang Yifan. Back then, he was still gleeful and smug. These rumors were the best excuse for him to reject Shang Xianci. At the same time, he could feel that Shang Yifan valued him greatly from these rumors. In the worst case, he could go to Shang Yifan. Whether it was Shang Yifan or Shang Xianci had no difference to him. As long as he was willing to help, he could make them young master easily. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was beyond regretful. Because of this rumor, Fan Yuan wanted to kill him. It was already too late to go to Shang Yifan. Fan Yuan was a maniac, he did not follow the rules. Zhou Quan had completely screwed up this time. Zhou Quan sprawled on the ground, his bones hurting from the battle, as he was immobilized by Fan Yuan's leg on his face. He wanted to open his mouth and beg for mercy. But he could not say it. There are so many people watching, if I beg in public, my reputation will be tarnished. But if I don't, my life will be forfeited. Character decides fate. At the crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still influencing him. The saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Zhou Quan, since you cannot understand your circumstance, you are no wise man. I wasted a purple thorn token to kill you, feel honored. Now die. Fan Yuan sneered as he exerted force on his leg. Zhou Quan felt an intense pressure on him, he finally abandoned all hesitation and begged. But because Fan Yuan was using so much force, his cheeks were squeezed together, he wanted to speak, but could not. Zhou Quan was panicking. Wait, I don't want to die, I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me speak. He screamed in his heart, at the same time, he waved his limbs around frantically. He grabbed Fan Yuan's leg, but Fan Yuan's body was as tough as steel, not even moving an inch. I'm dead meat. Just as Zhou Quan was despairing, he heard a familiar voice. Brother He Tu, have mercy on him. Shang Xinci rushed to the scene. Xinci, it seems you still found out in the end. I know you treasure talents, but you don't have to beg for his sake. Such a person deserves death. Fan Yuan replied coldly, but stopped exerting force on his leg. No, Brother He Tu, I have to speak. Shang Xinci was very determined. She continued. You did not spend much time with Sir Zhou Quan, I know him better. Sir Zhou had always been adamant on rebuilding Zhou clan. He bore a heavy weight on his shoulders, he is a person with noble aspirations in his heart. He had once told me with great pain that he could not forget his former clansmen. Before his wife passed away, she told him to rebuild their home. These years, he carried a heavy burden and have been working hard for it. He has his grievances. Is that so? Fan Yuan reduced the strength he placed on his leg, his expression changing. Why don't I remember ever tell you that? Zhou Quan felt weird. When his wife died, he was not even at the scene. But he immediately understood, this was an act Shang Xinci was putting on with Fan Yuan. Actually, Fan Yuan and Shang Xinci were still trying to recruit him. They used Shang clan as the stage and acted out a good show. Her words earlier were his ticket out of this mess. It not only portrayed Shang Xinci's kindness and love for talented people, it also gave him a way out of this predicament. What a great scheme indeed. I am the Zhou clan leader, but today I lost to these youngsters. Truly, the new generation is replacing the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing helplessly. He felt anger, hatred, but also grief and helplessness. So that's it. To think that Sir Zhou was such a man with aspirations. But you are too stupid. Assisting Xinci does not clash with your aspirations of rebuilding your home. You are not afraid of death because of your goals. I am impressed by you. But do you know, dying is easy, but enduring shame and staying alive for your ideals, moving forward with the pressure on you, that is true courage. Fan Yuan said loudly. Zhou Quan heard this, and knew that this was an opportunity Fan Yuan was giving him. This was most likely the last one as well. If he does not accept it, his life would be over, there are no more chances left for him. Thinking so, this old man said, Sigh. A new generation breeds new geniuses. After listening to what you both have said, I am greatly enlightened. Fan Yuan loosened his leg. Shang Xinci was overjoyed, helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain on his body, slowly getting up, then paying respects to Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xinci. What did you say? Zhou Quan acknowledged that last as his lord. In the study room, Shang Yifan heard this and froze in shock. That is impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even back then when Shang Yizi was in charge, and controlled all the shops, he could not recruit him. What abilities does this Shang Xinci have, to manage to gain his loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and shouted in astonishment. This really happened. Old Zhang sighed. Shang Xinci is still young, she naturally doesn't possess the ability. But she has Fang Jing and Bai Ningbing with her. To speak the truth, I underestimated Fang Jing. To think that he is so scheming under that straightforward facade, he purposely made the matter impossible to resolve, and forced Zhou Quan to submit to her. If Zhou Quan did not submit, Fang Jing would have killed him on the spot. Right now, the entire shop district is talking about the matter. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan had been living while enduring humiliation and shame, in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fang Jing, he decided to join Shang Xinci, who had a love for talents. Shang Xinci's reputation has surged to a peak now. Shang Yifan heard that and raged. That means all the effort we wasted earlier, spreading rumors around, has instead helped them out instead. Liar, they are all liars. All these rumors must be sent out by them. How could there be such a touching story? Humph. Young Master Yifan, calm down, the competition is not over yet. Although Shang Xinci has some people now, they might not truly be loyal to her. Now we still have Madam's help, there is still a high chance of winning. Old Zhang analyzed calmly. As he advised, Shang Yifan's emotions went back to normal. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with an ominous light. You are right, building a force takes a lot of time. All these people she recruited were either threatened or forced, how could she gain their loyalty? He. Next, I will stir up discord among them, and then poach them over with money. I'm sure it'll work. With Shang Xianci in charge, Fang and Bai as guardians, Zhou Quan assisting, and the cooperation of Wei de Xian and Xiong clan brothers, the intel business in the battle stage was finally established. As Shang Xianci predicted, once the business started, it caused a lot of commotion and reaction. The first day they started, they recouped their invested capital. On the second day, business was still booming. On the third day, business was still on fire. After 7 days, Shang Xianci's 300,000 primeval stones grew to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Shang Xianci's force was very united, and everyone could not be wavered. Such unity made the other young masters feel surprised. Shang Yifan was panicking, because he knew, if Shang Xianci continued to develop like this, with her current reputation, she would definitely be the final winner. Thus, he started using his mother's influence to affect Shang clan's higher-ups. Shang Xianci's intel business involved the battle stage. It was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups held a meeting and were about to stop Shang Xianci's business from operating, when Shang Yanfei stood up and swept away all objections, fully supporting his daughter. Shang Yanfei's attitude was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Several months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's forces lost terribly to Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci became one of the 10 young masters succeeding Shang Yizi. But the pain of separation overwhelmed her joy of success. Brother He too, are you in such a rush? Shang Xianci walked outside the city, bidding farewell. You have already become a young master. With your talent, you will definitely grow well here. Xianci, there is no banquet that never ends. We will meet again in the future. Do not be sad. Fan Yuan consoled, but then changed the topic. Before I go, I have something to remind you. Always maintain a wide vision and look ahead. Above the 10 young master position, there is still the young clan leader Shang Tuahai. Above Shang Tuahai, there are the 5 elders of Shang clan, your father Shang Yanfei, and even the supreme elder of Shang clan. Rest assured, brother, back then, when Shang Tuahai became young clan leader, he had the perfect conditions. The other young masters also had favorable relationships when they rose to power. But I have neither of those. I can only invest in human capital. Only with talents can I compete with them. Brother, if you need anything, inform me. I will do anything I can to help you. Brilliance shone in Shang Xianci's eyes. Her words caused Fang and Bai to take a second look at her. As expected of the future Shang clan leader, the female talent that shook the world. All right, until the next time we meet. Fan Yuan looked deeply at Shang Xianci, before turning around to leave. Bai Ningbing followed behind him immediately. The two, one wearing black and the other white, gradually vanished into the mountainous terrain. Shang Xianci and her 2 servants stood on the spot, staring at the two's background without moving. Brother He too, Sancha Mountain is very dangerous, please take care. Shang Xianci's eyes were watery as she prayed for him in her heart. Chapter 334. Immortal Crane Sect Fangjing. In the world of Gu, the regions were magical. At the east there was a huge sea, with islands which stood out like chess pieces on a chessboard. It was named Eastern Sea. At the west, there was a huge desert. Greenery was extremely rare. Only yellow sand could be seen everywhere. It was named Western Desert. At the north, there was a huge grassland. People called it Northern Plains. At the south, there was a mountainous terrain, known as the Southern Border. And in the middle of Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Southern Border, there was a central area, called Central Continent. Central Continent was over 50 million kilometers wide. Primeval energy was extremely rich in the air, and many sects existed. There were many heroes and conquerors, both demonic and righteous. It was an area with plentiful human and natural resources. Its total strength was the strongest compared to the other 4 regions. In the southern part of Central Continent, among tens of thousands of hills, there was a large mountain above the clouds, piercing through the skies. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was grand and majestic, floating on top of the sea of cloud. Sunlight penetrated the clouds, and shone on the green forests on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, waves crashed as the tides rose and fell. Whenever the winds blow, the sea of clouds would experience great movements. The bamboo forests would sway with the wind, as 10,000 cranes sang. Ironbeak Flying Crane, Fire Pellet Crane, Tailwind Crane, Cloud Mist Crane, Stellar Light Crane. Over 10,000 types of flying cranes flew or rested in the pine trees. It was an overwhelming sight to behold. The 10,000 cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent. As for the Gu masters on the mountain, they were famous throughout the world. This was Immortal Crane Sect, one of the top 10 sects in Central Continent, possessing one of the strongest force in Central Continent. Right now, there was a crucial battle happening in Immortal Crane Sect's sparring arena. Two youngsters, wearing similar clothing, were engaging in a fight. The two moved about as they tangled and fought together. Too strong. I cannot imagine, both of them are only around 20 years old. Outside the arena, the spectators were watching this battle intently. Shock, admiration showed on their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua, he is a veteran expert. The number one in the previous third-year small examination. I am not surprised he has such strength. But that junior brother Fangjing, it is shocking that he possesses such ability. That's right, he is a black horse in this year's 8-year middle examination. No one expected him to reach the finals. These years, junior brother Fangjing had been keeping a low profile, like an ordinary mountain rock. No one cared about him, he was completely not eye-catching. But who would have thought that during this examination, he would soar into the sky and have his name become renowned in Immortal Crane Sect? Many people sighed as they showed admiration and jealousy. Fangjing kept a grim expression as he had a sharp gaze, fighting evenly with Sun Yuanhua. These years, he had grown taller, his shoulder was broader, and his waist was thicker. He had become more mature and stable. Suddenly, Fangjing unleashed a jade-green wind, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat, he said in an extremely confident tone. Little junior brother, show me what trump card you have. Sun Yuanhua laughed, replying with the same level of confidence. All right then. Fangjing whistled, as the sound traveled far. Soon, the cranes called back to him. Everyone turned to look, and numerous eyeballs almost popped out as they stared with wide-open mouths. An iron-beak flying crane group! Oh heavens, so many flying cranes, is this an illusion? How is that possible? This is a myriad beast king! Fangjing reaching rank 4 middle stage was already a god-tier talent. But he can actually control a crane group that is almost 10,000 in number. What method is this? Everyone gasped, feeling extremely shocked in their heart, some unable to believe the scene before them. Even several sect elders stood up from their seats in shock. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. Ironbeak flying crane group, coming with an imposing aura, and an advantage in numbers, it gave him great pressure. But he did not intend to give up. His eyes shone with determination. Junior brother Fang, you are impressive. But can you really control so many flying cranes? I have not lost yet, because I have a crane group too. Come out. Feihe Mountain had tens of thousands of flying cranes. Such a territorial advantage was well used by the people in Immortal Crane Sect. Fangjing had a crane group, but Sun Yuanhua was also a genius in the sect that received ample nurturing. He also hid a crane group secretly. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's command, a group of cranes quickly flew out. This crane group posed a stark contrast to Fangjing's ironbeak flying crane group. There was only a few hundred. But the cranes Sun Yuanhua controlled was different from the ironbeak flying cranes. On their bodies they had white feathers, but there was blue color on the tips of the wings and tail, as well as their claws. Under the sunlight, they gave a metallic shine. At the same time, when they flew, traces of blue static lightning could be seen on their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They have a fierce nature and are skilled at fighting alone. Ordinary ironbeak flying cranes are not their match. Fangjing heard Lord Sky Crane from in his mind. I understand, Master. Fangjing replied immediately, his eyes shining brilliantly as he observed the illusion lightning crane group and manipulated his ironbeak flying crane group. They're going to crash. The ironbeak flying crane group is too huge, it is like a giant monster. Senior brother Sun's crane group might not even make a dent in it. No, senior brother Sun still has a chance. Crane battles aren't about numbers, it depends on their control and manipulation. Senior brother Sun had been training hard all along. His control of the crane groups is definitely one of the best. It all depends on Fangjing's performance now. To speak the truth, I don't think Fangjing will win. Although he is a genius, he is still human. These few years, he had to cultivate to rank 4, do the sect missions, and assemble his exemplary set of goo worms. All these had used up much of his time. I don't believe he still had time left to train his crane group manipulation skills. Everyone discussed with great fervor. Such an intensive fight, it was rarely seen in the sect's 3-year small examination and 8-year middle examination. Only in the 15-year large examination would it be seen occasionally. Although Fang Jing possessed a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The scene now was like the fight between two armies. Fang Jing had almost 10,000 flying cranes, he had a large army, but because of the numbers, it was easy to lose control over them. He was only rank 4 middle stage, the strength of his soul was limited, he could only have that much mental energy. Meanwhile, although Sun Yuanhua had fewer cranes, all of them were elites, and he could manipulate them easily. With the amount of time he placed into controlling them, his crane manipulation skill was one of the best in the sect. Seeing the two army about to crash in the air. At this moment, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated the goo in his aperture, causing him to turn into a flash of lightning, closing in on Fang Jing. Fang Jing did not expect him to strike so suddenly. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the encirclement of the iron-beak flying cranes, and get himself into grave danger. Sun Yuanhua attacked like a hurricane, like he went mad, his strength was something beyond what he had displayed earlier. Fang Jing lost the initiative and was suppressed, only able to defend with all his strength. The two cranes engaged in the air, while on the ground, Fang Jing and Sun Yuanhua fought intensely. Although the numbers of illusion lighting cranes were few, they were united, and charged together, tearing apart many iron-beak flying cranes. In contrast, the iron-beak flying cranes, although many, were a mess, like a pack without a leader. The iron-beak flying crane group could not block this small number of illusion lightning cranes. Senior brother Sun is amazing! His battle tactic was superb. That's right, Fang Jing has limited concentration. Manipulating this large group of cranes is like a baby wielding a hammer, amateurish and unskilled. He himself is being attacked by senior brother Sun, he can't even defend himself properly. With his concentration on defending, how could he bother with controlling the cranes above him? But the iron-beak flying crane group is just too huge, there are many hundred beast kings, several thousand beast kings, and even a myriad beast king. In the illusion lightning crane group, there are only 300 beast kings and 1 injured thousand beast king. In order to avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning cranes have to attack from the right and left. Even if they injured many ordinary iron-beak flying cranes, they are greatly injured themselves. Sun Yuanhua and Fang Jing are evenly matched, one attacks and one defends. They are extremely familiar with each other's moves, there is no clear winner. We can only look at the result of the crane battle. An elder saw the victory condition of this match. If the iron-beak flying crane group can devour the illusion lightning crane group, then it was Fang Geng's victory for certain. But if the illusion lightning crane group rushes out of the iron-beak flying crane's encirclement and goes to help Sun Yuanhua, Fang Jing would lose. Endure for a bit more. Try and divert some attention to the iron-beak flying cranes and kill all the illusion lightning cranes. If you can do that, it would be a huge breakthrough. It would be extremely helpful to you in the future. In Fang Jing's mind, Lord Sky Crane's voice continued to advise. Fang Jing exerted all his strength and followed what Lord Sky Crane said. But right when he was about to succeed, Sun Yuanhua would always break his concentration with a flurry of attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fang Jing, he had placed a lot of effort in manipulating cranes, under his control. Although the cranes were injured, they were already about to break out of the iron-beak flying crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fang Jing, it is still too early for you to defeat me, he sneered. Such words were heard by Fang Jing, and it triggered the deepest part of his memory. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, Guyu village, he and his older brother Fan Yuan fought in the arena. Fan Yuan said the exact same words. No, I cannot lose. I have to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for my clan leader, for Lord Qin Shu. Why have I worked so hard in these last few years? I must stand before my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? Flames burned in Fang Geng's eyes. He endured the pain in his head, and diverted his concentration. The iron-beak flying crane suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth, devouring the illusion lightning crane group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face went pale. Victory! The crowd cheered. Fang Jing was the number 1 in the 8-year middle examination, defeating Sun Yuanhua and became an elite disciple of Immortal Crane Sect. Chapter 335. Gu Immortal by whose inheritance? Central Continent's sect system was different from Southern Border's clan system. In clans, blood ties sustained the hierarchy, and clansmen were the target for nurturing. But in sects, masters and disciples replaced the bloodline system. In sects, they recruited disciples, and as long as one had good talent and character, they would be accepted. Precisely so, Fang Jing was absorbed into Immortal Crane's sect as one of its members. In Immortal Crane's sect, from low to high, they were classified as Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Elite Disciple, Legacy Disciple, Sect Elder, Sect Leader, and the Supreme Elder. 3-year small examination was to choose Inner Disciples. 8-year middle examination was to choose Elite Disciples. As for the 15-year large examination, it allows one to ascend to a Legacy Disciple. Above the Legacy Disciple, it would be the Sect Elders. The Sect Elders in Immortal Crane's sect had at least rank 4 cultivation. The Sect Leader would have rank 5 cultivation, and the Supreme Elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals. There was even rank 7 among them. Central Continent was the strongest region compared to North, South, East, and West. Immortal Crane's sect was the top 10 sect in Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang Clan. The disciple selection did not involve place of birth, or any regional priorities. Thus, in Immortal Crane's sect, there were no C-grade aptitudes. B-grade was the most commonly seen, but there were many A-grades as well. Fang Jing was a genius with a grade aptitude, no doubt. But in Immortal Crane's sect, in such a super-level force, there were many geniuses just like him. Fang Jing, you were born smart and were willing to undertake hardships. Now that you have rank 4 cultivation, you are already qualified to be a sect elder. But you have only entered the sect for a short time. You need to complete many sect missions to prove your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard, become victorious in the large examination, and become a legacy disciple. Immortal Crane sect leader sat on his grand seat as he looked down at Fang Jing, who was kneeling below the stairs. Yes, I will remember leader's teachings. Fang Jing replied. Now I have a sect mission to hand to you and a few elite disciples. Go back and read through the details, go. The sect leader said as a bookworm flew out. Fang Jing received it and took his leave. Once he returned, he laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Controlling goo worms required a lot of concentration. He expended a lot of his mental energy in doing so. At times he had to multitask and do multiple things at once. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fang Jing used all his trump cards and truly expended all his means. He was too tired, forcefully meeting the sect leader to finish the initiation for advancing to an elite disciple. His head was still hurting, like a hammer was hitting him, while his shoulders were so sore that they could barely support his neck. He was drowsy and felt lightheaded. Fang Jing slept for 2 days and 2 nights, until a series of knocking woke him up. Once he pushed the door open, he saw a group of elite disciples. These disciples comprised both male and female. They were mostly rank 3, but there were a few with rank 4 cultivation. Different from clans, which did not require loyalty to be tested, sects needed to do so. The higher the hierarchy, the fewer the number of elite disciples, legacy disciples, and elders. Many cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated during the examinations. Thus resulted in many disciples and elders having the same rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders definitely had higher battle strength than disciples. That is because they were chosen strictly through examinations, and were the most talented among thousands. Fang Jing, we have the same mission. On this trip, I hope we can take care of each other. Fang Jing, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua. It was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people were very amiable. That is because they knew Fang Jing controlled an iron-beak flying crane group that was 10,000 in number. Although he could not control them perfectly, such strength was still respectable. You are too polite, my fellow sect brothers. I am ashamed. These few days I had been sleeping. I have not seen the mission details yet. Fang Jing cupped his fists, admitting. I see. In that case I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is extremely important. Fang Jing, a few months ago, a shocking event happened at Tianti Mountain. Do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fang Jing nodded. This matter was huge, I know about it. On Tianti Mountain, Fairy Bai Hu's inheritance appeared. Fairy Bai Hu is a famous person in the righteous path, a rank 6 Gu Immortal, and owns the Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu Immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they would gain her blessed land. Right now, Tianti Mountain is heavily surrounded by many Gu immortals. Fan Jing, I'll tell you directly, our mission this time is to go to Tianti Mountain and try to obtain this inheritance. The Lord Gu Immortal of our Immortal Crane sect has already come to an agreement with the lords of the other sects. In order to maintain peace, they will not strike, but instead, choose some elite disciples in their sect to compete in a fair manner. Fan Jing heard this, and his eyes widened, showing intense desire. Are you serious? This was the inheritance of a Gu Immortal. Of course, if we are truly fated and become her inheritor, we would definitely shoot to success. In the future, we have a great chance of breaking through to Gu Immortal Realm. But other than our Immortal Crane sect, there is also Heavenly Lotus sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Souls sect, Heaven's Envy sect, and the other Central Continent's top 10 sections. Thus, during this trip, we have to cooperate and stay united. Of course. Fan Jing immediately replied. Huatan Mountain in southern border is a dormant volcano. It is about 3 kilometers tall, and the peak of the mountain is flat with a hole that is flowing with magma within. Thick smoke rose from the funnel occasionally like a chimney. The greatest resource on this mountain were charcoal stones, almost seen everywhere. This type of charcoal stone burnt for a long time and emitted little heat, and did not give out smoke. It was most commonly used in Shang Clan City, 5th inner city. It had been numerous days since Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Huatan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain. To reach Sancha Mountain, Huatan Mountain was a necessary stop. Stepping on the charcoal stones, one would feel the heat from below, as the air was dry and without moisture. Looking far, all one could see was dark red charcoal stones. There were trees on this mountain too. But these trees were short and thin, their branches were like needles and did not block sunlight. Thus, on Huatan Mountain, one could have a wider vision than compared to being on other mountains. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing traveled on the mountain. If birds flew in the sky and looked down, they would see 2 tiny ants crawling slowly. The truth is, they were being observed. Hee, they are finally here. Huatan Mountain is a necessary location along the path. They will definitely pass by here if they want to go to Sancha Mountain. At an insignificant corner, 2 demonic Gu masters were hiding. They were 2 bald men. The older one was called Jiao Huang, while the middle-aged man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassination duo among the demonic Gu masters. As long as we kill these 2, Shang Clan would have 10,000 primeval stones as reward, and we will also get a yellow pair token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu licked his lips excitedly. But they are both rank 4 Gu masters, we are only rank 3 peak stage. This is a good deal, but the risks are higher. I'm not sure if it was a mistake to accept this. Jiao Huang was older and wiser, showing worry on his face. Elder brother Jiao too, don't be frightened by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4, they are only rank 4 initial stage. Most of the Gu worms in their hands are still rank 3. Moreover, it is not like we have not killed a rank 4 Gu master before. Remember that Xiao Fu Lu who was killed by us? Meng Tu encouraged. Once he mentioned Xiao Fu Lu, Jiao Huang frowned, as he said nervously. Didn't I mention it many times? Don't talk about Xiao Fu Lu. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder. We offended a Gu immortal when we killed him. Keep this matter in your stomach and never mention it again. Humph, so what if he is a Gu immortal? Haven't we lived free and safe all these years? Meng Tu pouted indifferently. Gu immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these 2 newly advanced rank 4 Gu masters. Brother, don't forget that we've spent several days preparing that trap for them. Speaking of that trap, Jiao Huang's expression relaxed. He muttered, as long as they fall into the trap and engage in a fierce battle, their primeval essence will be depleted and we will have a chance to act. Exactly. Meng Tu said, as his eyes suddenly glowed, saying softly but excitedly. Quickly look, they fell for the trap. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped walking. The nearby ground started shaking violently. Rock shrapnels fell down the cliff from both sides. On the ground, the soil was moved away as lava crocodiles crawled out from the ground. It is a lava crocodile group, there is a 1,000-beast king. Bai Ningbing concentrated, looking at the leader of the group. This lava crocodile king was huge, the size of 3 elephants. Its body is covered with deep red scales, and 4 thick legs supported its huge body. A crocodile tail giving off a metallic glow was over 10 meters long. On its back there were 2 lumps, like 2 small volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 traces of black smoke rose from the volcanoes, thick and thin rhythmically. As the lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground, it stared at Fang and Bai, but most of its attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king had sharp senses. It immediately sensed that Fang Yuan's aura was scarier. It opened its mouth, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles encircled Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan laughed. It is but a few crocodiles, Bai Ningbing. Cooperate with me and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay. Bai Ningbing replied plainly, but battle intent surged in her eyes. Back then, when they first left Qingmao Mountain, they had also encountered a lava crocodile king, and stayed away from it. But now, they were different, having rank 4 cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was a 1,000-beast king, it could not stop their path. Chapter 336. Hero saves the beauty. Rocks cracked and flew, the crocodile group hissed in pain. The large battle was at its end. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood high on Huatan Mountain, surrounding them were corpses of lava crocodiles. Meanwhile, that 1,000-beast king lava crocodile king was on the ground with all the bones in its body broken. The 2 protruding mini-volcano on its back were also smashed apart. It hissed in a soft voice as it laid flat on the ground with blood pouring out from countless wounds on its body. Its claws shook as it tried to rake the ground to drill underground, however it no longer had enough strength. Its struggles continued to decrease till death finally descended on it. With the death of the 1,000-beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles immediately scattered, drilling into the ground or fleeing in disarray. After roughly clearing up the battlefield, Fang and Bai resumed their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu were hiding in a faraway corner without moving even a bit. These 2 famous assassins had quite an unsightly expression right now, just like zombies. They were scared. Are these 2 still humans? They contended against the whole lava crocodile group with just their own strength. Bai Ningbing walks the ice path and greatly suppresses the lava crocodiles. That can't be helped, but the main thing is still that Fang Jing, he is simply a monster in human skin. The more injuries he suffered, the stronger he became. At the end, he even sent the lava crocodile king flying easily. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, both saw palpitation in each other's eyes. Fang and Bai's terrifying strength greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shan Clan City, so only after seeing the whole battle did they become deeply aware of Fang and Bai's terror. These 2 youths are seriously only around 20 years old? Screw that, compared to them. We were simply living a dog's life for the last 40 years of our career. Meng Tu cursed out in fear. Brother Meng Tu, don't say so. Hearing you say that, I am completely ashamed of myself. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. Undoubtedly, these 2 are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make you angry. We are simply not their match. If I had known this early, I would have never accepted this deal. Brother Jiao Huang, your words have spurred on my competitiveness and made me more indignant. This is still not finished. Although we can't defeat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu said as he spit out some saliva. Eh? What chance? Think of it, Brother Jiao Huang. They are going to Sancha Mountain to seek benefits from the 3 kings' inheritance. Sancha Mountain is extremely chaotic right now with rank 4 and rank 5 experts everywhere. They will definitely have to clash with others once they reach there. We will look for an opportunity while they are there. If we can take advantage of the situation while they are in trouble, that will be the best. Jiao Huang's eyes brightened upon hearing this reminder. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder. Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go to Sancha Mountain. There was something fishy about that group of lava crocodiles. Fan Yuan thought along the way. The timing of the lava crocodiles and the area they appeared in were too coincidental. The moment they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing did not sense anything wrong, but the astute Fan Yuan with his previous life's experience could smell a conspiracy. Fan Yuan was very familiar with such situations. Someone intentionally designed this trap and wanted to deal with me. But which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan or Shan clan? Fan Yuan inwardly pondered. Because I know Li Ran's identity, and I have now left Shanliang Mountain, there is a probability that Wu clan would make a move. As for Bai clan? I have become their enemy. I know the huge secret of their clan's spirits spring drying up and have extorted them of 3 million primeval stones. How could they not hate me? There is also Shan clan. The amount of Shan clansmen I have offended are also many. Shan Yazi, Shan Yifan, after buying that group of Wei clansmen, I also offended Shang Pu Lao. In Shang clan's young master competition, I was one of the forces of Shang Xinci, and if I was to be eliminated outside, she would be greatly weakened. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. I will just deal with it as they come. Fang Yuan shook his head and threw the disorganized thoughts out of his mind, clearing his thoughts. If it was before when he was weak, he would have to exhaust all his energy to plan for everything. But now, his strength had increased by a lot, and he had the aura of someone who would not move no matter what wind attacked him. Central Continent. Wind whistled through the sea of clouds. 10,000 flying cranes were flapping their wings together. Fan Jing and the other elite disciples of Immortal Crane Sect stood or sat cross-legged on the flying cranes and hurried towards Tianti Mountain. Boss Fan Jing, your crane group is really mighty. We will definitely shine brightly on this trip to Tianti Mountain and sweep through everything, an elite disciple said. He used the gu while speaking, so no matter how strong the wind blew, his voice was not obstructed and was clearly transmitted to everyone. You speak too highly of me. This time, the ones participating in the competition for Gu Immortal, by whose inheritance are all elites from the 10 great sections. If we want to get the inheritance, not only do we need strength, but also luck. Boss Fanjing, you are too modest. With your myriad crane group, who can stop us? Immediately another elite disciple said. Boss Fanjing, you are my role model. No wonder you were dispatched to this mission by the sect leader after just becoming an elite disciple. On this trip to Tianti Mountain, we will only be following your lead, an elite female disciple said respectfully. On the way, Fangjing had sparred with all the elite disciples. He was very strong and also had a spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Lord Sky Crane's soul resided in the spirit incubating flea and would give guidance from time to time. There was also the support of the myriad crane group. Because of this, Fangjing defeated all the other elite disciples. He was not arrogant after his victory, he had a great bearing and was modest, easily winning everyone's good impressions, and was pushed to become their head. They were all in admiration of Fangjing. Among the 10 great sects of Central Continent, which one of them does not have deep foundations? I am sure they also have talented people among them. Although I have the myriad crane group, my weakness is that I can't control them fully. I still need to ask you all to provide guidance regarding the control of the flying cranes. Fangjing cupped his hands towards the people beside him. We wouldn't dare. It is our honor to be able to spar with Boss Fangjing. Boss, you have been cultivating so hard these days that it makes us blush with shame. Boss, your progress is remarkable, you have an innate talent in controlling the cranes. You only lacked practice before, and given some time, you are sure to surpass Sun Yuanhua. The other elite disciples said words of agreement. Their words were from the depths of their hearts. On this journey, they could clearly notice Fang Deng's progress. Fangjing smiled. With Lord Sky Crane providing guidance and secret experiences, and even controlling his body sometimes, how could he not improve at a lightning pace? After flying for some time, the iron-beak flying cranes started to cry out one after another. Fangjing and the rest understood. All right. It is time, we need to land and feed the flying cranes. Fangjing stamped. The flying crane group started to pierce down through the layer of clouds under his control. For a moment, it was only a scene of white vastness. Soon, the clouds and mist disappeared as the group flew down from the layer of clouds to the verdant and lush ground. Flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the scale of the crane group, the higher their demand for food. Fortunately, iron-beak flying cranes could eat anything. Sometimes, they even ate stones to fill their stomachs, thus were very easy to raise. Fangjing possessed such a large-scale crane group, but it was also equally troublesome. After every set intervals, he would need to fly to the ground and feed the crane group. There is a battle going on. As they were descending down, an elite disciple suddenly spoke out. Everyone immediately discovered the unusual state on the ground. 4 demonic Gu masters were laughing evilly while surrounding 3 female Gu masters and slowly nearing them. TSK, it is the 4 great obscenities. Soon, an elite disciple exposed those 4 demonic Gu masters' identity with a disgusted tone. These 4 great obscenities were separately: Eastern obscenity Qin Yi Dao, Western thief Yu Ba Guang, Southern disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern squandering Fan Chen Yao. They had been traveling all over Central Continent, and were all rank 4 Gu masters. They were extremely strong and were even able to contend against rank 5 Gu masters when they combined their strength. Look, they are actually surrounding Fairy by Xia of Heavenly Lotus Sect. An elite disciple with sharp sight shouted. Humph, demonic paths people, every single one of them needs to be executed. Fang Deng's expression turned incomparably cold, and immediately commanded the crane group to charge down without thinking much. Hee, Fairy Bai Xia, it will be difficult for you to escape this calamity today. To think our luck is so good today to be able to smell the aroma of Fairy Bai Xia. Even if we suffered heavy injuries, it is worth it. The 4 great obscenities winked as they pressed on towards the 3 female Gu masters. Damn it! Fairy Bai Xia gritted her snow-white teeth. She was seriously injured and did not have strength to break through. Just as she was starting to feel desperation and was thinking of committing suicide, she suddenly heard the cries of a group of cranes from above her. Who is it? The 4 great obscenities raised their heads and shouted. Immortal Crane Sex Elite Disciple, Fang Jing! Fang Jing was standing on the back of the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. His tongue seemed to burst out with thunder. He stood upright and proudly on the crane's back. His body was robust, his brows thick and his eyes like that of a tiger's. He fixed his gaze on the 4 obscenities and waved his hand. The elite disciples behind him and 10,000 Ironbeak Flying Cranes passed him and charged towards the 4 obscenities. Heavens, so many cranes! It is one of the 10 great sects, the elite disciples of the Immortal Crane sect. What bad luck, we have injuries and can't contend against this group, let's retreat. The 4 great obscenities sized the situation before turning to flee, and soon, they had escaped far away, their figures disappeared from everyone's sight. These demonic path trash, they might not have other abilities, but they are pretty quick in running. The elite disciples laughed loudly. Are you okay? Fan Jing got off from the back of the crane and approached Fairy Bai Xia, asking softly. I am okay. Thank you, young Master Fan Jing, for saving me. Fairy Bai Xia looked at Fan Jing. Her face blushed red and her gaze carried hints of infatuation. She had thought she would not be able to escape this calamity, but a hero came falling from the sky. Fan Jing was like the hero saving the beauty, and it left a deep impression on Fairy Bai Xia. Chapter 337. Leaving somebody in the lurch. 2 young babies, leave behind your primeval stones, strip off your clothes and kowtow to your grandpa thrice, and I shall spare your little lives. Gahaha. A rank 3 old demonic Gu master with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked Fan Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's way. Hee, the old monster He sure is making it difficult for newbies again. These 2 youths are out of luck considering they ran into the old monster He sure. That girl looks quite pretty. Why does she look somewhat familiar? It is a pity the old monster He sure is here, otherwise we would have made a move. From within the darkness, many demonic Gu masters looked here with sinister smiles on their faces. Bam! Fan Yuan's response was straightforward. He directly summoned his beast phantom. The moment he made a move, the breath concealment Gu lost its effect, and his rank 4 aura was revealed in its whole. Shock and desperation immediately showed on the old monster He sure's face. He wanted to escape, but Bai Ning Bing also made a move at the same time and kept him in check. The old monster He sure was directly struck by Beast Phantom and turned into minced meat. Blood, bone pieces and brain matter mixed together and splattered all around. What the FCK? Oh god, these 2 youths are both rank 4 Gu masters. I remember it now, they are black and white twin demons. One is called Fang Jing and another is Bai Ning Bing. Both are geniuses of the demonic path. They have made great names for themselves in Shan Clan City's battle stage, especially Fang Jing. People call him Little Beast King, almost having hegemony over the whole battle stage. Why are these 2 guys here? The temptation of Sanchar Mountain's inheritance is too big, they were also attracted by it. Old monster He sure kicked an iron board, his death was really tragic. Many Gu masters watching from the darkness, as they opened their eyes wide in extreme shock and fear. Humph! Fan Yuan was not satisfied with killing the old monster He sure. With a shift of his mind, he activated another beast phantom and charged towards a specific shadow. Bam! A huge sound resounded. The demonic Gu master hiding in the shadow directly exploded into meat paste by Fan Yuan's attack. Countless demonic Gu masters drew in a sharp breath of cold air from the darkness. Jing Qing'an also died. Little Beast King has a heavy murderous nature, he doesn't let even spectators go. Let's go. Even the old monster He sure could not resist their one move. It will be too late if we don't hurry now. Trees shook, stones were lifted up, countless shadows scuttled out, fleeing towards every direction. Fan Yuan and Bai Ning Bing quietly watched this and did not block them. As they got closer to Sancha Mountain, the demonic goo masters they ran into also increased. During ordinary times, one could only occasionally run into these guys. However, Sancha Mountain was like a fragrant honey that attracted all kinds of flies, bees, and so on. We have yet to reach Sancha Mountain, but we have seen all kinds of demons and ghosts fighting each other. It is obvious how chaotic the situation over at Sancha Mountain is now. Bai Ningbing's expression was indifferent, but her tone was slightly heavy. Several months had already passed since the Three Kings' inheritance appeared on Sancha Mountain. This caused a huge disturbance in southern border. Countless figures appeared one after another and rushed towards there. Righteous path and demonic path fought against each other for a place in the quota to enter the inheritance. Sancha Mountain had already changed into a slaughterhouse. Every day, there was large amounts of lives lost in open fights and schemes. Kill them all, gain notoriety through killing. Kill until these people tremble in fear, only then will they not dare to lightly provoke us. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, his eyes filled with thick killing intent. Fan Yuan was fully aware that reputation was very important when one went outside. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were living in Shan Clan's city all this while. Although their fame had spread, it was mostly limited to within the city. Most people had not heard about Fang and Bai. Killing all that stands in their way, killing to gain fame, this would be an enormous help to Fan Yuan's future plans. Alright. Let's continue using breath concealment goo and hide our rank 4 aura. Killing like this is really splendid and very interesting. We can leave deep impressions on others and make them remember us for their whole lives. Bai Ningbing smiled. Her blue eyes shone with cold light. Her beauty was like that of a snow fairy, untouched by the mortal world. Her tone, however, was like a bloody, poisonous scorpion, and was filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath-concealing goo was only a rank 3 goo. Fang and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fan Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage, and he needed to replace many of his goo. Bai Ningbing was also the same. Three Kings' inheritance has many of the goo I need. As long as I obtain those goo, my set of strength path goo worms will push towards completion. It will also provide me great help in advancing to rank 5 and allow me to dominate the mortal realm. Calculating the time, the Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Central Continent should also have opened. Fairy Bai, who was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, and the inheritance she had left behind is intact. It is many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even if I were in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 great sects, and thus cannot participate in the contest at Tianti Mountain. Sigh, such a pity. Fan Yuan gazed far away towards the direction of Central Continent before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent as she walked alongside Fan Yuan. The two crossed mountains and charged around everywhere. They would directly kill any demonic Gu masters or righteous Gu masters they met. Their vicious reputation quickly spread. In Fan Yuan's view, at every stage, there was an appropriate manner to developing oneself. When one was weak, they should keep a low profile and do things secretly, suffering patiently and growing stealthily. When they were strong, they should spread their name and strike when the timing was right, making others feel fear and terror. Sometimes, reputation was a much stronger weapon than strength. Soon, Bai Ningbing realized the advantage of reputation. When they had just started on the journey, the Gu masters along the way often tried to make things difficult for them. Just like that old monster Heisher, daring to jump out with just a mere rank 3 cultivation. Fang and Bai were young, moreover Bai Ningbing's stunning appearance caused others to have an impulse to commit crime. Now, however, even though Fang and Bai were using breath concealment goo and hiding their cultivation, their path was unimpeded, saving them a lot of trouble. They had yet to truly reach Sancha Mountain, but their evil reputation had already spread till there. Good deeds remain obscured while bad deeds spread over 1,000 miles. Such evil reputation was the fastest to spread. Right now, everyone knew there were 2 terrifying demonic path rising stars, rank 4 geniuses, killing their way towards Sancha Mountain, 2 who were very aggressive and easily killed people. This day, they finally reached the foot of Sancha Mountain. Sounds of a fight suddenly came from ahead. "Don't come here, don't come!" A female Gu master shouted with terror all over her face and was faintly gasping, her clothing in rags, revealing her beautiful shoulders and thighs. Hee, little beauty, quietly obey us. If you resist any more, be careful that I might just slash your pretty face. Don't resist. Let us big brothers give you a taste of euphoria, ha! The demonic goo master's eyes shone with a wolf-like green light as they continuously charged towards the female goo master. The female goo master resisted with all her might, but she was alone and her strength was not enough. The situation was in full control of the several demonic goo masters. Damn it, damn it! The female goo master bit her full lower lip with her pure white teeth, her face filled with anxiety and terror. She retreated bit by bit, the clothings on her body were slowly cut open. Her smooth legs were exposed, and her thick hair was in a mess. As she escaped, her chest bobbed like a white rabbit, which provoked the attacking demonic goo masters to let out wolfish howls. Can anyone save me? Can anyone save me? I have 30,000 primeval stones here. The female goo master shouted, her weak voice further stimulate the desire in these goo masters. Nobody moves! This little girl is our 10 tyrants' prey. Wait till our boss comes over. That's right, we don't want the 30,000 primeval stones. We will enjoy this first, the rest of you can take turns later. Gahaha. Some righteous goo masters were just about to make their moves to rescue the girl, but when they heard the name of 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to shrink back. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 goo master. Who can save me? Please save me! The female goo master shouted sadly like the lament of a cuckoo. She kept on running, asking for help everywhere, but wherever she went, the goo masters would all retreat and avoid her. Only Fong and Bai stood on their spots, watching indifferently. Two lords, please, I pray you for mercy, please save me. The female goo master's eyes shone with hope. The weeping beauty ran towards Fang Yuan and pleaded. Where did these two brats come from? Mind your own business. We are Nan Mountain's 10 tyrants, you two young juniors. Eh? This can't be. These few demonic goo masters suddenly paled when they recognized Fang and Bai's identity. Although that person is disguising as a male, she is a female. These two, one man and one woman, black cloth, black hair and black eyes, white cloth, silver hair and blue eyes, aren't they the recently famous black and white twin demons? The demonic goo masters immediately stopped. They fixed their gazes at Fang and Bai with profound fear. Fang and Bai's reputation were the number one thing they heard recently. These two might be young, but were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were both extremely ruthless and had a murderous nature. Most importantly, they both had rank 4 cultivation. Such cultivation was terrifying. Rank 1 were considered substandard, rank 2 could be said to be lackeys, while rank 3 were the main pillars and held their own. Rank 4 were already experts among goo masters, and were the leaders of ordinary clans. Even in 10 tyrants, only their boss was at rank 4 middle stage. As for rank 5, they stood at the peak of the mortal world and were very few in numbers. Even in southern border with hundreds of thousands of mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 rank 5 goo masters. Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me! The female goo master found a way out of her predicament and knelt on the ground in front of Fang and Bai, imploring. The surrounding goo masters all casted their gazes here. These two are the black and white twin demons who just recently became famous. They are unexpectedly so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons. One has been famous for a long time while the other are rising stars of the demonic path. This should be interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not show up, they are no match for black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons got a bargain, getting that beauty for free. Pfft, Little Beast King will have beauties on his left and right. He really has luck with women. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan took a light step back. Save you? Why would I save you? Because of your superficial beauty, or do you think I am a kind person and like helping people? Fan Yuan looked down at the kneeling goo master, his gaze cold and indifferent. The female goo master stupidly raised her head to look at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan coldly smiled, then looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. You can continue. I won't make a move. I've had such a tedious journey coming here. Please do give me a good show. Chapter 338. Who may err? Hearing Fan Yuan say that, a few members of 10 tyrants showed a softer expression. Next, one of them pounced and kept the female goo master on the ground. The female goo master struggled to no avail, as this member of 10 tyrants laughed and pulled with his demonic palm. TSK. The silk clothing of the female goo master was torn open, showing her underwear. Such a scene caused the people to howl like a wolf, as the demonic goo masters were very aroused. Many righteous goo masters gritted their teeth secretly. Someone wanted to stop them, but was stopped by another. Don't do anything. There's not only the 10 tyrants here, But also the black and white twin demons. Are you courting death? Moreover, that female goo master is not a righteous character. You don't have to involve yourself. Damn, members of the demonic path are truly scum of the world, unscrupulous and shameless. Some goo masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female goo masters looked away, shutting their eyes. No, no! I'm begging you, please stop. That female goo master cried out in despair. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, as she stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sneering, looking at the scene. My respects to the two black and white twin demons. We will report your act of friendship to our boss, since you gave the opportunity to us and merely watched. A goo master of 10 tyrants walked up and cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai, smiling respectfully. The other members walked to the female goo master. One of them spit out some phlegm, cursing. Little slut, do you think you can seduce the two Lord Black and White twin demons by begging? Naive! Stupid! You sure ran fast. Next I will make sure you enjoy yourself. He. Another person laughed lecherously, looking extremely perverted. As for the person on top of the female goo master, he was about to attack. At this moment, a pink light appeared from the female goo master's body, and exploded. The male goo master was caught off guard and sent flying. He was like a comet, flying far away, landing after 100 steps away, fainted. What? This female goo master is trying something funny, let's attack together. What guts? You dare to resist us? The other members of the 10 tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female goo master. But the next moment, the pink light flashed again, and intense screams were heard. The members of 10 tyrant were sent flying all together. The pink light displayed the female goo master's overwhelming battle strength. As she had an alluring and evil gaze, the disguise on her was completely removed, showing her true flirtatious appearance. The members of 10 tyrant were lying on the ground, shocked. Who knows what method she used, causing them to be weak and powerless on the ground, unable to get up. The fierce and evil 10 tyrant members were actually not the female goo master's match. Such a sudden change caused everyone's expressions to change. Many people watched speechlessly, extremely surprised. Only Fang Yuan's expression remained the same, as if he knew all along. The female goo master laughed. After showing her true appearance, her alluring eyes were soul-stealing. A slender body with perfect curves, like a flowering peach in spring, made everyone extremely comfortable. During this period, the members of 10 Tyrant got up. Their strength slowly recovered. But even so, the shock on their faces were still apparently. They felt a real rank 4 aura from the female goo master. This female goo master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Numerous people's expressions changed when they found out. Little Beast King, you left a maiden in distress, are you a man? The female goo master looked at Fang Yuan, showing an upset, annoyed expression, causing people greatly pity her. At once, all the males stared at her fixedly. Many goo masters started to be jealous Fang Yuan. If this woman would give them one glance, it was worth dying for. But Fang Yuan had no emotions, his tone was like ice, chilling to the bone. Hu Mei'er, do you think this level of acting can trick me? The female goo master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Fang Yuan to expose her identity so easily. But she quickly recovered, her lips pouting. To think that my lowly name is known by Lord Little Beast King. It is my great honor, but before I exposed my true appearance, how did Lord manage to find out? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Before you showed your true self, I was only guessing. But whether I guess right or wrong, I have no losses, am I right? Even if Hu Mei'er was a demonic goo master, upon hearing Fang Yuan's cruel words, her heart chilled. It is actually her. This woman is famous in the demonic path, she is very scary. An expert at disguise, don't be moved by her appearance, she is a demoness that devours people whole, she is completely ruthless. Hu Mei'er has a broad network, she has slept with many demonic goo masters, why did the 10 tyrants provoke her? 10 tyrants members helped each other up as their faces were pale without a trace of blood. By now, they had already understood, they were obviously toyed by Hu Mei'er. Hu Mei'er had rank 4 cultivation, it was easy for her to deal with them. Her earlier disguise and performance was just to toy with them, she was trying to use them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King had sharp eyes, he actually saw through her disguise. Ha ha ha, Fang Jing, you are truly heartless. But don't be too smug. You two have been too famous these few days, now the entire Sancha Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses are here. Be it righteous or demonic path, many seniors and experts are now trying to test you. You have offended many people, I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, you might lose your life when you ascend the mountain. Hu Mei'er laughed. Oh? That means you are the first person sent to test us? Hee, why are you worrying about our safety? As for offending people? The one thing I am not afraid of is offending people. So what if I offend every human alive? Fan Yuan spoke plainly, but his words were chilling. Hu Mei'er listened as her eyes glowed brightly, showing excitement in her eyes. She laughed while covering her mouth. Well said. What great courage, I like it. Not afraid to offend people? Then let me tell you, you look down on my appearance, that is offending me. In this world, only villains and women are hard to please. I am not only a woman, but also a villain. He, little beast king, let's see who laughs till the end. I hope you can leave the mountain alive. Hu Mei'er said with a sharp gaze as she turned to leave immediately. Everyone watched her pink dress flutter in the wind, her beautiful appearance as she left, leaving everyone speechless. Hu Mei'er. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. This Hu Mei'er was a demoness in the demonic path. She was very mysterious, no one knew her origins. In his previous life, she was very active, causing problems everywhere, sowing discord, causing fights and disputes wherever she went. She cultivated the enchantment path, specifically, enchanting people. Using her appearance, she controlled many demonic experts, and she had many puppets all over southern border. Among them, there were even rank 5 Gu masters. There were even rank 4 Gu masters who fought due to jealousy over her. However, others did not know her origins, but Fan Yuan knew. This demoness had a great origin. She was the granddaughter of Granny Mei Hua. Granny Mei Hua was a rank 6 Gu immortal in southern border, occupying the Mei Hua blessed land. The demoness seduced men all over southern border, and had a specific interest in young men. In his previous life, 100 years from now, she would gather her force and head to Xiyang Mountain. Nobody knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was, she alone left the mountain. What was worth mentioning was, she ascended the mountain as a rank 4 Gu master, but she descended as rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable secret. Right now, she is starting to display her enchantment path and recruiting people. To think that she would develop an interest in me this time. Fan Yuan compared his lives and exclaimed. He used the advantages of rebirth to grow quickly, and became chosen by Hu Mei'er. Hu Mei'er was interested in his potential, and wanted to seduce him into her puppet. But how could that happen? In the 500 years of my past life, I had already eliminated my mortal desires. But the enchantment path has its strengths, I cannot be unguarded. Hu Mei'er must have gone to incite people to find trouble with me. She has the Gu from Granny Mei Hua. If I want to kill her, I will need ample preparation and isolate that Gu from her. I wonder which blind fool would dare to find trouble with me. Fan Yuan analyzed in his heart. Since he could not kill Hu Mei'er at the moment, he could only deal with the situation step by step. Right now, Hu Mei'er's enchantment path had not reached greater success, she only had rank 4 Gu masters under her charm. As long as they are not rank 5, Fan Yuan had no fear. He was confident that with his experience, and this set of Gu worms, even if he cannot win, he will not lose. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. Riding the flying crane, Fang Jing and others traveled days and nights before arriving. Before them, many elite disciples from the other 10 sects had already arrived. It is the people from Immortal Crane sect. Why did Fairy Bai Xia from Heavenly Lotus sect come with Immortal Crane sect? Who is that lad? Fairy Bai Xia is talking so happily with him. I have never seen Fairy Bai Xia speak so nicely to a guy from the same generation before. Fang Jing and the others' arrival attracted everyone's attention. Bai Xia, you arrived too. Do you know, since our last separation, I have been wanting to meet you again. This time, at the Hu Immortal Inheritance, I expected you to come. Thus I begged my master to let me come here as well. A young man saw Fairy Bai Xia and quickly came over. Bai Xia was speaking and laughing with Fang Jing, but upon seeing him, her smile vanished. Chapter 339. Trouble. Oh, it is Sir Wei. No need to worry, thanks to young hero Fang Jing, Bai Xia is safe and sound. Fairy Bai Xia avoided Wei Wushang's gaze and greeted. Young hero Fang? Wei Wushang squinted, looking at Fang Jing who was standing beside Fairy Bai Xia. Hello, I am Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Jing. Fang Jing smiled lightly, cupping his fists and greeting, oozing with friendliness. Young hero Fang Jing, an elite disciple of Immortal Crane Sect, the number one in the most recent middle examination. He can control 10,000 cranes. Thanks to these cranes, we could reach Tianti Mountain so quickly. Fairy Bai Xia said while looking at Fang Jing, her face blushing shyly, as her tone carried a faint sweetness. Along the way, she had conversed with Fang Jing, and felt that they hit it off. Immortal Crane? These are just iron-beak flying reins, although the number is a little large. Wei Wushang's eyes shone coldly, feeling extremely angry towards Fang Jing. He gritted his teeth, greeting Fang Jing back. Fang Jing, you are an elite disciple of Immortal Crane Sect? That's great. I've long heard of Immortal Crane Sect's crane manipulation skill. I have always wanted to face off against it. I would appreciate it if you would spar with me. Saying so, Wei Wushang took large steps forward, his eyes glowing with overbearingness as he stared at Fang Jing. Fang Jing was stunned, as he sensed animosity, feeling absurdity from the issue. Ha! In his mind, Lord Sky Crane laughed loudly. A beauty's gratitude is the biggest problem, my disciple. The act of saving that little lass Bai Xia has brought you many enemies. This young girl Bai Xia is a great beauty. Now that she likes you, you have trouble ahead. This Wei Wushang is your first challenger. Huh? Likes me? Fang Jing shouted in his mind. Speaking of love, he felt a deep sorrow in his heart. These years he had a girl's image deep in his heart. She was immortal, she was very normal, very ordinary, and much inferior to Fairy Bai Xia. But in Fang Jing's heart, she had an extraordinary cuteness. The times he spent with her were the best memories in Fang Jing's heart. Unfortunately, she was already dead, no longer in this world. She was Shin Chui, Fang Geng's former servant. Thinking of Shin Chui, Fan Yuan's heart sank. The girl I liked is dead. Master, you know how hard I've worked these years. My biggest goal is to defeat my brother and take revenge for my ancestors, my uncle and aunt, Shin Chui, Lord Clan Leader, Lord Qin Shu, and fulfill their wishes. Although Guyu village was destroyed, the Guyu bloodline still exists. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple, even if that is what you want, this Wei Wuxing will not let you off. Since you decided to save Fairy Bai Xia, why didn't you realize that? Lord Sky Crane laughed. But I do not want to spar with him. I've heard of this Wei Wushang in Immortal Crane Sect. He is a healing Gu master, a rising star in Heaven's Envy Sect, a strong A-grade aptitude genius. He is most skilled in healing himself, often leaving unscathed after a battle. If I battle him, even if I win, my condition will not be at its peak. It will negatively affect my performance when competing for the Gu Immortal Inheritance. Lord Sky Crane laughed heartily. Don't worry, go ahead and fight. The Hu Immortal Inheritance on Tianti Mountain is special. It will not make you compete in terms of battle strength, it is a contest of willpower and determination. With my soul assisting you secretly, you have a great advantage. After pausing for a while, Lord Sky Crane continued. You are still too young, you do not know the usefulness of reputation. Sometimes, reputation is more useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and improve your reputation. Use the flying cranes and don't worry about their deaths. We have lots of cranes in Immortal Crane Sect. Even if you use them all, we can return to the sect and replenish your army. Hearing his master say so, Fang Jing sighed, saying to Wei Wushang, since you want to battle, so be it. Excellent. Please. Wei Wushang sneered, stomping and shooting into the air like lightning. Fang Jing did not show any weakness, waving his hand and stepping on a flying crane, as 10,000 cranes cried out together, as if greeting their king. Once the battle began, everyone got excited. Boss Fang Jing, all the best, defeat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Sect. Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this lad a lesson. Wei Wuxing had his supporters. Wei Wushang nodded, intense battle intent burning in his eyes. He was the leader of the elite disciples sent by Heaven's Envy Sect this time. Fang Zheng's 10,000 crane group could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He had his own trump card. Battle! Wei Wushang activated the goo worms in his body, as his body flashed in the air and vanished. The next moment, the space was torn apart as he traveled through several hundred steps away, directly appearing in front of Fang Jing. Space-piercing goo? Even Lord Sky Crane was shocked. An intense battle unfolded. At the same time, on Sanchao Mountain. In a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered. That means you were all used by Humayer to test the black and white demons. The leader of 10 tyrants, Tyrant Hungmei, muttered. That's right, boss, that demoness tricked us all, and even injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you have to avenge us. The second brother of 10 tyrants shouted. Smack. Tyrant Hungmei slapped. The second brother of 10 tyrant was harshly slapped on his cheeks, his body turning on the spot. Boss! He held his face, looking at Tyrant Hungmei in shock. Heavily injured? That is perfect, as long as they're not dead. You bunch with sperms for brains, control your lower body. I instructed you earlier to mind your actions and words already. Do you really think this is still Nan Mountain? Tyrant Hungmei scolded. Wrong. This is Sancha Mountain. Be it Kongri Tian, Longqing Tian, or Wu Shintong, Yichong, all of them can kill you like an ant easily. Although you have rank 3 cultivation, what is the most important reason you are able to stay here? Isn't it all due to me? This matter is a warning to all of you. I have to tell you, don't find problems with Humayer. This demoness seduces men to their death. She has a wide network. She is involved with Lin Sanqi, has rumors with Li Xian, and even Mo Wu Tian. Tyrant Hungmei's words shocked the 9 brothers. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic Gu master. He was not only skilled in the metal path, but was also an earth path Gu master. His metal and earth specialty was renowned through the land. Li Sha was similarly just as strong. He was not a native of southern border, but came from eastern sea. He was an unscrupulous merchant famous among the demonic path members, most skilled at finding opportunities to buy low and sell high. His network and human relationships were wide. Many demonic Gu masters' loot were sold off by him. As for Mo Wu Tian, he is even scarier. He inherited a mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal, and was the #1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute young genius. Be it Lin Sanqi, Li Xian, or Mo Wu Tian, they are all rank 4 Gu masters. These famous people are all related to that demoness. The members of 10 Tyrant heard this and went pale, their hearts palpitating with fear. I'll tell you one last time, this is not Nan Mountain. Sai, I asked you all to use your brains often and learn from mistakes, but you refused to listen. Sai, this 3 kings' inheritance is not a small matter. Who knows how many formidable characters would show up? Tyrant Hungmei sighed as he said. The other brothers looked at each other, speechless. Tyrant Hungmei saw that the time was right, and changed the topic. But no need to worry, on Sancha Mountain now, the rank 4 and 5 Gu masters are restraining each other, no one dares to act rashly. We the 10 tyrants of Nan Mountain are not to be trifled with. We cannot take this lying down. Let's go, accompany me to find the black and white demons. Boss, you're going personally to find the black and white demons? Someone expressed shock. Boss, you are rank 4 middle stage, a senior of the demonic path. When you were roaming in the world, they were still babies. That's right, boss, we'll go and ask them to come. You giving them an audience is their honor. What do you know? Tyrant Hungmei chided. The black and white demons are so young. The fact that they did not attack you this time means they know of my name, and know how to hold back. But they are youngsters, they love their face. If I put down my ego and go to meet them personally, it is giving them full respect. Next, if I mention working together and come up with a plan to deal with Humayer, they are sure to agree. Boss, I understand. You are using them as the vanguard. Boss, you are a genius. This black and white demons are only around 20 years old, they are too young. Now they and Humayer are at odds. If they hear your suggestion, they would be extremely thrilled. Once boss plans, it truly is phenomenal. The 10 tyrant members started bootlicking their boss. Ha! Tyrant Hungmei laughed loudly, waving his hand. Brother, come with me to visit the black and white demons. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked up at Sancha Mountain Peak. This Sancha Mountain has a peculiar design. From the mountain foot, it goes up to 3 hills. Looking from afar, it resembles a fork with 3 tips, pointing at the sky. Above the 3 peaks are the entrances to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, the mountain peak would shoot out 3 beams of light, and allow people to enter. Once the number of people reach an amount, the light pillar to vanish, and the entrance would disappear. After that, Gu masters who failed to pass through the tests would be thrown out from time to time. Of course, there are also many deaths inside the inheritance every time. There is about 8 days till the next opening of the inheritance. Let's find a place to settle down for now. Fan Yuan gave the surroundings a sweeping gaze as he saw a cave in the middle of the mountain waste. Chapter 340. Beaten to a pulp. Sancha Mountain was originally a place no one showed interest towards, and was a place Che clan and Zhou clan had interactions. However, since the inheritance opened, it had become extremely lively, and there would be people moving through the forests frequently. Clashes and disputes occurred frequently. Right now it was still relatively peaceful. Every time the light pillar opened, the entry quota was limited. At that time, it would be a scene of carnage at Sancha Mountain. To fight for a chance to enter the inheritance, all the Gu masters chose to stay on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu masters, the closer towards the mountain peak they stayed. This caused them to be in a favorable position when the inheritance appeared, since they could much easily rush towards it. The cave Fan Yuan chose was on the middle of the mountain. From the traces around the cave, there was clearly someone living in it. Sure enough, when they got near the cave, a loud and clear voice was transmitted from within the cave. "This is Mang Kuang's territory. Get lost, or else you will die a violent death." "Ha, Mang Kuang? What crap is that? This place is pretty good, I have taken a liking to it, get lost." Fan Yuan laughed outside the cave and issued an ultimatum. "Screw your grandmother, you want it the hard way. Since you are looking to die, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Following the voice, a burly man walked out of the cave. His upper body was bare. He was wearing a worn-out hemp-knitted shorts. Cyan snake scales covered his whole body. His face was covered with long beard, blood veins showed on his eyes, and his black hair fell down his head in disarray. He walked out of the cave looking like a furious fiend. Two blind fools. Eh? Mang Kuang looked at Fang and Bai. He was cursing with his rough voice when suddenly his pupils shrunk and his jaw opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. "You too, could you be the black and white twin demons? What do you think?" Bai Ningbing laughed faintly, her blue eyes flashing with killing intent. Mang Kuang only felt chills rising from his back and spreading over his body in seconds. Black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu masters, while he was only at rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, he had heard about how these two killed without blinking their eyes, and how cruel their methods were. "Damn it! I have been hiding here without doing anything. What did I do to deserve this? This really is misfortune dropping from the sky." Mang Kuang's thoughts were in disorder. In an instant, the vicious face suddenly changed. The raised eyebrows drooped, the wide-opened eyes narrowed down to a slit, the bent corner of his lips immediately rose up into a smile. He did everything he could to show his goodwill. "It is my greatest fortune in this life for both lords to take a liking to my cave." Mang Kuang bent his back and rubbed his hands, giving a flattering smile towards Fang and Bai. His body was tall and robust, but when he shrunk down and bent his back, his original rampant domineering aura immediately disappeared into oblivion. This matched with his boorish appearance was simply like a clown fiesta. You are sensible, you can get lost now." Fan Yuan waved his hand. Yes. Mang Kuang seemed to have received an amnesty as he slipped out and immediately ran far away. After forcing out Mang Kuang, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the cave together. The cave was already arranged properly by Mang Kuang, and they did not need to waste their energy to make any arrangements. "Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. We will take turns to stay guard at night for the next 8 days. If one sleeps, the other must be awake," Fan Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. "Naturally." Bai Ningbing nodded. "We may or won't leave it at that. We will be facing constant troubles in these 8 days. However, it is also good that these people are sending themselves to us. We can establish our might, and that matches with our intention." Fan Yuan had just finished saying this when a voice came from outside the cave. "Are black and white twin demons inside?" "I am Tyrant Hengmei. I have long looked forward to meeting you too. This time, I especially came in to pay a visit." "Tyrant Hengmei? Isn't he the boss of 10 tyrants? I heard he is very cruel, cultivates strength path, likes to eat little children's flesh, and has spread fear over Nanshan." Bai Ningbing glanced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered inside. He had planned to go find trouble with this Tyrant Hengmei, but to think the latter actually dropped in himself. The two walked out of the cave and looked at the 8 people standing outside the cave. At the front was a robust body, bare and flat chest, black chest hair growing all over his chest. A dense aura of rank 4 middle stage was let out from all over his body. However, this demonic path's figure, famous for his savageness, was wearing a smile right now. When he saw Fang and Bai, He immediately cupped his hands, and one could only take him as an elegant black bear at first glance. To think the black and white twin demons had such large background. Tyrant Hung Mei had intentionally spoken in a loud voice and attracted the attention of many nearby Gu masters. Even Tyrant Hung Mei came to pay a visit to them personally. Many were surprised. Fortunately, I ran out. When did Tyrant Hung Mei become so polite? Meng Quang still had not run far away. Right now he touched his chest and felt the lingering fear. Tyrant Hung Mei, it is good you came. I was just about to visit you. Fan Yuan responded. Tyrant Hung Mei's smile became even deeper, thinking Fan Yuan was going to pay a visit to him. But who knew Fan Yuan's next words immediately caused his smile to stiffen. I heard you are also a strength path Gu master. Let's enjoy a battle of life and death and determine who is stronger. I, Fang Jing, am walking the strength path and am going to become the number one in the strength path. Hand over your life. Finished speaking, Fan Yuan activated his Gu and directly launched an assault at Tyrant Hung Mei. What? Tyrant Hung Mei came back to his senses. He was startled and also furious. He had broken the tradition and came to pay a visit, but to think this Fang Jing was an ungrateful guy and attacked him without saying anything further. What kind of person is this? Is this still a person? The nerves in his brain are jumbled up, right? Fan Yuan did not care about his thoughts as he charged quickly towards Tyrant Hung Mei. All-out effort Gu. Without saying any words, he directly attacked. Grr! A brown bear phantom appeared from behind him. Violent strength Gu. Tyrant Hung Mei opened his eyes with anger. He did not dodge but put his arms up to block head-on. With the activation of violent strength Gu, his body enlarged and increased his strength sharply. Bam! Fan Yuan fiercely smashed into Tyrant Hung Mei, sending the latter back by 5 steps while he, himself, bounced back from the terrifying strength. Tyrant Hung Mei was at rank 4 middle stage and commanded the other 9 members of 10 tyrants. He had lorded over Nan Mountain for many years and had deep foundations. Humph! Little Beast King, I gave you face but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Hung Mei shouted, but he did not take the initiative to attack. He was at rank 4 middle stage and knew he was stronger after crossing one move with Fan Yuan since the latter was only at rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only one rank 4 on the scene, there was also Bai Ningbing who was standing there. Tyrant Hung Mei was sure of winning against Fang Jing, but it would be very difficult for him to fight against two. Tyrant Hung Mei, why are you being so careful? Bai Ningbing, you deal with the others, Tyrant Hung Mei is mine! Fan Yuan laughed loudly and shrugged his shoulders before charging towards Tyrant Hung Mei again. I will give you 5 minutes, if you can't finish it by then, I will take over. Bai Ningbing slightly raised her brows, her blue eyes flashing with sharp light. Boastful juniors! Hearing Fang and Bai's casual conversation, Tyrant Hung Mei felt his anger was about to burst out. He had a violent temperament, he already outdid himself by maintaining his patience till now. Knowing that the situation was hard to improve, he threw away his other thoughts, and let the murderous aura in his mind surge forth. Fight. 2 sides collided. Fan Yuan against Tyrant Hung Mei while Bai Ningbing suppressed the remaining members of the 10 tyrants. It was a chaotic battlefield. Boulders were smashed, mountain creeks ran dry, caves collapsed, and there were sounds of thunder-like explosions. Tyrant Hung Mei became more fearful. Fan Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu, his strength and fighting strength grew the more injuries he suffered. When he crossed moves against Fan Yuan just before, he had thought the so-called Little Beast King was no more than that. Reaching the halfway stage, his expression turned grave. And when Fan Yuan burst out with 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Hung Mei's face lost color. This Little Beast King, how could he be so strong? Not only is his Gu Worm combination superior to mine, he also has plentiful battle experience. How did he live to have such skillful and ruthless moves? There is not even a shadow of a young person in him. He is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he acts so overbearingly. With such strength, even I would have no worries in acting like this. I have failed bad this time. I must retreat. Fan Yuan met frontal attacks with swift and fierce strikes, like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain or a flood dragon overturning the seas. Tyrant Hung Mei was gasping and his energy and blood were in disorder from Fan Yuan's attacks. The main point was, every time Fan Yuan suffered injuries, he would become stronger. Now, Tyrant Hung Mei was already not able to continue fighting against Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan became even stronger, that would be too horrible. Every time Tyrant Heng thought of this, his fighting spirit decreased by a little. As the fight continued, he did not dare to attack at all. There were clear opportunities to attack Fan Yuan, but he started hesitating. What should I do, attack or not? With such thoughts, how could he fight well? Tyrant Heng was slowly falling into a passive situation. Fan Yuan, however, had let go of all his apprehension. His attacks were like the tides, coming waves after waves, continuous and endless. Beast phantoms flashed one after another in the air. There would be violent sounds every time Fan Yuan attacked. The explosive sounds came again and again. All the people who heard it felt their hearts throb in fear. What kind of fierce offense is this? Even a formidable senior like Tyrant Heng is not Fang Ying's match. Fang Jing is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is suppressing the middle stage Tyrant Heng. Little Beast King. Many people were secretly observing the battle and thought over this nickname of Fan Yuan. Who is the tyrant here? Mang Kuang felt quite helpless. He could tell Fan Yuan was more brutish and more unreasonable than Tyrant Heng. The fiendish Tyrant Heng paled in comparison to Fang Jing. Fan Jing, don't go too far! Tyrant Heng spurted out blood. His chest, arms and legs were all completely fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fan Yuan had already seen through his plan. Bai Ningbing killed the other members of the 10 tyrants, and firmly locked him down. Howl, howl, howl! Howl, howl, howl! Fan Yuan pointed his finger. 6 large beast phantoms turned into solid forms and fell down from the sky, submerging Tyrant Heng. Bam! A loud sound echoed and dust scattered everywhere. Tyrant Heng was beaten to a pulp. His internal organs and bone fragments splattered over the ground. Gasp! Countless sharp inhaling noises could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 341. What ferocity and wickedness! Tianti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also called the Land of Inheritances and the Mountain of Sages. Its height was over 3,000 kilometers. It was imposing and had a grand presence. Its peak seemed to pierce through the skies and was hidden beyond the snowy fog and clouds. What was extremely unusual was there were not many craggy rocks on the mountain. Giant square-shaped rocks reclined upon each other, stretching from the base of the mountain towards the top, forming stairs. However, the scale of this stairs was so huge that there was an old legend about it in Central Continent saying the stairway reached the realm of the immortals and was a bridge connecting heaven and earth. There were many touching, mysterious, tragic, and joyful stories revolving around Tianti Mountain. Tianti Mountain became the holy land of Central Continent's Gu Masters, a place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu Masters sought for immortality but failed, and before death, they would place their tombs here. At the same time, a large majority of them would also set up their inheritances here. Tianti Mountain hid countless inheritances, and only those fated could obtain them. Every year, after clouds and mist that covered it dispersed, Tianti Mountain would experience an enormous flow of people. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be set up. However, this year was different. This year, the inheritance that opened at Tianti Mountain was Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which led to the appearance of Gu Immortals. After discussing, they made an alliance and locked this mountain, setting up a contest for their sex juniors. Right now, at the foot of Tianti Mountain, an intense battle between the youngsters was already reaching its end. 10,000 cranes flew together and floated around Fang Jing. Wei Wuxiang was panting and his clothes were in rags. He stared straight at Fang Jing from within the layers of encirclement by the cranes. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have my trump card. Wei Wuxiang was not resigned to admit defeat after being at the losing end. If it was an ordinary situation, he would have conceded defeat already. But God knew how many elite disciples were fixing their gazes at this match. Wei Wuxiang was not representing only himself but also the Heaven's Envy sect behind him. At the same time, others did not matter, but Fairy Bai Xia, whom he admired, was also watching the match. I cannot lose! With this thought, Wei Wuxiang valiantly activated a gu in his aperture. He had always been hiding this gu, not using it even at the important sect examination. Once this gu was activated, it created a colorless breeze. The light breeze revolved around Wei Wuxiang's body, moving his clothes and caressing his hair. However, Fang Jing looked like he was facing a great enemy. It was because Lord Sky Crane had already reminded him loudly. Not good! This kid actually has injury wind gu. Defend with all your might. This gu can whip up injury wind. It looks light and harmless, but it is extremely terrifying. Heaven's Envy Sex Jr. was not weak indeed. This seems to be his trump card. Injury wind blew. Fang Jing completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Injury wind looked gentle, but wherever it blew, the cranes cried out in pain. Countless iron-beak flying cranes crashed down to the ground like their wings were broken. Injury wind blew on Fang Gang's body. The defensive light around his body continuously flickered. Beads of sweat dripped from Fang Zheng's forehead. He gritted his teeth and transferred the primeval essence from his aperture to his defensive goo endlessly. The stalemate lasted a while. Finally Wei Wuxiang sighed inwardly and stopped activating Injury Wind goo. It was not that he did not want to continue the fight, but his aperture was already close to drying up. Goo Masters all had a common point. That was when primeval essence was consumed, the Goo Masters' fighting strength would sharply decrease. Rank 1 to Rank 5 Goo Masters all suffered from the restraints of primeval essence. Only when they went beyond mortal and reached the realm of immortals, becoming a Goo Immortal, would they be able to have endless primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze was dark. He had calculated it clearly. His primeval essence was exhausted, and so he did not have any more strength to battle. However, Fang Jing had been commanding flying cranes to battle from the start. His primeval essence consumption was relatively less, and was sure to have some more primeval essence left. Brother Wei is worthy to be Heaven's Envy Sex Elite Disciple, possessing such unusual and incisive methods. I have increased my knowledge and my horizons have been broadened. My primeval essence has also almost been exhausted by brother. How about we consider this spar as a draw? Fang Jing smiled. What? Wei Wuxiang was stunned. What was Fang Jing saying? He was very clear of his own situation. How could he have a goo that could exhaust Fang Jing's primeval essence? However, Wei Wuxiang immediately realized Fang Jing was telling a lie. Fang Jing is giving me a way out of this situation. After understanding Fang Jing's plan, there was a complex expression on Wei Wuxiang's face. The disciples of every great sect could not casually make their moves, because they represented not only themselves, but also the sect behind them. Moreover, with Fairy Bai Xia at the scene, Wei Wuxiang could truly not afford to lose this battle. Since Fang Jing gave him a way out, Wei Wuxiang quickly cupped his fists towards Fang Jing after hesitating for a moment. Brother Fang is a young hero. I am filled with admiration. Immortal Crane sect indeed has deep foundations for being able to teach a figure like brother. I have benefited from this spar, and like brother Fang said, we will consider this match a draw. Wei Wuxiang said so on the surface, but in truth, he secretly transmitted to Fang Jing. Fang Jing, I, Wei Wuxiang, shall remember your leniency and will definitely repay it in the future. However, Fairy Bai Xia is my love. I will not concede on this. I will train harder and spar with you again in the future. Fang Jing smiled. He nodded on the surface, but was inwardly feeling a headache. Wei Wuxiang continued with the secret communication. Fang Jing, you need to be careful. Fairy Bai Xia has many admirers, not just me. Even with your formidable strength, you will still have 4 competitors. They are Heaven River Chindijiang, Rising Purple Lightning Gu Ting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wind Tang Ru Qi, and Tigress Zhao Shuyi. You are so close with Fairy Bai Xia, they will definitely come find trouble for you. You better not lose. Fang Zheng's gaze could not help but flicker at the mention of these 4 famous names, feeling that his headache had become worse. As for Lord Sky Crane, he was laughing heartily in his mind. Sure enough, like Wei Wuxiang said, 3 days later, disciples of Ancient Souls sect arrived at Tianti Mountain. Leading them was Gu Ting, and after knowing of the matter between Fairy Bai Xia and Fang Jing, he immediately sent a challenge. To avoid this unexpected calamity, Fang Jing chose to avoid the fight. Gu Ting naturally was not willing to leave the matter at that. He would visit Fang Gang's residing cave every day and provoke him to a fight. He continued this for 7 days in a row. His words became more vulgar as time passed. Immortal Crane sect's other disciples were unsatisfied and went to find him but were defeated. Ancient Soul sect's momentum rose greatly, and at the 8th day, everyone went to block Fang Jing's cave entrance and cursed endlessly. Fang Jing, you ostrich, still not coming out? Fang Jing, you are hiding now, but can you hide for your entire life? Obediently stop getting in contact with Fairy Bai Xia, and Big Brother Gu Ting will magnanimously spare you. Immortal Crane sect is merely so, they actually taught such cowardly disciple. At the mention of Immortal Crane sect, Fang Jing, who was in the cave, let out a sigh and helplessly walked out of the cave. He could endure the curses directed towards him. However, Once it involved his master, his temperament changed. Disciple needed to uphold the prestige of their masters. This was an important value of Central Continent. If he did not uphold it, then when he returned to Fei He Mountain later, he would be impeached and even receive punishment. Lord Sky Crane made a loud din inside him. Gahaha! Fan Jing, my disciple, do you understand now? What I have been telling you from the start is not wrong, right? Blindly enduring will let others misunderstand and bully you. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, the more people will appear that will want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Gu Ting. Shut the mouth of these people from Ancient Soul Sect. Improve your reputation. Sigh. One has to compromise in this world, I really feel it now. I can only fight. Fang Jing gained an understanding with this event. Gu Ting, come, let's fight! At the similar time as the fight between Fang Jing and Gu Ting, far away at southern borders Sancha Mountain, a battle ended. The battlefield was a mess. Blood all over the ground, smashed rocks, destroyed trees and craters all around. Fan Yuan stood proud on the battlefield while his opponent Fei Li was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Lord Fang Jing, please be magnanimous and spare me. Fei Li continuously kowtowed while begging bitterly. He had a cultivation of rank 4 middle stage and was also a strength path Gu master. He had been full of spirits, but now his body was soaked with blood, his right arm broken and his 2 legs fractured, cutting out an extremely sorry figure. Since you are begging for forgiveness, then first hand over your expend strength Gu and I shall consider whether to accept it or not. Fan Yuan looked down upon Fei Li, cold light bursting out of his eyes. Fei Li hesitated before handing over expend strength Gu. This Gu was his vital Gu and also his core Gu. It made his enemies waste more strength when making any movements, doubling the expenditure of their stamina. Handing over the expend strength Gu, Fei Li lost his vital Gu and suffered a heavy backlash, spurting out huge mouthfuls of blood. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed as he accepted expend strength Gu. I have considered, expend strength Gu is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide and not considering the critical state of his body, he shouted. Lord Fang Jing, this is my most precious Gu. Bam! With a shift of Fan Yuan's mind, beast phantoms directly pounced forward and turned Fei Li into mincemeat. Pauper! Fan Yuan looked at the disfigured corpse below him and sneered. Then his gaze swept through the battlefield. The spectators were not few, but all of them subconsciously chose to avoid Fan Yuan's gaze. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. What's wrong? Sky Tiger Shui Sansi isn't here? You guys tell her, we are both Strength Path Gu Masters. 3 days later, I will come visit her and exchange pointers. The moment these words came out, it caused an uproar. Little Beast King was too violent. A few days ago, he had killed Tyrant Hung Mei, and at this battle, Fei Li begged him for forgiveness, but he did not let him go and smashed him into mincemeat. Now, he was going to challenge Sky Tiger Shui Sansi. What ferocity and wickedness was this? Chapter 342. Biao. What, the Little Beast King is challenging me? When she first heard the news, Shui Sansi refused to believe it. She was thinking, she had no relationship with the black and white demons, she had never offended them, not even meeting them before. How could they come to find trouble with her for no reason? But soon, she investigated, and realized this was true. How can this be? What is this Little Beast King's brain made of? The 3 Kings' inheritance is opening in a few days, he still has the mood to challenge me. What did I do to you? Why are you messing with me like this? Shui Sansi felt helpless and annoyed. Is it simply because we are both on the strength path, thus he wants to compare who is stronger? Sigh, this maniac! Shui Sansi thought about it thoroughly, finally classifying Fan Yuan as a lunatic, unable to be understood by a normal human. A few months ago, she had heard of the reputation of the black and white demons. As the passed, the 2 of them got more famous, as rumors spread further and wider. They are the publicly recognized new rising stars of the demonic path. Initially, Shui Sansi did not mind it. Fan Yuan and Hu Mei'er had a conflict, and she was gloating over it. But now, she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white demons came to Sancha Mountain, they not only did not keep a low profile, but even create huge problems. Especially that Little Beast King, he does things with no discretions, unreasonable and ruthless, causing people to feel threatened. Tyrant Heng Mei from 10 Tyrants visited him out of goodwill, but was killed. Fei Li already begged for mercy, but Fan Yuan did not let him off, beating him to a pulp, into meat paste. The thing is, those were rank 4 Gu masters, with middle stage cultivation. But Little Beast King used initial stage cultivation to kill these two outrightly. Such battle strength bred fear in people's hearts. Xue Sanxi also had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She feels that her strength was about the same as Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. Now that Fan Yuan was challenging her, her heart sank as she felt a great threat, even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fan Jing is too cruel and unreasonable. He is trying to step on us, these seniors' corpses, to strengthen his reputation. Fei Li was the sacrifice for his ambitions, now it is my turn. Such arrogant acts, Xue Sanxi had done it when she was young. But back then, she only killed rank 3 Gu masters. She was nowhere near Fan Yuan's ruthlessness, choosing Gu masters at a higher stage than him to battle. To speak the truth, Xue Sanxi did not want to battle with this lunatic Fan Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation refining a Gu recently. Now that Fan Yuan publicly challenged her, she had to accept it. In this world, people often had no choice. If she, Xue Sanxi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had built up all these years would go down the drain. Xue Sanxi has been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of this world's cruelty. This was a difficult world to live in. For that chance of survival, all the different species fight it out with their lives. The kinder and weaker you show yourself, not only would you not gain peace, but you would even get yourself into greater danger, and attract the greed of many. Demonic Path Gu masters who got to Xue Sanxi's height have surely killed many people, and offended even more people. The world was like this: if you did not kill people, and offend people, how could you gain the resources needed to advance your cultivation? How could you gain fame from battle results? To defend her reputation, Xue Sanxi quickly agreed to Fan Yuan's challenge. The two decided on a wide valley as the location for their battle. 3 days later, Xue Sanxi saw Fan Yuan for the first time. She was shocked. Fan Yuan did not have the fierce appearance in her imagination. In fact, he looked rather gentlemanly. Without any boorish features, his eyes were dark like an abyss, extremely peaceful. Sky Tiger, I've heard of you. You offended a higher up in your clan, and was exiled. You secretly worked hard, taking a risk to kill beast kings, and using the Gu worms you gained to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert slowly and steadily. After that, you went back and killed the numerous elders that framed you in the past. To be honest, I admire you quite a bit. Fan Yuan spoke. Such a respectful tone caused people to listen in shock. Why did he change his nature? Speaking so politely? Does he have an interest in Sky Tiger? To be fair, although Sky Tiger looks ordinary, she has the proper curves, her body is great, she is indeed a beauty. Humph, is Little Beast King that kind of person? He disregarded even Hu Mei Air. He is ruthless and cold-blooded, a fearsome person. I've learned from these few days you guys should not place any hopes on him. As the people discussed, Xue Sanxi replied Fan Yuan. I'm flattered. Little Beast King, the name of the black and white demons is renowned in this area. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. I cultivate the strength path, you are the same. If we spar, it will help both of us learn more. Before this, I have sparred with Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. These two were great and gave me quite an experience. But such a sparring method is boring to me now. This time, why don't we change the sparring method? Xue Sanxi listened, and raised her eyebrows. Oh? What idea do you have? I'll listen to it. Simple, I'll stand here and let you hit me. After you finish, I'll hit you. Isn't that great and simple? It will end faster too. How about this? Since you are a woman, I'll give you 3 hits, after that, I will only retaliate with 1 hit. Fan Yuan smiled as he said. Sparring like that? Xue Sanxi's eyes glowed, attracted to Fan Yuan's proposal. Fan Yuan staying still and letting her do 3 hits, such a suggestion was too alluring. All right, let's do that. Xue Sanxi considered it through, agreeing. Please. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, staying still as he stretched out his right palm. Xue Sanxi's eyes shone with brilliance, as her killing intent surged, shouting. First move. Several Gu worms were activated at the same time in her aperture. Her slim arms burst out in a bright light, turning into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws tore through the sky, hitting Fan Yuan harshly. Fan Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood, flying out like a cannonball, landing on a huge rock behind him. Bam! There was a loud crash as the rock exploded, rock shrapnels flying everywhere. Good hit. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, standing up. His chest had an obvious concavity, at least 4 ribs were broken. Not only that, Fan Yuan felt his intestines were bleeding too. As the intense pain assaulted him, Fan Yuan endured it as his nerves were undergoing a huge trial. Shui Sanxi's expression changed. That's right, Fan Jing made a good plan. The more injured he got, the greater the strength he can use. Then do I attack harder or softer now? The harder she hits, the more injured Fan Yuan gets, and the higher his battle strength gets. If she hits softer, when it is his turn, she would be able to defend more easily. No, I should use all my strength to attack. Kill him in 3 hits. Shui Sanxi considered as she made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her goo worm, as her body expanded over twice her original size, becoming a giant. The hair on her body became longer, becoming brownish-yellow tiger fur. Her eyes became tiger eyes, and her teeth grew out of her mouth, becoming fangs. On her forehead, there was a symbol. Her strength more than doubled. As she pounced on Fan Yuan, a beast phantom appeared behind her body. A fierce tiger growling towards the heavens, giving off an imposing aura. Its body was covered in brownish-yellow fur, and it had a tough muscular body. Most importantly, there was a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger that has wings. That means it is a Biao. Tiger was the king of the 100 beasts. And Biao is a flying tiger, the king among the tigers. 3 hounds and 1 molosser, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. The strength of a Biao was 5 times of a tiger. The beast phantom of a Biao can suppress 3 to 4 of Fan Yuan's ordinary beast phantoms. Shui Sanxi's strength had already more than doubled, but now she unleashed the strength of a Biao. Under this huge force, Fan Yuan flew away like a shooting star, landing several hundred steps away, crashing on a mountain wall. Bam! The entire mountain valley shook intensely. The mountain rocks collapsed, engulfing Fan Yuan. Such strength! Is Fan Jing dead? No, not yet, his aura is still around. The collapsed rocks were pushed away. Fan Yuan walked out, his arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, his steel tendons were mushed, and his bronze skin was torn. Every step he walked, his body felt weak and was on the brink of collapsing. The Fan Yuan now could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms. But these injuries were recovering. Fan Yuan activated the self-reliance goo. The healing effect now had far surpassed the flesh-bone goo. Third move! Shui Sanxi was anxious, not wanting to give Fan Yuan time to recover. A pair of wings grew out of her back. This large pair of wings was brownish-yellow in color. As it flapped, Shui Sanxi flew to the sky. She flew higher and higher, until she was about 1 kilometer in the sky, before she dived down. She had calculated it long ago. This was the limit to how high she could go. Any higher and she would get injured from the impact after diving down. As everyone watched nervously, Shui Sanxi charged towards Fan Yuan. The image of a Biao appeared again. This time, it did not appear above her body, but directly overlapped her actual body. This moment, she seemed to have become a true sky tiger. With this move, you are finished! Shui Sanxi growled as her killing intent surged. Activating 2 Biao phantoms in a row caused her to pay a huge price. This was her strongest power, her strongest attack. She was confident of killing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked up at her, activating Golden Shield Goo. But Golden Shield Goo was rank 3, could it block Shui Sanxi's strongest attack? Chapter 343. Shameless and despicable. The lush valley enlarged rapidly in Shui Sanxi's eyes. Wind blew past and buzzed intensely on her ears. Shui Sanxi's face that had completely changed looked down at Fan Yuan with her tiger eyes, the corner of her lips already curled up into a bloodthirsty smile. She could almost see Little Beast King being flattened into mincemeat by her unprecedentedly fierce attack. There is no way he can survive such an impact. When she saw Fan Yuan activating Golden Shield Goo and his body covered by the golden light, she could not help but sneer inwardly. Rank 3 Golden Shield Goo? Even if it was the advanced rank 4 Golden Bell Shield, it would not be able to defend against my attack. The intensity of the battles between rank 4 Goo masters was very high, and was not something the defense of a rank 3 Goo could match. This time, I will let these juniors know what happens when they act so arrogantly. Shui Sanxi's killing intent was already so overwhelming that it was threatening to burst out. Finished, Fan Jing is finished this time. When they sensed the fierce attack of Shui Sanxi, many of the spectators shouted out. This is good, Little Beast King had been too rampant, he should be taught a lesson. Many righteous Gu masters were feeling happy at this scene. Looks like Little Beast King wants to rely on Golden Shield Gu to resist this attack. That is really too naive. No, maybe he will activate Beast Phantom. The combined strength of 8 Beast Phantoms is not a small matter. But if he does that, he would be breaking the agreement they made earlier. As long as he attacks, he will be breaking the agreement, and it will mean his loss. The spectators, whether they were of righteous path or demonic path, all wished for Fan Yuan to lose this battle. Fan Yuan's activities these days brought them an enormous mental pressure. No, there is still an influencing factor on the battlefield by Ning Bing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures suddenly moved to the entrance of the valley, and silently surrounded Bai Ningbing. These people tacitly took the same measure. If Bai Ningbing moved to save Fan Yuan, they would stop her. The terrifying thing about the black and white demons was the close cooperation between these two rank 4 Gu masters. Now everything bode ill for Little Beast King after they restrained Bai Ningbing. If Little Beast King fell, then only Bai Ningbing would be left, and it would not be that threatening. Fan Yuan's gaze was indifferent as he looked up at Shui Sanxi. In the depths of his pupils was a trace of mockery. Shui Sanxi had yet to collide against him, but a formless wind pressure was already pressing towards him. From another side, it showed the tremendous strength of the imminent collision. The phantom of Biao enveloped Shui Sanxi. The wings on her back flapped continuously as her speed increased more and more, and closed towards the ground. Soon, this force would collide against Fan Yuan. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he activated a Gu. Horizontal charge Gu. He suddenly charged towards the left, and then turned around. Vertical crash Gu. He charged 100 steps away. Little Beast King you! Shui Sanxi's anger flared up when she saw Fan Yuan suddenly running away. She opened her eyes so wide that the corners were about to rip. She did her best to control her descent, but her speed was too fast, and she could only let Fan Yuan run out of her attack range. Seeing Fan Yuan suddenly retreat, the spectators had yet to react when the next moment, there was an enormous explosion like a bolt from the blue. Boom! Shui Sanxi fiercely collided onto the ground. In that instant, the spectators around the valley could sense the ground under them shaking. Crushed stones shot out everywhere. The collision created a strong wind pressure that immediately shot out towards all direction. Everywhere the wind pressure reached, stones, trees, and plants were all uprooted and moved with it. Smoke and dust whirled around. The enormous destructive force instantly formed a 30 meters huge round crater. Everyone's heart pulsed rapidly in fear, and just as they were feeling moved about this destructive force, Fan Yuan suddenly changed direction and charged into the smoke. Horizontal charge Gu, vertical crash Gu. He used the 2 Gu one after another and rapidly charged towards Sky Tiger Shui Sanxi, not caring about the pain from the cold wind pressure and the crushed stones. Shui Sanxi was in the center of the huge crater, her body covered in dirt from the collision, and was cutting out a sorry figure. Her ears kept on buzzing and a burst of dizziness attacked her mind. The fierce Biao phantom had already dispersed. Her incomparably powerful bearing from just before was no longer there. Bitter strength Gu, all-out effort Gu. Fan Yuan hurried, an ominous glint shot out from his eyes. Howl, howl, howl. 8 beasts roared one after another. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant and black python, 8 phantoms made their loud debut in the air above Fan Yuan. Strength Chi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence severely depleted as it poured into strength Chi Gu, creating a huge formless strength Chi. This strength Chi attached itself to the 8 beast phantoms. The beast phantoms turned solid and lifelike one after another. With a shift of Fan Yuan's mind, the 8 beast phantoms charged towards the crater. Shui Sanxi's body was shaking and she was just about to pull out her legs from the ground when she suddenly heard beast roars from above her. She immediately raised her head and all she saw was darkness. Countless attacks rained down on her like a windstorm. Bam, bam, bam. The tragic sounds of the battle echoed from the huge crater. Shui Sanxi did her best to struggle and resist. After all, she was a rank 4 Gu master and had strong foundations. However, not even 3 minutes later, the sounds of battle stopped. 5 out of 8 phantoms remained and were shortly recalled by Fan Yuan. And Shui Sanxi, as the loser, had a mournful end. Pieces of her corpse were littered over the crater. Her blood sprayed all over the ground and dyed the white bone pieces. There were also the brain matter, hair, and so on. Smoke and dust dispersed. The whole battlefield became clear. When they saw such an outcome, the spectators all burst out in an uproar. Sky Tiger is dead. Another rank 4 Goo Master has been killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Shue Sansi? He said he would not move, but he ended up running. This battle should be Little Beast King's loss, because he went back against the battle agreement he himself set. The valley was a scene of commotion as the spectators commented and discussed. They were stunned and furious, showing intense resentment and disdain towards Fan Yuan's shameless behavior. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and her indifferent gaze swept through the battlefield. She had already expected this outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap Fan Yuan set. What kind of person was Fan Yuan? She, Bai Ningbing, was the person who knew it the best. The Goo Masters that were surrounding Bai Ningbing all tacitly retreated at the same time. Fan Yuan heard the rebukes, disdain and ridicule of the many Goo Masters around the valley, but he stood there with his hands behind his back and his face tranquil. His eyes squinted as if he was enjoying this. In his eyes, this so-called sincerity was merely people fearing deception, thus hoping and requesting others to follow their standards. Walking the demonic path, one should have no restraints and taboos. So what if he went against the agreement? So what if he did not keep his promise? As long as one had enough strength, they could do whatever they liked. What could others' disdain and ridicule do? These powerless and hollow words only manifested the helplessness of the weak. Could it hurt a single hair of his? This Shue Sansi is really stupid. She was actually bound by reputation and came running over to accept my challenge. Fan Yuan was in contempt of this. Reputation is meant to be made use of, it is only a tool. But in this world there are so many people who treats fame more importantly than their lives. Ha! Really laughable! Of course, I did use some tricks in this match. Shue Sansi was different from Tyron Hungmei and Fei Li. She possessed flying-type goo and she could just fly to a high altitude if the situation turned bad, and Fan Yuan would have no way to deal with her. Thus, Fan Yuan raised the agreement at the start. His goal was to restrain Shue Sansi's movement ability. When he mentioned the condition of 3 strikes, he had already not planned to abide by it. Shue Sansi fell step by step into Fan Yuan's trap, and Fan Yuan's injuries enticed her to continually advance forward. After the second strike, Fan Yuan intentionally healed himself in front of her. Shue Sansi was not willing to see her efforts go to waste, and under her worry, without thinking much, she flew to the sky, choosing to use her strongest attack. However, in the end, Fan Yuan instead borrowed her strength to weaken her greatly by using little effort, then quickly went into attack and killed her. If it was truly an upright and frank battle, Shue Sansi could fly with her wings and would absolutely not be so easily killed by Fan Yuan. Little Beast King, you really are shameless and despicable. You went back against the agreement, you are the loser in this match. Many spectators started shouting and yelling, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat, so what? Fan Yuan scoffed and replied loudly. His voice reverberated in the valley. The clamorous din suddenly quietened down. That's right, so what if he lost? Look at the winner, she has turned into a puddle of blood and flesh, even her own father won't be able to recognize her. What meaning is there in such an outcome? After reacting to this point, the noises in the valley suddenly rose an octave, much more violent than before. Fan Yuan calmly admitted his defeat and even more showed his shamelessness, causing the spectators to feel indignant and furious. Fan Yuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. Since you guys are feeling such anger, do you want to take revenge for Shue Sansi? I didn't know she had such good relationships. Come, all of you who wants to take revenge, come at me together. The fierce criticism from the spectators suddenly quietened down, and the surroundings turned silent in a moment. Although Fan Yuan pulled a fast one and killed Shue Sansi was a famous rank 4 middle stage figure in the end, and it was impossible for her to lack strength after the 3 attacks. However, she was also turned into meat paste by Fan Yuan, displaying Fan Yuan's formidable fighting strength once more. Fan Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row with his rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Such strength, other than a few individuals, who would not feel fear. Moreover, the heavier the injuries Fan Yuan suffered, the stronger his strength became. Fan Yuan arrogantly challenged them, but no one stood up. Demonic Goo Masters were mutually restrained and held suspicions towards each other. Almost every one of them was a loner. No one stood out for Shue Sansi. On the contrary, some members of Righteous Path wanted to eradicate this devil Fan Yuan, but they could not easily move at this moment. Why? Because once they stood up, it would become taking revenge for Shue Sansi. And Shui Sansi was a demonic figure. Is there no one that wants to take revenge for her? Is there or not? Fan Yuan again asked loudly. Countless spectators' expression turned gloomy. Some looked at each other but no one replied. If there is no one, I am leaving. Fan Yuan raised his brows and walked a few steps before he stopped. I am really leaving. Still, no one spoke. Fan Yuan's dominance suppressed everyone present. Such a rampant bearing made many rank 4 experts indignant. Many people became restless but still restrained themselves in the end. Ha! Fan Yuan raised his head towards the sky and laughed loudly as he walked away with large strides, soon leaving the battlefield. Chapter 344. Talented without virtue. Big brotherly, you need to make a move. Hu Mei'er lied back on Li Xian's chest and spoke coquettishly. Li Xian was short and fat. He had a round nose, large eyes and wide forehead. His hair also let out a greasy shine. Right now, one of his short and rough hand was on Hu Mei'er's delicate little waist while the other hand was on her leg. Li Xian was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. However, he rarely fought, making a living by doing business, and was a famous and scrupulous merchant of the demonic path, having wide connections. He embraced Hu Mei'er and said with a lecherous smile, Mei'er, your body feels like there are no bones with skin as delicate as jade. I haven't seen you for a few days and you have become more beautiful. Hu Mei'er rolled her eyes and said in a displeased tone, Big brotherly, I am trying to talk to you. That black and white twin demons offended me. I am already yours. You must seek justice for me. Okay. Li Xian half-heartedly spoke while his 10 fingers wandered over Hu Mei'er's body. Hu Mei'er's breathing became rough and her face flushed red. Along with her watery eyes, she looked very alluring. However, her mind was as clear as snow. She tried to persuade Li Xian, but he only muttered and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Hu Mei'er pushed Li Xian and stood up with a grieved expression. Big brotherly, give me a definite answer. I have been begging you like this, do you not pity me? Sigh, my darling, my little treasure. It is not that your big brotherly doesn't want to do it, but dealing with the black and white demons will be somewhat tricky. They are 2 rank 4 Gu masters, your big brotherly is a lone force, just one person. Li Xian spread his arms with a helpless expression. Hu Mei'er snorted. All right, I shall lower the bar. You only need to deal against that little beast king. This Fang Jing is the most hateful. You can leave that Bai Ningbing alone for now. This. Li Xian hesitated. Big brotherly. Hu Mei'er saw a chance and threw herself into Li Xian's arms, softly blowing at Li Xian's fat ear. Li Xian immediately felt a fire burning near his crotch. His eyes became dazed. Okay, since you are asking like this, Big brotherly will help you take revenge. But he slightly changed the topic. 3 Kings' inheritance will open again in 1 or 2 days. There cannot be any problems at this critical juncture. After the 3 Kings' inheritance, I will go teach that little beast king a lesson, alright? The opening of 3 Kings' inheritance was near and everyone was paying attention to it. Hu Mei'er curled her lips. She did not have much to say about Li Xian's evasion. After a period of intimacy, Hu Mei'er took her leave. Although Li Xian tried to make her stay, Hu Mei'er's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Hao could only send her off. He stood at the cave entrance and impatiently looked at Hu Mei'er's figure gradually getting far and disappearing within the forest. Humph, this little temptress. Li Xian returned back to his cave, the lust on his face nowhere to be seen, replaced by a cautious and gloomy expression. Trying to sow discord and use me as a tool to deal with Little Beast King? This little temptress really thinks she had reached greater success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous. The smile on Li Xian's face was cold. I, of course, have ways to deal with black and white twin demons. But when did I, Li Xian, ever do unprofitable business? Hee. This Little Beast King Fang Jing is not simple. He seems boorish, but in fact his thoughts are meticulous. Challenging 3 demonic Gu masters in a row before the opening of 3 Kings' inheritance, this definitely was a premeditated plan. Gu masters came from all over the places and gathered at Sancha Mountain. Why? Wasn't it for the 3 Kings' inheritance? Fan Yuan's aggressiveness had not caused him any troubles. These days only he found trouble for others. Why was it? Because everyone were impatiently watching the 3 Kings' inheritance, making every effort and secret preparation for it. Who would want to have a bloodbath with Little Beast King, this lunatic, and miss this great opportunity? No one. This little beast king used this psychology and acted unrestrainedly, establishing his reputation. 2 days later, when the 3 kings' inheritance opens, who will want to block his way? Li Xian shook his head as he predicted the future. Ever since Fan Yuan killed Shui Sanxi, even he felt some fear towards this little beast king. Before, when Fan Yuan killed Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li, it did not attract Li Xian's attention. However, when Fan Yuan broke his promise and took the chance to kill Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized what a thorny problem he was. Why so? The righteous path categorized talents into 4 grades. First grade was having both talent and virtue. Having talent and a moral character was the highest quality talent, able to hold his own. Second grade was having virtue but no talent. They might have no talent, but they had moral character. Those with filial piety will obey their parents. Those with loyalty will obey their leaders. Those with sincerity would not break their promises. They could be used with ease, at least no huge problems will occur. Moreover, many abilities could be learned through experience. Third grade was having talent but no virtue. They might have talent but had no moral conduct. With their talents they could take up a post, but higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid they would someday betray them. Fourth grade was having neither talent nor virtue. No talent and no moral conduct. They were worthless and no one would feel at ease using them. What kind of figure would be the most trouble when categorized under the demonic path? In demonic path, fourth grade was having virtue but no talent. They did not have talent but paid particular attention to virtue, living among their ideals. Often, it was themselves that would cause their own destruction. Third grade was having neither talent nor virtue. They might not have talent, but they also did not have any moral conduct. They could at least do some lowly works and earn a living. Second grade was having both talent and virtue. With talent they could fill their stomachs. However, at the same time, with virtue, filial piety, respect, loyalty, and so on became the ropes that bound them. In demonic path, such a mutually deceptive character decided that such a type of people would not play a key role. And the first grade, having talent but no virtue. Fan Yuan was such a person. He had talent, overflowing with talent actually. His aptitude was outstanding, a great aptitude was not something everyone possessed. Secondly, his battle talent allowed him to overstep realms and fight. Tyrant Heng Mei, Fei Li and Shui Sanxi had cultivation higher than him, but all died a tragic death in his hands. This was enough to prove this point. Finally, he possessed the ability to do business. At Shangclan City, he did surprisingly well. And in a short period of a few years, he was able to gather such a formidable set of goo worms. If such a talented person had virtue, Li Xian would not be feeling so difficult. However, Fan Yuan was someone with not even a hint of morality. He left Hu Mei'er in the lurch, not giving a hoot to beauty. He was boorish, unreasonable, easily killed people and treated life with contempt. He killed Tyrant Heng Mei and other 2, each time he smashed them into minced meat. His savage and ruthless nature was clear from this. He deceived Shui Sanxi and broke his promise in front of everyone, but was still proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. It shows that he did things without any restraint or lower limits. He could betray someone as easily as snapping his fingers with not even a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian was deeply aware, if a person like Little Beast King were to be placed in righteous path, in a peaceful environment, they would definitely be excluded by the people, suppressed, banished or imprisoned. However, in the chaotic demonic path with its cruel competitive environment, Fan Yuan was like a tiger entering the mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. Such a person, if I had discovered him early, I would have suppressed and killed him. However, now, it is too late, too late. Li Xian sighed deeply. Fan Yuan had already matured and he also had a companion beside him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was best at doing business and not at fighting. Naturally, there was always someone stronger. On Sancha Mountain, there were also people that could kill Fan Yuan. They were the 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters like Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian and others. However, how could Li Xian command such formidable characters? Moreover, these 4 were all in a subtle restraining balance. Not one of them dared to act blindly and all their eyes were set on 3 kings' inheritance. How could they have the mood to consider other things? Humph, this little temptress harbors evil intentions. She actually wants to stir me up and fight with such a demonic figure. How is that possible? Not only will I not offend him, but instead I will build a good cooperative relationship with him. All demonic path figures place benefits at the top. However, by killing Shui Sansi, Little Beast King has offended another person. Sky Tiger's godfather, who is the rank 4 upper stage Gu Master Century Boy. These days, Century Boy has been refining Gu in seclusion. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens this time. At that time, he will most likely find trouble for black and white twin demons. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King while staying at the sidelines on the surface. I will watch the battle between Century Boy and black and white twin demons, then after looking at the outcome, I will wait for an opportunity to make a move. No matter what the outcome was, Li Xian would not have much loss. This was Li Xian, an unscrupulous merchant of the demonic path who was an expert at benefiting from others' expense. Swish, swish, swish. Under Fan Yuan's will, the bright golden primeval essence tide cleansed the aperture walls. Even on Sancha Mountain, he was always cultivating diligently. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage. It was originally only light gold primeval essence. However, under the effect of Nine Eyes Liquor Worm, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm and changed into bright golden primeval essence. Bright golden primeval essence was an enormous assistance to his battles. This was also one of the main reasons for him being able to kill 3 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters in a row. These days, my reputation has raised greatly. There are certainly many people who hate and fear me. However, what does that have to do with anything? What I am treading on is the demonic path. It should be like this. Moreover, this is not Earth. Here, individual strength can be above a group. In different environments, the rules of the game were also different. If it were on Earth, even if one walked demonic path, they would also have to consider moral character. Because on Earth, the difference between individual strengths was small. Demonic paths people also could only gather into a group to be able to accomplish grand ambitions. 2 more days and it will be the day the 3 Kings' inheritance opens. It is unlikely for someone to come find trouble for me. I will use this time to refine Charge and Crash Gu. Fan Yuan had a precise plan and arrangement for his future. Chapter 345. Charge and Crash Gu. At that time, when Fan Yuan chose Horizontal Charge and Vertical Crash Gu as his movement Gu, he had already considered the situation when he advanced to rank 4. Horizontal Charge Gu and Vertical Crash Gu were the 2 main materials to refine Charge and Crash Gu. With these 2 rank 3 Gu as the main, together with the Gu Master's primeval essence, and some supplementary materials and so on, to refine Charge and Crash Gu. The process of refining Charge and Crash Gu was not difficult. Fan Yuan had made sufficient preparations and the success rate of this recipe by itself was rather high. 2 days later, Fan Yuan succeeded in refining and obtained a whole new Gu Charge and Crash Gu. Horizontal Charge Gu and Vertical Crash Gu could only charge to the distance of 100 steps together. But Charge and Crash Gu fused from these 2 Gu increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time, the delay between repeated use was also decreased by half. However, the consumption of primeval essence was increased a little. But this small flaw was nothing to Fan Yuan, who possessed the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. I already have 6 rank 4 Gu now: Bitter Strength Gu, Charge and Crash Gu, Yang Gu of Yin Yang Rotation Gu, 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, Expend Strength Gu and Blood Skull Gu. All Out Effort Gu, Strength Chi Gu, Golden Shield Gu and others are all rank 3. They are slowly failing to keep up with my requirements. Most of the Gu on Fan Yuan were rank 3. He was, however, at rank 4 initial stage now and possessed middle stage bright golden primeval essence, thus these Gu worms were gradually becoming unsuitable for him. Naturally, it did not mean that the higher the Gu, the better they were. For example, Bone Flesh Unity Gu. It was only a rank 3 Gu, but it could allow many Gu masters to use it even at this rank. This made its value stand out. On the whole, however, Gu worms and Gu masters needed to have a mutually cooperative rank, and was best if it were the same for it be more convenient in using them. Fan Yuan made a small consideration. He had a lot of Gu worms to upgrade. First of all was the All-Out Effort Gu. The All-Out Effort Gu on him was only at rank 3. It could only activate rank 3 Beast Phantoms. To advance its rank, he would need to get the undefeated 100 Battles Gu from 3 Kings' inheritance, so this plan could only be put aside for now. Strength Chi Gu was also at rank 3, but Fan Yuan did not have its corresponding recipe, so he was unable to advance it. Fan Yuan planned to advance rank 3 Golden Shield Gu into rank 4 Golden Bell Shield Gu. The storage-type rank 3 Tusita Flower could be upgraded to rank 4 Tusita Lantern Gu. Self-Reliance Gu was also a rank 3 Gu, but it was already at its peak stage and did not have relevant recipe for its advancement. But although it was a rank 3 Gu, as long as Fan Yuan displayed formidable strength, its healing effects could match with rank 4 Healing Gu. Similar to Self-Reliance Gu was Bone Flesh Unity Gu. Breath Concealment Gu that was used to hide cultivation was also at rank 3. Although it could be advanced, Fan Yuan decided lay it aside. At the present time, he did not need to hide his aura. And Heaven Essence Treasure Lotus was also at rank 3. Fan Yuan already possessed the fusion recipe for rank 4 Heaven Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. But he needed to obtain a number of spirit springs to refine it. This was a large project and could only be put aside for now. Calculating like this, Fan Yuan needed to advance All-Out Effort Gu, Golden Shield Gu, Tusita Flower and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, these 4 Gu. However, it was not just like that. Fan Yuan had used Iron Bone Gu, Steel Tendon Gu and Copper Skin Gu to transform his body. These Gu were all rank 3 Gu. The defense they provided during fights between rank 4 Gu masters were little. There were also the 8 phantoms in Fan Yuan's body, none of them were from rank 4 Strength Gu. Thus, Fan Yuan also needed to replace these phantoms. The 8 phantoms I have are from ordinary beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao Strength Phantom, Mastiff Strength Phantom and so on, can I display the strongest fighting strength in rank 4 realm. Fan Yuan had been interested in the Biao Strength Gu of Shui Sanxi. However, he had turned Shui Sanxi into mincemeat and the Gu worms on her body were also destroyed. Fan Yuan's methods were too brutal. He frequently smashed his enemies into meat paste. Although this was also a constant characteristic of Strength Path Gu masters, this method was too violent, and there would seldom be any surviving Gu worms once the battle ended. Fan Yuan had won against 3 rank 4 demonic Gu masters in a row, but only obtained an Expend Strength Gu. And this Expend Strength Gu was also surrendered and contributed by Fei Li of his own accord. The way Gu masters obtained Gu worms was basically from trading, raising, capturing, fusing or reverse refining. Gu masters rarely obtained Gu worms as their victory spoils. On one hand it was because Gu masters used secretive and dangerous methods. In case a battle started, both sides would use all their strength to attack and would not spare anything for their safety. Like this, the Gu worms would also be wrecked and destroyed. On another hand, it was extremely easy for the Gu masters to destroy their own Gu worms. It only required a thought from them and their Gu worms would self-destruct. I have a lot to do to advance all of them. Fan Yuan sighed and walked out of the cave. Bai Ningbing was already waiting for him at the cave entrance, and was gazing at the peak. Fan Yuan followed her gaze and also looked up. He only saw enormous light pillars rise from the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain, piercing through clouds and soaring towards the sky. Its enormous aura felt like it was supporting heaven and earth. The 3 kings' inheritance had opened. With this inheritance, my set of Strength Path Gu will be taken to perfection. Fan Yuan's gaze was burning, but he restrained it. Although he had outstanding battle prowess, it was still not his turn to take the stage. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 figures separately charged out from east, south, north and west. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura were let out without any concealment. From the eastern direction was Poison Path Gu Master Long Qing Tian. He had long black hair, pale green skin and his green pupils faintly flashed like there were 2 cold fires burning in it. From the western direction was Righteous Path Wu Clan's Elder Wu Shintong. His fame was powerful and domineering, but his body was thin like a sickly scholar. He had pale complexion and coughed from time to time as if he could not endure this mountain wind. From the southern direction was the demonic path expert Kong Ri Tian. He was wearing flower-patterned gown. He had a smile on while standing in the air, pink butterflies fluttering around him. From the northern direction was Yi Clan's Elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered with blue fish scales which formed into a thin armor. Hi's nose was long and protruding out. His eyes were larger than twice that of a normal person's, and he had a head full of blazing unkempt hair. The muscles in his whole body tangled, forming layers of lumps. His stature was short, but his physique was extremely imposing. An enormous triangular fin grew out from his back like the black fin on a shark's back. These 4 were currently the strongest Gu masters at Sancha Mountain. Rank 4 peak stage cultivation was only a step away from rank 5. If they advanced to rank 5, they would be the monarchs of the mortal world and wield power over a region. Their might and aura would spread everywhere. These 4 had already confronted each other for months on San Cha Mountain. They had also fought many times with each other over this period of time, but no one could do anything to other, forming a chaotic situation. Righteous Path's Wu Shintong and Yi Chong appeared to be allies, but inwardly, they were not of one mind. While Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian would also occasionally collaborate if the situation turned bad. These 4 occupied the top caves and were closest to the inheritance entrances at San Cha Mountain. The appearance of these 4 attracted the gazes of all the Gu masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right before their eyes. No matter who it was, they were all restraining the desire to make a move. After the short stalemate, Kong Ri Tian chose King Bao's inheritance, Long Qing Tian chose King Xian's inheritance, and Wu Xintong chose King Quan's inheritance. The 3 inheritances did not correspond with each other, but there were 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. The Gu master remaining, Yi Chong, hesitated for a while before finally choosing King Bao's inheritance. With this, King Bao's inheritance has Kong Ri Tian and Yi Chong, 2 experts. Long Qing Tian chose King Xian's inheritance this time. We fell in his trap last time, we must avoid him. Wu Xintong is an enslavement path Gu master. Reportedly he has already advanced to middle stage of King Quan's inheritance. In this inheritance, he is like a fish in water and can display extraordinary strength. If we choose King Quan's inheritance, we might only get his leftovers. While the crowd was discussing, a group of Gu masters ascended to the peak. They were rank 4 upper stage Gu masters. Some had bizarre appearances, some were fiendish, some had dignified appearance, and some were gloomy like forest. Among them, one was a boy wearing black clothes. Before he entered the inheritance, he looked down and gazed deeply at Fang Yuan. Century Boy. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and let out a dangerous aura. Century Boy was also a strength path Gu master and was the godfather of Shui Sanxi, her patron. Fang Yuan killed Shui Sanxi and offended Century Boy. However, with the 3 kings' inheritance in sight, Century Boy did not have the mind and heart to settle the account with Fang Yuan now. But once the inheritance closed, he was sure to make his moves against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had not the least bit of fear towards this, and was instead secretly looking forward to it. With his current strength, he was almost unrivaled among rank 4 initial stage Gu masters and could also prevail over ordinary middle stage Gu masters. However, he would be evenly matched against rank 4 upper stage. Above that, rank 4 peak stage would be a difficult opponent. However, if those rank 4 Gu masters like Kong Ri Tian and others wanted to kill Fang Yuan, they would also pay a disastrous price. As the Gu masters' cultivation reached the later stages, the difference in each small realm was big, and it would get more difficult to cross these ranks to battle, let alone cross realms to battle. Fang Yuan possessed plentiful battle experience, and also had a set of excellent strength path Gu worms, but he was also only able to cross one realm and kill middle stage Gu masters. Of course, if I replace my Gu worms to rank 4, then I will have the strength to win against upper stage Gu masters, and even be evenly matched against rank 4 peak stage. 3 Kings' inheritance, here I come! At once, Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu and charged towards the peak. Rank 4 upper stage Gu masters had all entered the inheritances. The light pillars of the 3 inheritances were already a lot dimmer. A group of rank 4 middle stage Gu masters were just ascending up Sancha Mountain, when they suddenly saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing charge towards them. All of their complexions changed and by some tacit agreement, got out of the way. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Quan's inheritance together. Chapter 346. First entry into King Quan inheritance. The moment his body entered the light pillar, Fang Yuan felt an intense weightlessness. When his vision cleared up, he found himself standing in the wilderness. All he could see around him was the grayish-white sky. On the ground, the gray-white rocks formed into short mounds, like gravestones. The gray-colored ground was not fertile, it was hard and dry, with some yellow grass growing in between the cracks. The sky was white, the earth was gray, and the grass was yellow. The world had 3 colors. Other than that, there were no other colors. All he could hear was silence, or rather, dead silence. There was no wind, no swaying tree leaves, no cries of birds and beasts. Anyone standing here would feel that in this entire world, he was the only person left, a lone survivor. Being in the land of nothingness, loneliness, solitariness, loss and even fear would grow in their hearts. Although he went into the inheritance with Bai Ningbing, at the moment, Fan Yuan was alone. But Fan Yuan was extremely calm. So this is King Quan inheritance. He looked around, muttering to himself softly. Compared to an ordinary rank 5 Gu Master's inheritance, the three kings' inheritance had a huge difference. An ordinary rank 5 inheritance, be it Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, or Western Desert, they were all in the main world. But the three kings' inheritance was built inside a Gu immortal blessed land. Back then, the three kings were stuck and discovered the inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal by accident, starting their legend. The three kings were all geniuses in their own field. After failing to advance to rank 6, they set up their inheritances in this blessed land before their deaths. Thus, Fan Yuan was no longer in the main world now. Gu immortal blessed land, a small world that existed within the main world. Every world had different rules and laws. Entering a world means obeying and following its rules. Although Bai Ningbing entered the inheritance with me, she was definitely sent to another place in this small world. But it is not a problem, as long as she continues to advance into the inheritance. We will definitely meet along the way. Fan Yuan knew that this was the unique law of space inside a small world. At the same time, there was also a difference in the flow of time. The flow of time here is 3 times that of the outside world. In Fan Yuan's aperture, the slumbering spring-autumn cicada had awakened, and was recovering at 3 times the speed inside this world. The spring-autumn cicada fed on the water in the river of time. In this small world, the water flow in the river of time was 3 times faster than the outside world. Thus, it greatly assisted the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. But this was not good news to Fan Yuan. The pressure that the spring-autumn cicada emits in its perfect condition was not something a rank 4 aperture could contain. The King Quan inheritance, although it was a chance for Fan Yuan to grow, it was also a land of death that escalated his demise. Staying here for 1 day means 3 days outside. I have to hurry and conserve my time. Fan Yuan felt a strong sense of urgency. Thankfully, with his memories, this King Quan inheritance of a rank 5 Gu Master was not unfamiliar to him. If I am not wrong, there should be a dog-type wild beast around here somewhere. Fan Yuan moved around, looking all over the place, searching for what he had in mind. Woof, woof, woof! Suddenly, he heard a cry from afar, as a weak wild dog ran towards Fan Yuan with its eyes glowing in a weak green light. This wild dog was thin to the bones, its teeth were yellow, and it was only at the height of Fan Yuan's knee. It appeared extremely ferocious, evidently hungry. After smelling the human flesh that was Fan Yuan, it rushed over without hesitation. Fan Yuan frowned. This wild dog was very ordinary. Meeting it in the first stage was his bad luck. He stood quietly on the spot, letting the dog run towards him. In the currently environment, Fan Yuan could not utilize his other Gu worms. He could only use the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu. This was the restriction of the laws in this small world. King Quan modified the Gu immortal blessed land, allowing a Gu master to bring in a rank 1 dog enslavement Gu into his inheritance, and at the same time, other Gu worms cannot be used. Of course, other than the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu. After a Gu worm reaches rank 6, be it the main world or the small world, there only exists one of it. Spring-autumn cicada was not a mortal being, it was an immortal Gu. Even in the blessed land, it could be used freely. Not just King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance, and King Bao inheritance are the same. When the Gu master initially enters the inheritance, they can only use the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu, and exploding egg Gu. Seeing the wild dog rush towards him, Fan Yuan activated the dog enslavement Gu in his aperture. This dog enslavement Gu looked like a jade stone, only thumb size. The exterior of the jade stone looked like a dog head. Fan Yuan only used 1 drop of light golden primeval essence to activate this dog enslavement Gu. The dog enslavement Gu turned into a jade light, bursting out and turning from solid to hollow. Next, it flew into the wild dog in the blink of an eye. The wild dog cried out, as if it was heavily injured, and fell on the ground. Because it was running, it slided across the ground until it rolled to Fan Yuan's feet. After resting for a while, the dog got up. But this time, it did not bare its fangs at Fan Yuan, but instead, sprawled on the ground, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. Get up! Fan Yuan willed. The wild dog obeyed and got up. Its body had soft fur, the fur was dark but there was no injuries on it. The dog enslavement Gu directly went into its soul, it did not cause any damage to the dog's physical body. Its four limbs were on the ground, and the head was only near Fan Yuan's knee. Fan Yuan observed and shook his head. This was an ordinary wild dog, it had little battle strength. But precisely so, he could use the dog enslavement goo on it so easily. Regardless, I have to rely on it to get through the second round. Fan Yuan was thinking in his mind, when suddenly a force from heaven and earth engulfed his body. Immediately, Fan Yuan could not move an inch. In front of him, a light flashed and a second dog enslavement goo appeared in front of him. Fan Yuan knew this was the reward from the inheritance, as well as the key to the second round, thus he quickly refined it. This dog enslavement goo was also rank 1, it was easy to refine. When Fan Yuan refined this goo, and kept it into his aperture, with a swoosh he vanished on the spot, moved to another location by the heavenly power. This was still the wilderness, with white sky, gray earth, and yellow grass. Fan Yuan stood on a low mound, as 3 wild dogs were surrounding him. They were all thin as twigs, as 2 were lowering their heads scavenging for food. The third was slightly older, lying on the ground motionless. Fan Yuan's sudden appearance caused the 3 dogs to go crazy. They started running like they were jolted with lightning, towards Fan Yuan from all 3 directions. Fan Yuan controlled the first wild dog and activated its ferocity. Under Fan Yuan's command, it bared its claws on one of the wild dogs. But it could only stop one wild dog. Soon, the second closed in on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan reenacted the same scene from earlier, using the second dog enslavement goo and tamed it. The third wild dog pounced, and Fan Yuan split his concentration into 2, commanding both wild dogs to attack. If it was an ordinary goo master, and was not familiar with the dog enslavement goo, holding 2 fights at the same time would cause them to lose their bearings. But Fan Yuan was not nervous, in fact he was not even going all out yet. With his 500 years of experience, Fan Yuan had commanded numerous beast groups to battle. Especially the blade-winged blood bats from the Blood Sea inheritance. In this life, for Sancha Mountain's inheritance, he had trained for several months in Shangclan City, familiarizing himself with controlling dog groups. The battle proceeded smoothly in Fan Yuan's expected direction. But Fan Yuan frowned. The first wild dog's body condition is terrible. Fighting like this, even if I win, I will only be left with 1 wild dog. As he considered this, he consciously directed the 2 dogs to retreat while fighting. Eventually, Fan Yuan successfully merged the 2 battles together. This increased the pressure on Fan Yuan's commands, but it also established great advantage for him. Fan Yuan's 2 wild dogs were cooperating perfectly, but their enemies were fighting alone. Not long after, this intense battle ended. The corpses of 2 wild dogs laid on the ground, blood flowing out of them. The wild dogs Fan Yuan controlled stood on the ground, covered in wounds. The first dog was more injured, while the second dog was relatively healthier. The battle had just ended, when the heavenly power descended again, wrapping around Fan Yuan and his 2 ordinary wild dogs. His vision changed again, as weightlessness assaulted him. Third round. Fan Yuan observed his surroundings immediately. This time, he was standing on the top of a mound, surrounded by 6 wild dogs. 6! Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated, feeling pressured. He had 2 wild dogs with him, having to fight against 3 times of his force. At the same time, his dogs were injured. Without time to rest or think, the 6 dogs detected him and immediately attacked. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. As he saw a pit nearby, he jumped in. He jumped into the pit. With a hard wall behind him, he placed both his dogs in front of him. The 6 wild dogs rushed towards him, at differing speeds. The 2 healthy wild dogs rushed up first, while the remaining 4, with different injuries, were far behind. Seeing this, Fan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. If these 6 dogs were healthy, he had no chance. But with this terrain advantage, and his skilled manipulation, he was confident of passing this round and moving on to the next. Chapter 347. What level of proficiency in enslavement path is this? Woof woof woof. The sound of furious barking of dogs echoed endlessly. Dozens of dogs were in a fierce fight. One side had many numbers but their formation were scattered. Another side had fewer numbers, but they were in a tight formation, and furthermore they were displaying battle tactics like shielding, retreating, attacking and so on. Fan Yuan stood on a nearby hill and overlooked the whole battlefield while commanding his dogs. This was already his 10th battle in King Quan's inheritance. With his plentiful experience, and the understanding of King Quan's inheritance, he had sprinted through the whole process without any incidents. The battle lasted for 5 more minutes before it ended. In the whole battlefield, there were 19 dogs still standing, all of them the result of Fan Yuan's hard accumulation. Fan Yuan softly let out a breath of turbid air. His mind felt slightly exhausted. In King Quan's inheritance, the difficulty increases sharply every 10 rounds of battles. I used 28 dogs this time but had to sacrifice 9 of them to resist the assault of nearly 60 dogs and cross this barrier. To be honest, Fan Yuan had some alarming moments during this process. The 3 kings were demonic Gu masters. Demonic inheritance always held the law of the survival of the fittest, an intense and cold competition. This round should be enough to eliminate most of the participants who want to steal benefits. There were countless righteous and demonic Gu masters on San Cha Mountain. Every time the 3 kings' inheritance opened, large numbers of Gu master would come pouring in to try their luck. However, no matter which inheritance of the 3 kings' inheritance it was, they were all extremely strict. To choose the most suitable inheritor, the barriers the 3 kings set up were high. Among the 3 kings, King Quan was an enslavement path Gu master, King Xian was a refinement path Gu master, and King Bao was a fire path Gu master. Their chosen inheritors naturally should also follow these paths. The difficulty of the first 10 rounds ruthlessly eliminated most of the Gu masters of other paths. At the 30th round, there would not be any Gu masters of other paths. At the 50th round, those remaining would be elites and geniuses of these paths. At the 70th round, only experts with deep foundations would remain. Very few could reach the 90th round, and they could be counted with 2 hands. Especially from 90th to 100th round, the final 10 rounds, the difficulties were extreme and unsurmountable like the heavenly chasm. Even a monster like Fan Yuan could not cross it. In his previous life, the 3 kings' inheritance lasted for close to 10 years. It involved countless people, both demonic and righteous, heroes and villains. As of now, it had not been even a year since the appearance of the 3 kings' inheritance, and it was in its early stage. It was already amazing for many people to be able to charge through a dozen barriers. By the middle stage, the participants would find it difficult to continue from around 50th barrier. They would exchange their experiences and sum up many rules. At the late stage, most of the participants would hover around 70th to 80th barrier. Only an extremely few number of participants would be struggling at 90th round. These people were mostly rank 5 Gu masters, their every action attracting many gazes. And at the final period, the mystical figures of many rank 6 Gu immortals also appeared. Fan Yuan remembered most of the parts clearly. Of course, there were also some blurry areas, but they were minor details. He had a deep understanding of 3 kings' inheritance. He knew no matter which inheritance he chose, he could only charge to the 90th round with his strength. After the 90th round, the barriers were all something only rank 5 Gu masters had a chance of clearing. Fan Yuan knew it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to rank 5. 10 years was absolutely not enough. This was not only because cultivation became more difficult the higher the Gu master advanced, but also because of spring-autumn cicada. In this Gu immortal blessed land, time flow was quickened, which intensified the recovery speed of spring-autumn cicada. This was an enormous threat to him. Heavenly power descended once more and Fan Yuan's vision flashed. In a split second, he found himself transported to another strange place. His field of view was not clear as the previous 10 rounds, the surroundings were filled with dense gray fog, making one unable to distinguish even the directions. Apart from rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, none of his other Gu worms could be used. 19 dogs walked around him, but there was only a faint connection left from the dog enslavement Gu. However, Fan Yuan was not flustered. He was clear that starting from the 10th round, the inheritance would give every challenger the power to choose. He stood calmly and soon was able to distinguish. Towards the depths of the fog on his left was an orange glow like someone had turned on a lantern. It was accompanied by a sound, the clear sound of a dog's bark. Towards his front was an indistinct black human shadow, appearing near but also far. Towards his right, in the depths of the gray fog, a ball of blue lightning crackled. The orange light represents Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This dog is more loyal than the ordinary dogs with me. They are easy to control and can execute exquisite battle tactics. The blue light should be lightning symbol dog. It is very fast, faster than ordinary dogs by 2 times. And the black human figure should be my opponent, another Gu master. Fan Yuan pondered. These were all reminders provided by King Quan's inheritance to him. The first time a person enters, they would have a blurred vision and could only feel their way through the barrier, not able to make the most beneficial choice. However, Fan Yuan was well aware, whether it was Chrysanthemum Akita Dog, Lightning Symbol Dog, or the Goo Master, they were all challenges but also opportunities. Fan Yuan considered it for just a short while and directly walked forward, abandoning the left and right directions. As he walked forward, the gray fog started becoming thinner, and his vision became clearer. At the same time, his control over his 19-dog enslavement goo also became stronger. And the gray fog on his left and right became denser. Han Bulu stood still, calmly looked at the person that walked out of the fog. Han Bulu was already 48. He was a righteous path goo master with a cultivation of rank 4 middle stage, and had already entered King Quan's inheritance many times. This allowed him to have a lot of understanding regarding King Quan's inheritance. Right now, as he saw Fan Yuan's figure in the fog walking slowly towards him, he immediately knew this was his opponent. However, he was not in the least bit nervous. He was an enslavement path goo master, and was like a fish in water in King Quan's inheritance. In this special environment, all the previous accumulation of goo masters were not counted. They could only use the goo the inheritance gave them to fight. The difference in cultivations had sharply decreased. This person is really unfortunate, actually bumping into me. I will do my best to win against this person with the smallest loss. Then I will charge towards the 20-second barrier. Han Bulu was very confident towards himself. He had charged to 21st barrier last time. Such an accomplishment was one of the best in his circles, even surpassing many rank 4 upper stage and peak stage goo masters. Fan Yuan stepped out of the fog, his eyes as dark as the abyss and his expression as tranquil as water. Han Bulu's pupils shrunk rapidly as he revealed a terrified expression. It is Little Beast King! He immediately felt nervous and panicked. Although Fan Yuan had arrived in Sancha Mountain not long ago, he had killed 3 middle-stage goo masters with his initial stage cultivation. His might was awe-inspiring and his vicious reputation had spread far. Han Bulu was also at middle stage, but he, himself, knew his battle strength could not compare to Sky Tiger and others. But soon, Han Bulu regained his senses. This is the goo immortal blessed land, not the outside world. In this round, we can only use dog enslavement goo. Little Beast King can't use his goo set. He walks the strength path and is so young, how could he have any proficiency in the enslavement path? Han Bulu's eyes shone with ecstasy and greed as he roared in his mind. Ahahaha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. By killing Little Beast King, I can greatly spread my reputation. By taking his goo worms and selling them, I can make a lot of primeval stones. Dogs charge. Righteous path inheritances were gentle and usually did not cause any deaths. Sometimes, even when someone failed, they would have some gains. However, King Quan's inheritance was a demonic path inheritance. Here, one could kill and death was a normal thing. The most crucial thing was in this goo immortal blessed land, goo masters could not utilize their goo worms. This meant if the goo master died, they cannot will their goo worms to self-destruct. The goo masters on Sancha Mountain had already discovered this point through fights. This led to a sharp increase in the number of casualties in the inheritance. At outside world, goo masters could cause their goo worms to self-destruct before their deaths, not letting their enemies have them. The profits from battles were very small. But here, if a goo master died, their goo worms would be left behind. This enticed people to commit crimes. If Han Bulu killed Fan Yuan, almost all the goo worms on Fan Yuan would be left behind. Such enormous spoils caused Han Bulu to let out his killing intent without restraint. With a shift of his mind, 11 dogs charged towards Fan Yuan. Woof woof woof. They let out savage barks, and seemed unstoppable. Fan Yuan was indifferent. He waited till these dogs neared him, then waved his hand. With a light wave, 19 dogs rushed out from the gray fog behind him. 19? Han Bulu was extremely shocked, his eyes almost falling from their sockets. How can there be so many? He was filled with doubts. He was an enslavement path goo master and had a lot of experience in commanding dogs, but despite his greatest efforts, only 11 dogs remained when he was done with the 10th round. And Little Beast King, this strength path goo master has 19? A whole 8 more than his. What level of proficiency in enslavement path was this? No! Impossible! This is absolutely because he was lucky, otherwise how could he have so many dogs remaining? The true contest starts now. I will let you see what the commanding skill of an enslavement path Goo master looks like. Han Bulu calmed his mind and was soon filled with fighting spirit. In his opinion, Little Beast King was so young, no matter how much of a genius he was, he could not advance in both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. A flaw. Fan Yuan had been observing his opponent from the start. Seeing Han Bulu's expression change irregularly, he immediately grasped this fleeting chance and decisively mobilized the few strongest dogs to form an offensive arrow formation. The next moment, this arrow suddenly broke the opponent's formation. Oh no! Han Bulu's heart jumped rapidly as he immediately controlled his dogs. However, how could Fan Yuan give him this chance? His remaining dogs formed into two exquisite arcs and outflanked the opponent's formation from left and right, seizing control of the situation in an instant. Chapter 348. Chrysanthemum Akita Dog. This was an intense slaughter. Han Bulu tried to resist desperately, trying to overturn the situation. But Fan Yuan saw through his actions every time, destroying his battle tactic. All his resistances were suppressed. Every effort he put in yielded no result. An hour later there were only 8 wild dogs left, they were all Fan Yuan's. Han Bulu's expression was pale, sweating profusely as he stood dazed on the ground. Plop! He suddenly kneeled on the ground, begging Fan Yuan. Lord Little Beast King, please spare my life. I will do anything for you to repay your kindness. You are a genius, a monstrous genius. I was scared and had no options but to battle you. Your mastery of the enslavement path has left me utterly speechless in admiration. Lord Little Beast King, from today onwards, you are my master. Oh, is that so? But how do you want me to see your sincerity? Unless you are willing to let me use the slavery goo. Fan Yuan laughed lightly, manipulating 8 wild dogs to surrounding Han Bulu. Han Bulu flustered. Lo! Lord, inside this goo immortal blessed land, goo masters cannot use their goo worms. Moreover, I do not have a slavery goo. Then I have no choice. Fan Yuan waved his hand coldly, as 8 wild dogs pounced. Lord Fang Zheng. No! Han Bulu jolted up, screaming in fear, trying to escape. But it was already too late. The 8 wild dogs surrounded him, opening their mouths and chew on his body with their sharp canine teeth. Han Bulu screamed pitifully, shrugging his arms like a lunatic, rolling on the ground. But it was useless. Even if he had ice muscles, steel bones, or bronze skin, inside the blessed land, all these were weakened and rendered useless. Fanjing, I won't let you off even as a ghost. You! Under his curses and cries, Han Bulu's flesh and skin were torn apart, his eyes were dug out, and blood flowed out of him, showing his pale white bones. Fan Yuan watched silently, until he was completely dead and motionless. He waved his hand lightly, and the 8 wild dogs stopped their attacks, retreating to the 2 sides and opening a path for Fan Yuan. Their bodies were full of blood traces. Some were still chewing on Han Bulu's bones, some of their claws still had Han Bulu's hair, flesh and so on. Han Bulu's corpse was completely destroyed. But his stomach area was consciously left intact by Fan Yuan's control. He placed his palm on Han Bulu's stomach, his mind entering the aperture. This was a standard rank for middle stage aperture. But Han Bulu was already dead, thus his aperture was slowly dying and shrinking. Due to the law of this blessed land, all his goo worms were suppressed and unable to move, quietly lying on the surface of the primeval sea. There were 5 goo, all from the enslavement path, with 2 rank 4 goo among them. Fan Yuan looked around, and retrieved them all out, easily refining them into his own aperture. Throughout the process, he did not use the spring-autumn cicada. The law of the blessed land did not restrict him at this moment, in fact, it helped him to refine these goo easily. King Quan seemed to encourage goo masters in killing each other. This showed the cruelty of a demonic inheritance. Fan Yuan killed Han Bulu, having 7 wild dogs left. During Han Bulu's dying struggle, he killed the wild dog that was most heavily injured. At the brink of death, people were often able to unleash great power. Fan Yuan looked at these 7 wild dogs, showing a bit of regret in his peaceful gaze. Only 7 wild dogs are left, each with injuries. This will make it much harder to get through the future rounds. But compared to the rewards I got, the death of 12 wild dogs is insignificant. These wild dogs were commonly seen in forests of the outside world. Using 12 dogs to exchange for 2 rank 4 goo, 3 rank 3 goo, this was too great of a deal. The 3 kings' inheritance. Not only is the inheritance a treasure, But the goo masters that enter the blessed land are all moving treasures. Killing them and taking their goo worms, it would strengthen oneself. As the heavenly power descended again, Fan Yuan sneered as his killing intent rose. The misty fog appeared before him again. Fan Yuan looked left and right. Right in front of him was a black shadow. It means an enemy goo master. To the left, it was also a black shadow, but the side of this shadow was a protruding spiky shape. To the right, it was an orange shadow, similar to before. It represented the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. I have 7 wild dogs now. My battle strength is lacking. I cannot choose a goo master opponent. To the left, it is the hedge dog. Its body is full of spikes and the attack power is twice of an ordinary dog. The right leads to the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. Fan Yuan's eyeballs darted around, and he walked to the right. Although the hedge dog had higher attack power, to go through this path, his losses would be severe. Fan Yuan's 7 wild dogs were all injured. If their intestines were pierced by spikes, it meant death. Fan Yuan had experience. The hedge dog was dangerous. Without any steel armor dogs or yin dogs, he should avoid them as much as possible. All these precious experiences were all intentionally hidden by goo masters when they found out during the first few months of the inheritance. Most people only learned after falling into these pitfalls themselves, and would love for others to experience the same. Fan Yuan took large steps forward, and the fog thinned. Near his leg, the 7 wild dogs followed closely. They had battled with Fan Yuan along the way, and were all injured. Especially the intense battle with Hanbu Lu, it expended their life force and battle strength. Dog enslavement goo appeared in mid-air, landing in Fan Yuan's hands. When the fog disappeared, Fan Yuan received 20 dog enslavement goo, all rank 1. Dog enslavement goo was hard to retrieve. They were planted into the dog's soul. When the dog dies, their soul dissipates, and the dog enslavement goo dies with it. Even if the goo master brought lots of rank 1 dog enslavement goo into the inheritance, it would not help. With the Blessed Land's mysterious powers, it would take away all of the dog enslavement goo in the goo master's hands and not return it, only leaving 1 for them. After a few tries, goo masters learnt their lesson. A total of nearly 60 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs appeared in front of Fan Yuan. These dogs had orange-yellow fur, like the color of an orange. Their long ears drooped down, covering their ear holes. At the same time, there were chrysanthemum patterns on their fur. Their body size was around the same as an ordinary wild dog, or even slightly smaller. But Fan Yuan's expression changed. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were naturally good at cooperation. The larger their numbers, the fiercer they fight. And Fan Yuan's location was terrible, in the middle of a plain, without no terrain advantage. He could easily be engulfed if he relied on just 7 wild dogs. Fan Yuan's ending would not be any better than Hanbu Lu. I have to get to the top of that mound. Only in the time of 1 breath, Fan Yuan scanned the surroundings and ran towards the mound with no hesitation. He ran for 5 steps before the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs found him. Woof woof woof. They barked, as numerous Chrysanthemum Akita dogs responded. At once, all the surrounding Chrysanthemum Akita dogs gathered at one spot, forming into a river-like formation as they charged towards Fan Yuan. This situation, if it was the wild dogs, lightning symbol dog, or hedge dog, it would not happen, unless there was a dog king to command them. But the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs had a strong sense of cooperation. Even without a dog king, they could still coordinate and unleash a group attack. This was completely different from fighting individually. Fan Yuan narrowly rushed to the top of the mound before the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs surrounded it. Fan Yuan retreated until there was a cliff behind him. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs stopped for a moment, before charging again. Because the terrain was narrow, the dog group could only send out 15 dogs at once. Fan Yuan quickly commanded his 7 wild dogs to defend against them. The 2 groups fought intensely, as Fan Yuan used his outstanding manipulation to hold them back. At the same time, he waved his hand, throwing the 5 dog enslavement goo out at the perfect timing. Immediately, he had new fighting troops. 5 healthy Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, turning around and joining Fan Yuan, causing the situation to reverse. The original 15 against 7 became 10 against 12. Fan Yuan held the advantage. As companions turned into enemies, the dog group went into a panic. Fan Yuan used that opportunity to attack, killing 6 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, as the other 4 retreated. He could have taken down all 10 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs originally, but he chose to let the 4 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs escape. Fan Yuan's rich experience was not just in this aspect. He had 20 dog enslavement gu, but he did not use them all at once, but in batches. This terrain restricted the number of dogs that could enter battle. At the same time, the fewer dogs there were, the more Fan Yuan could use his exquisite manipulation skills. When there are more dogs, Fan Yuan would be more distracted across battles, and his control would weaken. The Chrysanthemum Akita dog group attacked again at Fan Yuan's defensive line. Fan Yuan had calculated to perfection. Every time he used the dog enslavement gu, it was used at the most crucial area. He not only chose the healthiest Chrysanthemum Akita dog that he could find, but also ruined the formation of the enemy Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Such benefits was not obvious, but in time, he gained much from it. After nearly 10 attacks, the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were repelled every time. Fan Yuan had 3 dog enslavement gu left, and the remaining 10 or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs ran away in fear. These Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were all injured. Fan Yuan had let them off earlier, to avoid their dying struggle. Right now, they were already afraid, and chose to retreat. All this is due to the lack of a dog king to command them, otherwise, they would not have escaped so easily. Fan Yuan breathed out some turbid air, choosing not to attack. After this battle, his 7 wild dogs were left with 3, but he gained 16 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Under Fan Yuan's skillful control, he distributed the injuries evenly on these dogs. Although they all had injuries, they preserved their battle strength, causing Fan Yuan to recover greatly from his losses in the previous round. Chapter 349. Big Lightning Symbol Dog. 13th Round. 14th Round. 17th Round. 18th Round. Fan Yuan got through all the stages, and the number of dogs he controlled increased. By the end of the 19th round, he had over 80 dogs. Among them, he had over 40 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, more than 20 Lightning Symbol dogs, and 19 hedge dogs. During this period, he killed another person. It was a rank 3 peak stage water path gu master. But he eventually did not meet Bai Ningbing. 20th round. Fan Yuan had been counting in his heart. In the 3 Kings' inheritance, every 10 rounds, the difficulty would rise sharply. After the 20th round, there would be 100 Beast Kings, and hundreds to nearly 1,000 beasts would attack at once. 3 lumps of light shadows appeared again in the fog, left, right, and center. The one in the middle was orange, the size of a wicker basket. The left was a eerie blue lightning static, shining and was the size of a stone mill. At the right, it was like the moon in water, flower in fog. It was a green-white formless light shadow. Among the 3, this was the smallest light shadow. Fan Yuan was clear, the size of the light shadow represented the size of the beast group. The larger it is, the more beasts there would be. The orange shadow in front represented the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, around 200 of it. The left was the eerie blue shadow, showing 150 Lightning Symbol dogs. The right was a green-white shadow, showing the Yin dog group, only around 100 of it. Fan Yuan eliminated the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs from his choice. Once the Chrysanthemum Akita dog group had a dog king, they would be even more united. The larger the numbers, the larger their battle strength. Over 200 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs was a calamity to the current Fan Yuan. Next, he ruled out the Yin dog group. Yin dogs were very unique. They did not have physical bodies, and were like a lump of Yin energy in a dog's shape, floating in the air. Ordinary attacks cannot kill them. They can even penetrate mountain rocks, phase through the ground, and hide under water, etc. Fan Yuan's dogs did not have the ability to kill them. Lightning Symbol dogs only represented speed. They did not have the ability to emit lightning. After thinking for a while, Fan Yuan chose the left path. After the fog dispersed, the dog group surrounded him, moving alongside him slowly. A rank 2 dog enslavement gu fell from the sky, landing in his palm. When he got out of the fog, the Lightning Symbol dog group was loitering around the area. On the mound, there was a larger dog, lying on the grass and sleeping. It was larger than an ordinary Lightning Symbol dog by twice of their size. Its body was covered in deep blue fur, sharp and spiky, flowing with static. This was 100 Beast King, Big Lightning Symbol dog. A godsend opportunity! Fan Yuan was clear of the battle situation, as his eyes shone in a brilliant light, instantly making his decision. He waved his hand, and sent out all his troops. More than 80 dogs surrounded him in the middle, charging towards the Big Lightning Symbol dog. The Big Lightning Symbol dog's reaction was fast. Its ears twitched, and it opened its eyes, standing up instantly. It raised his head and howled, assembling the nearby lightning symbol dog group. Getting the command from their king, the surrounding lightning symbol dogs responded and quickly gathered at the dog king's side from all directions. Although the lightning symbol dogs had great speed, Fan Yuan had the initiative. He gathered the force that he had, using them to collective assault the leader of his enemies. Some nearby lightning symbol dogs were faster than Fan Yuan and gathered at the dog king's side. Charge! Fan Yuan's eyes shone with resolution. At this time, hesitation was the biggest taboo. Once he had made up his mind, he would charge ahead fearlessly. The defending lightning symbol dogs were quickly overwhelmed. Fan Yuan's formation was tight, while the lightning symbol dogs were loosely positioned, as most of them had not reached the dog king yet. Woof! As the 100-beast king big lightning symbol dog, seeing its subjects slaughtered, its inner ferocity was unleashed, as it charged towards Fan Yuan while brandishing its claws. Fan Yuan willed, and 20 lightning symbol dogs split into two groups, flanking from the left and right. 19 hedgehogs lined into formation, charging fearlessly at the big lightning symbol dog. The remaining dogs, over 40 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, surrounded Fan Yuan, slowly spreading out and moving ahead with the hedgehogs. The big lightning symbol dog had fallen into Fan Yuan's encirclement, trapped in the middle. Fan Yuan did not care about the expenditure of his mental energy, mobilizing his dog group and using the most perfect coordination. The big lightning symbol dog had greater speed than an ordinary lightning symbol dog, but because of Fan Yuan's encirclement, its greatest advantage was restricted. It barked loudly, gathering its subjects. Its subjects were rushing over in a frenzy, trying to defend it. Fan Yuan had to trap the big lightning symbol dog. While blocking the attacks of the outside dog group, he faced great pressure and his head started hurting, as sweat poured out of his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If he fought them head-on, even if he won, it would be a tragic victory, and his troops would dwindle. Thus, he thought of the capture the king approach. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Fan Yuan would become the filling inside a dumpling. Not only would he fail this round, he might even lose his life. In this Gu immortal blessed land, other than the inheritance's Gu worms, other Gu cannot be mobilized, thus it was easy for Gu masters to die. Fan Yuan's strength Chi Gu, all-out effort Gu could not be used. Of course, he had his final trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada. But with the Spring-Autumn Cicada's current condition, although he could activate it, there was a huge risk in doing so. He was likely to self-detonate and die for nothing. Thus, unless he was forced to the extreme, and had no other choices left, Fan Yuan would not use it abruptly. Sweat gathered into drops on his forehead, falling onto the ground. Fan Yuan did not care about wiping it. He was clutching onto the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu, and did not strike yet. He was finding the best opportunity. Using a rank 1 dog enslavement Gu and subduing ordinary dogs, he could do it half-heartedly. But to subdue a 100-beast king using a rank 2 dog enslavement Gu, there was a possibility of failure. That is because the 100-beast king has natural Gu worms on its body. These Gu could ruin Fan Yuan's plans. He only had one chance. If the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus, he had to be careful. Woof! The big lightning symbol dog was getting anxious. It suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky substance, falling from above. As it landed on the grass, it did not dissipate, but remained shining, turning the grass and rocks charred black with a crackling sound. This is a rank 2 plasma Gu. Fan Yuan immediately recognized the culprit behind this plasma. Plasma Gu did not have a strong attack power. Although the attack was very suddenly, and engulfed Fan Yuan's numerous chrysanthemum Akita dogs, he quickly ordered the dogs in this field of plasma to retreat at the first second. The fur on the dogs were all charred, and they were moving sluggishly, after being paralyzed by the current. But they still had some fighting power remaining. Woof, woof, woof. The big lightning symbol dog continued to shoot out plasma, as it covered a large area of grass. Fan Yuan's brows were tightly knitted, his expression turning grim. The plasma Gu's attack power was not high, but it would affect the terrain for a period of time. During this period, the area would be a forbidden zone for Fan Yuan's dogs. Fan Yuan's troops were already in the center, they did not have much room to move. The plasma added on to this disadvantage, being a huge restriction to Fan Yuan's plans in mobilizing troops, or changing their formation. Without any choice left, Fan Yuan had to redeploy his troops. He had originally placed the lightning symbol dogs at the outer line of defense, but now they moved in to deal with the 100-beast king. He sent the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs out to defend against the over 100 lightning symbol dogs. Lightning symbol dogs moved freely in the area affected by the plasma. In fact, because of the electric current stimulation, their movement speed was even raised. The scene had become extremely disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. Lightning symbol dogs had some fear and hesitation towards the 100-beast king big lightning symbol dog naturally. This caused Fan Yuan's manipulation to be tougher and more energy intensive, and at the same time his control was weaker. At the outer ring of defense, the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs' speed was inferior to the lightning symbol dogs. They could only form into a tight ring of defense and defend against them passively. If they were the lightning symbol dogs, Fan Yuan could still use speed to restrict them through kiting. Endure, we have to endure this. I've already learned of the 100-beast king's first goo, next, we have to continue. Although he was in danger, Fan Yuan's heart was still calm and peaceful. Every time the plasma goo was activated, it needed a cooldown of 5 breaths. The plasma goo itself needed rest too. During this 5 breaths, Fan Yuan could activate the rank 2 dog enslavement goo without fear of the plasma goo's attack. But Fan Yuan did not know what other goo this 100-beast king had. To be safe, he had to continue testing. Time continued to pass, and the situation was getting tougher for Fan Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs, only having 9 left. The hedge dogs were not the same race as the lightning symbol dog, thus there was less casualties, but only 11 remained. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs suffered the greatest loss. From around 50, they fell to less than 20. But Fan Yuan did not manage to find out if the 100-beast king possessed a second goo. He decided to strike. I can't wait anymore. Most likely, this big lightning symbol dog only has 1 goo on it. He had to take a risk. If he continued waiting, his line of defense would be completely broken. Rank 2 dog enslavement goo. While the big lightning symbol dog shot out a plasma bolt, Fan Yuan quickly struck and unleashed his goo. Under Fan Yuan's supervision, the dog enslavement goo successfully flew into the big lightning symbol dog and planted itself into its soul. A formless impact in terms of mental energy assaulted Fan Yuan through his dog enslavement goo. Fan Yuan's head was already hurting, but after suffering this attack, he instantly felt dizzy. This was the soul of the 100-beast king, the resistance towards the enslavement. Subduing a 100-beast king was not easy. Fan Yuan's body wavered, gritting his teeth as he endured. A mental connection allowed Fan Yuan and the big lightning symbol dog to communicate. The dog was still resisting earlier, wanting to chop Fan Yuan into pieces, but a moment later, it started barking, wagging its tail at Fan Yuan affectionately. The surrounding lightning symbol dog group heard the dog king's call and stopped their attack. The intense battle had ended, and peace returned. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, turning his head and looking at the battlefield. The risk paid off. Although he had some losses, but looking around him, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Not to forget, he had a 100-beast king that possesses a plasma goo. Fan Yuan's battle strength surged. Chapter 350. Dog Guts Goo. The fog ahead was thick. Fan Yuan was walking in the fog. Beside him, there was a large dog group. 11 hedge dogs, 132 lightning symbol dogs, 17 chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Other than that, there was a 100-beast king, big lightning symbol dog. Restricted by the heavenly power, the dog group followed Fan Yuan silently, quiet and obedient, not making a sound. In the world of the fog, all was silent. It was so silent that Fan Yuan heard his own breathing. Although he had endured 20 rounds, and the dogs in his hand had reached the highest so far, Fan Yuan was not optimistic. In this 3 kings inheritance, every 10 rounds the difficulty would rise by many times. Although I have more than 100 dogs now, to survive the next 10 rounds and get to the 30th round on my first attempt, it will not be easy. 30 rounds, that was Fan Yuan's goal for his first attempt in King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the 3 kings inheritance was only completely wrung dry after many years. Fan Yuan would have to spend quite a bit of time on Sancha Mountain. It was not realistic to attempt to get the inheritance in one go. 3 kings inheritance, all 3 were tough. Even if Fan Yuan had a 100-beast king, and over 100 dogs, he could only stabilize his current position. In the future rounds, if he got careless in any of them, he might lose everything, losing the dogs that he had painstakingly subdued, and even his life. A demonic inheritance was this cruel. This King Quan inheritance, the deeper we go, the more advantageous it is for an enslavement path Gu master. I walked on the enslavement path before in my previous life, but this time, I am a strength path Gu master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Fan Yuan's head was still dizzy. Using his mental energy so intensely, spending all his energy to control the dog groups to battle, this was the backlash. But if it was an enslavement path Gu master who has a strong soul, such symptoms would be very small. Gu masters on the enslavement path enslaved beasts or worms. They have to manipulate large numbers of worms or beasts at the same time. It used up a lot of their mental energy. Thus, enslavement path Gu masters often used a special set of Gu worms to train and increase the quality of their own soul. In the King Quan's inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the soul enhancements of Gu masters at all. Thus, enslavement path Gu masters had a huge advantage in King Quan inheritance. But the enslavement path is very tough. Firstly, food was a huge burden. The larger the size of your beast or worm group, the more food you needed. Secondly, to recruit strong worm or beasts, it is not easy. One can easily suffer a backlash, turning into an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path Gu masters overly rely on their beasts or worms. Their bodies are weak, and they are easily to deal with when alone. Fan Yuan analyzed in his mind. The different styles of Gu masters, all had their strengths and weaknesses, difficulties and advantages. The world was changing, the world was transforming. In the current Gu world, Chi path was non-existent, strength path was declining, only left with a trace of its former glory. Enslavement path was extremely ordinary, and was hard to rise up. Occasionally some enslavement path experts rise up, but vanish like a shooting star, only brilliant for a moment. Enslavement path Gu masters have a huge requirement for resources. It is tiring on the mind and body. Even a middle-sized clan cannot afford to feed an enslavement path Gu master. At most, large or super clans would choose to nurture a few enslavement path Gu masters for war purposes. Within the demonic path, it is even harder for enslavement path Gu masters to survive. Barely any even exists. That is why I did not choose this path. Fan Yuan calmed his spirit, focusing his mind. After a while, he felt his head clearing up, as the dizziness faded. He opened his eyes, looking around. To his left, right, and front, there was a light shadow each. Earlier, the light shadows were a blur. But after 20 rounds, they became extremely clear. The left shadow was a group of Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, around 200 of them. Some sprawled on the ground and rested, some were playing, while the rest were drinking milk from their mother. Fan Yuan concentrated his gaze, looking intensely. The beast kings of the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were different from others. The stronger they were, the smaller their bodies. Especially in a chaotic battlefield, the beast king mixes in with the dog groups, and become hidden. It was a good way to protect itself. Where can the 100 beast king be? Fan Yuan looked around, and suddenly the light shadow changed, showing a Gu. This Gu was fist-sized, shaped like a pebble, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth, like it had a layer of oil. Dog Guts Gu. Fan Yuan recognized this Gu at the first second. Appearing after the beast group, that means that if I choose this group of Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and attain victory, I will get a Dog Guts Gu. A while later, this light shadow vanished. Fan Yuan did not make his decision, but looked at the middle one. The light shadow in front of him was showing a blackish dog group. These dogs were barking at each other, charging and crashing together. It showed the ferocity and violent nature of this type of dog. This was the steel armor dog. There was a leather armor on this type of dog. The leather armor was dark and heavy. Like steel, it had strong defenses. In the process of growing up, the dogs would knock into one another, to reduce the intense itchiness of their bodies growing bigger. The 100 beast king of the steel armor dog had the same size as the big lightning symbol dog. It was very noticeable among the dog groups. Fan Yuan found it almost immediately. Immediately after, the light shadow flashed, and a Gu appeared. This Gu, Fan Yuan was familiar with it. He had used it earlier. Rank 2 Dog Enslavement Gu. If I choose the Steel Armor Dog group and win, I get a Dog Enslavement Gu. Fan Yuan muttered, turning his gaze to the right. In the light shadow on the right, there was no dogs at all. Instead, it showed a mountainous scene, with gray-white mountain rocks and cliffs, green trees swaying with the wind. After a while, this image vanished, not showing a Gu like before. This is a chance to leave the King Quan inheritance. Fan Yuan knew in his heart. King Quan inheritance was created inside the blessed land. Gu masters who enter were restricted by the heavenly power, unable to enter or leave at will. But the three kings' inheritance was not a place without exits, there was a hope of survival in it. At every set interval, there would be a chance to retreat from the inheritance. Just like this time, if Fan Yuan chose the right side, when he leaves the fog, he would be transported out. He would appear at the mountainous area as shown in the light shadow, and this mountain waste was not far away, it was somewhere on Sancha Mountain. But Fan Yuan did not choose the right side. I have the resources on me to continue forward. It is too much of a pity if I leave now. Of course, there might not be a chance for me to leave later. This was also a formless test. Many Gu masters, although they had strength, in order to stay safe, they decided to give up and leave the inheritance, wasting such a good opportunity. Some Gu masters had no talent, but went forward recklessly, missing the opportunity to retreat. They die in regret. Fan Yuan had never lacked courage, he gave up this opportunity resolutely. To him, there was only two options. To the left, it is the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. This dog is most united, and the location of the dog king is unknown. If I win, I get a dog guts gu. Dog guts gu is a rank 2 supplementary gu of the enslavement path. It is used on dogs. Once activated, it allows the courage and morale of my dogs in a certain range to rise, sweeping away their fear and drawing out their complete battle strength. Fan Yuan thought about his previous match. He was forced to use the lightning symbol dogs to attack the big lightning symbol dog. In the end, the lightning symbol dogs were fearful and battled in trepidation, having much less battle strength than normal. Fan Yuan had to waste his mental energy to force them to fight, causing his mind to feel exhausted. Beast Kings suppressed and generated fear in ordinary wild beasts. But if Fan Yuan had used the dog Gutsku earlier, using it on the lightning symbol dogs, these lightning symbol dogs would feel extremely courageous, no longer fearful, and could execute brave attacks towards the big lightning symbol dog. Thus, the dog Gutsku, although not an attacking gu, it was the best supplementary gu. It targeted dogs, causing their courage to double or triple, raising their morale sky high. Dog Gutsku is only rank 2, it can allow ordinary dogs to suppress their fear towards 100 Beast Kings. Above that would be the rank 3 dog guts above Mountain Gu, able to resist the fear towards 1,000 Beast King. At rank 4, it would be dog guts above Sea Gu, able to resist the aura of a myriad Beast King. If it can rise to rank 5, it would be the infamous dog guts above Heaven Gu. It can cause dogs to go into a frenzy, going crazy and attacking like a tsunami, even having the courage to overturn the Emperor of Dogs. Fan Yuan knew clearly, and even knew that in King Quan inheritance, there were rank 1 to 5 gu of the dog guts series. In his previous life, many people had obtained the rank 3 and 4 dog guts gu, and there was even a lucky person who obtained the 1 and only rank 5 dog guts above Heaven gu. If I want to conquer the King Quan inheritance, the dog guts gu is necessary. Fan Yuan had to admit, he had always had a desire towards dog guts gu. But his steps did not move to the left, but instead moved forward. He chose the Steel Armor Dog group. Although he wanted the dog guts gu badly, he was not overwhelmed by greed. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were extremely united, they were extremely strong in group battles, it would be a tough battle. At the same time, the Dog King hid itself very well, Fan Yuan could not find it, it would be a huge threat. But the Steel Armor dogs were different. Their Dog King was very apparent, and in Fan Yuan's hands he had a special tool that was extremely effective against Steel Armor dogs. Fan Yuan walked out of the fog, and the Steel Armor dog group was vigilant, immediately having a reaction. As the 100 Beast King, big Steel Armor dog howled, causing the dogs to run and gather by its side. During the whole process, Fan Yuan observed silently. He did not attack like before, because last time, he had a rank 2 dog enslavement gu, but now he did not have it anymore. He needed to exterminate this group of dogs to pass this round, and get a dog enslavement gu as a reward. Chapter 351. Multitask gu. The two dog groups were at a stalemate. At Fan Yuan's side, the blue-color lightning symbol dog were at the main position, with the gray hedge dogs as support along with the orange Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. As for the Steel Armor dog groups, it was a sea of black. Fan Yuan mobilized the big lightning symbol dog to the front, waving his hand and sending the dogs out to attack as the vanguard. Big Steel Armor dog barked. Upon seeing the big lightning symbol dog appear, it stepped into the battlefield as well. Beside it, the Steel Armor dog group followed closely behind, they were like a huge black cloud, flying down from the mound, giving off a terrifying aura. The dog groups clashed together. Fan Yuan had a limited number of vanguards, quickly engulfed by the huge number of steel-armored dogs. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel-armored dog group could not take them down so easily. The big lightning symbol dog was after all 100 Beast King. Under the attack of the dog group, it was able to handle them left and right, putting up a brave fight. Ordinary steel-armored dogs were not its match. Woof! The big steel-armored dog stepped out, finally stopping the assault of the big lightning symbol dog. Only 100 Beast King could stop 100 Beast King. As the intense battle continued, big lightning symbol dog started to weaken. It had just undergone a battle earlier, and there was still injuries on it, causing its battle strength to be lower than usual. Furthermore, its specialty was speed, but it was going head-to-head with the big steel-armored dog who specialized in defense. It obviously had the disadvantage. Fan Yuan saw this, and sent his dog group over. The new troops flowed in like a river, entering the battle causing chaos. But the enemy was the steel-armored dogs, experts at defense, most adept at such battles. Although Fan Yuan sent out his army, and only left a few dog guards behind to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Be it the 100 Beast King battle, or the dog group battle, he was at a disadvantage. But Fan Yuan was not worried. The truth is, this was what he wanted all along. He was waiting. Waiting for the weapon which suppressed the steel-armored dogs to appear. Woof! Big lightning symbol dog could not block the attack of the big steel-armored dog, and suddenly barked, shooting out a mouthful of blue plasma. Rank 2 plasma goo. This is it. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly, as his lips curled up. Steel-armored dog group gathered at their dog king, attacking the big lightning symbol dog while enduring the attacks of Fan Yuan's dog group, causing them to be closely packed together, like the shape of a black bucket. Blue plasma landed on the ground, splattering. Large amounts of plasma landed on the steel-armored dogs, causing their bodies to vibrate as they cried. Not only did their battle strength fall, the formation of the entire dog group was broken and heavily obstructed. The armor on the steel-armored dogs were of metallic element. Although the steel gave them superior defenses, it also made them unable to resist the power of electricity. The attack power of plasma goo was not high, but once used on the steel-armored dogs, it was a formidable move. The big lightning symbol dog shot out plasma continuously, as plasma covered the entire battlefield, heavily weakening the battle strength of the steel-armored dogs. The firm steel-like formation had collapsed under the effects of plasma goo. Fan Yuan saw an opportunity, and commanded the dogs to charge. The dog group outside worked together with the big lightning symbol dog in the middle, unleashing a high offensive power. If one watched from the sky, they would see that the large black area was first eroded by blue color, before being devoured by the surrounding blend of colors. Black continued to reduce, while blue, yellow, and gray overtook them and dominated the field. The situation changed quickly. Soon, Fan Yuan regained his control, killing most of the steel-armored dogs and encircling the big steel-armored dog in the middle. Feeling danger, the goo worm on the big steel-armored dog started to work. Big steel-armored dog gained more strength, while black spikes grew out of its body. 15 minutes later, the big steel-armored dog's throat was torn by the big lightning symbol dog, and fell indignantly. Its blood flowed on the ground, but it did not get up anymore. The battle ended. As for the two goo worms on the big steel-armored dog, one was destroyed during the battle, while the other flew away. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. In order to kill this 100 Beast King, he paid a huge price. He only had half of his dog group left, and it would be a problem for his remaining battles. After 20 rounds, Beast Kings would appear. With the Beast King, the dog groups would display greater battle strength. At the same time, the Beast King itself was a huge threat. The more goo worms on its body, the stronger it is, and the worse the situation would be for the goo master fighting it. Fan Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big steel-armored dog he encountered this time had two goo. Especially when one of the goo was good at attack and defense, causing Fan Yuan to suffer great losses. One's own luck matters when challenging the Three Kings' inheritance. The steel-armored dog group was Fan Yuan's best choice this time, but his luck was not as good. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo fell from above, as his prize for winning. Fan Yuan did not use the spring-autumn cicada. He instantly refined the goo with the help of the heavenly power. This goo is the key to getting past the next round. With such a resolution, Fan Yuan stepped into the fog. Left, center, right, there were light shadows at all three directions. They were a large numbers of corpse dogs, a certain number of Een dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fan Yuan's eyes glowed as he analyzed. This time, his strength was limited, thus he had to choose wisely, fighting a weak enemy while thinking of the reward of winning. If I defeat the corpse dog group, I get a white silver relic goo. Killing the Een dogs give me a 2 tasks at once goo. White silver relic goo was no use to Fan Yuan. At this stage, only yellow gold relic goo had an attraction to him. But unfortunately, yellow gold relic goo was heavily controlled even in Shan Clan City. Rank 4 goo masters were experts in the mortal goo master realm. One yellow gold relic goo could affect the battle strength among rank 4 goo masters greatly. In the market, white silver relic goo was sold normally, while yellow gold relic goo were extremely rare, often held in the hands of the higher-ups. Fan Yuan knew super clans like Shan Clan had lots of yellow gold relic goo in their inventory. But even with the purple thorn token, he could not get them. Shan Yanfei held these yellow gold relic goo in his hand, refusing to let them enter the market. This was a secret temptation. If Fan Yuan truly joined Shan Clan, the yellow gold relic goo would be a form of reward. Shan Yanfei's brilliance was not something a commoner could understand. Fan Yuan did not want to compete with him in wits and strength just for a yellow gold relic goo, and cause his own plans to be stalled. In the Three Kings' Inheritance, there are yellow gold relic goo. But only after the 40th round. If I can get one, the situation would improve greatly. Fan Yuan had desire towards the yellow gold relic goo. But he knew, whether he could get one was all attributed to his own luck. He could not force this. As for the 2 tasks at once goo, it could allow the goo master to split his mind into 2 and was extremely effective in manipulating worm or beast armies. Fan Yuan himself could do 4 tasks at once. If he added in this goo, he would be able to do 6 tasks at once. 2 tasks at once goo is only a rank 2 goo. Going higher, there are 3 tasks at once, 4 tasks at once, 5 tasks at once, and so on. Multitask goo is the most important tool for an enslavement path goo master. Wait. This is? Fan Yuan looked at the right. After the hyenas disappeared, it showed a token. An ordinary reward is an enslavement path goo. But this reward was slightly special. It was an ordinary-looking token. The token was rough and had an irregular shape, like it was casually molded into shape by someone. On the surface, there was the carving of Sancha Mountain, but this map was extremely casual and ugly, giving a strong feeling of half-heartedness. With one glance, one can easily tell that the person who made this token did not put in any effort, only doing it out of necessity. But once Fan Yuan saw this token, his eyes lit up. King Quan Travel Token! He immediately forgot about the white silver relic goo, 2 tasks at once goo. What luck to have encountered this token, I must get it! Fan Yuan had a determined mind, he had to get this token at all costs. Although this token looked worthless, it was one of the best items. Right now, no one knew its worth yet, but Fan Yuan knew clearly, towards the end of the Three Kings' Inheritance in his previous life, the price of such a token was as high as a rank 4 goo. But this hyena pack is huge, and there are 2 dog kings. If I choose this path, the risks are huge. The best scenario is that I enslave one of the 2 big hyenas during battle. But even so, if I win this battle, I would suffer huge losses and would lose the ability to advance further. Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. The advantage of experience was shown here. It allowed him to clearly know the advantages and disadvantages of every choice. Fan Yuan thought about it, and decided to take a risk. Since he walked on the demonic path, he had to take risks. By taking the extreme path, he would gain the biggest profits. Having no regrets after every choice, this was truly being alive. 4 hours later, an intense battle ended. On and below the mound, there were dog corpses everywhere. Fresh blood flowed as limbs decorated the ground. Fan Yuan stood on the mound, slightly injured. In this goo immortal blessed land, he could not use his goo, causing him to be extremely weakened. But I won anyway. Fan Yuan looked at his surroundings. Only a dozen or so dogs were left, as he sighed deeply. Losing almost all the dogs that he had, there was no longer any hope of advancing in this cruel demonic inheritance. But Fan Yuan had the last bit of hope in his mind. The heavenly power descended, sending him into the fog once again. If I encounter Bai Ningbing by borrowing her strength, I would be able to continue. But Fan Yuan was to be disappointed. All 3 directions led to dog groups. If he did not have the travel token, Fan Yuan would definitely die. He took out the travel token. Grasping it tightly, he bit the tip of his tongue and spit out some blood. The blood landed on the token, and Fan Yuan opened his mouth, saying to the token softly, "Woof!" The token emitted a strong light, as it tore through space, dragging Fan Yuan with it. In the silent fog, there was no one left. Chapter 352. Casually killed. Mountain winds gently blew. In an ordinary bamboo forest in the middle of Sancha Mountain, the space suddenly shattered and light burst out. The light flickered away instantly. In a bush where there had been no one before, a person appeared. It was a youth with black hair, black pupils and a calm face. He was holding a token. It was Fan Yuan. "I have exited King Quan inheritance." Fan Yuan had only felt his eyes blur for a moment, and the next moment, he was at a strange place. He looked around, confirming there was no danger around him and that he was somewhere around the middle of Sancha Mountain. According to his initial estimation, he was now at the northern side of Sancha Mountain, while the cave he had occupied with Bai Ningbing was on the southeast side. He raised his head and looked at the peak. Sancha Mountain possessed 3 peaks which stood high in the clouds like 3 equal spear tips. The light pillars on the peaks were gradually dying down. The yellow light pillar represented the entrance to King Quan inheritance. The blue light pillar was King Xian inheritance, and the red light pillar was King Bao inheritance. The size of the light pillars had already decreased by around half compared to when Fan Yuan had just entered. With the passing of time, the number of Gu masters that entered the inheritances increased while the light pillars would continue to become small till it completely disappeared. At that time, the entrances to the 3 inheritances would be closed. After another round of waiting, the light pillars would activate again and bring in a new round of carnage. Fan Yuan looked at the token in his hand. On the surface of this unsightly King Quan token, there were now several deep cracks. Fan Yuan was not surprised. King Quan travel token could be used for 3 times at most. After 3 uses, the token would completely crack into pieces and could not be used anymore. However, these 3 chances for retreating were extremely precious. This was not only a chance to survive, the even more important thing was the Gu master would have a psychological superiority, and could choose their paths more freely. Fan Yuan stored this travel token carefully, and hurried towards his cave. "Ah, it is Fang Zheng! Little Beast King has finally appeared." On the whole way, Fan Yuan ran into many Gu masters. Regardless of righteous path or demonic path, they all casted a strange and amazed look at him. What happened? Fan Yuan frowned. He keenly sensed that something rather important had happened. Halfway to his cave, he casually grabbed someone and questioned. It turns out Bai Ningbing killed a Tai clan Gu master in King Quan inheritance. After she came out of the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by Tai clan. Tai clan Gu masters surrounded the cave and trapped Bai Ningbing. 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters moved at the same time and used iron cabinet Gu to lock down the nearby area. Bai Ningbing could not force her way through it, and was now being attacked continuously by Tai clan Gu masters. Lord Little Beast King, this matter has been made a big deal and the whole Sancha Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a matter of personal hatred, but it represents the battle between the righteous path and us demonic path. Actually, everyone is waiting for you. Lord, if you act, those Tai clan Gu masters won't be able to block you. You are our demonic path's genius, our demonic path's flag. Lord, I have said everything there is to say, can I take my leave now? That unlucky guy grabbed by Fan Yuan begged in a sobbing voice. Such a big thing happened. Fan Yuan slightly furrowed his brows while holding the unfortunate guy by the collar. Although this news could startle anyone when they first hear it, it was not beyond Fan Yuan's anticipation. There were naturally going to be conflicts as they moved through the 3 kings' inheritance. This was a demonic path inheritance. The competition was extremely cruel. Sometimes, even if one wanted to retreat, they could not. Tai clan has rust flower Gu. This Gu is stored in the souls of Tai clansmen. Whoever kills Tai clansmen would be stained with this formless fragrance. It is not surprising Bai Ningbing was found out. Fan Yuan nodded while mumbling to himself. Lord, you are truly knowledgeable, you are extremely right. Lord, you don't know that your disappearance these few days caused everyone on Sancha Mountain to comment and say you are an ostrich and are afraid of being involved with a top clan like Tai clan. Do I not know what kind of person Lord is? Lord, you are the one I admire the most. Since you arrived at Sancha Mountain, you have killed the tyrant, Fei Li and Sky Tiger. Is there anyone who do not know of your fame and reputation? You definitely have some reason that the outsiders don't need to know. Right now if you act, those Thai clansmen will definitely wet their pants in fear and implore Lord to let them off. Fan Yuan had great strength, and as he grabbed this unlucky guy's collar, the unlucky guy was having trouble breathing and his face was becoming purplish. However, for survival, this Gu master talked non-stop, flattering from start to end, showing his immense will to survive. Fan Yuan fell silent, and only after a long while did he slowly speak. You are right. He loosened his hand. This rank 2 Gu master immediately flushed with joy. What kind of person is Lord? Any discerning person would be clear of it. Lord is absolutely a great hero, great warrior. Those slandering Lord are bastards, they are all blind. Lord, I have always supported you and argued with others for you. Hee hee. Fan Yuan suddenly laughed coldly. His hand moved like lightning, like an eagle's claws, as he suddenly pinched this rank 2 Gu master's neck. Crack! The Gu master's eyes quickly widened, the spinal bone on his neck was completely crushed by Fan Yuan, and he lost his life on the spot. Gasp! Upon seeing this, the Gu masters observing from the shadows drew in a cold breath sharply. Fan Yuan was an influential figure, and because of Bai Ningbing's matter, the moment he appeared, his tracks were revealed and his every movement was watched by many. Fan Yuan killed this person and immediately searched his body. Unfortunately, whether it was on him or his aperture, all the Gu worms had self-destructed. Fan Yuan attacked extremely fast, but how could it be faster than a person's thought? The speed a person could send a thought was as fast as a jolt of electricity. Even a blink of an eye could not match 1% of its speed. In the outside world, the probability of getting Gu worms as the spoils of battle against Gu masters was quite low. It was not like at Three Kings' Inheritance with the Heavenly Powers restriction where Gu at rank 5 and below could not self-destruct. Seeing Fan Yuan's skilled body-searching method, the many Gu masters observing from the darkness felt the chill intensify further in their spine. Such skillfulness, how many people has he killed? Fan Jing does not let even rank 2 Gu worms go, he is clearly a rank 4, we can see how greedy his nature is. Fan Jing is extremely addicted to killing. That Gu master was clearly begging him and was of no threat to him, but he still did not let him go. Have you guys seen enough? If you have, then screw off. Fan Yuan stood arrogantly and shouted while looking around him with a fierce gaze. Soon after, human figures emerged from the lush bushes, trees, creeks, and from under the soil and stones. These figures quickly retreated and disappeared within seconds. The area around Fan Yuan had once again regained peacefulness. It was really difficult to imagine that there were so many people hiding. Fan Yuan had a great reputation for his violence now. He killed 3 rank 4 demonic Gu masters in a row. He got things done by hook or by crook. He was despicable and cold-blooded, and was fiercely addicted to killing. These people had their courage broken by Fan Yuan's one simple sentence, and did not dare to linger around Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted and looked around him once again before proudly leaving this place. But he knew he was still being monitored from within the darkness. The ones scared off by him were all shrimps. The remaining ones were all unique, with the capital to be confident. Fan Yuan was not concerned about them and strutted out of this place. In truth, although he had outstanding battle prowess now, he still had a weakness in the investigative aspect. Moreover, these Gu masters who were secretly following and monitoring him were sure to also be experts at speed. Even if Fan Yuan discovered them, he only had charge and crash Gu, and it would be fairly difficult for him to chase them. Where is he going? This direction is not towards the area where Bai Ningbing is trapped. Did he discover me? Just now when he looked around, my heart skipped a beat. Is Little Beast King afraid? Wait a moment, this cave seems to be Li Xian's residence. These Gu masters followed after Fan Yuan cautiously. They were all inwardly surprised when they saw Fan Yuan stop in front of a cave. Hi's partner, the inseparable white demon Bai Ningbing, was trapped, but Little Beast King did not seem to be the least bit anxious. Instead, he walked towards Li Xian's residence. Li Xian was a demonic path Gu master at rank 4 upper stage. He was cunning and never suffered losses, a troublesome character. Could it be Little Beast King was looking to find trouble for Li Xian? The Gu masters following Fan Yuan secretly made guesses. Fan Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Li Xian's attention. Li Xian was already near his cave setting up detecting methods. Lord Little Beast King, truly a rare guest. You came to my place, what can I do for you? Li Xian took the initiative to greet Fan Yuan, He approached Fan Yuan and cupped his fists as a greeting at a distance of 20 steps. He did not dare to be too close to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was a temperamental ruffian. Li Xian, this unscrupulous merchant, was also on edge when facing him. Fan Yuan's visit was beyond his expectation. Who knew what Fan Yuan, this lunatic, cunning and shameless guy, would do next? Thus, Li Xian appeared calm on the surface and was full of smile, but he was already extremely vigilant. I came to you naturally for business. What's wrong? Are you not going to invite me in? Fan Yuan smiled with an indistinct gaze. Since you are a customer, I will of course welcome you. Please come in, come in. Li Xian's gaze flashed and he moved aside, letting Fan Yuan enter first. Fan Yuan strutted past him and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked alongside Fan Yuan into his cave. They have gone inside. I can't follow them anymore. There are investigative goo installed around the cave. If I trespass, I will definitely be treated as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel Li Xian is out of luck this time? I can already predict the scene of the explosive and tremendous battle between the two. Li Xian is at rank 4 upper stage. He definitely has many trump cards. If a fight erupts, it is sure to be a battle of dragon and tiger. Outside the cave, the group of goo masters could only stop and stretch their necks to look at the dark cave. Chapter 353. Thunder Boar Rock Crocodile. Inside the cave, Li Xian asked Fan Yuan to take a seat and then sat beside him. Please have some tea. Li Xian stretched his short and thick fingers. His hand opened up and a fragrant tea appeared on his open palm. Fan Yuan looked at the tea, but did not accept it or even budged. Instead he sighed. Eastern Sea's blue sky goo is really handy. Not only does it have a large capacity, far surpassing others of the same level, it is also easy and convenient to use. I didn't expect Sir Little Beast King to recognize this goo. Li Xian's gaze slightly flickered. He was not from southern border, but came drifting to here from Eastern Sea. Blue sky goo was a goo unique to Eastern Sea and was very uncommon at that. When Li Xian had dealings with other people, he frequently used this goo to show his methods. Southern border goo masters did not recognize this goo, and when they saw such a method for the first time, they would often look more highly at Li Xian. Fan Yuan smiled and slowly said, This rank 4 blue sky goo is fused from rank 3 sky granary goo. The success rate is quite low, so it is rare even in Eastern Sea. If blue sky goo is to be advanced to rank 5, the best method is to fuse it with skywell goo, to form rank 5 blue skywell goo. And this skywell goo is a natural goo found only in Eastern Sea's Tianjing Island. Li Xian, if you want to advance it, it will be troublesome. Here in southern border, only Yi clan might have skywell goo. Yi clan, along with Shang clan, Wu clan and Tai clan, was a top clan and had very close relation to Eastern Sea's forces. Yi clan's businesses are very prosperous, second only to Shang clan. Their flying blue whale caravan could move through the sky, which even Shang clan did not have. Blue sky goo, skywell goo, blue skywell goo and Tianjing Island. How does Little Beast King know it so clearly? Li Xian was startled and suspicious when he heard Fan Yuan's words. The world of goo masters was extremely vast. There were also barriers that acted like heavenly chasm between southern border, northern plains, eastern seas, western desert and central continent. It was very difficult to communicate with each other, and news were also blocked. Li Xian had already investigated all details on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was born in southern border, and he was so young. How could he have such experiences? Even knowing detailed information about Eastern Sea. A vague pressure started to form in Li Xian's mind. Strange. What is the origin of this Little Beast King? How could he know so much? Could there be an expert behind him? With his age and experience, how could he know such details? Oh yeah, he stayed for quite a while at Shang Clan City and might have received guidance from Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei is Shang Clan leader, a rank 5 upper stage goo master, an expert at the peak of the mortal world. It is not strange for Little Beast King to know these under his guidance. Li Xian's gaze continually flickered, his heart covered with haze of doubts. His whole body was in a stiff position and his palm was still holding the purple clay teapot. No! Suddenly his thoughts flashed like lightning as he thought of the main thing. I originally wanted to display my methods and pressure him down. To think I became overly suspicious and my mind became uneasy just from Little Beast King's several words. Even if he has Shang Yanfei behind him, so what? Others might be afraid, But I, Li Xian, have my own means. Humph. Li Xian softly snorted and placed the teapot on the table. He took this chance to calm his mind. He was, after all, an elite of the demonic path and adjusted his mind in just few breaths' time. He then faced Fan Yuan calmly. It was just that there was some cautiousness and graveness in his eyes now. Sir Little Beast King, please taste the tea. What transaction do you want to make with me? Li Xian asked. You don't need to think much, it is only a simple transaction. Fan Yuan said, then took out some goo worms from his aperture and showed to Li Xian. These goo worms were the loot he seized from the goo masters he killed in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3 and rank 4 goo, but they were not suitable for Fan Yuan's strength path. Li Xian could not help narrowing his eyes when he saw these goo. He was a very shrewd person and immediately realized many things. Who would have expected this little beast king to also have some accomplishments in enslavement path? After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 goo masters. Such talent is truly demonic. Li Xian could not help but think of Mo Wu Tian. After he came to southern border, he had walked on the demonic path for a long time, coming into contact with all sorts of people. He felt that just based on aptitude, talent and temperament, among the younger generation of the demonic path, Mo Wu Tian was at the top. However, now, he realized the Little Beast King in front of him had a talent that was not inferior to Mo Wu Tian's. Little Beast King and Mo Wu Tian, I wonder what will happen if these two came across each other? It is just that the current Little Beast King's cultivation is somewhat weak. Mo Wu Tian is older than him and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered, he spoke excitedly, however. Sir Little Beast King, you did the right thing finding me for this transaction. I have a goo on me which I believe will be important to Sir. Oh? Fan Yuan raised his brows. Li Xian spread out his palm and a ball suddenly appeared. This ball looked nice, shining with white gold light. Fan Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that the ball was an ant ball, over 100 flying ants crawling on each other and sticking together to form a ball. These flying ants did not look any different from normal ants. Except they were several times larger and they had a pair of transparent wings on their back. This is rank 3 gold-eating flying ant goo. Altogether, there are 120. Those several old fellows from Tai clan trapped Lord White Demon by using iron cabinet goo along with Chi Flow goo. Now, the 1,000 feet around that area has been locked down. However, the iron cabinet goo will collapse easily against this group of flying ants. Sir Little Beast King, I have just calculated, the price of your goo is just good enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled warmly. However, beyond his expectation, Fan Yuan only glanced at this gold-consuming flying ant goo once before shifting his gaze. Who said I am going to buy this thing? This is the list of items, I want all the things written on it. Li Xian accepted the list and glanced at it. There were many goo worms and numerous supplementary materials for refining goo written on it. Although there were all kinds of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not difficult for him to see these things were all necessary for strength path. Bai Ningbing has been trapped by Tai clan. How come this Little Beast King is not in the least bit worried? Strange. It won't be easy for him to get rid of iron cabinet goo with just the strength path goo on him. Does he have some special methods? Or maybe the items on this list is to refine the nemesis of iron cabinet goo? Li Xian narrowed his eyes. A bright light flashed past the slit of his eyes. He probed. Sir Little Beast King, there are all sorts of things on this list. I cannot bring them out in a short while. Moreover, their total price far surpassed the price of these goo you are selling. No problem, no problem. Fan Yuan waved his hand. I want to buy all the items on this list. Give me whatever you have currently. As for the others, I will have to trouble you to pay attention to them. Money is not a problem. Fan Yuan had a lot of primeval stones on him. His financial resources were adequate enough. Li Xian laughed. He could not probe out anything, so he only nodded and agreed. Inside a cave, lights flickered. Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his whole attention on a ball of paste in front of him. This paste was multicolored and was floating in the air, rolling and churning continually, and gave out a strange fragrance. The goo fusion process had reached the critical stage. Fan Yuan constantly threw in primeval stones. Primeval stones entered the paste and immediately dissolved into essence liquid, diluting the thick paste. Fan Yuan continued to throw in primeval stones without care. Only after the paste thinned to a certain degree did he stop. Then, he quickly took out a thunderclap goo. Thunderclap goo was a rank 3 goo. The paste swallowed it up and immediately flickered lightning. In a split second, the fragrance in the air was magnified greatly, the multicolored light dispersed, and was replaced with abundant blue light. The lightning produced soft crackling sounds like the combustion of tiny firecrackers. Fan Yuan's breathing accelerated, and when he smelled a burnt smell in the air, his eyes shone with bright light. It is time. All out effort Gu! Boar Phantom immediately appeared above him. Strength Chi Gu. Fan Yuan activated Strength Chi Gu. The Boar Phantom adhered to the formless Strength Chi, immediately become very menacing. Under Fan Yuan's will, the Boar Phantom flew towards the paste. The instant the two collided, lightning burst out and shone upon the whole cave, dispersing all the darkness and revealing all the details in the room clearly. After the light dispersed, the Boar Phantom in midair had experienced a huge change. The new Boar Phantom was twice the original size, its tusks were like that of an elephant's, and its whole body was covered with white fur. Especially the fur at its back, they were thick and long, lined up in rows, stiffly pointing towards the sky, and lightning curled up on them. Lightning Boar Phantom. Success great. Thunder Boar is equal to Dragon Elephant, Biao and Mastiff. With the Thunder Boar's strength, my battle strength has increased again. Next it is the Rock Crocodile's strength. A night of cultivation unknowingly passed. When the light of dawn shone upon Sancha Mountain, Fan Yuan walked out of the cave he stayed at. Although he was exhausted, he was happy inside. He successfully upgraded Boar's strength and Crocodile's strength to Thunder Boar's strength and Rock Crocodile's strength. His battle strength was raised by at least 30%. By Ningbing. He looked towards the southeast direction. An area on the middle of the mountain was covered with a dark purple Chi barrier. The Chi barrier was like a tall tower, sealing the space within and isolating it from the outside world. The combination of Iron Cabinet Gu and Chi Flow Gu caused by Ningbing to become a trapped beast of Tai Clan. Fan Yuan let out a cold snort. The situation looked simple, but it was a tricky matter. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan who trapped Bai Ningbing were all at rank 4 middle stage. Although Bai Ningbing was a genius, she was only at rank 4 initial stage. If the Tai Clan was truly set on capturing Bai Ningbing, they would have already captured her, but they did not. On one hand, it was to maintain their strength to fight for 3 kings' inheritance. On another hand, it was because they were held back by the purple thorn token on Bai Ningbing. Finally, it was to bait Fan Yuan. In case Fan Yuan rashly charged in, T-Clan's 4 old-timers could combine their strength to activate the rank 5 search and lock Gu to easily suppress him and Bai Ningbing. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture demonic paths Kong Ri Tian. But soon after, they were killed by a rank 3 Gu master. Rank 5 search and lock Gu had an extremely huge demand towards primeval essence. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were really tragic figures. They cultivated the killer move for so many years and finally were in the limelight. But the scene did not last long because they lacked primeval essence and were killed by a rank 3 Gu master. Chapter 354. Ancient Bronze Skin Gu. Dark purple Chi barrier was like a high tower firmly locking in 1,000 meters of area. The Chi barrier, however, did not isolate sight. Who knew how many eyes were secretly watching the scene from outside the barrier? Bai Ningbing, just let yourself be captured obediently. It is impossible for you to escape. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers occupied east, south, west and north positions separately, locking Bai Ningbing in the center. Bai Ningbing was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, her 2 hands holding primeval stones as she replenished her primeval essence. Bai Ningbing, don't hold any delusions. You killed our Tai clansmen, and still thinking you will be able to escape? Humph. The 4 old-timers' gazes were grave and started fixedly at Bai Ningbing, encircling her with no gaps. Bai Ningbing slowly opened her narrowed eyes, her eyes were calm and her tone was indifferent. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, what use is it in speaking so much? If you want to capture and kill me, then bring it on. Even if I, Bai Ningbing, die at your hands, I will definitely take a few of you down. She paused for a while before continuing. You have been continuously maintaining this Chi barrier, it should have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? Hee, I know you 4 are experts at team battle tactics while I am only at rank 4 initial stage. But you can bet on it that if you killed me, even if you guys don't die, you will definitely be heavily injured. And in case my partner appears, what will become of you then? You. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan were exasperated. Bai Ningbing might have borrowed Fan Yuan's name, but it struck their weak spot. Bai Ningbing, stop being stubborn. Here, let me see what you can do. One of the old-timers stood up. Bai Ningbing softly smiled and slowly stood up to take the challenge. Silver hair and snow-white clothes, with a grace that stood out from the crowd, even if she was trapped, she was still calm, a confident bearing that showed she had no worries about this life-and-death situation. The two began their fight. Sand and pebbles started flying inside the chi barrier, snow light spread everywhere, and a clash of steel resounded. Far away on a short mountain peak stood a group of Shang Clan Gu masters. Another round of battle has begun again. This Bai Ningbing is worthy of her fame in the battle stage. She is able to resist the 4 rank 4 middle stage Gu masters attacking her in turns. She is not simple. One of them sighed. Bai Ningbing has outstanding battle sense, she is indeed strong. But another reason is because the 4 old-timers from Tai clan do not dare to use all their strength. Someone analyzed. That's right. The old-timers are worried and afraid of the counterattack from Bai Ningbing when she is near death. They are good at team battle tactics, and their individual strength aren't as fearsome as the Gu masters at the same level. If they become short of a member, their whole strength will fall sharply and it will be difficult for them to contend for the 3 kings' inheritance. What I am worried about now is Bai Ningbing has Purple Thorn token. If she takes it out, do we make a move? Don't do anything for now. I have already sent the message, and the clan has already sent a strong reinforcement. Elder Yihua is rushing here. Hearing this information, Shang clan's Gu masters roused their spirits. Yihua was not an ordinary Gu master, he was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan with a cultivation of rank 4 peak stage. He was one of the experts under Shan Yanfei. Now that he was dispatched, it was sure to change the situation of the entire Sancha mountain. To think the things turned out this way. If Bai Ningbing is killed by Tai clan, our deal with Shang clan will fall through. In an underbrush, Meng Tu observed the battle inside the chi barrier with glowing eyes and said with a worried tone. He was at the prime of his life and was at rank 3 peak stage, the same as his partner Jiao Huang. These two were famous assassins in demonic path. Some time back even the rank 4 middle stage righteous path Xiao Fu Lu died at their hands. They accepted a mission from Shang clan. If they could kill Fang and Bai, they would be allowed to join Shang clan. They had already made their move on Huatan Mountain, but the lava crocodile group they attracted did not pose any problems to Fang and Bai. The two did not give up and continued to follow Fang and Bai to Sancha Mountain, waiting for an opportunity ever since. Sigh. What can we do? We are good at assassinations and not at frontal attacks. If we move in front of everyone, our success rate will be too low. If Bai Ningbing dies, we also can't do anything about it. We can only leave it up to fate. The old man Jiao Huang said with a sigh. Yes, who knows how many are watching from the darkness? Who is to say we haven't been discovered while coming here? Meng Tu powerlessly added. They were assassin Gu masters and paid particular attention to concealment. It was okay if they did not make a move. But once they made, it must be a fatal strike. Before making their move, they went through meticulous planning and made large numbers of preparation before bursting out all at once. If the success rate was too low, they would not make a move and would rather give up the deal. This was also the reason they were able to survive while roaming in demonic path for such a long time. Every well-known Gu master had their own unique ways for survival. These 4 old-timers of Tai clan are in such an awkward state. Li Xian stood in front of the chi barrier and looked at the battle inside. His eyes narrowed and were filled with joy towards others' misfortune. Although this place had already become a focus of many gazes at Sancha Mountain, Li Xian did not care. He was very confident that he would absolutely not be exposed by others. This confidence came from his rank 5 Gu invisibility Gu. Gu worms at rank 5 were rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters would only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu on them for many years. Invisibility Gu could only be detected by specific rank 5 investigative Gu. However, it had not been long since 3 Kings' inheritance opened and there has yet to be anyone who had broken through the middle rounds, so it was not likely to attract rank 5 Gu masters to make a move. Li Xian had his own fortuitous encounters to possess the scarce rank 5 Gu when he was rank 4. This iron cabinet Gu recipe was created by Tai clan's refinement path master Tai Yiban. His original intention was to refine a type of firm and secure storage Gu. After he refined this Gu for the first time, he gave it to Tai Shueling to test out. The divine investigator used it to capture people and it was very durable. When supplemented with Qi Flow Gu, its effect was amplified. From then on, iron cabinet goo had become an efficient mean for Tai clan to capture demonic goo masters. Hee hee. But now, these Tai clan's old-timers have to maintain both Tai cabinet goo and Chi flow goo, unable to execute their team attacks. If the four attack together, this purple Chi barrier will disappear. Without any obstruction, Bai Ningbing can run free and they will lose a lot of reputation. Ha! Interesting. These old-timers have no way out. Li Xian looked at the show, the corner of his lips could not help but curl up. But when he thought of someone, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Little Beast King, he actually didn't come to rescue. Did he realize the truth behind this tricky situation, or is he truly so cold-blooded and decided to abandon Bai Ningbing? No matter which it is, it all proves how scary this person is. I should hand that goo over to him. A goo was handed over to Fang Yuan. Its appearance was like that of a bedbug, flat and wide, its head was quite small and its body looked oval-shaped. Its whole body was yellow-orange, and gave off a metallic luster like a bronze. People called it ancient bronze skin goo. Bronze skin goo was a series goo from rank 1 to rank 3. But if it were to advance to rank 4, it would be ancient bronze skin goo whose defensive power was much stronger than rank 3 bronze skin goo. Li Xian, you are worthy of being a famous merchant of the demonic path. You could get me ancient bronze skin goo this quick. It was really a correct decision to make the transaction with you. I don't have tea here, please have some wine. Fang Yuan's tone was polite and his face appeared gentle as he welcomed Li Xian and poured him a cup of wine. No, it was nothing. It is my honor to be able to do business with Lord Little Beast King. Li Xian appeared very modest, lowering his status. The two discussed for a while. The atmosphere was very harmonious. If someone who did not know about them saw this, they would think these two were good-natured and elegant. How would they think these two were two-faced, ruthless demonic path goo masters? Li Xian, you don't need to be so polite, you can simply call me Fang Jing. Let me first give you 50,000 primeval stones, consider it a deposit for our future transactions. Fang Yuan brought out primeval elder goo and waved his hand, bringing out 50,000 primeval stones. Primeval elder goo appeared like a crystal ball, there were a lot of primeval stones stored in it. The old man in the clouds and the ball appeared to look very kind. Li Xian looked at the wide smile on the old man's face. He could not help evaluating Fang Yuan much more highly. I will have to trouble you to help me with something. Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Li Xian's gaze flashed and immediately said, Please speak. Fang Yuan brought Li Xian towards the depths of the cave and pointed to a stone vat. I have a stone vat here, but I lack a fire-type goo. I will have to ask you to help me melt these bronze pieces and put them in the stone vat. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I just so happen to have a fire-type goo. It will only require a slight effort. The temperature inside the cave rapidly soared. After a while, Li Xian melted the bronze pieces into metallic liquid. The stone vat was filled almost to the brink. Fang Yuan took out coal stones and piled them under stone vat to maintain the temperature. Then, under Li Xian's astonished gaze, he softly jumped right into the vat. The boiling bronze liquid sizzled and immediately burned Fang Yuan's clothes. His whole body was soaked in the bronze liquid and only his head was revealed outside. Lord Little Beast King, what are you doing? Right now, Li Xian could smell the odor of burning flesh. Fang Yuan activated the ancient bronze skin goo in his aperture while smiling with gritted teeth. Li Xian, don't you know? There is a method to use this ancient bronze skin goo and accelerate the speed by 30%, that is to use it with bronze liquid. When ancient bronze skin goo was activated, it could remodel the skin and flesh of the goo master into ancient bronze skin. If it was used with the body soaking in bronze liquid, it could shorten the time required. Li Xian had also heard of it, but he had never thought of this. When Fang Yuan was preparing these things, he had thought these were supplementary materials for refining goo. Because this method was extremely painful and cruel. Goo master must come in touch with scalding, boiling bronze liquid without using any defensive means. Only a perverted masochist would choose this method. Is Little Beast King a masochist? Li Xian kept on thinking of this question as he returned to his cave with a dazed expression. At this time, there was another person who was also thinking of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why have you not appeared yet? Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes half narrowed as she faintly felt the situation was far from reassuring. We have used poison Val Goo, he absolutely cannot leave me in the lurch. But he still hasn't appeared now. Could he still be inside the inheritance, or maybe met with some trouble? Chapter 355. Yihua's invitation. A goo worm floated above Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's primeval sea slowly fell as he activated this goo. This goo was like a black bone, its two ends were round and smooth, with a thin body. It was emitting black rays of light while floating in the air. The black light shone upon Fang Yuan's body, passed through his skin and flesh, and brought changes in his skeleton. Fang Yuan had already used iron bone goo. His skeleton was pitch black and was firm like iron. But under the effect of this goo, his skeleton slowly became more firm. This was Essence Iron Bone Goo, a rank 4 goo. One could get iron bone goo by reverse refining it. 3 days after handing over the ancient bronze skin goo, Li Xian personally came to deliver this goo to Fang Yuan. Essence Iron Bone Goo could make Fang Yuan's skeleton even more firm, and the effect was many times stronger than Iron Bone Goo. But at the same time, the process needed much more time. Fang Yuan had been using Essence Iron Bone continually these days along with ancient bronze skin goo to temper his body. In this period, he was also using 9 Eyes Liquor Worm to purify his primeval essence, refining his initial stage light gold primeval essence into bright gold primeval essence. Then he used bright gold primeval essence to cleanse his aperture and strengthen its foundation. He made use of every minute and second, cultivating bitterly, and he could feel his strength increasing little by little every day. It has already been over a month since I left King Quan inheritance. I am almost finished with using ancient bronze skin goo, but there is still quite a distance before I completely master Essence Iron Bone Goo. Unless I use Universe Path Goo to accelerate the flow of time. Fang Yuan pondered. The so-called Universe Path was related to time. The goo masters of this path used time-related goo worms. Third Watch Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada belonged to this category. In fact, there were far more Universe Path Goo than just these two. It had a full range of goo from rank 1 to rank 5. Normal goo masters, if they did not have the patience to do this type of grinding work and wanted to speed their progress, they could ask Universe Path Goo masters to help or use a Universe Path Goo themselves to accelerate their time. But my situation is different from ordinary goo masters. I have Spring Autumn Cicada. If I accelerate my time, Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery speed will also increase and will be my death warrant. The time flow in Goo Immortal Blessed Land in Sancha Mountain was 3 times faster than the outside world. The time Fang Yuan spent in King Quan inheritance had already caused Spring Autumn Cicada to make some recovery, thus Fang Yuan could only patiently choose the method of bitter cultivation. Just as he was cultivating, there came an unfamiliar voice from outside the cave. Little Beast King, could you come out to have a chat? Fang Yuan walked out of the cave and saw the person clearly. He looked slightly doubtful. So it was Elder Yihua. Yihua was very handsome, sharp eyes, high-bridged nose, and long red hair like it was on fire. He was a Fire Path Goo master who was very famous in Southern Border. People called him Blazing Inferno. His cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Yihua is one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan, an expert under Shang Yen Fei, and was ranked above light swordsman Wei Yang. The only one that could command him was Shang Yen Fei. His arrival was surely going to change the power balance of Sancha Mountain. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it, and welcomed Yihua inside his cave. Little Beast King, my purpose in coming here is simple, it is to invite you to join our Shang clan. Yihua entered the cave, but he did not sit and directly expressed his purpose in coming. Join your Shang clan? Fang Yuan raised his brows. He could fully sense the swift and decisive nature of Blazing Inferno. Right. Yihua nodded, his eyes looking straight at Fang Yuan as he smiled. You and Bai Ningbing have stayed for some time at Shang clan. You guys surely have deep understanding of our Shang clan's strength, so I won't say much on it. The main thing is your partner Bai Ningbing has been trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai clan for around 2 months now. As long as you two join Shang clan, I will immediately set out and rescue Bai Ningbing. His tone was filled with confidence, as if rescuing Bai Ningbing was an easy matter. When he spoke, he was slightly smiling. His handsome face was like a perfect statue, and when he revealed his teeth, it was dazzling like the sun. Many people would feel ashamed when interacting with him. Yihua and Wei Yan had a similar background. They both ruled Shang clan battle stage and were absolute geniuses. Among the 5 great elders of Shang clan, Yihua was the most popular, and was also publicly recognized as the elder with the highest chance of advancing to rank 5. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. He was not surprised at Shang clan sending Yihua here. Shang clan had been in control of Sancha Mountain for a period of time before, but was later suppressed by Wu clan. And with the appearance of demonic path experts, Shan clan groups found it even more difficult to hold their heads up. Under this situation, Shan clan as a top clan would naturally send an expert to change the situation. In Fan Yuan's previous life memories, evil was dispatched here by Shan clan. He suppressed Wu Shintong and Yichong, and defeated Kong Ri Tian and Long Qin Tian, being the ruler of Sancha Mountain for a time. But later, his dominance drove Long Qin Tian anxious. Long Qin Tian used blue halo goo and poisoned him. He had no choice but to return to Shan Clan City to be treated by Dr. Su's show. However, this time, Iwa came to Sancha Mountain to recruit him. This was beyond Fan Yuan's expectation. Lord Iwa, I wonder if this invitation came from Shan Clan or it is your own thought? Fan Yuan's gaze flashed, and asked. Ha ha, of course it is my own thought. Fan Jing, you created a lot of commotion at Shan Clan battle stage, and almost became the ruler of battle stage. I have been watching you, you are a genius. If you join Shan Clan, it will be greatly beneficial to you. Iwa laughed loudly and replied. Fan Yuan smiled as the trace of doubt he had melted away. Sir Iwa, from what I know, Shan Clan's external elders don't have the authority to recommend talents, right? External elder, this title made Iwa slightly furrow his brows. You are right. But if you can become the ruler of the battle stage, you can become an external elder of Shan Clan. With your talent, I believe the title of the ruler of battle stage is just a matter of time for you. Fan Yuan could not help but scoff, and did not reply. Iwa's brows furrowed deeper. This scoff sounded ear-piercing to him. He patiently said, Fan Jing, I will tell you the truth. Before I came here, Lord Clan Leader made a promise to me. As long as I accomplish great accomplishments at Sancha Mountain and take control of the situation, I will be bestowed a surname when I return to Shan Clan City. At that time, I will no longer be Hua, but Shanhua. I will become a true elder of Shan Clan and I will have the authority to recommend talents. Eh? So it was like that. Fan Yuan clearly revealed a surprised expression, his gaze flickered and he sank into contemplation. Iwa waited for a long time, but after getting no response from Fan Yuan, his brows furrowed even deeper and he took the initiative to ask. Have you thought it through? Fan Yuan shook his head. This matter is too significant, I need to consider it properly. Iwa's brows relaxed a little. Since that is so, then I will give you 3 days. I will come here again after 3 days. I hope to get a satisfactory reply then. All right. Fan Yuan nodded in agreement and accompanied Iwa out of the cave. 3 days later. You still haven't thought it through? Iwa looked at Fan Yuan with some doubts. This is a serious matter, I really need to properly consider it. Fan Yuan answered with a heavy voice. All right, I will give you 3 more days. Fan Jing, I think highly of you. Another 3 days later. Lord Iwa, I have thought over this matter over and again. I appreciate your good intent, but I still prefer the freedom of the demonic path. Fan Yuan sincerely replied. What? You thought for 3 days and this is your answer? Iwa's tone showed his fury. Lord Iwa, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Fan Yuan's gaze was profound and there was severity within his soft words. Iwa gritted his teeth and said with a deep voice. Fan Jing, you need to think it clearly. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan are not easy opponents. If I don't help out, everything bodes ill for Bai Ningbing. Besides this, Sky Tiger Shui Sansi, whom you killed, is Century Boy's goddaughter. Century Boy has been watching you all this while. He is a Woodpath Gu master at rank 4 upper stage and is a thorny character of demonic path. Eh? So it was like that. Fan Yuan showed hesitation. Then. Let me consider it again. Give me 10 days of time to think it through. 10 days? Iwa immediately wrinkled his brows. Fine. He thought for a while and nodded. This is enough time for you to think everything through clearly. I believe you will make the most sensible choice. But I have to remind you that time cannot be dragged on further, your woman is in crisis. Anything can happen during this time. Iwa considered Bai Ningbing as Fan Yuan's woman, which Fan Yuan felt was quite laughable. Whether Bai Ningbing died or not, it was not an especially important matter to him. Anyway, the poison Vao Gu was already destroyed and he had also matured, reaching rank 4 initial stage. Saving Bai Ningbing or not, it depended on his will. But if there was no Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan would become a lone force and it would definitely create a negative influence on his plans at Sancha Mountain. There is no need to go save Bai Ningbing urgently. I should still focus on cultivating and advance forward. I have already no need for the bone-flesh unity goo. As for Bai Ningbing, she can be outside for a while and attract the attention for me. I should take this chance to surpass her. It will be convenient for me to suppress her in future. And with so many eyes watching the situation, those 4 old foxes of Tai clan absolutely won't move in for the kill. Fan Yuan saw the whole situation clearly. As for Ihua's invitation. Hee. 10 days later. Lord Ihua, thank you for your good intention. These days I have pondered restlessly and from every angle, but I still feel that being free is the best. Fan Yuan wore an earnest expression as he said this. Ihua's expression naturally became unsightly. Fan Jing, you have been doing this over and over again. Are you playing with me? Lord Ihua, your words are not right. I have always been sincere with you. I understand your mood. But right now, the most important thing is 3 kings' inheritance. There is already not much time left before the next opening of the inheritance. With the mention of the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, Ihua could only suppress the anger in his heart. He took a deep look at Fan Yuan and left the cave. Chapter 356. The Hairy Men. 5 days later. The 3 light pillars appeared on Sancha Mountain, piercing through the clouds towards the sky. The red light pillar was burning like fire. It was King Bao's inheritance. Yellow light pillar was bright and dazzling. It was King Quan's inheritance. Blue light pillar had a demonic charm. It was King Xian's inheritance. After a gap of several months, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Ihua gazed at these 3 light pillars at the peak. His fierce eyes under his dashing brows flickered with faint radiance. Is this 3 kings' inheritance? Sure enough, it gives off a magnificent feeling. As long as I accomplish great achievements here, I can truly join Shang clan and change my surname to Shang, becoming a member of Shang clan. Right now, excitement was surging like waves in his heart. Humph, Little Beast King doesn't know what's good for him, actually refusing me again and again. But he apparently knows some secrets related to 3 kings' inheritance. If I can take him in as my subordinate, it will be a great help to me in controlling Sancha Mountain. Ihua could not help but think of Fan Yuan. Ihua was one of the 5 great elders of Shang clan and possessed his own information channel. He already knew Fan Yuan had made a huge sum of money at Shang clan city by relying on his knowledge of some secrets of 3 kings' inheritance. Besides this, Fan Yuan, himself, possessed outstanding battle prowess, having the fighting strength of a rank 4 middle stage. Moreover, Bai Ningbing never left the Little Beast King's side. Recruiting one naturally meant gaining the other. Thus, Ihua had accommodated to Fan Yuan and displayed complete sincerity to move him. But Fan Yuan did not know what was good for him, and refused him time and again. Ihua could not help starting to feel angry. When I come out of 3 kings' inheritance, I will teach this Little Beast King a lesson and let him know that not everyone can fetch a good price. But for now, I need to suppress some hindrances. Ihua collected his disorganized thoughts and looked towards the few figures at a distance. Pink Butterfly Gentleman Kong Ri Tian. He who once died the Sky Blue Long Qing Tian. Wu Clan Elder Wu Shintong. Yi Clan Elder Yi Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would be the first to move towards the entrance. This time was no exception. Ha ha ha, I have reserved King Bao inheritance. Who dares to contend with me? Ihua threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter wild and unrestrained. He crossed his arms and looked at the 4 with a fierce gaze. He was Fire Path Gu Master. King Bao was also of the same path. King Bao's inheritance was naturally the best choice for him. Blazing Inferno. Wu Shintong narrowed his eyes and mumbled with some fear towards Ihua's reputation. Ihua was one of the 5 great generals of Shang clan with the nickname of Blazing Inferno. He was at the peak of power. Even Wu Shintong had no choice but to admit that Ihua was a notch above him. Humph, I will deal with you. Kong Ritian snorted, his whole body suddenly exploded and turned into phoenix-winged golden butterflies. Hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies, with wings as sharp as knives, enveloped Ihua. Blazing Inferno, you have been in the limelight the last few years. Long Qing Tian also laughed gloomily and pushed his palm. Whoosh! A greenish-blue palm of light, with poison gas curling around it, broke the void and directly smacked towards Ihua's face. Let me spar too. Yi Chong sneered and suddenly moved. Swish! Blue water waves surged up out of nowhere, engulfing Ihua within. All of a sudden, 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters attacked Ihua at the same time. Good. Iwa's lips curled up into an arrogant smile. He stretched his arms, then smacked his chest with his palms. Bam! Majestic flames suddenly burst forth. In an instant, the fiery color overwhelmed the light pillars of Three Kings' inheritance and illuminated San Cha Mountain. Flames surged up with incomparable heat and ferocity. The flames effortlessly covered the water wave, burned the poison palm, and sent the phoenix-winged golden butterflies retreating in a sorry figure. The golden butterflies flew far away and converged, changing back into Kong Ri Tian. This is his rank 5 Gu Prairie Fire! Seeing such a huge fire, Yi Chong and Long Qing Tian's expressions changed. Kong Ri Tian did not say a word, while Wu Shentong's eyes flashed. This is the might of Elder Yihua! Shan Clan Gu Masters shouted out loudly in excitement. Yihua stood proudly within the flames, giving a feeling of a deity. His fiery red hair seemed to merge with the flames, giving off a wild and intense bearing. The flames swiftly dispersed, and he walked towards the red light pillar, King Bao Inheritance. The 4 Gu Masters watched him move towards the light pillar. All of their expressions were more or less stiff and unsightly, but they did not block him. This was them acknowledging Yihua's might. After Yihua entered King Bao Inheritance, Kong Ri Tian and other 3 glanced at each other, but they had no more interest to fight. Among them, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian entered King Xian Inheritance. Wu Shentong and Yi Chong entered King Quan Inheritance. Yihua is worthy of being one of the 5 great experts of Shan Clan. He has rank 5 Gu Prairie Fire, formidable indeed. These days, Yihua has been repeatedly going to Little Beast King's place. Their relation is not shallow. Humph. Black and white twin demons are known as demonic path Gu Masters, but they are actually lackeys of righteous path. They spent some time at Shan Clan, and everyone knows they have a deep relation with Shan Clan's young master Shang Xian Ci. A group of rank 4 upper stage Gu Masters started discussing after they saw Eve was suppressing other 4 Gu Masters and entered the light pillar with his head high. Birds of a feather flocked together. Rank 4 peak stage experts had all entered the inheritance. Now it was these people's turn. Century Boy, your goddaughter Shui Sansi was killed by Little Beast King. When are you going to take revenge? A righteous Gu Master among the group suddenly asked while taking gloating at his misfortune. Century Boy coldly snorted. Although Yihua has rank 5 Gu, the battle just before was only a probe. No one used their true methods. If they were to truly fight it out, who lives and who dies is still not certain. Although he said so, he was actually very afraid. He had thought of taking the chance that Bai Ningbing was imprisoned, to find trouble for Fang Yuan. But Yihua repeatedly visited Fang Yuan's residence, so he could only restrain his impulse and quietly observe. Now, when he saw Yihua easily suppressing other 4, Century Boy's heart became much more heavy. Such a great opportunity like 3 Kings' inheritance is in front of us, who will foolishly battle each other to death. Let's go, we need to enter too. Soon, this group of rank 4 upper stage Gu Masters also entered the inheritance. Fan Yuan climbed up to the peak and was immediately recognized. Little Beast King! It is Fan Zheng. He is entering King Xian Inheritance. From the peak to the middle of mountain, many Gu Masters stared as they looked at Fan Yuan entering into the light pillar. He really forgot about his partner? BNB is still trapped by the 4 old fellows of Tai Clan. This Fang Jing is actually paying it no heed as if nothing has happened, like he hasn't heard of it. Even demonic Gu Masters felt a chill in their hearts. Look, this is the heartlessness of demonic path Gu Masters. Some righteous path Gu Masters commented disdainfully. Fan Yuan. You bastard. Bai Ningbing also witnessed this scene from inside the Qi barrier. Her face became pale with anger, she clenched her fists tightly and fiercely gritted her teeth. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan looked at each other. They were in an embarrassing situation right now. Although they succeeded in trapping Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan did not come to rescue her. This made their defensive tactics a cold irony. Damn it! We can't deal with so many matters this time. There will be no share for us at 3 Kings' inheritance. How about we retreat? Impossible. We 4 move together. If we retreat without gaining anything, this will be an insult to our Tai Clan, and I am afraid we will not be able to raise our heads in front of others. Then what should we do? 3 pairs of eyes looked at the 4th old man, their leader. The old man pondered for a while and made a decision. He spoke with a heavy voice. Request for reinforcements. Shan Clan has sent reinforcement. There will naturally be support from our Tai Clan too. In the present situation, the competition has turned more intense. Only rank 4 peak stage powers can fight for a seat. As long as the clan sends a rank 4 peak stage reinforcement, then with our rank 4 middle stage strength. Big brother's right. Shan clan has sent Ihwa. If we ask for reinforcement now, we won't lose face. Right, we need to ask support from the clan. There was endless gray fog completely filling Fan Yuan's vision and reminding him that he had already entered King Xian inheritance. Fan Yuan surveyed his surroundings. He could not tell east from west. However, in his aperture, spring-autumn cicada shook its wings slightly. The flow of time here was still 3 times faster than the outside world. I need to hurry. Fan Yuan felt a sense of urgency. The constantly recovering spring-autumn cicada was becoming more and more like a ticking time bomb. He grabbed a paper crane goo and activated it. A key was required to enter King Xian inheritance, and it was a paper crane goo. At this very moment, Fan Yuan could only use paper crane goo. His other goo besides spring-autumn cicada were all suppressed by the heavenly power. Paper crane goo floated in the air in front of him. It flapped its wings and led the way ahead. Fan Yuan followed the paper crane and slowly moved forward. He reached a hill and could see a blurry human figure in the fog. Human! Come out! Compete! Let's compete! The human figure opened its mouth. The sound was boorish and sporadic. When Fan Yuan walked closer, the human figure gradually became clearer. His figure was similar to ordinary humans, 2 hands and 2 legs. It was just that he was very buff, and reddish-brown hair grew from all over his body, chest, limbs, even on his face and buttocks. He looked at Fan Yuan with his bronze bell-like large eyes. Compete! Let's compete! Lose! Die! He roared. His eyes were filled with blood veins and looked very malevolent. Fan Yuan had already expected this and was not surprised, his expression calm. This was a mutated human. Beasts had mutated beasts, just like Biao among the tigers, Liken among wolves and Mastiff among dogs. Humans also had mutated humans. The mutated human Fan Yuan ran into now was a hairy man. Hairy man's whole body were covered with hair, even their eyelids. This type of mutated human has extremely low intelligence but had natural talent in goo refinement. There was a group of hairy men in King Xian inheritance. They were the obstacles goo masters had to clear to go forward. Only by winning against them could the goo masters continue on. If they lost, the goo masters would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men and become their food. Come! Fan Yuan stood at a distance of 10 steps from the hairy man with a tranquil expression. Several goo along with some materials appeared out of nowhere in the air and floated lightly to Fan Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also received the same things. The goo refinement had begun. Winner lives, loser dies. Chapter 357. Legend of the Hairy Men. The earliest record of hairy men was in. It was said that Renzu dug out his 2 eyes which turned into a son and a daughter. The son was Verdant Great Sun and the daughter was Desolate Ancient Moon. Verdant Great Sun liked to drink wine a lot. One time he caused an incident while being drunk and was trapped at the depths of the ordinary abyss. In the end, he profited from the disaster and obtained reputation goo which looked like chrysanthemum, and was able to escape alive. Because of reputation goo, Verdant Great Sun's reputation gradually became bigger. Soon, news that Verdant Great Sun was a huge drunkard spread all over the world. One day, a group of tiger-striped honey bees brought their beehive and found Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun, we heard you really like drinking wine and you have been saying the wine made by the 4 heaven and earth monkeys are the most delicious in the world. But how could the wine they brewed compare to our honey wine? Today, we have specially brought our honey for you to have a taste. Each of these honey bees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were speaking politely but their tone contained a threatening and forceful intent. Verdant Great Sun complained in his heart. This was truly misfortune befalling on someone who merely stayed home. Tiger-striped honey bees were very powerful. He was not a match against one of them, let alone a whole group. Verdant Great Sun could only reluctantly taste the honey wine inside the beehive. He had only taken a sip when his eyes brightened. Honey wine was sweet but not overly sweet. The wine fragrance was mellow and very delicious, absolutely a treasure of the world. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. This honey wine makes one feel like the most fortunate person in the world. Verdant Great Sun drank a mouthful of wine, praising it to the high heavens. Tiger-striped honeybees laughed, feeling very happy. The leader asked Verdant Great Sun, "Tell us which tastes more delicious, our honey wine or the wines of the four heaven and earth monkeys? Verdant Great Sun was already drunk and forgot about the terror of the tiger-striped honey bees, speaking frankly. They all have their own merits, it is very difficult to compare them. Tiger-striped honey bees were furious. He said our wine is actually at the same level as those mere monkeys? This Verdant Great Sun is too hateful, we need to teach him a lesson. They were just about to attack when suddenly Verdant Great Sun disappeared. This intoxication of Verdant Great Sun lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. In his haziness, he heard a voice calling out for him from the darkness. Verdant Great Sun, wake up quick. If you don't wake up, you will be eaten. Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. He discovered he was bound up and was being carried by a group of savage people. This group of savage people had hair all over their body and their 2 eyes were dark blue. There was already a bonfire burning and above the bonfire was a cauldron. The savage people quietly sat down, speaking pleasant-sounding words. We are refining eternal goo and we're just lacking a human to be the catalyst. Now heaven has sent us Verdant Great Sun, it is truly worthy of celebration. Human is the spirit of all living beings, Renzu is the spirit ancestor. Verdant Great Sun was born from his left eye and has ample spiritual energy. The way I see it, the refinement will succeed this time. Throw him into the cauldron quick, we will obtain eternal goo and live for eternity. Verdant Great Sun turned pale from fright at these words, immediately shouting out and struggling with all his strength. However, these savage people remained unmoved. At this very moment, Verdant Great Sun again heard the voice from before in his mind. Sigh, it is no use. These savages are the hairy men, loved by the world. They have an innate talent in refining goo worms. Verdant Great Sun instantly forgot his predicament, and curiously asked in his mind. Who are you? That voice laughed. I am Divine Travel Goo. As long as any person drinks 4 different top-tier wines in the world, they will give birth to me in their hearts. I can let you teleport to any place you wish. Verdant Great Sun was exulted. Then, please quickly bring me out of here. Divine Travel Goo sighed. It is no use. You can only use me when you are drunk. Your mind is sober now and so you can't use me. Verdant Great Sun suddenly realized. So that is why I was trapped in the isolated island and almost starved to death that time. Fortunately, I obtained reputation goo and could leave the ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me. Divine Travel Goo replied. Sigh, human, I did not have any intent to harm you. It was all because you used my strength after you became drunk. You don't need to blame me. Last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped honey bees, but you were able to escape thanks to me. 1 harm and 1 rescue, we can call it even. Verdant Great Sun also thought of the tiger-striped honey bees and no longer blamed Divine Travel Goo. He was thrown into the cauldron by the hairy men. The huge fire was burning hotter under the cauldron and the liquid temperature inside also soared. Add agates and red pepper. A hairy man threw precious agates and red pepper into the cauldron. The liquid inside the cauldron immediately changed to red and dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. Add blue smoke fox child. A hairy man grabbed a small fox and threw it into the cauldron. The small fox's whole body was hairy and looked extremely cute with its eyes like black diamonds. But the moment it touched the liquid, it turned into blue smoke and blended into the water. The liquid in the cauldron slowly boiled and Verdant Great Sun also felt more despair, feeling it would be difficult to escape the disaster this time. Hairy men continued to add in many supplementary materials and goo worms. Add vanity goo! A hairy man threw a goo into the cauldron. This goo was strange and looked like a huge blue crab. But different from real crabs, its crab's shell was hollow. The moment it saw Verdant Great Sun, the huge crab-like vanity goo was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun? I have heard about you, but had never expected I would meet you here. It is really my good fortune. I am too happy, too excited. Verdant Great Sun gave a bitter smile. How can it be good fortune when we are about to die? I don't care about death. I only wanted to ask, how did you become so famous? I really admire you. I have the utmost admiration for people like you. Vanity Goo asked with urgency. I am not in the mood to talk about this now, I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the cauldron and tried to climb up, but was quickly pressed down into the cauldron by a watching hairy man. Quick, tell me quick! Vanity Goo was not tactful and wholeheartedly wanted to ask for guidance. Verdant Great Sun furiously rebuked. Can't you see the situation we are in now? Vanity Goo opened its eyes wide and started at Verdant Great Sun before it beamed with pleasure. I understand now. If I want to be popular, I need to endure the heat. Thank you for the guidance, thank you. Verdant Great Sun, as thanks, I will do a favor for you. Saying so, the vanity goo exploded. This explosion was not intense and was very light, only giving off a soft bang sound. The vanity goo turned into a formless poisonous wind and attacked the hearts of all the hairy men. The crystal clear dark blue eyes of the hairy men turned red. Verdant Great Sun was dazed for a good while, before coming back to his senses. He could not help sighing at vanity goo's sacrifice, and immediately shouted, "Although you hairy men can refine goo, but it is nothing. Even if you all live for eternity, so what? You are so ugly with hair all over your body, you are simply an abomination." The hairy men were stupefied. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sunday. But now, the poison of vanity had spread in the depths of their hearts, shrouding their intelligence. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shouts, the hairy men started refuting loudly. Nonsense, nonsense. We hairy men are the most perfect. There can be nothing more beautiful than hair all over the body. Verdant Great Sun was suddenly hit by an inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is, could it be as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drank Vajra Monkey's strong wine, his hair had become blazing fire. The hairy men were baffled at his words. The beautiful fire was flickering and changing all the time. Even they could not help but admit the movement of Verdant Great Sun's hair was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to stimulate them. Even if you obtain eternity, you won't be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair, it is as colorful and charismatic as fire. The hairy men were spurred on by Verdant Great Sun, and finally someone could not endure it. You have such amazing hair, I will have it too. Look at mine. He then used a fire torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body burned and he became a fiery man. Ha ha ha, you only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon, the other hairy men also rushed to do the same. All of them became fiery men, the fire burned them and the intense pain caused them to howl in pain. But when they realized this, it was too late for them to extinguish the fire, and bombastically displayed their beauty. Divine Travel Goo was overjoyed and praised Verdant Great Sun endlessly. Human, you are really clever, actually thinking of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped out of the cauldron and succeeded in surviving. He replied in his mind with a cold smile. It is not me who is clever. It is the vanity in people that have turned them stupid. They often silently endure pain for false beauty, giving up the goals they should truly pursue. Grand white moon gold, skull stones, dragon-side tooth, young autumn grass along with 50 primeval stones, a flower boar goo and a boar cage goo. This was handed to Fang Yuan as the materials for goo refinement. In front of him, the hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground and refining goo. Although Fang Yuan was not a refinement path goo master, he had ventured into the refinement path in his previous life and knew many recipes. Right now, he had 3 choices. Every choice would refine a new goo. The inheritance did not mention which goo he had to refine. This meant the goo he refined needed to be better than the hairy man. Fang Yuan looked at the process of the hairy man refining goo and could already guess what he was going to refine. He sneered inwardly, but on his face appeared a respectful and flattering smile. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. The method of your goo refinement really makes this one sigh in amazement. You are a goo refinement grandmaster, there is no goo in this world which you can't refine. Ah? Ha ha! You! Tactful! The hairy man laughed loudly, clearly happy. This distraction immediately caused the goo refinement to fail. The hairy man's expression suddenly changed and shouted in fear. No! But it was already late. Heavenly power descended as lightning and struck the hairy man into ashes. Hee hee! Fang Yuan indifferently laughed and collected the materials in his hand. Under the paper crane goo's lead, he slowly walked towards the next round. Chapter 358. New Trump Card. Light dispersed and a goo slowly landed onto Fang Yuan's palm. This was water cage goo, which was used especially to capture wild goo worms and was very effective. The hairy man in front was in the process of refining goo. When he saw Fang Yuan was already done, he immediately let out a desperate howl. Thunder crackled in the sky and the hairy man was killed. Similar to King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance was also extremely cruel. Goo masters had to tread through blood and death to move a step forward. Fang Yuan sighed and stored the water cage goo before continuing forward. If he remembered correctly, This was already the 32nd round in King Xian Inheritance. King Xian Inheritance was an inheritance related to refinement path. The difficulty increased every 10 rounds and the hairy men that appeared also became smarter and stronger. In the early 20 or so rounds, Fan Yuan was able to rely on his speech to flatter the hairy men and disrupt their concentration, causing their gu refinement to fail and give him effortless victories. But starting from 30th round, the hairy men that appeared were huge and had remarkable intelligence. Fan Yuan could only compete fairly. But fortunately, the gu refinement materials of the first 20 rounds were accumulated by Fan Yuan, and gave him ample options in refining gu. These gu refinement materials could be saved by the gu masters and used for future rounds. This was also a trick King Xian had left behind when she set up his inheritance. In Fan Yuan's previous life, this trick was made public only after a year. Right now, it was a secret. Even if some people realized this trick, the number was only a small fraction of the participants. Fan Yuan was able to rush forward like this because of his plentiful accumulation and his previous life's experiences. His achievement here were even better than at King Quan Inheritance. From 40th round, the difficulty of King Xian Inheritance increased by several folds. At this stage, gu masters could use one of their gu. But in King Xian Inheritance, the gu they use must be of refinement path. Fan Yuan did not have any refinement path gu, the materials on him were also almost used up. He began to feel the difficulty of advancing forward. It was become very difficult to cross each round. What was good was that after 40th round, King Xian Inheritance gave the gu masters a corresponding reward. These rewards could be refinement path gu worms, recipes, primeval stones and so on, and were very generous. When Fan Yuan broke through to 44th round, he was given an opportunity to leave. He took this opportunity and left King Xian Inheritance. The time he spent this time in King Xian Inheritance was even longer than in King Quan Inheritance. Returning to Sancha Mountain, Fan Yuan found Tai Clan's purple light barrier was still standing tall. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were very patient and did not enter 3 Kings Inheritance. Bai Ningbing was still trapped. The 3 light pillars on the mountain peaks had already shrunk down to a cup-sized thickness. But as long as the light pillars existed, even if it was only the thickness of a tiny needle, it meant the doors had not closed and people could still enter. But every time the inheritance opened up, no matter which inheritance of 3 Kings Inheritance gu masters chose, they could only enter one time. Fan Yuan looked for Li Xian and made another transaction again. Li Xian received many things from Fan Yuan and was inwardly startled. I have a bad news for you. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers have already requested for support from their clan. Tai Clan has already sent a group of reinforcements over and it might be unfavorable for Sir. Fan Yuan was not surprised. This action of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers was also within his expectations. Who did they send as reinforcements? The head is Tai Clan's Tai Ba Xiu. He is a strength path gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Besides him, there is also Tai Ruanan. She is one of the 8 young masters of Tai Clan and is a rising star who has been in limelight these 2 years. Every one of Tai Clan's 8 young masters are dragons and phoenixes. Especially this Tai Ruanan, she is the daughter of divine investigator Tai Xueling, and already has rank 4 initial stage cultivation at such a young age. Li Xian placed emphasis on Tai Ruanan in this batch of reinforcements, and only gave small snippets of information regarding Tai Ba Xiu and others. Tai Ba Xiu was already a famous character, and everyone knew of him. But Tai Ruanan was a rising star and could only be said to have some reputation and had yet to be famous around southern border. Li Xian, however, did not know Fan Yuan was familiar with Tai Ruanan. Sure enough, she advanced to rank 4. Tai Ba Xiu, Tai Clan indeed sent this group just like in my previous life. Fan Yuan pondered in his mind. Li Xian had been observing Fan Yuan's expression the whole time, but seeing him remain calm, he was increasingly feeling more afraid. Lord Little Beast King, when this batch of Tai clansmen arrives, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers will be free to deal with Bai Ningbing. There is still time if you make a move now. Li Xian persuaded, with sincerity showing all over his face. I will have to ask you to pay more attention to our future deals. Fan Yuan smiled and left the cave. The moment Fan Yuan left, Li Xian's expression turned grave. His small eyes flashed with sharp light. I have been fanning the flames to this extent, but this little beast king remains unmoved. Is he really not worried about his partner's safety? Could it be the relation between Bai Ningbing and him is not as close as the rumors say? He is a man and Bai Ningbing is so beautiful, he will definitely go rescue her. It seems I need to contact Humayer. Riling up people's emotions had become basic nature to him. He watched others fight and fished in troubled water, obtaining huge benefits. Is this true? Humayer's eyes brightened with high spirits when she got the news from Lucien. Why would I deceive my darling? Lucien smiled while caressing Humayer's waist. Humayer smiled tenderly and threw herself into Lucien's chest, acting coquettishly. It is still Big Brother Lucien who loves me the most. A round pearl quietly rested on Fan Yuan's palm. It was golden all over and was only the size of a thumb. In the dusky cave, the pearl let out faint golden luster. This was a yellow gold relic goo, rank 4 goo. This goo's market supply was strictly controlled by all great clans. Even Lucien could not get it. It was all because this goo could directly raise a rank 4 goo master's cultivation by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the higher-ups of a clan. A yellow gold relic goo could change the power structure of the higher-ups. I was quite lucky this time, actually receiving a yellow gold relic goo as reward in King Xian inheritance. Fan Yuan sighed before activating this goo with a thought. Yellow gold relic goo immediately turned into golden ray of light and entered Fan Yuan's aperture. The 90% primeval sea in Fan Yuan's aperture surged and ebbed. In the center, spring-autumn cicada appeared and disappeared at times. When yellow gold relic goo entered the aperture, it was firmly suppressed by the indistinct aura of spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan could only make spring-autumn cicada conceal itself, then use yellow gold relic goo. A ball of golden light immediately spread and covered the whole aperture. Bright golden primeval essence converged together, cleansing the aperture walls. A night passed, and when the light of clear dawn shone upon Sancha Mountain, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rank 4 middle stage. If he used 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, he would possess rank 4 upper stage essence gold primeval essence. This moment, he had officially surpassed Bai Ningbing in cultivation. At the same time, the stable aperture walls could bear even more of spring-autumn cicada's pressure now, somewhat delaying this death warrant. Next, it is refining goo. Fan Yuan did not urgently use liquor worm, but instead took out a goo. This goo was a ball of bone the size of a quail egg. On the surface, there were alternating black and white stripes like on a zebra. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing had once used this to soar to the skies. This was the footless bird. Although it was only at rank 3, it could move 10,000 miles and was the number 1 mount under rank 5. But it had a great weakness: it could only fly once. The moment it landed, it was the moment of its death. This footless bird goo was also obtained from King Xian inheritance as a reward for Fan Yuan. 9 palace flowers, aspiring stone, golden crow's essence, chilling grass. Fan Yuan threw all these materials into the footless bird goo and also constantly threw in primeval stones. Most of these goo refinement materials were materials Fan Yuan had remaining from King Xian inheritance, while a portion was bought from Lucien. He used up a total of 180,000 primeval stones before the goo refinement finished. Bone Wings Goo. It was a rank 4 goo. It looked like a feather, was spotless white, had bony texture and was light as a feather. Under Fan Yuan's will, this goo flew towards his back and spread, forming into something resembling 2 pairs of folded wings that covered almost all of Fan Yuan's back. He poured primeval essence into the Bone Wings Goo. Suddenly, intense pain attacked him as countless bones grew out from his backbone and ribs. The bony outgrowth pierced through his flesh and grew out before converging together and forming 2 enormous bone wings. These bone wings were like the wings on a bird, wide and long. When folded up, the tail of the wings could touch the ground. The current Fan Yuan was truly an 8-foot-tall man. Whoosh! There was a soft sound as the bone wings stretched out. The cave did not look so spacious anymore. Normal bone wings were spotless white. But the bone wings on Fan Yuan was not only pitch black, but also let out a metallic luster like that of steel and iron. This was because Fan Yuan's skeleton surpassed ordinary, having been reformed by iron bone goo, and at the same time, he had constantly been using rank 4 essence iron bone recently. This led to Fan Yuan's bone wings to far surpass other people's in terms of sturdiness. Rather than to say they were only bone wings, it was better to say they were iron bone wings. Fan Yuan softly flapped the wings. There was only a blowing sound before a strong whirlwind blew up. Bone wings could be used as he wished, and was like a natural part of his body. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary goo masters were rather cautious in using bone wings goo. They would often train for 2 to 3 years before they were able to fly. If it were to be used in battle, they would have to train even longer, at least 5 years and above. After all, humans were creatures who walked on the ground and not flying creatures. However, Fang Yuan had no such problem. After 500 years in his previous life, he had similarly gained plentiful experiences in terms of flying. One could well imagine, if he suddenly used them, it was sure to catch his enemies off guard. His newly advanced cultivation and bone wings gu became the new trump cards of Fan Yuan. Now, it is time to deal with Bai Ningbing's matter. Fan Yuan kept the bone wings, a chilling light flashing past his eyes. Chapter 359. Obstruction. A group of 7 people silently moved through a forest. We have been hurrying on our way without resting all these days and are already very close to Sancha Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu thought while rushing through the forest, stepping across stones and tree roots. He was tall and had a buff physique. On his square face was a steady expression which gave a feeling of reliability. His cultivation was rank 4 upper stage and his fame had spread throughout southern border. When he was young, he was spurned by the clan, pushed aside and forced to drift outside. Then he encountered a righteous gu master inheritance, and changed to strength path, making his name renowned in the world. Now, he was a famous character of the righteous path. With rank 5 gu earth overlord, he was called present age overlord and had battle strength that surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. At present, there are 5 rank 4 peak stage gu masters on Sancha Mountain: Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong, Kong Ri Tian, Wusheng Tong and Yihua. Among them, Yihua's battle prowess is very high, and will be the strongest opponent. In addition to this, there will be more and more formidable characters who will join this struggle. It is just that I do not know what Tai Ruanan has planned. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu could not help turning his gaze towards Tai Ruanan who was running beside him. Although he had impressive battle prowess, in the group that was sent over this time by the clan, he was not the head. Rather, it was a young junior, Tai Ruanan. After Tai Ruanan returned to the clan, she cultivated hard and displayed extremely strong aptitude and talent. Now, she was already one of the Tai clan's 8 young masters. She was meticulous, sensitive to the smallest details and was already being called Little Divine Investigator. She was the strongest rising star that emerged in Tai clan these years. She was gradually soaring up and was being watched by many. This time, when the 4 old-timers requested for reinforcements, the clan made an exception and appointed Tai Ruanan as the leader of this group. Even Tai Ba Xiu, this famous senior, had to obey her orders. This showed how much the Tai clan higher-ups expected from her. Tai Ba Xiu only took a glance before retracting his gaze. He was not in the least bit concerned about the clan's arrangement, and was also not jealous. Tai Ba Xiu was very loyal to the clan. For the clan's future hope, he was willing to be an assistant, willing to become a stepping stone. In fact, when he was down and out, he had received divine investigator Tai Xueling's help. Tai Ba Xiu had always felt grateful towards him, and with the interaction over these days, he sensed Tai Ruanan's brilliance. As expected of divine investigator's daughter, Big Brother Xueling, you have a worthy successor. You can rest assured in the afterlife. Tai Ba Xiu was gratified. He was very satisfied with Tai Ruanan. Not only did he admire her cultivation talents, he admired her leadership capability even more. Outstanding young gu masters had gathered around Tai Ruanan. Not mentioning anything else, one just needed to look at the current group of people. Tai Mu, rank 3 peak stage gu master, looked gentlemanly and was brimming with talent. He had received many invitations, but he chose to join Tai Ruanan. Tai Ao Kai, rank 3 upper stage, he might look dazed and sleepy, but in the field of investigative ability, he had true prowess. There was also Tai Dao Ku, an offense gu master with outstanding battle prowess. He had once served another young master but was now recruited by Tai Ruanan. Tai Xianhua, one of the beauties in the clan, young and beautiful. Even clan elders praised her defensive abilities. These talents gathered under Tai Ruanan and would become her crew. Tai Ba Xiu seemed to see the radiant scene where this crew endlessly grew and assisted Tai Ruanan in ascending to the position of clan leader. Each one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan had a chance to contend for clan leader's position. As they ran quickly, lights and shadows fluctuated in their vision and green light shone on Tai Ruanan's face. Her slender legs revealed her youthful beauty as she ran through the forest. Having gained much experiences these years, Tai Ruanan had clearly matured. Her brows were sharp as sword and her eyes shone like the stars. When one looked at her from the side, one could feel her power. Her thick eyelashes shaded the resolute light in her eyes. Sancha Mountain! She recited this name in her mind. She had already received news about Sancha Mountain. And she was even aware that Sancha Mountain had become a place of unstable changes, a struggling whirlpool that swallowed lives, engulfing countless people of both demonic and righteous paths. Originally, Tai Ruanan had not thought of participating. But an unexpected information made her realize there were hidden details regarding Qing Mao Mountain back then. Her father Tai Shueling lost his life at Qing Mao Mountain. A hero of a generation had fallen. Anything that concerned her father, she had to check it out. Thus, she personally accepted the order and hurried to Sancha Mountain. Bai Ningbing. Fan Zheng. The truth about Qing Mao Mountain, I will get to the bottom of it. The group moved forward. The group of 7 moved in standard battle formation. The investigative Gu Master Tai Aokai was at front, Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu was at middle. Healing Gu Master was at the rear with defensive Gu Master Tai Xianhua beside him. No matter what the terrain was, the battle formation showed no signs of disorder. No matter what happened, this group responded to it at the first sight, and was not caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly, Tai Aokai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted, alerting the group. Something happened. The whole group swiftly came to a stop. The formation changed slightly to form into the best battle array. It was both closely linked and was also faintly loose to leave a way for retreat. They could attack if they progressed, and defend if they retreated. A person who crossed his arms and was standing on a boulder glanced down at this group of people. He was tall, with strong back and narrow waist. Although he was not exaggeratedly muscular, he still gave a feeling of sturdiness. He was wearing tight-fitting black clothes. He was standing there alone, but it felt like a mountain was standing. Especially, his black pupils, they were dark as abyss and gave an unfathomable feeling. Fan Jing! Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk when she saw this person and blurted out. This person was indeed Fan Yuan. Tai Ruanan, we meet again. The corner of Fan Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. A grim intent was revealed from his expression. Little Beast King! Tai Ba Xiu's eyes narrowed and a severe light flashed past them. The other 5 people of the group were behaving like they were facing a great enemy. They were very well equipped with intel and knew the person in front of them. A rising star of the demonic path with outstanding battle prowess. His actions were wild and unrestrained and extremely dangerous character. Fan Jing, I trust you have been since we last met? Tai Ruanan revealed a complicated expression on her face and continued after a sigh. Fan Jing, you came to compromise? Actually, there is nothing to it. I know the struggles of 3 kings' inheritance. You either live or die. There are no ways for retreat. Bai Ningbing ran into my Tai clan's Gu Master and killed him in as a last-ditch move. I have friendly relations with you both. How about this? Come to Tai clan as a guest, explain the matter clearly and redeem this sin by doing some assignments for Tai clan. I can plead for leniency for you and Tai clan won't pursue this matter anymore. When she was speaking, Tai Aokai nervously activated his Gu to secretly scan his surroundings. It was truly strange Fan Yuan appeared alone. Maybe there were others lying in ambush. Fan Yuan could not help but sneer at Tai Ruanan's words. Sin? She only killed a person, what sin is there? The only slight difference is this person has a somewhat tougher background, that's all. Tai Ruanan, I didn't think you were so childish. Thinking of luring me into going to Tai clan, and capture me there? When I enter Tai clan, I will be a dragon swimming in shallow water, a tiger moving in plain sight. Wouldn't I be completely at your mercy then? Tai Ruanan deeply furrowed her brows. Fan Jing, you have changed a lot over these years. You feel no guilt over killing a person? Anyway, I am not telling lies. I pledge on my honor that I will guarantee your safety and guarantee you will be given fair trial. Fan Yuan scoffed. Is your Tai clan considered safe? At the moment, divine thief Lu Zuanfeng has been causing havoc at Tai clan, even infiltrating Demon Suppression Tower. Your Tai clan can't even help yourselves. Can you guarantee my safety? Laughable, truly laughable. What? The clan has kept the news regarding divine thief Lu Zuanfeng confidential. He is an outsider, and has also been staying far away here at Sancha Mountain. How could he be so clear of the matter? The 7 people of Tai clan turned pale. Divine thief Lu Zuanfeng was a rank 5 expert. The matter of him infiltrating Demon Suppression Tower had already caused a lot of disturbance in Tai clan's higher-ups. Tai clan had always viewed itself as the holy land of the righteous path. Its Demon Suppression Tower was even a renowned prison for the demonic path. but Lu Xuanfeng entered and left it as he pleased. This level of humiliation and disgrace was tightly guarded and kept a secret by Tai clan. Even top clans like Wu clan and Shang clan had no knowledge of it. However, this little beast king unexpectedly knew it. Do you really believe such nonsense? Tai Ba Xiu could not help but refuse it as it concerned the reputation of Tai clan. Leader, there are no one in the surroundings, he is alone. At this time, Tai Aokai reported in a soft voice. A bright light immediately flashed through Tai Ruonan's mind and she fixed her gaze at Fan Yuan. Fan Jing, I understand your intent. You want to use this information to blackmail us in exchange for Bai Ningbing's life? We can do that. But we need to know how you came to know about this secret. Otherwise, we will absolutely not let her go. Fan Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Tai Ruonan, you are truly naive. I just spoke those words casually. You still don't understand the purpose of me coming here? Don't you know there is a battle tactic called besiege an enemy's stronghold in order to strike at the reinforcements? What, you want to go against us? Tai Ruonan's pupils slightly widened, revealing an inconceivable expression. The others also looked at Fan Yuan as if they were looking at an idiot. We are a group of 7 while you are just by yourself. We have rank 4 upper stage senior Tai Ba Xiu, rank 4 initial stage Tai Ruonan, and 5 rank 3 Gu masters, each of them an expert. Just you alone wants to go against us? Has this little beast king lost his mind? Is there a problem with his brain? For a moment, everyone had this thought. Fan Yuan knew their thoughts as he looked at the change in their expression and eyes. He did not feel like refuting them. With a cold smile, he suddenly pounced towards the group from high above like a northern goshawk. He really attacked? Looking for death. The 7 people were both startled and furious. No, this aura, how could he be at rank 4 middle stage? Next instant, the 7 all felt their hearts thump as they sensed the aura on Fan Yuan. Facts speak louder than words. Rank 4 middle stage. Not initial stage? Tai Ruonan's eyes opened wide and was stunned at the revelation. Chapter 360. 1 verses 7. Fan Yuan had been using breath concealment Gu and restrained his aura as much as possible. But now that he made a move, his true aura exploded out. Add into that, Tai Ruonan's group had the preconceived belief that Fan Yuan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. Thus, for a moment, this 7-person group was very surprised. Rank 4 middle stage, this little beast king is so young but has surpassed young Master Ruonan. Rank 4 middle stage, no wonder he could be so arrogant. So what if he is at rank 4 middle stage? He actually dared to approach us alone, he is simply seeking his own doom. All sorts of thoughts flashed in the Tai clan's group's minds. Thud. A dull sound echoed. Tai Ba Xiu came back to his senses the fastest and stiffly struck against Fan Yuan's fists in midair. Tai Ba Xiu stably fell to the ground while Fan Yuan was sent flying. Fan Jing, you want to find trouble with us just by yourself? I know you want to rescue your partner Bai Ningbing, but think it over. You can't act rashly in the matter of rescuing someone, it is still not too late for you to pull back. If you continue to fight, you will truly be setting yourself against our Tai clan. If that happens, your partner's life will also be on the line. Tai Ba Xiu expressed himself in few words, seemingly earnest, but was in truth attempting to break Fan Yuan's fighting spirit. Truly proving old ginger is hotter than new. Fan Yuan chuckled and looked at Tai Ba Xiu and the rest, his gaze completely exposed his killing intent. So what if you are Tai clan? So what if I oppose you? If I really can't save Bai Ningbing, then I can only blame it on her bad luck. In any case, I already did my best. Such ruthless and indifference caused the Tai clan's 7 people to feel a chill in their hearts. Fan Yuan turned towards Tai Aokai. You over there, you don't need to scout anymore, it is just me alone. Frankly, this path you guys chose is really good, very hidden and very suitable for me to kill you all. Hearing these words, Tai Ba Xiu's expression completely turned dark. Fan Jing, you are seeking your own death. Death? Fan Yuan started laughing loudly without any restraint. Is this guy crazy? Has Little Beast King going mad from cultivation and lost his mind? Demonic path people are all lunatics like this. The group all felt the situation was going to be problematic from the unbridled laughter of Fan Yuan. Fierce people were afraid of unreasonable people, and unreasonable people were afraid of those that did not care about death. Despite there being 7 people in Tai clan's side and Fan Yuan was alone, the Tai clan's group felt fear. This type of lunatic that was suicidal and did not care about his own life What was there that he could not do? Fan Yuan suddenly stopped laughing and stepped forward, producing a loud sound. Like a tiger that left the mountain, he resumed his attacks again. Fight! Tai Ruonan shouted with a heavy expression, knowing this fight was inevitable. Tai Baixiu retreated and stood beside Tai Ruonan. Tai Dao Ku and Tai Xianhua moved to the front together, and Tai Ao Kai started running at the side. The whole formation was instantly loosened up like a sack being opened, displaying their skilled battle tactics coordination. Charge and crash Gu! Fan Yuan rushed forward like a bull. The stones under him were smashed as he moved with powerful momentum and penetrated into Tai Clan's sack without any fear. Little Beast King, you are simply too arrogant! Tai Xianhua shouted in her delicate voice and stretched out the 5 fingers of her right hand. There was a soft sound and an enormous black golden lotus flower blossomed instantly from her palm. The lotus bloomed, its huge petals were bent down, forming arcs like an umbrella. The dark green lotus stalk continued to grow and in a blink of an eye was over an arm's size, becoming the handle of the umbrella. Tai Xianhua plucked this lotus with her left hand and then charged towards Fan Yuan while holding the dark green lotus stalk. Umbrella Lotus Gu! Tai Xianhua was petite while the umbrella lotus was huge and completely covered her, becoming a shield and firmly protecting her. Fan Yuan sneered. A white elephant phantom appeared above him. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. Bam! With no surprise, Fan Yuan sent Tai Xianhua, who was blocking his path, flying. Tai Xianhua flew a whole 10 feet like a dead leaf blown by the wind. What great strength! She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. She twisted her body in the midair and quickly found a balance, landing on the ground without falling. But the expected attack did not follow. Fan Yuan ignored her existence and directly charged towards Tai Ruonan. Damn it, he is going after young master! We must block him, protect young master! The battle will and killing intent of the group was ignited when they saw Fan Yuan targeting Tai Ruonan. Tai Ruonan half-kneeled, her 2 hands were pressed on the ground. From the moment the battle started, she was creating a puppet. Plants grew wildly near her. The fragile grass beside her feet grew to an adult man's height. Dozens of huge grass intertwined. In the emerald green light, a grassman puppet was created. Grass Puppet Gu! Fan Yuan had seen rank 1 grass puppet Gu at Qingmao Mountain. It was used as a target for practicing moon blades. Rank 1 grass puppet Gu was of no threat, but once it reached rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. The one Tai Ruonan was using right now was rank 3 grass puppet Gu. The grassman puppet she created was short and thin, the leaves tightly weaved together. Its one hand was holding a bamboo blade and another hand was raising a rattan shell shield. This was rattan shell grass soldier. It possessed the strength to kill a rank 1 Gu master. Just 1 rattan shell grass soldier was no threat to Fan Yuan. But once their numbers increased, they became troublesome. Rattan shell grass soldier were often used as cannon fodder to consume the opposing Gu master's primeval essence. Most importantly, using a rank 4 Gu master's strength, a dozen rattan shell soldiers could combine into a rank 4 grass sword elite soldier. In this short moment, Tai Ruonan already had 18 rattan shell grass soldiers beside her. Tai Ruonan! Fan Yuan was filled with killing intent, his icy and sharp gaze firmly locked on to Tai Ruonan. This woman possessed outstanding talents similar to Bai Ningbing, and she had also investigated the affairs on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fan Yuan had already wanted to kill her back at Shangclan City, but the time had not been good then. Tai Ruonan did not budge. She chose to believe in her partners and was still creating rattan shell grass soldiers. Block him! Tai Ao Kai flung his sleeves and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step further! Tai Dao Ku rushed towards Fan Yuan while activating Hand Blade Gu and Swift Shadow Gu. Fan Yuan laughed, and directly clashed head-on without evading it. Golden needle mosquitoes pierced tiny blood holes all over his body. Tai Dao Ku's arms struck his chest and slashed out long wounds. Fan Yuan howled with laughter, and stepped forward with his head high, blood flowing out from the wounds all over his body. He is wounded! The Tai clan group was solemn. If it were other enemies that were wounded, the Tai clan group would feel happy and relaxed, but Fan Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu. The heavier the injuries he suffered, the stronger his fighting strength became. Green bull, horse, stone turtle. Sure enough, 3 more beast phantoms appeared above Fan Yuan. He opened the way with his huge strength that could not be blocked. Tai Xianhua rushed over and was casually sent flying by Fan Yuan. Tai Daoku helplessly retreated while Tai Aokai could only wander at the sidelines. Good tyrant strength Gu! Fan Yuan was about to reach Tai Ruonan when Tai Ba-shio shouted and stepped forward. Bam! There was a huge explosive sound from the collision of the two. Both were sent back 7 to 8 steps. It was a draw. Fan Yuan had 4 beast phantoms, but Tai Ba-shio was not famous for nothing. His rank 4 tyrant strength Gu was inherited from the ancient strength path and possessed the strength of a overlord. Interesting again! Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and he charged forward again. Tai Ba-shio greeted him head-on, firmly blocking his way. Tai Daoku and others all let out a breath of turbid air, feeling relief as they looked at this scene. Little Beast King is finally stopped. This is Senior Tai Ba-shio. Fang Jing is trapped within our tight encirclement, he is sure to die. The Tai clan group's fighting spirits soared as Fan Yuan lost his momentum. In their eyes he was like a bull that had fallen into trap, his threat had greatly decreased. All of them joined in to attack. All kinds of attacks like swarm of golden needle mosquitoes, flower rain and hand blades were thrown at Fan Yuan from all directions. Fan Yuan's skin was torn open, the wounds on his body was becoming more serious, and he had no choice but to use Golden Shield Gu to defend. At the same time, he also used Self-Reliance Gu to heal his body. The more he fought, the stronger he got, but Tai Ba-shio was unexpectedly also the same. He possessed rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu, which allowed him to absorb an endless amount of strength from the earth, making his tyrant strength Gu stronger and stronger. Tai Ba-shio continuously activated Earth Overlord Gu, acquiring formless strength from the earth that empowered his tyrant strength Gu and continued to increase his strength. The battle was in a stalemate. Fan Yuan and Tai Ba-shio fought intensely, beating each other up with punches and kicks. They were the center of the fight. Like human-shaped beasts, each of their moves carried heavy weight, and wherever the fight went, stones shattered and dust flew. Howl! Suddenly, there was a beast howl and a beast phantom appeared above Fan Yuan. Lightning curled around it, its tusks were exposed outside and it gave off extremely violent aura. Thunderboar Phantom. Tai Xianhua, who was blocking Fan Yuan's path, was suddenly sent flying. Umbrella Lotus Gu broke and its petals scattered in the air. Xianhua, persevere! Tai Mu rushed over and held Tai Xianhua, who was throwing up huge amounts of blood, and promptly began healing her. At the same time, a group of rattan shellgrass soldiers came over and blocked any gaps in the surroundings, defending these two. By now, there were already close to 1,000 rattan shellgrass soldiers around Tai Ruonan, and were already providing support in the battle. At the same time, she was continuously creating new grassman puppets. Tai Ruonan walked the enslavement path, and one could not let an enslavement path Gu master like her have enough time to prepare. Enslavement path Gu masters were the best at fighting war of attrition. The longer the time passed, the more unfavorable Fan Yuan's situation would be. The best answer was to directly murder the leader. But this tactic would not work. Fan Yuan was firmly entangled with Tai Ba-shio now. A ferocious junior! Tai Ba-shio could not help but feel admiration towards Fan Yuan in his heart. Even though he had already predicted it, the strength Fan Yuan displayed still shocked him. He had thought Fan Yuan's power was due to the set of strength path Gu with him, inheriting the precious Gu worms of ancient strength path, and moreover, their coordination was also exquisite. However, as the battle progressed till this stage, Tai Ba-shio could hardly dare to believe the shrewdness, ruthlessness, calmness and steadiness Fan Yuan displayed. This lad's battle talent. If I was not personally fighting him, I would never believe that there would be such a monster. He needs to be killed, I must kill him. He is even more dangerous than what the intel said. If we give him time to grow, it will be a calamity for the righteous path. Tai Ba-shio was shocked and his killing intent soared even more. Chapter 361. 1 verses 7. The battle carried on like wildfire. Little Beast King, is this terrifying? We have so many people on our side but still can't catch him. Tai Mu looked at the battle while healing Tai Xianhua, his expressions fluctuating endlessly. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, reaching this formidable stage now. Tai Daoku looked at the battle in front, sensing he was already unable to interfere. No wonder he arrogantly blocked us, such battle prowess. But even if he is more ferocious, what can he do? 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands. The battle has reached this stage, and we still have 7 people. This is the cooperative strength of a group. Fan Jing, this battle is your loss, no doubt. Tai Ruanan observed the battle situation from a tall boulder. In her sight, Tai Ba Xiu and 5 others surrounded Fan Yuan as a circle. And surrounding this was a large numbers of green rat and shellgrass soldiers that had formed into a tight net. At the same time, some rattan shellgrass soldiers were combining with each other to form rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Little Beast King, look at your surroundings. You are already heavily encircled. Do you still want to persist obstinately? Let yourself be captured and maybe you can still have a way out. Tai Xianhua stood up and attempted to shake Fan Yuan's fighting spirit. The injuries on her were already healed by Tai Mu and she now had the strength to fight again. Fang Jing, it is impossible for you to escape even if you grow wings. This is the price for overestimating yourself. Tai Mu added in from beside Tai Xianhua. Impossible to escape? Fan Yuan suddenly exerted strength and forced back Tai Ba Xiu. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Is it true that I can't escape even if I grow wings? I'll give it a try. Whoosh! There was a sharp pain as a pair of pitch black bone wings with metallic luster stretched out fully from Fan Yuan's back. This is. He really has. What? In front of Tai Clan Group's amazed gazes, Fan Yuan flapped the wings and softly lifted off from the ground and continued to rise higher, flying into the air. Tai Mu could never have expected his words to turn out to be a prophecy, and was baffled. The intel did not say Little Beast King had a flying type goo. This is clearly a rank 4 flying type goo. How did he get it? Tai Xianhua stared with her eyes wide open in bewilderment. Flying type goo were a type of movement goo worms. They were rather expensive and also very rare, thus only few goo masters possessed them. Fang Jin can fly? No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Dao Ku immediately realized. Tai Ruanan's expression also turned unsightly. Her rat and shellgrass soldiers had no use against their targets. The moment Fan Yuan flew, an enormous hole immediately appeared in her painstakingly created layers of encirclement. What are you all panicking for? Right at this moment, Tai Ba Xiu's loud shout echoed in everyone's ears. This rank 4 upper stage strength path cultivator was a cornerstone of the Tai clan, and right now his eyes were bursting with bright light. His plentiful experiences allowed him to find out a weakness in Fan Yuan. How can flying type goo be easy to control? By nature, humans walk on the ground. If they want to fly and so freely, they need a lot of painstaking practice. And to battle while flying? It needs even more bitter training. Even Verdant Great Son of the Great Renzu, died while flying. How much time could it have been since this little beast king obtained his flying type goo? Tai Ba Xiu words forced the Tai clan group to wake up and their spirits rose up again. That's right, the intel did not mention Fang Jing having any flying type goo. He definitely obtained the bone wings very recently. Flying needs a huge amount of practice. It is not something that can be picked up and used immediately. Little Beast King is too naive. The main thing is we are really fortunate to have Senior Tai Ba Xiu by our side. Tai Clan's group regained their fighting spirit. My long-distance methods are lacking. You guys attack and take him down. Fan Jing, you made an extremely stupid move. If you had continued to battle steadily, you could have still lasted for some time, but now you have trapped yourself. Tai Ba Xiu shouted loudly. You think so? Fang Yuan smiled indifferently, a look of pity in his eyes. Little Beast King, you won't be proud for long. Golden Needle Mosquito. Tai Ao Kai wanted to attack when suddenly his expression turned stiff. In the battle just before, his Golden Needle Mosquito goo were already exhausted. It was all because he saw Fang Yuan not defending against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attack, thus using it readily. The battle was also very intense, which made him forget the intense expenditure of the Golden Needle Mosquitoes. Not good, my Star Arrow goo has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, I only have 2 Flower Rain goo remaining. A similar situation played out on, more or less, everybody. Tai Ba Xiu's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already been ready, and had all along been hiding his schemes deep within his heart. It's okay, I have Blade Chi goo and can do long-distance fight. Tai Dao Ku stood up. I have Snowball goo with me and can make Little Beast King suffer some consequences. Another Tai Clan goo master also stood up. Many hands provide great strength. There were 7 people in this Tai Clan group and thus they had plentiful methods. Even if Fan Yuan had aimed at this, he was not able to wipe out all their methods. Little Beast King, get down here! Tai Dao Ku sent out a ray of blade chi. The blade chi whistled towards Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan evaded it with a light flap of his wings. 3 snowballs moved in to block Fan Yuan's retreating path. Fan Yuan folded up his left wing and made an agile whirling movement, safely passing through the gaps between the snowballs. Tai Ba Xiu's heart thumped at this scene and a bad feeling rose up. He evaded them so effortlessly. Was that luck? Soon, the Tai clan group felt stunned and helpless as Fan Yuan agilely and confidently evaded countless attacks. He has such a good control over flying-type goo. Damn it, our attacks simply can't hit him. My primeval essence is already running dry. Blade Chi Gu's consumption is huge. It seems we can only let Fan Jing escape this time. The Tai clan group's attacks gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you. You are indeed a great talent. Today, we made it easy for you to retreat. That is also because of your talent. But watch out for the next time we meet. Tai Ruonan warned in a heavy voice. Fan Yuan seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world and started laughing loudly. What are you laughing at? The ominous feeling in Tai Ba Xiu's heart became even more intense. Ha ha ha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why would I run? The real battle has only begun. After saying this, Fan Yuan activated all-out effort Gu and strength Chi Gu at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant and black python. 5 beast phantoms turned solid and slammed down. Bam! 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 In an instant, the battlefield shook, stones crumbled and dust flew everywhere. Rat and shell grass soldiers were sent flying or destroyed and the Tai clan group retreated madly. Attack! We can't be taking hits passive. We must give him no time to take control of the battlefield. Tai Ba Xiu roared furiously and punched at Fan Yuan from afar with his bull-sized fists. A formless majestic fist energy exploded out violently and actually broke the sound of sound, creating a sonic boom. However, Fan Yuan flapped his wings and rose higher, easily dodging the attack. Tai Ba Xiu helplessly sighed. His fist energy might be a long-range attack, but the distance it could reach was short. He was a strength path Gu master. This path had always lacked in long-range attack methods. Fan Yuan could be said to be an oddity because his strength Chi Gu originated from the ancient Chi path. Upon Tai Ba Xiu's reminder, other Tai clan Gu masters warded off the beast phantoms and started making aerial attacks. However, Fan Yuan displayed unmatchable flying ability. Occasionally, he was like a butterfly, dancing between the attacks and agilely evading them. Occasionally, he was like a goshawk flying towards the sky, forcing people to watch helplessly. Occasionally, he would make arcs with his bone wings like a swift. And occasionally, he would hover and wait for an opportunity before moving, like a dragonfly. Most of the attacks were dodged by him. And a few attacks that managed to strike his body were resisted by the defensive light of Golden Shield Gu. This is impossible! How could his flying capability be so superb? This level of control isn't inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Fei Yu or Fei Yu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Fei Yu and Fei Yu Wang were experts in flying and were already famed throughout southern border. The Tai clan group were stunned and horrified. Fan Yuan constantly activated Gu worms to attack to his heart's content. The earlier battle was only setting up this current situation. Tai Ruonan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rat and shell grass soldiers, but they could only passively take hits now. Moreover, it had wasted a lot of her primeval essence. Die! Fan Yuan hovered for a long while before he suddenly saw an opportunity and pounced down. Tai Mu, careful! Dodge quickly! Tai Mu heard the others' fearful shouts and looked up in a flurry. The dazzling sunlight pierced his eyes first of all. Then he saw a black figure pouncing down like a goshawk. The intense whistling sounds immediately filled his ears. An enormous feeling of crisis filled his heart. Not good, run! This thought had just emerged in his mind when Fan Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom retract. Fan Yuan's strength gushed up and he pulled apart his arms, ruthlessly ripping apart the arms. Blood spurted out like a waterfall and Tai Mu's 2 limbs were torn apart from the shoulders. A violent pain drowned Tai Mu's mind and he roared furiously. His handsome face twisted into something terrifying. Bam! Fan Yuan again exerted strength and smacked his hands. Tai Mu's head was forcibly burst open like a watermelon. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed on Fan Yuan's body, face and hair. It was either the gray brain matter or red blood, even the eyeballs stuck on Fan Yuan's clothes. The dense bloody stench assaulted the nose. If it were any other person, they might have vomited on the spot, but Fan Yuan smelled it like it was the world's most fragrant smell. He was enjoying this, and there was even a very intense excitement in the depths of his heart. Death, such a sweet fragrance! Kill, kill! Let the flower of life bloom brightly in the blood! He threw his head back and roared, actually improvising a poem. Tai Mu! Seeing Tai Mu's death, the Tai clan group looked with furious eyes, the fire of their fury seemingly able to burn the sky and ocean. Chapter 362. 1 verses 7. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead! Tai Xianhua raised the umbrella lotus gu, shouting as she pounced. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. After waiting for Tai Xianhua to get close, he turned his body quickly, and opened his wings, as he moved elegantly and brushed past Tai Xianhua. Tai Xianhua charged for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus gu fell on the ground, as a trace of blood slowly showed on her neck, before blood poured out of her like a fountain, sending her head flying as she was beheaded. Xianhua! Tai clan's group shouted pitifully, but it could not bring her back to life. Tai Ba Xiu quickly came over. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Ba Xiu was obstructed by the rat and shell grass soldiers. Although he created a path for himself to charge out, how could he match Fan Yuan's speed? Fan Yuan flew in the sky. After some indiscriminate dive bombs, he flew towards Tai Ruonan. Oh no, his target is young master! Tai Dao Ku quickly reinforced her. Fan Yuan suddenly changed directions, landing quickly in front of Tai Dao Ku. Die! Fan Yuan had a cold expression, exchanging blows with Tai Dao Ku, not dodging or evading at all, showing his fierce nature. Tai Dao Ku was also a man with great courage, facing Fan Yuan head-on. Swift Shadow Gu. Hand Blade Gu. Iron Hand Gu. Consecutive Slash Gu. Quick Battle Gale. Blade Chi Gu. He was an attack-type Gu master in the first place. As he attacked with all his strength, his arms moved like wind as blade shadows flashed quickly. Fan Yuan activated the Golden Shield Gu, but it broke quickly under his barrage. Even with Bronze Skin's defense, Fan Yuan's skin was torn open as blood and flesh flew out. Just like this, hold on! The others quickly changed their directions, going to assist him. Oh no, my primeval essence is used up! Suddenly, Tai Dao Ku's attack stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master, and had been battling intensely. Now, after a flurry of attacks, his primeval essence dried up. Without primeval essence, Tai Dao Ku turned from a tiger to a sick cat. Fan Yuan smiled, grabbing his neck and twisted. Crack! Tai Dao Ku's neck was easily broken by Fan Yuan. A blade expert, Tai Ruonan's capable general, brave and courageous, lost his life here. No! Tai Ruonan saw this and her eyes turned red with sadness and anger, as the flames of anger was ignited in her, attempting to burn her into ashes. Rat and shell grass soldiers, under her command, gathered into a green tidal wave, moving and attempting to engulf Fan Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets, having strength in numbers, they were already a threat to Fan Yuan. Tai Ruonan's eyes, nose, and mouth was bleeding. Such intensive manipulation of her gu caused great strain on her mind, and it started affecting her body. Ruonan, don't be rash! Do not get engulfed by your own anger! Tai Ba Xiu saw this and reminded. But Tai Ruonan had lost her reasoning. She had watched her friends die in front of her. This was a huge stimulation to her. It even brought back the pain from back when her father died. She is still too young. Fan Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The imposing rat and shell grass soldiers missed their target, as they collapsed together, squeezing into a lump. Not only was their formation a mess, it even caused Tai Ba Xiu and others to have no space to move. This is the weakness of a team. Once the cooperation breaks down, you yourself will be the biggest burden to them. Such specific allocation of duty also caused the members to be overly reliant on others. Relying on yourself instead of others, that is the truth of the world. Fan Yuan flew high in the sky, looking at the battlefield emotionlessly, as he moved his gaze towards Tai Ao Kai. Tai Ao Kai was an investigative gu master. Since the start of the battle, he had been moving around the outskirts. His speed was fast, he could easily run away and seek reinforcements. He was very crucial to Fan Yuan's plans to eliminate them all. He had to die at all costs. Seeing Fan Yuan fly towards him, Tai Ao Kai's face was aghast. Fan Yuan was bathed in blood, his black hair, eyes, and wings, made him look like a demonic god incarnate. Ruthless and courageous, but also cruel and devious. Tai Mu, Tai Xianhua, and Tai Dao Ku had all died in his hands, even Tai Ba Xiu could do nothing to him. Facing such a strong foe, how could he be Fan Yuan's match? The swarm of rat and shell grass soldier army was once Tai Ao Kai's reassurance, but now it was a cold mockery towards him. Escape! I have to escape to Sancha Mountain and report to the 4 elders of Tai clan. Tai Ao Kai was scared, giving himself a reason to retreat as he immediately left the battlefield, running rapidly. Don't run! Come back now! Tai Ba Xiu's gaze was on Tai Ao Kai as he ran into the forest, shouting loudly. If Tai Ao Kai stayed behind and was united with them, he might have a chance of survival. But he ran away alone, having little primeval essence and low cultivation. How could he be faster than Fan Yuan by running with his 2 legs, restricted by the terrain? As expected, in a moment, Fan Yuan carried his head and flew back. Oh! Guyu Fangjing! Guyu Fangjing! You are dead meat! You killed my Tai clansman, you heinous being, there is no salvation for you. Don't run if you have guts, what kind of man are you to run away from me? You have no balls, you coward, come fight with me. I will tear you to shreds, and grind your bones into ashes. Tai Ba Xiu was extremely furious, giving off a thunderous scream. Fan Yuan chuckled, not falling for the taunt. Heinous? Heh, I've killed so many people in the past, why didn't you call me heinous back then? Because I killed a Tai clansman, that makes me a heinous villain? Hee, if that is so, then I love such a sin, let me kill a few more and add a few more sins to my name. Saying so, Fan Yuan spread his wings and continued to dive bomb, killing the rest of the Tai clan Gu masters. Tai Ba Xiu watched with bloodshot eyes, almost vomiting blood out of anger. But he was trapped by the rat and shell grass soldiers, and his speed was no match for Fan Yuan, watching all these outstanding Tai clan youngsters slaughtered in front of him, losing their lives. Very quickly, in the battlefield, only Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu were left. Die, I want you dead! Tai Ruanan's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth, chanting. She had activated the rat and shell grass soldiers to her limit, her body oozing with blood, combined with her crazed expression, it gave people chills. Ruanan, calm down now. Tai Ba Xiu rushed to her side, shaking her shoulders. But Tai Ruanan had no reaction towards it, staring at Fan Yuan with deep hatred. Below Fan Yuan, the rat and shell grass soldiers had gathered together, tightly like a lump. But they could not hit Fan Yuan, thus acting like lost flies. Tai Ba Xiu sighed helplessly. He had great experience. He knew that this battle was extremely impactful to Tai Ruanan, causing her mental state to break down. Filled by hatred and fury, she was almost taken over by her anger, and could provide no assistance in the short run. Fan Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to remain in the air. Tai clan only had 2 people left, but Fan Yuan stopped his attacks. That is because, among these 2, Tai Ruanan was like a crazy BTCH. While Tai Ba Xiu had great battle strength, he was a tough opponent. If Fan Yuan got distracted, he would receive great injuries from him. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Fan Yuan's gaze shone with consideration. Tai Ruanan has already lost her reasoning in this state. Why don't I keep these rat and shell grass soldiers here to erode her remaining mental energy? After her mind breaks down, I will take her life. No, there is a better way. She is the Tai clan young master, Tai Ba Xiu has to protect her. I should use this Tai Ruanan to indirectly attack Tai Ba Xiu. If I can kill him, that would be the best. Tai Ba Xiu was an established expert, rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and due to the Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed normal rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. He could be said to be Fan Yuan's most powerful foe after leaving Qingmao Mountain. Facing such attacks, even if Fan Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was a lack of long-range attacks, but that was not a fatal flaw. But battles change due to circumstances. Even if Tai Ba Xiu had no flaws right now, he had someone he had to protect right beside him. Unknowingly, Tai Ruanan had become the hostage that Fan Yuan was using to threaten him. If I can kill Tai Ba Xiu, even evil would have to feel threatened by me. But I have to observe the situation, we cannot drag this. Although these 7 Tai clansmen chose a hidden route here, the 4 Tai clan old-timers might come to reinforce them. Fan Yuan thought in his heart, reminding himself. He had a careful, vigilant, calm, and rational nature. He did not panic in dangerous situations, while not arrogant when he had advantages. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan had a combination killer move, called Limitless Search and Lock. If they plant the Lock Goo on the Goo Master, no matter where he goes, they can find him. It is the #1 capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ri Tian was a victim to this killer move, causing the downfall of a demonic expert. Although Fan Yuan had the Bone Wings Goo, and could fly anywhere he wanted, free and unrestrained while having the capabilities to attack or escape, all according to his will. But once he was planted with the Lock Goo, no matter where he flew to, above the heavens or above the sea, he would be captured. There is always someone who can bring you down. Balance exists in everything. Although the Bone Wings Goo was good, it was restricted by other methods. The only reason why this battle was so successful was because Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories, and knew everything about these 7 from Tai Clan. Secondly, he had destroyed and expended their long-range methods from the battle before. His thoughts only lasted a second in real time. After deciding, Fan Yuan took out his primeval stone to recover his primeval essence. The Aperture's primeval sea level started rising again. At the same time, he inspected his own body, using the Self-Reliance Goo to heal some critical injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart was heavy, like a mountain rock was weighing on it. If Little Beast King continued to attack, he would be happy instead, but right now Fan Yuan took his time to rest, not indulging in the pleasure of having the upper hand, instead stopping his attacks to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. This Little Beast King, he is so young, how can he be so scheming and calm? Chapter 363. 1 verses 7. Fan Yuan's composure made Tai Ba Xiu shocked and cold. When the battle started, Tai Ba Xiu had absolutely not expected he would be in such a situation and at a disadvantage. But now, this established expert, a cornerstone of Tai Clan, had no choice but to admit he was in a dangerous situation. The culprit that led to this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought against 7 people by himself, and forced them to reach this stage. How in the world did he accomplish this? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his actions and words were all unfathomable and unpredictable traps, luring the 7 of us right into it. Even more unexpectedly, he holds a flying type Goo and possesses such skilled flying techniques. With his flying ability, he has taken the initiative, able to retreat and advance as he pleases, eventually leading to this situation, a one-sided slaughter. Tai Ba Xiu felt his heart turn cold as he recalled the situation. How did Fan Yuan possess such incredible flying techniques? That question was no longer the most terrifying thing. The truly terrifying thing about this lad is his head. How could he have such a meticulous scheming ability at his age? He is simply a monster. If he used it for the righteous path, he would become the most brilliant rising star of the righteous path. Unfortunately, he chose to use his intelligence for the evil demonic path. This is a disaster to the people of the world. Tai Ba Xiu had a premonition. One day this young man in front of him would become a calamity to the whole southern border. At that time, blood would flow into a river and dye the land red, and an uncountable number of living beings would fall victim to his vicious attacks. No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruinan can't fight and my long-range attacks are inadequate. Little Beast King, however, can fly, thus attacking or retreating as he desires. Retreat, we must hurry to Sancha Mountain and join with the 4 old-timers. Although Tai Ba Xiu had been famous for a long time, his heart was steady and was not misled by fame and profits. He could not display all his strength, but under the continuous empowerment of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu was becoming stronger and stronger, surpassing the limits of Fan Yuan. But Tai Ba Xiu was not drunken in his powers. With his experience, he could see the situation he was in. Continuing to fight only ends in disaster. The most sensible choice was to retreat. He did not care that he was forced to retreat by a junior. Even if he lost all his reputation, it was better than dying. What's more, Big Brother Schweling, I can't let your child die in front of me. As he thought of this, Tai Ba Xiu became decisive and dragged Tai Ruinan to retreat. Running away! Fan Yuan suddenly shone with severity. He felt the situation was problematic. Retreating was truly the most sensible choice for Tai Ba Xiu. This place was near to Sancha Mountain, and if they managed to attract the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan, it would be Fan Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill! Fan Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happening. He pointed his hand and activated his all-out effort Gu along with Strength Chi Gu, beast phantoms turned into solid forms and landed on the ground, blocking Tai Ba Shio. However, Tai Ba Shio was strong. His punches and kicks seemed to whistle like the wind and cackle like lightning, scattering these beast phantoms. Fan Yuan suddenly changed the attack target. The beast phantoms all moved towards Tai Ruonan. Despicable! Tai Ba Shio cursed and moved to protect Tai Ruonan. Fan Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Ba Shio gave up on Tai Ruonan and escaped by himself, Fan Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Ba Shio was protecting Tai Ruonan. This was seeking his own doom. Because he was a Gu master that specialized in offense, not defense. By protecting Tai Ruonan, he was sacrificing himself, tying his own hands and feet, fighting his enemy's specialty with his weakness. One side escaped and other pursued. The situation was in a stalemate. No matter how Tai Ba Shio cursed and provoked, Fan Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Ba Shio could not hit Fan Yuan, and thus was passively taking a beating. Moreover, there were light injuries on his body while protecting Tai Ruonan. He is only at rank for middle stage. Why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ba Shio was starting to feel desperate. He did not know Fan Yuan not only had liquor worm, but also heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he could completely match rank 4 upper stage. Fan Yuan attacked furiously, sending attacks without an end. If a beast phantom was destroyed, he would immediately send another. Beast phantoms attacked one after another. If one fell, another arrived. Especially, the occasional thunder boar and rock crocodile phantom which could threaten Tai Ruonan. Tai Ba Shio was getting exhausted and was slowly unable to endure the attacks, his strength decreasing rapidly. Why hasn't the 4 old-timers arrived yet? Tai Ba Shio kept on running and was already near Sancha Mountain, but he still did not see any signs of the 4 old-timers. The path they chose was too hidden. And to prevent news from leaking out, they had intentionally departed 2 days earlier. These setup instead became an obstruction now for Tai Ba Shio. Tai Ba Shio was very passive now. The injuries on his body continuously accumulated and turned from light to heavy injuries. Beast phantoms were starting to pose more of a threat to him, and it was becoming hard for him to move forward. Tai Ruonan had become the greatest burden to him. She kept on struggling and Tai Ba Shio had no choice but to knock her unconscious and run while carrying her in his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain. I just need to hold on for a while. Tai Ba Shio's body was shaking and his vision was already a scene of blurriness. Is he really going to escape? Damn it! Fan Yuan's face was gloomy as he saw this from the air. He started making more ferocious and continuous attacks, his offense surging like a tidal wave. As they were near Sancha Mountain, Gu Master started appearing the surroundings. There is a battle going on. It is Little Beast King. Heavens, did I see wrong? The one being pursued seems to be Present Age Overlord, a cornerstone of Tai clan, Tai Ba Shio. Little Beast King is defying heaven. He is actually chasing the rank 4 upper stage Tai Ba Shio. The Gu masters that saw the battle were all flabbergasted and incomparably shocked. Some righteous Gu masters felt their hearts go cold when they saw Tai Ba Shio being chased, running away like a pathetic dog who fell into the water. Big Brother Li Xian, why has Little Beast King still not appeared? We have been waiting here for such a long time. Is your information reliable? From a dark corner, Hu Mei'er looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. In the light barrier formed by Iron Cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai clan. There is no problem with my information. Let's wait a bit more. Li Xian said that, but he muttered in his heart, this should not be happening. I have already told the news of Tai clan's reinforcements to him. How could he still restrain himself? Could it be, he is really going to leave Bai Ningbing in the lurch? If Little Beast King really did not appear, such heartlessness made even Li Xian terrified when he thought of it. But if he came to rescue her, both sides would suffer, and the benefits in such a chaotic battlefield would be huge. Just as the two were talking in whispers, they heard some clamor. What is going on? Hu Mei'er puzzledly turned her head to look, but the moment she saw the sight, her puzzled expression quickly became sluggish and after a while, it turned into shock. The person whom she had been painfully waiting for appeared and even appeared while ostentatiously flying in the air. Wait a second. The person that Little Beast King is chasing looks a bit familiar? Wah. What the FCK, it is Tai Ba Shio. The present age overlord from Tai clan is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept the reinforcement. Li Xian stared tongue-tied at this pursuit and could not help but curse. At the same time as his realization, he felt extreme shock and bewilderment. Little Beast King actually went to intercept the Tai clan reinforcement. How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy. He won the fight and is now chasing Tai Ba Xiu. Tai Ba Xiu was rank 4 upper stage, but his battle prowess surpassed that level. Even common rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were not his match. Even on Sancha Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, only equal would be able to contend with this present age overlord. However, right now, Tai Ba Xiu was actually being chased by Little Beast King and in such a sorry state. Oh God, am I hallucinating? Someone grabbed his head and looked with an incredulous expression. This world is too crazy, it is changing so quickly. Someone muttered with a dull expression in his eyes. Fortunately, I haven't gone against Little Beast King. Li Xian felt fortunate, but immediately felt fear. No, I still need to be cautious when dealing with Fang Jing. This guy cannot be assessed using common sense. In such a short time, he advanced to rank 4 middle stage and is also able to fly? Hu Meier kept her hand over her heart, extremely shocked at this abnormal growth speed of Fang Yuan. Demonic path scoundrel! Quick, we need to rescue them, that is Tai Ba Xiu. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation, and immediately revoked Iron Cabinet Gu and hurried to rescue. As for the trapped by Ning Bing or whatever, they stopped caring. But unfortunately, they were still late by a step. I was still a step too slow. Tai Ba Xiu felt extremely bitter, his eyes were blurry, the pain from the wounds all over his body had already made him numb, and the heavy injuries had already increased so much that he was in a near-death state now. He protected Tai Ruanan all the way and did not let even one attack reach her. Such a pity that this Little Beast King did not come down to fight in close combat. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Tai Ba Xiu felt very regretful. He had a trump card that he had not revealed. However, Fan Yuan acted cautiously the whole time, never flying down and only attacking from the air. Ba Xiu, hold on! We are coming to reinforce you. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan shouted together and rushed over rapidly. Ha ha ha, you were just a step away, Tai Ba Xiu, you have failed. Fan Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. A rock crocodile phantom fell down with an explosive sound, sending Tai Ba Xiu rolling on the ground. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were rushing over and were extremely near, but this small gap was like the distance between clouds and mud. It is over. Fan Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed and made the fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron Cabinet Gu! Tai Ba Xiu used his final remaining energy and placed his palm on Tai Ruanan's back. A square-shaped iron cabinet quickly formed and tightly sealed Tai Ruanan. Beast Phantom attacked, ripping Tai Ba Xiu into pieces, but the iron cabinet was firm as ever and Tai Ruanan who was inside was unscathed. At the crucial moment, Tai Ba Xiu gave his final chance of survival to Tai Ruanan. Ba Xiu! Tai Clan's 4 old-timers howled in anger and grief. They reached the scene but were late by a step. Little Beast King, our Tai Clan will not rest till you die! The 4 old-timers stared at Fan Yuan, wishing they could bite him to death. Eh? Is that so? I fought against 7 Tai clansmen this time. 6 including Tai Ba Xiu lost their lives by my hands. You 4 old-timers also want to deal with me? Then fly over and fight me. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, a dangerous look appeared in his eyes that made people avoid his gaze. Chapter 364. Soaring Reputation. Heavens, Little Beast King fought against 7, but actually won. Even present age Overlord lost his life. The number 1 rising star, he is this generation's number 1 star of the demonic path. There was an uproar in the crowd, many discussed and whispered to each other. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers released their aura and started attacking one after another. However, Fan Yuan flapped his wings and lightly evaded them, his nimbleness causing gasps of amazement in the crowd. You old-timers, I have still not settled the score with you for trapping me. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over with a grim expression. She casted a glance at Fan Yuan, her gaze hiding complex feelings. In these days when she was trapped, Fan Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he also held such skilled flying techniques. Looking at this control, Southern Border now had 1 more flying expert. How did he manage to accomplish all this? Bai Ningbing had once thought of training her flying skills. However, the matter regarding flying was too troublesome. The amount of practice needed was huge and at the same time, it was very time-consuming and needed a long period of grinding. The amount of energy spent was huge but would provide little results in a short period. Bai Ningbing thus did not do it. She had never expected Fan Yuan to be able to train his flying ability to such a level without any signs or words. This was surpassing all common sense. Could it be that he had some mystical encounter in Three Kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing naturally considered this point. In truth, there was no need for Fan Yuan to explain it. Many people would connect his performance to Three Kings' inheritance. With Tai Clan's 4 old-timers revoking Iron Cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was free. Now, with the coordination of Fang and Bai, the situation had become extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were on their guard, tightly protecting Tai Ruanan's Iron Cabinet Gu in the center and guarding against Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan felt somewhat unresigned as he looked at the Iron Cabinet Gu. Tai Ba Xiu had failed at the last moment while retreating. And Fan Yuan had also failed at last step while chasing them because he was not able to claim Tai Ruanan's life. No doubt, she was a threat. But without Tai Ruanan, I could not have killed Tai Ba Xiu so easily. At this point, I can only let it go. Fan Yuan revealed increasing killing intent on outside, but his battle intent was already dispersing. He had been engaged in intense battle and the primeval essence in his aperture was already inadequate, while Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were in perfect condition. At the same time, there were too many spectators, many wolves were preying in the dark and gained some benefits. Even Li Xian had such plans, let alone others. It is time to stop. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh inwardly before shouting in a clear voice. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, my partner killed one of your clansmen and you trapped her till now. I have killed 6 of your clansmen, how long will you trap me? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers' eyes twitched when they heard this clear provocation. Little Beast King, don't go too far. You killed our Tai clansman, killed Elder Ba Xiu and chased Tai Clan's young master. You are already our Tai Clan's sworn enemy. I hereby swear, I shall use the rest of my life and pay any price to capture you and throw you inside Demon Suppression Tower, and make sure you suffer endless torment and punishment. The head of the 4 old-timers roared in anger. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. The battle prowess Little Beast King revealed greatly shocked him. And if you add Bai Ningbing on top of that. Ha, all right. Since it is so, then I shall also view Tai Clan as my sworn enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clansman, I will kill 1 if I see 1 and will kill 2 if I see 2. Fan Yuan laughed wildly before flapping his wings and leaving. Under the disappointed gazes of many Gu masters that had ulterior motives, he left of his own accord. Bai Ningbing also left. The outcome of this battle spread over the whole Sancha Mountain at lightning speed. What kind of place was Sancha Mountain at present? It was a place where Three Kings' inheritance appeared, a place which was paid attention to by countless clans, righteous path members and demonic path members. Soon after that, the battle report of Fan Yuan taking on 7 Tai clansmen by himself and killing Tai Ba Xiu was spread throughout the whole southern border. Fan Yuan's reputation soared. This kid actually killed Tai Ba Xiu? Is this news reliable? In Yen Clan, when young Master Yen Jun heard this report from his subordinate, he almost did not dare to believe his ears. Who was Tai Ba Xiu? He had been famous for a long time and was known as the present age overlord. He possessed Earth Overlord Gu and had a fighting strength that surpassed normal rank for peak stage. He was a cornerstone of Tai Clan, one of the top clans, and was an expert who could take charge of a region by himself. But he was actually chased and killed by Little Beast King Fang Jing, a junior that only had rank for middle stage cultivation. This Little Beast King can surpass realms to battle and killed Tai Ba Xiu. Who in the world is he? I have never heard of him before. Yen Jun asked with a frown. His subordinate quickly reported. Young master, you entered an immemorial era's phantom path inheritance and was in closed cultivation for 5 years. Not knowing about Fang Jing is also normal. This person is only around 20 years old and is a genius rising star of the demonic path that only came to fame in the recent years. Little Beast King Fang Jing? The youngsters these days are really terrifying. The new waves are constantly replacing the old waves, while the old waves die by the shore. TSK. In a forest, Feng Tianyu slowly walked forward while thinking of the news he had just received. Mixed within his sighs was a trace of fiery passion. I heard the reason Little Beast King could grasp flying methods and grow up so quick was because he received some benefits from Three Kings' inheritance. Three Kings' inheritance. Feng Tianyu thought of this and felt a desire to immediately rush towards Sancha Mountain. He was a famous refinement path Gu master in southern border. King Xian inheritance perfectly matched him. Fang Jing actually fought against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen including Tai Ba Xiu. As one of the 5 great experts of Shang clan, the moment Elder Yihua came out from inheritance, he received this incredulous news. Tai Ba Xiu's fighting strength was equal to his. Fan Yuan was able to kill Tai Ba Xiu. Does that mean Fan Yuan could similarly kill him? How could this be? But the cold hard truth overruled all doubts and claims. After Yihua found out even more details, he slowly came to an understanding. So he has learnt flying and can use it in battle. No wonder he was able to fight against 7 and kill Tai Ba Xiu. To Gu masters, grasping flying methods and being able to use them in battle meant their fighting strength would soar qualitatively. Humans were creatures that walked on ground and did not have wings. Even Renzu did not have ability to fly. Being able to fly by itself was a miracle in defiance of heaven. If one could fly, then the encirclement tactics on the ground would possess almost no threat. The wide sky would become the stage that allowed the flying Gu masters to travel freely. They could attack and defend, advance and retreat, firmly grasping control of the battle. There were famous flying Gu masters in southern border, Fei Yuang, Lan Mei He and Hong Fei Yu. They were feared by people, battling with them was extremely troublesome, and no one wished to make an enemy out of them. Yihua had deep impression of flying Gu masters. Because there was a perfect example near him, that was Wei Yang. Wei Yang was called Light Swordsman, he could evade as fast as light and quick as lightning. He was also a flying Gu master. His aptitude was inadequate, and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was able to become a major figure of Shang clan, one of the 5 experts, and was equally famous as Yihua, a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. Once, Yihua had felt it was a disgrace to be listed together with Wei Yang in the 5 experts, thus he challenged him to a fight. The result was depressing for him. Wei Yang moved around the battlefield unobstructed, and he could simply do nothing to him. If we only look at flying speed, Wei Yang can be said to be the number 1 in southern border. Little Beast King cannot compare to him. Recently with clan leader's help, Wei Yang has advanced to rank 4. Yihua felt the pressure in his mind increasing by a layer, as he thought of this. The 5 great experts of Shang clan were not a united group, they each had their respective factions and were always contending against each other. Yihua accepted the command to come to Sancha Mountain in order to establish great merits and become a clansman of Shang clan, obtaining the resources within Shang clan's living treasure door and advance 1 step to become a rank 5 Gu master. Fang Yuan's battle strength increased greatly with the ability to fly, while that Tai Ba Xiu is weak at long-range battle and was also concerned about Tai Ruanan, thus being killed by Little Beast King. If we talk of true battle prowess, Tai Ba Xiu surpasses Little Beast King. It is a pity I cannot recruit Little Beast King anymore. Yihua felt extremely regretful when he understood this. The battle prowess Fang Yuan displayed might not equal his, but with flying methods, Yihua also could not do anything to him. Forcing Little Beast King simply would not work. Instead, it would ruin his reputation since Fang Yuan was Shang clan's Purple Thorn esteemed guest. Besides this, there was also another reason, Tai clan. Little Beast King had now seriously offended Tai clan. The losses to Tai clan were huge and they would certainly deal with Little Beast King, there was no room for compromising. Moreover, Fang Yuan proclaimed in an extremely arrogant tone in front of everyone that he would kill Tai clansmen if he saw them. If Yihua really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equal to offending Tai clan. Tai clan was also a top clan like Shang clan, a major party of the righteous path. At that time, Yihua would have to endure pressure from both Tai clan and Shang clan's higher-ups. Little Beast King definitely grasped some secrets of the 3 kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he suddenly gain such profound flying techniques? Li Xian was sitting on his seat, his eyes narrowed to a slit, sharp light flickering endlessly inside them. He had all the details regarding Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan suddenly grasping flying methods was simply inconceivable and broke all common sense. Even if he bitterly trained in Shang Clan City, it is not possible that there were not even a single trace of information about it. Also, he was only there for a few years, how could he have such a powerful flying tool? Could it be? Hu Meier also pondered from the side. 3 kings' inheritance. A ray of divine light seemed to pass through his mind and caused Li Xian to blurt out. In a split second, the matter about Little Beast King earning huge profits at Shang Clan City by relying on information about 3 kings' inheritance. The matter of him intentionally delaying the rescue of Bai Ningbing and entering Three Kings' inheritance. And also all of the battle gains he brought out from the inheritance each time. All these events converged in Li Xian's mind and formed a clear clue. Little Beast King definitely held some secrets about the Three Kings' inheritance. The time flow inside Three Kings' inheritance was different from the outside world. It was a immortal blessed land. The reason he could grasp flying methods was definitely due to Three Kings' inheritance. That must be it. Fang Xing holds the secrets of Three Kings' inheritance. Hu Mei'er also came to a realization. Her thought of charming Fan Yuan and making him become her sexual slave suddenly became even more appealing. Fan Yuan had his previous life memories and naturally grasped the secrets of Three Kings' inheritance. In this secret discussion, Li Xian and Hu Mei'er had accidentally speculated the truth. The problem is, since we know this, how do we obtain even more benefits? Little Beast King has already grown, and even Tai Ba Xiu fell by his hands. He is not someone we can go against. Li Xian clicked his tongue as his thoughts moved rapidly. We cannot, but it doesn't mean others cannot. Humans can be instigated, he. Hu Mei'er laughed coquettishly. Are you saying we should leak this information? Li Xian slightly pondered over it before suddenly slapping his thigh. Excellent plan, it is an excellent plan. Chapter 365. Hu Immortal Blessed Land opens. Back at Shangliang Mountain, Fan Yuan could only be said to have made small name for himself. But after the battle with Tai Ba Xiu, his name spread throughout the southern border and truly rose up to fame, becoming a famous demonic path genius. This news attracted attention from countless people. Some were experts who had been in closed cultivation for many years, while some were Gu masters who were roaming the world. He faced both righteous paths' attention and demonic paths' coveting. Fan Yuan had truly charged into their sights. Some people chose to retreat temporarily like Century Boy. Some like Li Xian and Hu Mei'er were adding fuel to the fire. And some people's battle intent were stimulated, and they directly expressed their intent to challenge. At once, the winds rose and the clouds began to gather. Countless waves moved towards Fan Yuan. San Cha Mountain. In a certain cave, Fang and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Fan Yuan's palms were placed on Bai Ningbing's back as he transferred his primeval essence. In Bai Ningbing's aperture, essence gold primeval essence fell down into her primeval sea like a waterfall, causing many waves. The waves surged continuously in the primeval sea and constantly cleansed the aperture walls. Fan Yuan was rank 4 middle stage and possessed bright golden primeval essence. But with 9 eyes liquor worm, his primeval essence was purified into essence gold primeval essence. Right now, he was pouring his primeval essence into Bai Ningbing's aperture through bone-flesh unity goo and helped her nourish and strengthen her aperture. Several hours later, Fan Yuan retracted his palms while Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was tranquil. She did not show a trace of gratitude to Fan Yuan for rescuing her, and also did not show a trace of anger for his procrastination. She was very tranquil, as if she had never even been trapped. However, in the depths of her heart, she felt extremely complicated. For a long time now, she had been above Fan Yuan in terms of cultivation. But right now, she had instead become the beneficiary of bone-flesh unity goo. Essence Gold Primeval Essence gave her huge assistance. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems cultivating together with Fan Yuan isn't so bad. The moment this thought appeared, Bai Ningbing extinguished it in a flash. She slowly stood up and spoke with coldness in her voice, like she was taking joy in Fan Yuan's misfortune. Have you heard of the recent rumors? Many people are saying you hold the great secret of Three Kings' inheritance. You did not know any flying methods before but received it from Three Kings' inheritance. You need to watch out. Tai clan is furious and has publicly proclaimed you as their enemy. Their arrest warrant for you has already spread over the southern border. Fan Yuan indifferently replied while remaining seated. Is there anyone who doesn't know about our relationship? Since Tai clan is coming after me, you will also be on the hit list. Continue your cultivation till midnight, I will stay guard for you. After midnight we shall switch. Saying so, Bai Ningbing walked out. The current situation, compared to when they had just arrived at San Cha Mountain, was much more dangerous. Fang and Bai did their best to cultivate at different times. In the depths of the cave, Fan Yuan remained alone. He did not hurriedly cultivate but rather sank into contemplation. Tai clan's response was already within his expectations. He killed an elder of Tai clan and also chased their young master, already ruthlessly infringing their bottom line. Tai clan was a top clan, one of the leaders of Righteous Path. How could they put up with this? Their retaliation would definitely be extremely fierce. Besides Tai clan, there were also other problems. Shang clan, Wu clan and others in the Righteous Path. Wu Mei'er, Li Xian, Century Boy and others in the demonic path. This was the price for becoming famous. Fan Yuan made his name from the battle, but it also pushed him towards the eye of the storm and was now watched by countless people. There were undercurrents and probings from all sides, there were even waves that wanted to submerge him, already having converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fan Yuan knew he was facing a test. If he could escape from this whirlpool, resist the assault of the waves, then he would truly gain a foothold and become a publicly recognized expert of southern border. But if he was swallowed and shredded by this whirlpool, there was no need to mention anything. Now divine thief Lu Zuanfeng should have already repeatedly infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower and caused a great havoc. Tai clan should already be under huge pressure. If they want to gather their energy to deal with me, it won't be a matter of a month or two. I can forget about them for now. The rumors outside claiming that I hold the great secret should be Li Xian and Wu Meier's doing. Humph, I will deal with these two sooner or later. It is just that Li Xian still has a lot of value currently. And behind Wu Mei'er stands rank 6 Gu Immortal. I need to plan this carefully. 3 Kings' inheritance is a really big cake. I have no way of eating it whole. I can only choose the best parts of it. If I can obtain the essence of the inheritance, like undefeated 100 battles Gu and others, this trip would be a success. My strength will have an enormous boost, and it would be extremely helpful in the great battle of Yitian Mountain. Thoughts whirled in Fan Yuan's mind before he dispersed them and thought of Central Continent. Calculating the time, Wu Immortal inheritance on Tianti Mountain should have opened. This is a true Gu Immortal blessed land and is many times more precious than 3 Kings' inheritance. That Feng Jin Huang became a Gu Immortal all due to this inheritance, and became a figure whose name would shake the world in the future. Meanwhile in Central Continent, at the foot of Tianti Mountain, the elite disciples that came from the 10 great sects of Central Continent gathered together. In the crowd, the real Gu Yufanjing softly let out a breath of turbid air. The great competition that lasted for months was finally over. Several months ago, the 10 great sects sent an order at the same time to organize a great competition for these elite disciples to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 sects contained the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons among men, children of heaven. Even the worst disciples among them had 1 or 2 trump cards. Because of Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Yufanjing did not have an easy time. In the great competition, many of his opponents showed deep hostility and made heavy-handed attacks. Fortunately, Fang Jing had deep foundation, possessing an Ironbeak flying crane group and also had the guidance of Lord Sky Crane who was inside the spirit incubating flea. These allowed him to struggle through each round and obtain a rather high ranking. Right now, in the sky of Tianti Mountain, 10 formless Gu Immortal Divine Consciousness were quietly communicating. This generation of elite disciples are also ordinary in general. But there are finally some excellent juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Xiao Qixing is pretty good. If I am not wrong, he should be the great-grandson of Xiao Baihong, right? Myriad Dragon Doxing Xingji is also very outstanding. Long Nu has taught him well. You are too kind. Your granddaughter Feng Jin Huang is the truly outstanding one. None of her peers can match her attack. Are you all going to keep on flattering each other? Let's cooperate and completely open this Wu Immortal inheritance. All right. Then let's strike together. Rise! 10 formless powers surged out from the void, majestic and boundless like tsunami or mountain torrent. The world changed, wind rose and clouds rumbled. The 10 powers revolved around each other before converging together and colliding against a certain place on Tianti Mountain. There was no sound, the terrifying formless power vanished like thin air. Golden rays of light blossomed and a vermilion gatehouse slowly rose up. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall with a 9-colored plaque on it shining brilliantly. In the air, pink propitious clouds gathered and bright rays of sunlight gathered to become a flight of stairs. The stairs stretched out from the gatehouse and became a rainbow bridge, landing exactly before the group of elite disciples. Enter according to the ranking of the competition. An ethereal voice came from the air and clearly resounded in the 10 sects disciples' ears. This was the voice of a Gu Immortal. All kinds of expressions appeared on the 10 sects disciples' faces. Awe, reverence, zealotry, and so on. Most of their gazes gathered on a girl. She was wearing a phoenix coronet, had slanted eyes, her golden brows were thin and long, and there was a small red birthmark in the middle of her brows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and her beauty was unrivaled. She was the winner of the first place in this great competition, Feng Jin Huang. This girl was magnificent and brilliant. Her skin was like snow and her eyes were like lightning. Like the phoenix that soared through the skies, she was elegant and pure, arrogantly looking at the world. When compared to her, the elite disciples around her seemed to have turned into ordinary sparrows. Fan Jing had fought with her, but was defeated in just 6 moves. Hearing the Gu Immortal's voice, Feng Jin Huang gave a clear whistle and turned into a golden light, shooting forward. The golden light became a phoenix and collided into the gatehouse. The vermilion gatehouse shook and opened a void that swallowed Feng Jin Huang. After Feng Jin Huang, Shao Qi Xing, Ying Xing Ji and others entered Hu Immortal Inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 disciples entered, it was Gu Yu Fangzheng's turn. Fangzheng walked through the rainbow bridge and entered the gatehouse. He immediately felt dizzy, colors rotated around to form a whirlpool in front of him, dazzling like the blossoming of all sorts of flowers. He felt like he was drifting in a gorgeous hurricane storm. Hee. A cute and young girl suddenly appeared in his sight. You are also another fated person that wants to inherit Hu Immortal Inheritance? In a moment you will see a mountain. Only the first person that ascends to the peak can obtain me. You need to work hard. Those people that entered before you have already taken a huge lead. Hee. The girl was wearing rainbow-colored clothes. On her back was a snow-white foxtail that was moving mischievously. She had large and round eyes that showed her innocence. Who are you? Fan Jing was startled and puzzled. He was unable to make sense of this Gu Immortal's place. How could a girl appear here? Hee, so it is a stupid boy. The girl said and mischievously extended her tender and fair little finger, and softly touched Fang Zheng's forehead. Then, just like how she had appeared, she suddenly disappeared. From this slight touch, Fang Zheng's body that had been light as a feather recovered its weight, and suddenly started falling down. Ah! A strong feeling of weightlessness spread over Fang Jing, and he subconsciously screamed. He wanted to activate his Gu worms, but to his horror, his whole aperture was locked in by a formless force, making him unable to use the powers of Gu. Could it be that I, Gu Yu Fangzhen, am going to die at this place, dying by falling, having such an absurd death? Chapter 366. Land Spirit. Thud. A dull sound echoed with dust flying everywhere. Fang Jing fell flat on his face on the ground. Although he fell from a high altitude, it was only for a short time before he landed, thus he survived. Spit, spit, spit! Fang Jing sprawled on the ground and spitted grass and mud out of his mouth, a sore pain spreading throughout his body as he felt stifled. Where is this? He took slow, deep breaths and stood up awkwardly before looking at his surroundings. It was a scenery of green. Fang Jing felt like he was in a grassland. The grass rustled with the light wind and countless flowers of all colors formed a tapestry that spread to the horizon. Far away, there was a tall and precipitous crystal mountain. The crystal mountain was half translucent, and was pink like a scene from dreams. From his position, Fang Jing could clearly see human silhouettes climbing the mountain. Compared to the crystal mountain, these figures were very small like ants. The first person to ascend to the peak will obtain Hu Immortal Inheritance. Suddenly, Fang Jing recalled the mysterious girl's words. Who was that mysterious little girl? Could they really inherit Hu Immortal Inheritance by climbing this mountain? While Fang Jing was indulging in his doubts, Lord Sky Crane's anxious voice appeared from inside him. Stupid disciple, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly go climb that dang Hun mountain! Master! Fang Jing was both startled and happy. Who was that little girl? And why can't I use any Gu? Get a move on already, grasp every second. I will explain to you, listen properly. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly explained. Hu Immortal Inheritance is not a small matter, it is an intact Gu Immortal Inheritance. There can only be one inheritor. Whoever obtains it will soar to the top and will have a huge chance to become an immortal. As for the others, they will obtain no benefits or rewards. The little girl you saw just before is the Hu Immortal Inheritance. As long as you ascend to the peak first, you will become her master and obtain the Gu Immortal Inheritance. Fan Jing ran while gazing at the peak. He had lived in southern border and there were many mountains there. He naturally knew the logic of the mountain appearing close but was actually very far away. Master, I am very far away from this crystal mountain while they are already climbing it. The gap is too huge. I also cannot use movement goo, how can I win? Lord Sky Crane snorted. Ignorant. This is Who Immortal Blessed Land, this place is not like anything else. Although Who Immortal has already passed away, her will still exists. Your movement goo has already been sealed by Who Immortal's will, naturally you can't use it. Others are also the same, they can't use any goo. You can only rely on your own physical strength to ascend to the peak and finish this test. Fang Jing could not help being dispirited. I can't use movement goo and there is such a huge gap, how can I catch up to them? Strange, we entered the gatehouse one after another, how could the gap be so huge? Lord Sky Crane laughed. This is a Goo Immortal Blessed Land, the time flow here is different. A day in the outside world is 5 days here. You guys entered the gatehouse one by one and the time difference was short. But once you enter here, the time difference is suddenly pulled apart. Otherwise, why would there be the great competition to decide the ranking? Each rank represents a certain advantage. The last ranked person basically doesn't have any hope to win. So it was like that. Fang Jing only then realized the importance of obtaining a good ranking in the great competition. Unfortunately, he lacked power and his strength could not compare to others. The 10 great sects were the heads of Central Continent. They had a lot of hidden talents with extremely profound foundations. Even Southern Border's top clans could not compare to them. In this generation of elite disciples like Fang Jing, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting and Wei Wuxiang were only second tier. The first tier were disciples like Feng Jin Huang, Ying Xingji and Xiao Qi Xing. They had powerful background and the support of Gu Immortals. From the very start, they received meticulous nurturing. A huge amount of resources were provided to them, with them never lacking anything, and occasionally, Gu Immortal level existences would personally instruct and guide them in their cultivation. Comparatively speaking, Fang Jing was only a countryside boy. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, they could not compare to the support of Gu Immortals. My ranking is not high, I can't do anything about. I already given my best in the great competition, almost all of my iron-beak flying cranes have died. Fang Jing felt regret and also helplessness. As he kept on thinking, he suddenly felt something amiss. Master, since Gu worms cannot be used here, how come you are able to talk to me? Master, you still had this secret, you are really amazing. Ha! Lord Sky Crane could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realize this? But you are overestimating your master. I was only a rank 5 while alive and after death, my soul is residing in the spirit incubating flea, I have nothing left. The reason I can talk to you is because of our immortal crane sect's supreme elder Lord He Feng Yang. Fang Jing, you need to remember, in this world, only Gu Immortals can contend with Gu Immortals. Supreme Elder He Feng Yang? Fang Jing was filled with shock. Immortal Crane's sect had many Gu Immortals. Among them was He Feng Yang, to think he would be somewhat involved with him. Lord Sky Crane meaningfully said, Fang Jing, Hu Immortal inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even a Gu Immortal can't get through force. Land spirits are innocent and stubborn, inheriting their original master's obsession. If a Gu Immortal forcefully attacks, even if the land spirit can't resist it, it could choose to self-destruct and destroy the blessed land. The Gu master that made the forceful attack would also suffer injuries in vain and would have disastrous losses, and all their efforts would become futile. Thus, they sent you elite disciples. In this great competition, Feng Jin Huang from Spirit Affinity House is truly amazing. This girl could be said to be a genius among geniuses, arrogantly looking down at the crowd, a phoenix among people. Your strength is inadequate and it is normal for you to be defeated by her. But our Immortal Crane sect has not necessarily lost. You are our Immortal Crane sect's hope for reversal. Me? Fang Jing could not help opening his eyes wide as he had never expected there to be such a huge hope entrusted to him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Hu Immortal Inheritance looked like a contest among the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but actually was the battle between the 10 great sections. Disciples like him were the chess pieces while the Gu Immortals of the 10 sects were the players. They arranged the pieces from behind the scenes and contested against each other. And he himself was the ignorant secret weapon chosen by the Immortal Crane sect. Master, isn't the sect having too much expectations for me? I can't use any Gu now, how can I be the winner? Lord Sky Crane proudly laughed. Fang Jing, Do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the Danghun Mountain in the legends of Rinzhu. Danghun Mountain! Fan Jing gave a startled cry. Legends of Rinzhu had spread over the world. Fan Jing naturally knew of this famous Danghun Mountain. Lord Sky Crane continued. As long as any living creatures enter the range of Danghun Mountain, their soul would receive a shock. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the force of the shock would be. Many living beings don't have strong souls, and their soul would often scatter when they reach halfway up the mountain. Naturally, this is a righteous path inheritance, and isn't as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Danghun Mountain's might has already been suppressed by the land spirit, giving you elite disciples a chance of ascending to the peak. If someone is unable to continue, they would be sent out by the land spirit. That is to say, there is no risk to your lives. Lord Sky Crane's tone became solemn. Fan Jing, the thing I am about to say is very important. Listen carefully. You experienced the destruction of your entire clan at a young age, and the killer was your own big brother. You are determined to take revenge, and your will is firm. Surviving this terrible event had tempered your soul to become stronger than your peers. But there is still a gap when compared to people like Feng Jin Huang and Shao Qixing. But you don't need to be dejected. The ingenuity of Lord He Fengyang's plan lies here. He used secret methods to resuscitate spirit incubating Flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you towards the peak of Danghun Mountain. Lord Sky Crane was a rank 5 Gu master. He had gone through innumerable difficulties throughout his life, and at the same time with his long age, he had gained plentiful experience, and the strength of his soul naturally far surpassed the disciples like Feng Jin Huang and Shao Qixing. These geniuses might be at their prime with limitless future prospects, but right now, the foundation of their soul could not compare to Lord Sky Crane. Fan Jing was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance at winning. But if we cheat like this, won't it be unfair? If other Gu immortals discover it, what would we do? Lord Sky Crane snorted and reprimanded. Stupid kid, this is not cheating but ability and talent. We are obtaining the Gu immortal inheritance with our ability and talent. This is fair. Don't worry, behind you is Immortal Crane Sect, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't act against you. Moreover, Gu immortals can't enter the Blessed Land. If they enter the Blessed Land, they will suffer the counterattack from the land spirit, thus even if they discover some clues, they can only watch helplessly. Ha! The land spirit is so amazing? Even Gu immortals are not its match? Fan Yuan felt surprised. One side will go all out while the other side has to restrain themselves. Moreover, land spirit has blended in with the blessed land, and in the blessed land, land spirit is an immortal deity able to control the whole blessed land. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the blessed land. Lord Sky Crane laughed. Realization dawned upon Fan Jing. Ah! I understand, that little girl we saw is the land spirit. Ha! Lord Sky Crane laughed. Disciple, you aren't so stupid after all, finally realizing it. That's right, that little girl is Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Now charge forward bravely. This Danghun Mountain is extremely difficult to climb. It would at least take a year or so. Just in case, I won't speak much from now and will only secretly help you. With my help, you have at least 80% chance of seizing Hu Immortal Inheritance. As long as you get the Hu Immortal Inheritance, you can rise rapidly, turning from beggar to tycoon and become fat from just one bite. This is ascending to the heavens in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my very best and not disappoint you. Fan Jing's fierce eyes flashed with a firm and courageous light. Go, the whole Immortal Crane Sect is looking at you. Lord Sky Crane spurred Fan Jing on with one sentence, and made his blood boil. Fan Jing felt extremely energetic. Chapter 367. It is not easy to be a godfather these days. Several months later. Southern border, Sancha Mountain. In a spacious cave lighted with bright lights, a huge banquet was being held where Gu masters drank and gambled, and fragrance of various dishes permeated the air. Come, everyone, eat and drink to your fill, no need to feel uncomfortable. Century Boy was sitting on the main seat. He looked around and greeted everyone with a loud voice. Century Boy was wearing a black robe and looked like a tender boy but was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a human's lifespan was only around 100 years. If one wanted to increase the lifespan, the best method was to find lifespan Gu. However, lifespan Gu were extremely rare and thus difficult to find. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. Who would mind having a long life? Thus, they thought of many other methods. Century Boy was one such example. Although he did not find lifespan Gu, he possessed return to childhood Gu, which accumulated his life force and slowly released them, gaining the effect of longevity. The disadvantage of this method was his body and appearance were fixed to have a child's physique. Century Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation and at the same time possessed over 180 years of experience. He was truly a part of the senior generation of demonic path. He had become astute with age and had visited a lot of places. He liked holding feasts and entertaining all kinds of people. Sometimes, he also gave pointers to some newcomers and imparted some of his experience. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic Gu masters who received his pointers recognized him as their godfather. As time passed, Century Boy had gathered a whole group of godsons and goddaughters, forming a rather enormous force. Among those participating in the banquet today, many were his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests like Rock Lizard Li Chang and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were all famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan's Yihua is truly powerful. He suppressed the other 4 rank 4 peak stage experts. Currently on Sancha Mountain, no one wants to fight him. Gu Refinement Grandmaster Feng Tianyu has arrived and has agreed to refine Gu for Yihua. I am not sure what Gu he is refining, but Yihua's fighting strength is sure to become more powerful. In the banquet, the most talked discussion was naturally about the current situation of Sancha Mountain. Yihua came from Shang Clan and represented the righteous path. His power and influence was huge, suppressing all the demonic Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. They could not even fight properly as they were fearful. Yihua might be strong, but he is only rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba Xiu was still alive, he could definitely contend with him, and Yihua would not have been in such a bright limelight like now. The moment Tai Ba Xiu was mentioned, everyone inevitably thought of Fan Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yu Tsung. This is the 4th strength path Gu master he has killed in just this month. Someone whispered. Yu Tsung was a strength path Gu master and was from Yu clan, which was a small middle-sized clan. Ever since Fan Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, his momentum increased tremendously, and he looked for trouble again and again, killing both demonic path and righteous path Gu masters. This awe-inspiring, fierce, and brutal name shook Sancha Mountain. Century Boy's ears twitched, and his expression turned unsightly when his keen sense heard Little Beast King. Fan Yuan killed Sky Tiger Shui Sansi, who was his goddaughter. He had been proclaiming he would find trouble with Fan Yuan. However, after Fan Yuan killed Tai Ba Xiu, he immediately gave in and did not talk of Fan Yuan again. Humph! Little Beast King might be strong, but it is because of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows many secrets regarding the inheritance, and thus every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much more than ours. Li Xian, you have made deals with him and know much more about his situation. Is this not the case? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly spoke loudly. Li Xian nodded. Indeed it is so. In these few months Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. The information he gave is mostly correct and has been verified. For example, you can disturb Harry Men's Gu refinement process in the earlier stages of King Xian inheritance. There are also some of his experiences regarding King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely knows much more important secrets, and is hiding them deep in his heart. His luck has come, he really made it big this time. His strength has been increasing by relying on 3 kings' inheritance. Now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Bao Tong said as he drank wine, his tone filled with admiration and envy. Fan Jing is getting stronger, and he has replaced his Gu worms to much better ones as well. In these few months, he and Bai Ningbing has been moving together. They are simply a pair of wretched murderous couple. These 2 are villains colluding together. Who knows how many have suffered from their treacherous attacks. Little Beast King has extremely big ambitions. From the time he arrived at Sancha Mountain to now, he has repeatedly challenged Strength Path Gu masters. Recently, he has again claimed to become the number 1 in Strength Path and recover the glory of the ancient Strength Path. Fortunately, I am not a Strength Path Gu master. Everyone discussed and commented. Fan Yuan only took the initiative to fight Strength Path Gu masters. This caused Strength Path Gu masters to be in danger, while Gu masters of other paths watched on from the side with an attitude of taking joy in others' misfortune. Although Fan Yuan's actions were unbridled, he did not provoke public anger. On one hand, he was powerful and could also fly, truly not an easy enemy. On another hand, he took the initiative to reveal many information on Three Kings' inheritance which caused many people to fawn upon him. Finally, he only went against Strength Path Gu masters, only dealing with people of the same path, and did not blindly provoke other Gu masters. Century Boy, you need to be careful. From what I remember, you are also a Strength Path Gu master, right? Fan Jing, that brute is mean and devious, and completely unreasonable, cruel and tyrannical. Rock Lizardly Chang stared deeply at Century Boy, seemingly persuading him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have imagined Fan Yuan to be so violent? Sigh, each generation brings forth new geniuses. Nowadays, newcomers are appearing in flocks. A few years ago, there was Mo Wu Tian, and now Little Beast King has appeared. This world is becoming increasingly tough. It is not easy to even be a godfather. Century Boy thought like that inwardly, but on the surface he was still tough. Humph. When heavens want someone dead, it will first make them mad and violent. This Little Beast King has become madder and more violent. He is not far from reaching death's door. He killed my goddaughter Shui Sanxi. I will take revenge sooner or later. But there is no need to hurry. Wait till Three Kings' inheritance is over and I will slowly settle the scores with him. The important matter is Three Kings' inheritance. Saying so, he reminded his godsons and goddaughters present in the banquet. You guys also need to understand the logic of important things first. Three Kings' inheritance is an opportunity that seldom appears in 100 years. You need to grasp it as much as possible, or else you will regret it for your lifetime. What he meant was, you guys better avoid any conflicts with Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are reasonable and thought-provoking. Revenge is a dish best served cold. This Little Beast King won't be able to keep bouncing for long. He killed Tai Ba Shui and chased Tai Clan's young master. We will talk after he is hunted down by Tai Clan. I heard people saying Tai clansmen have already secretly arrived at Sanchao Mountain. Godfather, wait till my cultivation reaches rank 4, there won't be a need for Godfather to make a move. I will be able to deal with Little Beast King. Little Beast King won't remain proud for long. Under my thunderclap Gu, there won't even be a corpse left of him. These goddaughters and godsons talked one after another. Some expressed great loyalty and said they would go through any difficulties for Century Boy. Some even fawned, saying it was not worth for Century Boy to deal with Fan Yuan. Some judged the situation and bluntly said Fan Yuan's joy would not last long. All right, you are my godchildren. It was not in vain for me to have guided you. Century Boy laughed loudly. Right at this time, a voice suddenly came in from outside the cave. Century Boy, I am Fan Jing, get out! The merrymaking just before, the clamorous banquet suddenly turned into deathly quietness. Little Beast King! How could he come find trouble here? Everyone's eyes opened wide and looked at each other in shock. This was especially the case with Century Boy and his godsons and goddaughters. They were all stupefied and did not know what to do, not daring to utter a word. Right, this is Little Beast King's voice, it seems he really came. Li Xian held back his smile and broke the silence. Rock Lizardly Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong and others all put their wine cups down with grave expressions. Crash! Century Boy smashed his wine cup on the table, then he gritted his teeth and shouted to the outside. Little Beast King, I am here, what can I do for you? Fan Yuan's voice immediately came from outside the cave. Century Boy, you held such a huge banquet and invited all the heroes, but you actually didn't invite me? Are you looking down on me? You don't need to apologize, it is already too late for apologies. Since you are also a Strength Path Gu master, then come out and exchange moves with me. When Century Boy heard this, he was startled, indignant and furious. Fan Yuan's appearance made him startled. Fan Yuan's brashness made him indignant. And Fan Yuan's such words that made it seem like Century Boy was really going to apologize made him angry. However, Century Boy did not want to fight to the death with Fan Yuan. He looked around and shouted with a furious tone. Little Beast King, don't be too insolent. You came here to find trouble and have no consideration for anyone. You are simply looking down on all the numerous heroes here. I will tell you honestly, Lord Rock Lizardly Chang is here. There is also Lord Fiery Star Bao Tong and also young Master Li Xian, who is an emerging talent of the demonic path. Are you here to court death? With these words, everyone in the banquet had different expressions, inwardly cursing this treacherous Century Boy who wanted to pull them down with him. However, Fan Yuan said, "Century Boy, you coward, the people you have invited are all heroes, but I can clearly tell you that I came to find trouble. But not with others, I came to find trouble especially with you. I want to recover the glory and the radiance of the ancient strength path. You are a puny coward who is damaging the name of the strength path. Come out and accept your death." Li Chang's grave expression immediately relaxed at these words. Fan Yuan explained his purpose for coming clearly. It was directed at Century Boy, and this let his mind slightly relax. "I did not think Lord Little Beast King knew our names." Bao Tong stroked his beard with a satisfied expression. Li Xian laughed darkly and looked at Century Boy with every intention to watch indifferently from the sidelines. Century Boy had become astute with age. His expression immediately sunk when he saw everyone's expressions. Chapter 368. Tearing the Boy Apart. As Fan Yuan scolded over there, Century Boy's chest was burning with anger, thinking, although Little Beast King is strong, the reason he killed Tai Ba Xiu was due to the flying ability's advantage. He is so young. I have eaten more salt than he has eaten rice. As long as I focus on defense, and not act recklessly, I will not be in any mortal danger. Being in public, Century Boy could only forcefully keep up a facade. If he avoided battle here, the reputation and fame he worked hard to earn for many years would be ruined at once. But if I really cannot take it, I can still escape back to the cave. There are so many people here at the banquet, Fang Jin would not dare to barge in. But what truly angers me is, what these people said earlier were nice words, but at the crucial moment, none of them are dependable. Century Boy stared at his godson and goddaughters, feeling upset and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these godsons and daughters of his, only Xue Sanxi had the highest cultivation, and was the most outstanding among them, but Fan Yuan killed her already. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and overbearing. Today I will let you learn that older people are wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave, screaming furiously at Fan Yuan. He looked like a child, but his tone was old and experienced. It was a weird sight. Cut the crap, receive my move. Fan Yuan saw Century Boy walk out and laughed coldly, taking a huge step forward, like a tiger descending the mountain, charging forward with a burst of wind. All-out effort goo. At once, beast phantoms appeared and caused Fan Yuan's strength to increase sharply. Bam bam bam. Sounds of punches and kicks were heavy and continuously. Outside the cave, two strength path goo masters tangled together. They were close-range fighters. Every attack hit the target as they competed with brute force. After a while, they had battled over 100 steps away. Everywhere they rampaged through, mountain rocks broke, trees toppled, dust and twigs flew in the air. The goo masters in the banquet had left the cave, watching the battle. Bitter strength goo. Fan Yuan gave up on defending. The more injured he got, the more strength he could exert. Moo! Suddenly, there was the sound of a bull cry as a large green bull phantom appeared above his head. This green bull has a huge body, twice the size of an elephant. Its back was raised highly, thick and solid, and full of green moss. This was the mutated beast Kunlun Bull, having the same status as Biao, dragon elephant, thunder boar and rock crocodile. Fan Yuan exerted the strength of a Kunlun Bull. This strike was heavy, as the air exploded, emitting a thunderous roar. Century Boy was unable to guard in time, sent flying as his tiny body was like a ball, crashing through more than 10 trees before stopping. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, staring fiercely at Fan Yuan. To think it is the Kunlun Bull's strength, Little Beast King's strength rose again. Century Boy, I killed your goddaughter Xue Sanxi, didn't you want revenge? Today, I will give you the chance. Fan Yuan smiled mockingly, charging again. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant, watch this. Century Boy was red with anger, white smoke coming out of his eyebrows. He received Fan Yuan's attack but did not counterattack. Century Boy was a demonic figure who had lived for over 200 years. He had his abilities, and many trump cards. When he truly unleashed his strength, Fan Yuan started to feel pressured, on the verge of falling into a disadvantage. Strength Chi Gu. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's shoulders shrugged, and a trace of strength Chi shot out. Thunder Boar Phantom entered the strength Chi and turned solid, charging towards Century Boy. Century Boy could only avoid the attack, as Fan Yuan started attacking furiously behind the Thunder Boar. Century Boy's counterattack vanished like smoke. Fan Yuan's battle experience became more and more rich, and his mastery of this set of goo worm rose. Before, he could not use strength chi goo while attacking at close range, but now, after tens of matches, he could coordinate his own body and his beast phantoms perfectly. Thunder Boar charged bravely, smashing rocks and mounds along the way. Rock Crocodile was tough, using its tail like a steel whip, and its teeth like razors. It was a ferocious beast. Kunlun Bull had brute force and horn attacks. Its back was like tough mountain rocks. These three beast phantoms, once activated, caused Century Boy to feel extremely outpaced as he hurriedly defended himself. Solid beast phantoms were the biggest threat to Century Boy. But after the beast phantom was destroyed, it turned back into a trace of strength chi. When Fan Yuan activates the strength chi goo again, the beast phantom would appear good as new. Thankfully, Little Beast King's three beast phantoms can only be unleashed through luck. His all-out effort goo is still rank 3, it cannot summon these beast phantoms. Century Boy was suppressed by Fan Yuan, but he felt glad secretly. Although Fan Yuan swapped his Boar, Crocodile, and Green Bull phantoms to Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile, and Kunlun Bull phantoms, it caused his overall strength to rise, but there was weaknesses. His all-out effort goo was only rank 3, it could not summon these 3 rank 4 phantoms at will. That is, unless Fan Yuan gets the undefeated 100 battles goo from King Xian's inheritance, and raise the all-out effort goo to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Do we strike? Do you want to die? They are fighting so intensely, before we even join in, we will be turned into meat paste. Strong, way too strong. Among us, only Sky Tiger can contest, but she was killed by Fang Jing long ago. Do we just watch like this? What are you scared of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He has his trump cards left. Outside the cave, Century Boy's godsons and daughters saw the intense battle and were trembling with fear, their limbs turning cold. Century Boy had a tiny body. His fighting style was to find loopholes and dodge everywhere. He liked to aim at crucial areas. When he punches and kicks, it forms an impact. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan attacked directly, punching and kicking, his arms like long spears while his legs were like large poles. At times, he caused explosive sounds when he attacked, giving off a dominating aura. Century Boy was suppressed gradually, and his moving space shrunk. These few months, Fan Yuan had improved in terms of goo worms. Not only did he turn Green Bull into Kunlun Bull Phantom, he also finished using Essence Iron Bones goo, and raised the toughness of his bones again, to about twice or thrice of before. Other than these, he also used the Golden Steel Tendon goo, turning his body tendons into the hardness of golden steel. Ancient Bronze Skin, Essence Iron Bones, Golden Steel Tendons. The 3 defenses molded into one, complementing each other as Fan Yuan's defense rose sharply. Combined with the Golden Shield goo, it was enough to handle the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage goo master. Century Boy was getting more frightened as he fought. This Little Beast King, why is he so experienced? I had the lower hand at the start, and I tried to reverse the situation, but I did not succeed once. Is he still a young man? How can such a person be around 20 years old? Century Boy thought about himself when he was 20. Compared to Fan Yuan, he felt that he had lived a dog's life all these years. No, I must retreat. This Little Beast King cannot be assessed by human standards. No wonder Tai Ba Xiu died in his hands. Up till now, he has not used the Bone Wings goo yet. Century Boy was suppressed by Fan Yuan, not even able to catch a breath. After thinking about it, he wanted to retreat. He turned his body towards the cave. Century Boy, are you afraid? Fan Yuan activated Charging Crash goo, chasing relentlessly. Century Boy, with me here, where do you think you can go? Bai Ningbing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking Century Boy's path. You! Century Boy's attention was on Fan Yuan. How would he expect Bai Ningbing to appear right beside him and strike an underhanded move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack head-on and lost his bearings. Fan Yuan did not give up such a good chance, unleashing a flurry of attacks. And his luck was finally shining, as Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile, and Kunlun Bull, the 3 great phantoms, all appeared at once. The great strength surged like a wave, flooding Century Boy like the attack of the sea. Century Boy did not even manage to scream out before Fan Yuan grabbed both his legs and tore him in half. Ah! Godfather, you died a pitiful death! Lord Century Boy! At once, everyone screamed in shock, as blood spewed, bones broke, and organs fell on the ground. Ha ha! So much for Century Boy, you are nothing much. Fan Yuan laughed as he raised his head, showing off an extreme arrogance. Blood poured on his face as he stared at the people in front of him, shouting unhappily. Why are you being so noisy? Century Boy ran away at the last moment, timid like a rat. He is a disgrace to the strength path. He deserved death. Suddenly, his expression eased, laughing. Everyone here is a smart person and did not help this shameless rat. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, do you want the information regarding the Three Kings' inheritance? I still have a deal with you. Everyone was shocked, worried, and also curious. Shock was because Fan Yuan was like a demonic god incarnate, killing another famous person and showing off a greater strength. Worry was because Fan Yuan killed people like cutting grass. He had just killed a person, but the next moment he started laughing, talking about life. He did not care about human lives at all. Being with such a person, anyone would feel intense pressure. Curious was because Fan Yuan knew the Three Kings' inheritance's secret, and wanted to deal with Li Xian. Could they get some information regarding the Three Kings' inheritance from him? Everyone had a complex thought and could not decide. Fan Yuan walked briskly side by side with Bai Ningbing into the cave. The people blocking the cave subconsciously gave way to them. Fan Yuan stepped into the banquet, and sat at the host's seat. This was originally Century Boy's seat. All of you sit down, no need to be polite. Whoever dares to leave, is not giving me, Little Beast King, face. Fan Yuan looked at everyone as he threatened fiercely. Rock Lizard Li Chang, Fiery Star Bao Tong, and others were only rank 4 upper stage. They did not dare to speak although enraged, sitting down. Under the cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fan Yuan would start killing again. They could only sit down. Fan Yuan squinted as he showed a smile. Since everyone respects me, I shall give you some benefits. Immediately after, he casually gave an information regarding the life-saving token in the Three Kings' inheritance. Everyone heard it, and their eyes shone, memorizing this information to heart. Chapter 369. Understanding of the Demonic Path. So there was such a chance at retreating in the Three Kings' inheritance. If I obtain the token, I can move without restraint and wouldn't have to retreat early. Bao Tong lamented. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his wine cup and toasted Fan Yuan. Lord Little Beast King's words are truly worth 1,000 gold. I raise this wine cup to congratulate Sire for killing Century Boy, this scum of the strength path. He cools down as soon as the person is gone. Li Chang had been talking so closely with Century Boy just before, but now the person had been changed to Fan Yuan. He immediately changed his words and called Century Boy the scum. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Fan Yuan, however, did not raise his wine cup, but looked at the godchildren of Century Boy and impatiently waved. Today, I have exterminated the source of evil and my mood is also good, so I will give you guys a way out. If you don't want to stay, then get lost. Get lost, don't block my view. With Century Boy's death, these godsons and goddaughters were already feeling anxious and frightened, and could not help looking at each other when they heard Fan Yuan. What? You want to stay and try to kill me? Fan Yuan indifferently smiled. Immediately, there was an uproar. Many people left awkwardly and the cave was instantly empty by half. However, among the godchildren of Century Boy, some still remained. Lord Fangjing, you are my benefactor. A godson suddenly kneeled and yelled with tears and snot falling down. I was forced by that bastard Century Boy to take him as father, Lord Little Beast King. Your dominance shakes the world and your aura overwhelms the lands. You have rescued me. You are my great savior. Lord Little Beast King, your power has thoroughly subdued my heart. Please let me stay and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded alluringly. Lord Little Beast King, you have rescued me from a disaster. I will never forget your great kindness. You have given me new life. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s kneeled on the ground and passionately shouted. Thump thump thump. Immediately, in front of Fan Yuan was a scene of kneeling people. With Century Boy, the head of this group's death, his force immediately collapsed. Many escaped while a portion looked for an alternative way out, and wanted to rely on Fan Yuan. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Your words are really pleasant to the ears, good. The group of godchildren immediately showed a joyous expression. However, Fan Yuan's smile suddenly stopped as he turned grim. He shouted. A group of bootlickers! Killing is killing, crime is crime, why are you speaking of great kindness? I scorn this type of hypocritical praise. I like killing people, I like committing crimes. Listen, how direct is this, how pure is it? Screw off you lot, if you want to take revenge, Then accumulate your strength. I will wait for you to challenge me. The godchildren were shocked, frightened, and stupefied. Fan Yuan snorted, and with a shift of his mind, a beast phantom charged forward, killing one person on the spot. The rest seemed to have startled awake. Screams could be heard as they hurried to escape from the cave in a pathetic state, and even pissed themselves. The remaining Gu masters all had unsightly looks. Fan Yuan was very temperamental and easily killed people, causing the people around him to feel great pressure. Although Century Boy was hateful, he was many times more lovable when compared to Fan Yuan. Only Bai Ningbing's expression was tranquil as water. She was sitting on the left of Fan Yuan with her blue eyes half closed. Li Chan had been raising his wine cup and still had not placed it down. Right now, he forgot his embarrassment and forcefully smiled. Lord Little Beast King, when cutting grass, you need to pull out the roots. You have let these people go. What if one day they make it big? Just to be safe, it is better to kill them all. Lord Little Beast King, it doesn't matter if you don't remember these people. I have memorized their faces. I will kill them in place of you as my thanks for the information you gave. No need, no need. Fan Yuan leaned back on his chair and indifferently smiled. He had his own reasons for letting these people go, but it could not be said out loud. Thinking for a while, Fan Yuan said, Since I started walking on the demonic path, I have never feared offending others. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people wants revenge, I will kill 10. If 100 people wants revenge, I will kill 100. If the whole world wants revenge, I will exterminate the whole world. If someone succeeds in taking revenge against me, that will mean that I am not strong enough, that I didn't try hard enough, and that I neglected my cultivation. I deserve to die then. A terrifying light flickered in Fan Yuan's eyes as he said this, and when he swept his gaze around, he was like an evil, ferocious beast that no one dared to match his gaze. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but is even more ruthless to himself. This Fan Zheng's demonic nature is too strong. Not fearing revenge, not fearing death, placing his own life and death out of his considerations. Fan Zheng is crazy, his mind is not normal. Making an enemy out of him will be a nightmare. Everyone that heard Fan Yuan felt their hearts go cold. Fan Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone and did not take it too far, and smiled. Let's drink. Everyone raised their wine cups with trembling hands. They felt like they were accompanying a man-eating tiger and were in danger. The originally fine wine felt tasteless. But following immediately, Fan Yuan again talked of 3 kings' inheritance and revealed many secrets. Everyone was engrossed. Their breathing started becoming rough in excitement as they listened to the secrets. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this Little Beast King planning? He is actually revealing such precious information. What is he after? The banquet lasted over 2 hours. Fan Yuan killed Century Boy and occupied his cave, even taking charge of the banquet. While others wanted more secrets, they felt their trip was not in vain. When they got out of the cave, they even felt reluctant to leave and wanted to listen to even more news from the cave entrance. As for the original host of the banquet, Century Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground and its blood had already seeped into the ground. The deathly white bones gave a cold shine under the moonlight. Everyone chatted and laughed, and as they walked past the corpse, no one threw a glance at this loser. This was the ending of the defeated in the demonic path. Losers are always in the wrong. All demonic Gu masters, more or less, had such a common understanding. Light rain fell from the sky and made pitter-patter sounds. The sky was gloomy, and the wind blew coldly. The light rain fell on a young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and finally, her whole body. Young Master Roanan, the dead cannot be brought back. My condolences to you. The head of Tai Clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the girl and persuaded her with a concerned voice. But the girl did not speak. The eyes that were as bright as stars before lost its spirit and looked hollow. There was no longer a resolute and sharp gaze. Tai Roanan looked at the tombstones in front of her in a daze. These tombstones were cut from the mountain stones, and the names of the ones that slept under were carved on them. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Ba Xiu. Each of these names could relate to the brightest and most profound memories in the depths of Tai Roanan's heart. However, the companions who walked alongside her and fought side by side had become cold corpses within the ground. Similar to Tai Roanan's heart, they would never have a trace of warmth. It is I who harmed you. I didn't fulfill the duty of a leader. You all died, but I am alive by myself. I am a coward. This is all a nightmare, father, I have blemished your name. Tai Ruan Nan fell into deep self-blame. Besides this, there were also regret and bewilderment. This genius worked hard to climb up after experiencing her father's death, and was like a slowly ascending star of the righteous path who received blessings and attention of countless people. But in the battle several months ago, Fan Yuan personally dropped this star into the abyss. She became a meteorite that smashed into a gloomy corner and was full of cracks. Sigh. The head of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianji, looked at the thin and weak figure of the young girl in the rain, and heaved out a long sigh. However, right at this time, an aged voice suddenly came from behind him. It has been several months already, this child Ruan Nan is still like this? Tai Xianji was startled and frightened. Who was it? They got so near, but he did not sense it at all. At that instant, the hair on his body stood up and he turned around quickly and subconsciously tried to attack. However, a wizened hand softly touched his shoulder and a voice followed at the same time. Xianji, compose yourself. Tai Xianji immediately felt his whole body turn stiff. The surging primeval sea in his aperture was suppressed by a formidable and formless force. It was like a high mountain had suddenly been suppressed. The grand head of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers, the rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianji, could not budge even a bit at this moment. His whole body seemed to be confined like an insect trapped within amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person, Tai Xianji's terror and despair immediately turned into ecstasy. Ah, old clan leader! Tai Xianji blurted out. The wizened old man who was standing in front of him was Tai clan's previous generation clan leader, Tai Mu Bai. I have already abdicated as clan leader. Now I am also not an elder Xianji, you can just call me Mu Bai. The old man gently waved his hand and smiled. Impossible, how could Junior dare to call your great name? Tai Xianji bowed his back deeply and greeted the old man respectfully. Towards the old man in front of him, Tai Xianji was filled with reverence and admiration. Name is only a name, the name Tai Mu Bai was meant to be used. There is nothing inappropriate. The old man spoke calmly, vicissitudes of life were reflected in his eyes and he had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianji wanted to speak, but the old man slightly waved his hand and walked forward slowly toward Tai Ruan Nan. He stood in front of the tombstones with his back facing Tai Ruan Nan. He then gently caressed the steel and sighed. Tai clansmen are buried at the place they die. This is the rule of Tai clans since it was established. Do you know why? Tai Ruan Nan was still kneeling on the ground and showed no expression, as if she did not hear anything. The old man continued, because to Tai clansmen, dying in the battlefield is the greatest honor. Tai Ba Xiu, Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, these people were the same. Your father Tai Shuilin was also the same. In the future when I die, it will also be the same. And when you die, it will still be the same. Chapter 370. The Glory of Tai Clan. Tai Ruan Nan's eyes twitched, and she slowly raised her head to look at this unacquainted but very familiar old man. Our Tai Clan, since it was established, had been world-renowned for our bravery, unswerving determination and our iron-cold justice. For many generations, Tai clansmen had been upholding justice and striking down on criminals. In this course, countless people have shed blood and sacrificed their lives. The youths that have died here won't be the first and also won't be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruan Nan slightly opened her mouth as if to say something but could not speak anything. I am gratified because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed because you are living in vain. Tai Ruan Nan, do you know the criminal is still out there, getting away with his crimes, and still harming people? That little beast King Fangzheng. Tai Mu Bai paused here and then turned around and looked at Tai Ruan Nan, indifferently asking, do you want to uphold justice? Tai Ruan Nan looked at this old man and finally recognized his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous generation clan leader, he moved unhindered in southern border and had dominated a region. When he was reigning, Tai clan was like an iron bucket that pressed down on Wu clan, Shan clan and other great clans, and became one of the heads of the righteous path, causing terror to the demonic path. Tai Ruan Nan's deathly still eyes suddenly twinkled with a spark, and she squeezed out a word with her hoarse voice. Yes. Good. The old man nodded, his gaze gentle and his tone as calm as before. Starting now, I will impart the metal path to you, the Gu path that our Tai clan's Gu masters used to stand on top of southern border. 8 days later. 3 kings' inheritance opened once again. Red, yellow, and blue, 3 enormous light pillars pierced through the clouds and were visible even from thousands of miles away. However, Sancham Mountain was a scene of stillness with no sound. Regardless of righteous path or demonic path, countless people looked at the peak there. A seemingly ordinary wizened old man with grizzled hair and wrinkles all over his face was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Ihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Xingtong had dark expressions. Just a moment ago, this old man suppressed the combined power of these 5. He defeated them with no difficulty. Powerful, truly powerful. Tai Mu Bai, Tai clan's previous generation clan leader, was actually still alive. Too fearsome. Is this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Ihua, Kong Ri Tian and others simply cannot compare. It would be as easy as crushing ants for him to kill us. Who could have expected Tai clan to actually send their old clan leader? With this, Shang clan, Wu clan and every other clans are not Tai clan's match. This is an expert of the old generation. Little Beast King is not worthy to even carry his shoes. In those days, when he moved unhindered in southern border, under his command, Tai clan gained powerful momentum and even suppressed Wu clan and almost became the sole head of Righteous Path. He is one of the most powerful clan leaders in Tai clan history. He is the glory of Tai clan, a role model of the Righteous Path and the symbol of justice. His battle accomplishments shines brilliantly, and hasn't lost its color even today. After a short moment of silence, there was an uproar on Sancham Mountain, sounds of admiration, cheers and terror. With Tai Mu Bai's appearance, the power structure on Sancham Mountain completely changed. 3 days later, news made its way out. Originally, divine thief Lu Zuan Feng caused havoc in Tai clan and secretly infiltrated demonic suppression tower multiple times, in the end disturbing Tai Mu Bai, who had closed himself in cultivation. Tai Mu Bai personally struck, and even though Lu Zuan Feng was a famous divine thief and also a rank 5 Gu master, he received serious injuries and had a very narrow escape. After Tai clan settled this, their gaze gathered at Sancha Mountain. Tai Ba Xiu's death angered all Tai clan higher-ups. And just as they were about to send an expert over to reinforce the 4 old-timers, Tai Mu Bai said he was going to personally make a visit. He came to Sancha Mountain, and with his absolute strength, he easily prevailed over the experts of both righteous and demonic path. Even experts at the level of Ihua and Kong Ri Tian had to concede defeat. From this day onwards, no demonic Gu master may enter 3 Kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood at the peak of the mountain, and after winning over the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he immediately made the announcement. With just himself, he swept up all the demonic Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. Demonic Gu masters were very angry. However, even though they were thousands in number, they did not dare to rebel against the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, this supreme expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian directly left the mountain with dark expressions. Then, Li Xian, Hu Mei'er and others also left sadly. The laws of the heaven are vast, justice will prevail. Even if 3 Kings' inheritance is a demonic path inheritance, it will contribute its strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we unite, sparks will gather little by little into a bright light that will cover the whole Sancha Mountain. And no longer will there be dark places. Tai Mu Bai spoke sincerely, then slowly stepped into the 3 Kings' inheritance. There were huge cheers all around Sancha Mountain. Righteous Path's morale was boosted to the top. The congratulatory sounds continued endlessly like waves after wave. This time, the opening of the 3 Kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai changed the power structure of Sancha Mountain by himself, uniting the righteous path and banishing the demonic path, causing the situation to have a violent change. The aged body seemed to manifest the domineering aura of the former clan leader of Tai clan. Demonic path figures were all banished. They were still not resigned and thus stayed at the surroundings of Sancha Mountain and watched as the 3 light pillars became thinner and thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai held a banquet and invited all righteous path Gu masters. The banquet was held in the outdoors and was spread over a vast area in the middle of the mountain. The Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs. The aroma of wine and food spread everywhere, and they cheered and laughed. Junior Ihua proposes a toast to Senior. Ihua stood up with a wine cup in his hands and bowed deeply towards Tai Mu Bai, who was sitting on the main seat. In the few great clans, Shang clan always had talents appearing in large numbers. I heard Shang Yan Fei has already become the clan leader now? He had outstanding talents since young. You are also not bad. Take a seat, Tai Mu Bai said with a bit of recollection. With his seniority, Shan Yan Fei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even though Shan Yan Fei had astonishing talent, he was still inferior. Ihua could only nod his head and slowly sit down, heaving a sigh inwardly. With Tai Mu Bai's arrival, his plan to rule Sancha Mountain was already cut at its root. He was unable to catch up to this expert of the old generation, and simply did not have any chance of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, on behalf of E-clan, I congratulate you on coming out of seclusion. E-clan's elder Ichon had a fiery temperament, but he behaved like an obedient grandson in front of Tai Mu Bai. Gu immortals always stayed in the background, and their traces were rarely seen. To most of the people, rank 4 Gu masters were feudal lords, while rank 5 Gu masters were the emperors that occupied the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming here was an emperor going on an inspection tour. These feudal lords could only bend their backs and visit the emperor for an audience. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border's righteous path and are still awe-inspiring as ever. With one sentence, you made all the demonic bastards retreat helplessly, making us juniors prostrate in admiration. Unfortunately, that little bastard Fang Jing escaped pretty fast, escaping Sancha Mountain few days before you came. Wu Shintong said darkly. You are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai indifferently smiled without a hint of anger. This little kid is outstanding. I heard his accomplishments are rather amazing. He worked hard alone and started from nothing to become a rising star of the demonic path at a rapid speed. He seems impulsive and unreasonable, but actually makes his moves after meticulous planning and is very good at scheming. It was not groundless for the several youths of Tai clan to die by his hands. Tai Mu Bai continued. His words shocked everyone present. As the victim's family, the old Tai clan leader whose dignity was offended was actually praising his enemy in front of everyone. This old clan leader Tai was rumored to have a fiery temperament with extreme abhorrence of evil. How come he seems to be different from the rumors, and instead is so cultured and indifferent to humiliation? Wu Shintong was inwardly surprised and was just about to speak when he met with Tai Mu Bai's gaze. The gaze contained the vicissitude of time and had unfathomable depth, a wisdom that had seen through and experienced all of the mortal world. Wu Shintong immediately felt his schemes had been seen through by this gaze. Cold sweat dripped out of his body and he found it difficult to speak. Do you find it strange? Tai Mu Bai looked around and slowly spoke with a smile. Why am I, who is called the glory of Tai clan, openly praising the mortal enemy of Tai clan? Praising one's enemy is increasing the enemy's prestige and diminishing one's morale. But in truth, how could the will of those resolute people be destroyed by these few words? By admiring your enemies, you can find their strong points and warn yourself of your weak points, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't let your wisdom be deceived by hatred. Tai Ruonan, who was standing behind Tai Mu Bai, shivered as she heard these words. She knew old clan leader Tai Mu Bai was saying this mostly to her. After Tai Mu Bai came out of inheritance, he had been guiding her all the time. He gave her metal path Gu worms and taught her his experiences in using them, and also gave her knowledge on the outside world. Don't let your wisdom be deceived by hatred. Admire your enemies. Tai Ruonan thought over these words and pondered. Ruonan, what do you think of Fang Zhem? Tai Mu Bai suddenly called her. Yes. Tai Ruonan took a step forward and reported. Although I hate him very much, I have no choice but to admit Fang Jing is very outstanding. He has the courage to take risks and also moves after scheming. Although he is a strength path Gu master, he definitely has a formidable and extraordinary investigative method. This point can be seen from how he was able to intercept us. The path Elder Tai Ba Xiu and I chose was a very hidden path. We were able to deceive everyone else, but only Fang Jing was able to sense it and accurately intercept us. Old clan leader, you secretly arrived at Sancha Mountain and no one knew of it, but only Fang Jing sensed it and escaped early. Little Beast King might be at the front of the limelight, but he conceals himself very deep and is absolutely not a person to be underestimated. Good analysis. Tai Mu Bai nodded, his eyes revealing his praise. He continued, in this world, there is a thing that is more precious than life. That is glory. Eons ago, Renzu's eldest son Verdant Great Son gave up his life while chasing for glory. Ruonan, this Fang Jing is a mission for you. Arrest him or kill him, wash away your humiliation and make it a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me the glory of Tai clan, but I will tell you Tai clan's glory is not just me alone, but you guys, generations of people who stand for what's right. Tai Mu Bai's gaze looked at everyone present when he said this, his voice showing the grandeur of past. Similarly, the glory of righteous paths should be upheld by every one of us. Come, drink this cup to shine the glory of righteousness onto the world. Let the radiance of this sun dispel the darkness, and let the demonic path cease to exist. Dispel the darkness. Let the demonic path cease to exist. All the righteous path Gu masters raised their wine cups and shouted together. Their voices were powerful and spread a long distance. Countless demonic paths figures' expressions changed. Damn it, this Tai Mu Bai. The glory of Tai clan, time has not been able to wash away his brilliance. Really a terrifying character. He is dazzling like the sun. Sigh, him coming out of seclusion is the bad luck of our demonic path. Chapter 371. Just let him fly a bit higher. Chapter 2, Section 3, The sunlight of the immemorial antiquity era shone on all living beings. Cicadas made noises, giving off the clamor of life. Dense green trees formed a large area of shade, as they swayed with the wind. A large vat of delicious wine was in front of Verdant Great Sun, but he frowned, having no desire to drink. Divine Travel Gu, O Divine Travel Gu, you have harmed me so deeply. Right now, I do not even dare to drink wine. I am afraid of getting drunk, and end up transported to a dangerous land by you. Verdant Great Sun sighed in anguish. The previous 2 times he was sent into the ordinary abyss by Divine Travel Gu, as well as the cauldron of the hairy men. Thankfully he was lucky, and made it out of both the incidents alive. Divine Travel Gu said, Prince of Humans, I was not intentionally harming you. In fact, every time you got drunk, you were the one who used my power. I am innocent, in fact I even saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel Gu had in fact saved Verdant Great Sun's life from the tiger-striped honey bees before. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. Sigh. Don't mention the past, now because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become meaningless and boring. Hearing this, Divine Travel Gu felt ashamed. In that case, let me teach you a method. Go up into the sky, and in the azure heaven among the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that is jade sky in color. Next, go to blue heaven and during the night time, collect the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. Next, when it is dawn, fly into the sky and use the light of glory of the rising sun to turn me into fixed immortal Travel Gu. Once I become that Gu, I will no longer send you to random places when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this, and he was overjoyed. But he thought about it, and felt that hope was slim. O Gu, I have stepped on the earth since I was born. I am not as light as clouds, nor do I have wings like birds. How can I fly into the azure heaven and pluck the jade bamboo? How can I collect the 8-sided diamonds in the star fragments? Not to mention flying towards the rising Sunday. Divine Travel Gu said, That is right, humans cannot fly. But it is not a problem, we can ask Wisdom Gu. It has the greatest wisdom in this world, there has to be a way. Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Gu were old acquaintances. The reason Verdant Great Sun started drinking was because of Wisdom Gu's teachings. But Wisdom Gu taught him to drink merely because it did not want to be disturbed. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was going to find it again, Wisdom Gu quickly went into hiding. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Gu, and felt dejected. But Divine Travel Gu said again, If we can't find Wisdom Gu, we can find Cognition Gu, it is the mother of Wisdom Gu. Verdant Great Sun quickly found Cognition Gu, and requested for the methods of flying. Cognition Gu answered, You found the right person, because cognition is the wings of freedom. But everyone's thoughts are different, what wings you have depends on yourself. Saying so, Cognition Gu turned into a warm light and shone on Verdant Great Sunday. In the light, a pair of white pure feathered wings appeared behind Verdant Great Sun's back. This pair of wings was very beautiful, white and pure like snow, without a trace of impurity, it was like the wings of a white crane. Cognition Gu took a look and said, This pair of wings is called self, everyone has their own self-cognition. This pair of wings has a high degree of flexibility and freedom. But you must be careful, do not overly bask in sunlight, otherwise your sense of self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you must remember my words. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Cognition Gu thought and said the last sentence with deep meaning. Obtaining the cognition wings named self, Verdant Great Sun was very happy, and flew into the sky. He flew and flew, going higher and higher. Humans were not born to fly. like birds soaring in the sky. This brought verdant great sun great curiosity. He played around freely in the sky, extremely happy. At the same time, he remembered Cognition Gu's warning, and did not overly expose himself to sunlight. When it was sunny, he would hide in the clouds. Like this, verdant great sun flew higher and higher, finally reaching the limits of heaven, the end of azure heaven. There, jade bamboos grew in the air, having lustrous green leaves. These jade bamboos were rooted in the void, and their tips also extended into the unknown void. Looking from outside, one could only see their thin long stem. Verdant great sun retrieved one segment of the bamboo casually. This dark green bamboo stem was like jade, palm-sized, and hollow in the middle, giving off a cold feeling. Verdant great sun obtained the jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued flying upwards. The sky of the immemorial antiquity era had 9 levels. White heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant great sun plucked the jade bamboo in azure heaven. A few days later, he flew to the higher blue heaven. It was night time, and stars were shining to the sky. The stars flew around happily, raining down stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea, a beautiful river of light made of silver stars, flowing across the entire blue heaven. Verdant great sun willed his wings, and plunged into the star river to swim. He searched painstakingly in the endless stardust. He did not want those 7-sided or 16-sided fragments, he only wanted the 8-sided ones. These star fragments were like diamonds, crystal clear and flawless. He searched for a long time before finding one. On the second day, verdant great sun flew towards the rising sun at the break of dawn. The sunrise was like a large red lantern, emitting a warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory. It could shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant great sun's left hand was holding into the jade bamboo, his right hand was holding the 8-sided diamond, as he flew towards the sun and summoned divine travel Gu. Basking under the light of glory, divine travel Gu swallowed the star fragment, and entered the jade bamboo. O verdant great sun, I need time to metamorphosize and become fixed immortal travel Gu. During this period, you have to fly towards the sun, and do not leave the light of glory. But you have to be more careful, Cognition Gu had said. Pay attention to the self-wings on your back. Once my transformation ends, you should fly towards the cloud cover immediately. Do remember. Divine Travel Gu reminded. Verdant great sun laughed heartily. O Gu, rest assured. I have even survived the ordinary abyss, and lived after the hairy men. I have the reputation Gu, and have transcended vanity. The light of glory can do nothing to me. Then I can stop worrying. Divine Travel Gu's voice weakened, as the sunlight turned into threads, forming a cocoon and wrapping the divine travel Gu and the jade bamboo. Verdant great sun moved his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process, the light cocoon became thicker and heavier. A moment later, the cocoon was burst open, and a butterfly glowing in green light flew out. I succeeded. From today onwards, I am not divine travel Gu, but fixed immortal travel Gu. Ha! Fixed immortal travel Gu flew around verdant great sun, happily dancing, but suddenly shouted, "Ah, oh no! Verdant great sun, look at your wings!" Under the light of the sun, verdant great sun's wings had expanded to 3 times of its original size. Do not fluster, I noticed it long ago, but so what? The larger my wings, the stronger they are, and the higher and faster I can fly. Verdant great sun laughed loudly. Quickly hide in the clouds, stop flying. Fixed immortal travel Gu said worriedly. Don't worry. Verdant great sun was not worried at all. The self-wings on his back grew larger and larger, becoming even larger than his body. Verdant great sun's speed also became faster and faster. Fixed immortal travel Gu, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He shot up towards greater altitudes. Stop flying. If you fall down, I cannot save you. Fixed immortal travel Gu was very worried. What's the problem? How could I fall down? Look at my wings, how strong are they? How powerful are they? Verdant great sun was just rebuking, when suddenly, his wings expanded to their limits, and exploded. Losing his wings, verdant great sun fell towards the ground immediately. Eventually, he landed on the ground, as an unrecognizable grotesque corpse. Renzu, eldest son, met his end. Southern border, Huatan Mountain. On the reddish-brown mountain rocks, there was some wine. Using the heat of Huatan Mountain, the wine was kept at a certain temperature. Sunlight shone down as Fang Yuan raised his wine cup, drinking it in one shot, sighing comfortably. Such soothing wine, it is meant to be drank at this temperature. Beside him, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but did not touch the wine, instead, staring at the direction of Sancha Mountain. There, the three light pillars shone up into the sky, shooting through the heavens. You are still drinking? It has been months. 3 Kings' inheritance has opened twice already. Tai Mu Bai is controlling Sancha Mountain now and chased away all the demonic Gu masters. These few months, we have been lurking on Huatan Mountain. Are we going to continue watching? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death, only seeking thrills in life. Maybe she was spurred on by the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, or maybe because Fang Yuan's strength had surpassed her. These few months, she had been cultivating non-stop, not caring about her rising aptitude. The way I see it, we can still enter the 3 Kings' inheritance. As long as he find the opportunity and wait for Tai Mu Bai to enter the inheritance, we can strike. With our strength, no one on Sancha Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very aggressive. But Fang Yuan was relaxing and had a chill expression. No worries, no rush. Tai Mu Bai is the glory of Tai clan. He is the previous clan leader, having rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He is such a high and mighty character. Compared to him, we are just rats under his feet. Let him fly higher, higher and higher. Saying so, he raised his wine cup, pointing at Sancha Mountain, smiling lightly as he muttered, Come, Lord Senior Tai Mu Bai, this junior offers you a toast. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan, but only saw that pair of black eyes, dark like the abyss, unfathomable. Chapter 372. Land Spirit, Afterlife of the Gu Immortal. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A tall and large crystal mountain and river was at the center of the blessed land. Its name is Danghun Mountain, pink throughout, emitting the colors of dreams and illusions. At this moment, the elite disciples from the 10 sects were like ants, trying hard to ascend the mountain. Somewhere near the mountain waist, Fang Jing was full of sweat, his face pale as his fingers gripped the mountain walls, gasping heavily. As long as any living beings got close to Danghun Mountain, their souls will have to endure the pain of vibrating shocks. The higher Fang Jing climbed, the more he felt dizzy, like his soul was being blown away by the wind. He felt like he was about to collapse. TSK, you can't hold on anymore? Then give up. Look how much you've fallen behind the others, how can you possibly win? Why don't you just give up, you have no hope left. Hu Immortal Land Spirit pouted her tiny pink lips as she appeared before Fang Jing. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl, snowy white skin glowing with pinkness. Her shiny large black eyes emitted an innocent gaze. What is most attractive is behind her back, where a snow-white and pure foxtail grew. It was furry and fluffy, extremely cute and makes one want to play with it. At this time, Hu Immortal Land Spirit was sitting in the air, watching Fang Jing as she made fun of him. Fang Jing was not shocked. After climbing to this height from the mountain foot, the Land Spirit had appeared many times, watching their progress every time, and was very playful. Fang Jing had found the method to deal with her, that is, to ignore her. As expected, seeing that Fang Jing was silent, Hu Immortal Land Spirit's mouth pouted even more. You're a stupid lad, so boring. Please don't become my master, otherwise my life would be boring to death. Hee, the others are more fun. Saying so, she vanished, going to find the other elite disciples. After Hu Immortal Land Spirit left, in Fang Jing aperture, the spirit incubating flea vibrated, as Lord Sky Crane's voice sounded out. Fang Jing, work hard and hang in there. Now is not the time for me to appear, you have to at least get past the mountain waist, only then can we have a chance of victory. Endure, you have to endure, the strength of the soul can be excavated, you have a lot of potential left to uncover. Hearing his master's encouragement, Fang Deng's dazed expression became firm again. He replied in his heart, Master, don't worry. I will endure, I am just taking a break, and regulating my breath. Pausing momentarily, he asked again, Master, I have a question, what is a land spirit? Earlier that Hu Immortal Land Spirit was near me, if I catch her, would I be able to skip the climbing? Lord Sky Crane was shocked, scolding. You lad, you have no fear due to cluelessness, even trying to scheme against the land spirit. Do you know how the land spirit is formed? After the Gu Immortal dies, the remaining fragments of their will and soul mixed with the blessed land's powers, thus forming that spiritual body. What, the land spirit was a Gu Immortal? Fang Jing was shocked. That's right, the Hu immortal land spirit you saw was formed from the former Gu immortal Bai Hu. But without her past life's memories, merely her lingering desires remain. Don't think of her as powerless. Inside this blessed land, she can manipulate the heavenly power freely, and can directly combat a Gu immortal. She can seal any rank 1 to 5 Gu worm at will. Only rank 6 immortal Gu worms can move freely in the blessed land. Fangjing, you are too bold. Climb this mountain properly, do not have any unrealistic thoughts. Lord Sky Crane chided. Yes, master, I will not dare to any more. Fangjing nodded, admitting his fault in his heart. After scolding Fangjing, Lord Sky Crane's tone eased, encouraging. So now you know? As long as you become the owner of the blessed land, you can get the land spirit's loyalty. Within the blessed land, the land spirit is in existence equal to a Gu immortal. Fangjing listened as he was completely stunned. What sort of strong aid was that? The assistance of a Gu immortal equivalent. Lord Sky Crane continued. However, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land. The true essence of the Hu immortal inheritance is this wide and rich blessed land. Fangjing, you are still too low level, and the things you do not know are simply too many. Wait till you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand what sort of help a blessed land can bring to a Gu master. You are simply too lucky, encountering a blessed land with a spirit, and also receiving the sex help. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, that would be greatly inferior. Fangjing asked curiously, Master, what happens to a blessed land without a spirit? Lord Sky Crane answered, A blessed land without a spirit is destined to be destroyed. Like a slumbering divine dragon, anyone can eat its flesh and drink its blood. Until it dies, it will not awaken. Fangjing, after you become the lord of the blessed land, you have to give the resources within the blessed land to the sect. Immortal Crane's sect had nurtured you this far, you have to give back to the sect. When the sect is stronger, the protection towards you will increase as well. You understand this logic, right? I understand. It was Immortal Crane's sect who adopted me. Without the sect's help, I would not have any chance in getting the inheritance. I would not even be able to exact revenge on my brother. If there is a possibility, I not only want to repay the sect, but I also want to revive you, master. Fangjing nodded, his vision was clear as he held great gratitude and admiration towards Immortal Crane's sect. Lord Sky Crane heard this and laughed dryly. Foolish disciple, how can people revive so easily? I am glad you had the thought. The light of glory of the righteous path shone on Sancha Mountain. Under Time Mu Bai's influence, 3 kings' inheritance became the righteous path's garden of exploration. Any demonic Gu master was chased out and not allowed to step into the mountain. Time Mu Bai is too overbearing, fencing up the area and refusing to let anyone in. He is a senior expert, yet his greed knows no bound. Eating the meat and bones, but refusing to let us drink even the soup. Most importantly, 3 kings' inheritance's opening time is shortening, and the 3 pillars are getting weaker. Just as Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is decaying, and will face destruction soon. The demonic Gu masters were feeling flustered and anxious, such a rare opportunity in front of them, yet they are denied entry, only able to watch in vain. Stuff the courageous to death and starve the timid to death, brothers, let's charge up together, no matter how powerful that Time Mu Bai is, can he kill all of us? Someone shouted, encouraging the crowd. We can wait for Time Mu Bai to enter the inheritance, and then go up the mountain. That way, there will be less obstruction. Someone suggested. There's a problem with this solution. When we come out of the inheritance, so would Time Mu Bai. Moreover, nobody knows where we would appear in Sanchan Mountain, we might get slaughtered by the righteous path. Someone rebuked. So what? Danger lurks when seeking wealth, how can we get the cub without entering the tiger's den? Wanting to gain something without taking a risk, how can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path members were shouting and discussing, they heard the wailings of 100 ghosts near them, and the bright blue sky suddenly became filled with dark clouds. Within the dark clouds, a shrill voice said, Gagaga, Time Mu Bai, you came out of your cultivation, why did you not say hi to your old friend, The dark clouds moved rapidly, forming a face, having an aquiline nose and deep eye sockets, staring at Sancha Mountain. This laughter and entrance, it is Lord Wu Gui from our demonic path. I remember now. Lord Wu Gui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert from the older generation, he is Time Mu Bai's lifetime rival. There's nothing amazing about the righteous path, we have experts in the demonic path too. Go, Senior Wuge! At once, the demonic path members cheered, their eyes glowing as some shouted while others screamed. The dark clouds moved closer, shrouding Sancha Mountain quickly. Such a grand entrance, like an entire army, at once, even sunlight was covered, causing Sancha Mountain to fall into darkness. The righteous Gu masters were all fearful. He has such an overwhelming aura. This old demon Wuge, he is still alive. Old demon Wuge, he is over hundreds of years old. Back when he was breaking through to rank 6, he was disturbed and ruined by the young and inexperienced Lord Tai Mu Bai unintentionally. Thus, he felt extreme hatred and had slaughtered Tai clansmen many times as revenge. Wuge, have you been hiding under a mountain all these years? Are you here to experience defeat once again? At the mountain peak, golden light burst out. In the golden light, Tai Mu Bai stood upright, his hands behind his back, speaking calmly towards the rolling dark clouds. You won by merely one move a decade ago. You really think you are better? Little bastard, today you will die without a proper corpse. The dark clouds moved like steam out of boiling water, turning into a large hand and grabbing towards Tai Mu Bai. This hand was extremely large, larger than a small-sized mountain. It gave off an impressive aura, stunning people and gave off the feeling of grabbing the moon and stars. The dark clouds looked slow but were extremely fast, grabbing quickly. Corrosive smoke rose as the hand covered an entire mountain peak, causing the trees and rocks it touched to disintegrate. Old tricks. Tai Mu Bai snorted, moving his leg and turning into a golden light, tearing apart the dark clouds, flying towards the sky. The golden light flew like a shooting star, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds. Almost the next moment, there was a thunder-like explosion, going off like firecrackers. The dark clouds moved violently, as golden light flickered. The two rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the clouds. Although the details could not be seen, outsiders could feel how powerful they were just from the aftershocks sent out by them. Wu Gui, when I just started my Gu journey, you were already an established expert. Back then, I had to avoid you if I met you. But 50 years later, I could escape from you. 80 years later, you could do nothing to me. 100 years later, you lost to me. And now, after another decade today, you will lose your life. Tai Mu Bai's voice came from within the dark clouds. Huff, huff, huff. Tai Mu Bai. You are too arrogant. You were lucky to be born in Tai clan. Relying on Tai clan, you can speak so arrogantly. If I had the same resources as you, I would have become a Gu immortal by now. Wu Gui screamed in an unstable tone. Evidently, during the intense battle earlier, Tai Mu Bai had the advantage. But did you think I have no backup? Ha! Wu Gui breathed roughly, but started laughing wildly. As he laughed, a third rank 5 peak stage aura burst out. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me all these years? A gloomy and shrill voice traveled far and wide. Tai Mu Bai could not hide his shock. Mo, to think you came! Chapter 373. Intense Battle of Rank 5s. The situation at Sancha Mountain had a violent change. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed Sancha Mountain for the most part of the year, his old enemy from the demonic path appeared. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, could not beat Tai Mu Bai, who made his debut later. The situation that followed was beyond everyone's expectations. The similarly rank 5 peak stage Ku Mo suddenly made his appearance. The battle situation immediately changed to two demonic paths rank 5 pincering Tai Mu Bai. Righteous path figures cursed at the demonic path's shamelessness, while the demonic path figures continued to rush into Sancha Mountain and cheer loudly. Uncountable gazes fanatically looked at the air. A battle between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters was rarely seen, much less the battle between 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters. Tai Mu Bai could suppress Wu Gui, but fighting 1 against 2 was far beyond his ability. But Wu Gui and Ku Mo were both demonic Gu masters, and although they had allied, they were similarly guarded against each other. Like this, the three entered a stalemate. From the sky covered by the black clouds and fierce wind, an enormous and deafening explosion occurred. Golden light burst out. A 4-clawed golden dragon tore the black clouds and moved the wind and rain, its dragon roar spreading over a long distance. Merely a rank 4 golden dragon Gu, did you take that out to make a fool of yourself? Ku Mo let out a disdainful snarl. Look at how I tear you to pieces. When his words landed, there was a loud sound. The golden dragon let out a miserable whine and fell down towards the ground. Just as the golden dragon was about to lose its life, a golden whirlwind blew towards it. The four-clawed golden dragon was surrounded by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared before rising up again. This is a rank 4 golden breeze goo. Its healing ability is extremely powerful and is comparable to rank 5 goo. The spectating Li Xian narrowed his eyes when he recognized this golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it. Wu Gui suddenly gave an unearthly cry. This unearthly cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of ravens. The spectators, be it righteous path or demonic path, felt dizzy and nauseous. Following the unearthly cry, a shining jet-black halo shot out and firmly collided against the four-clawed golden dragon. The four-clawed golden dragon could not resist it and exploded. Dazzling light burst forth like a small sun, causing all the spectators to close their eyes. The sound of the explosion was so loud, it seemed to burst everyone's eardrums. A fierce wind pressure soon followed, blowing towards all directions. The wind blew countless trees and stones, burying many goo masters alive. The berserk wind rose as if in defiance of heaven and even dispersed the dark clouds covering the sky. The spectators regained their senses after a long while and retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, 3 figures were confronting each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was the rank 4 golden coat goo and had exemplary defense. His whole body was covered with a layer of gold-red light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora goo and could allow the goo master to fly. Wu Gui was stepping on a dark cloud. His lips were sharply sticking forward like a black beak. And Ku Mo was slowly flapping a pair of bone wings on his back. His whole body was covered with bone armor, and there were all kinds of colorful sharp spikes growing out from his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other places. At first look, he looked like a malevolent multicolored human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a short few breaths of time. The 3 attacked at the same time as quickly as lightning. In the sky, a golden red light shuttled back and forth, breaking the void, and was as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving at one time and stopping at next. It was strange and cunning. A multicolored light charged and crashed, and displayed the most valiant manner. Ordinary naked eyes were already unable to make out the progress of the battle. The absolute majority of people could only hear the unceasing explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly a golden light fiercely streaked across the sky like a blade, towards an area in the middle of the mountain. Mountain stones and boulders were crushed into fine powder, and there appeared a 20 feet wide and over 100 feet tall gorge. The nearby unlucky spectators were all chopped into mincemeat. Suddenly a raven's caw echoed like the thunder. Hundreds of unlucky goo masters' heads burst immediately. From time to time, bone spikes rained down freely from the sky. Many goo masters could not evade in time and were pierced through, nailed at the ground, and lost their lives. The battle had reached the climax. The 3 sides moved without restraint. We can't endure even the ripples of a battle between rank 5 peak stage goo masters. Too terrifying, we need to leave quickly. If we keep on watching, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was scared witless and hurried out of San Cha Mountain one after another. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei'er, and others also did not dare to stay here. On San Cha Mountain, only the rank 4 peak stage Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong, and Wu Shintong remained. Even so, their expressions were serious and all their concentration was fixed on the battle, with their nerves stretched tight as a bowstring. They were ready to escape the moment there was even a little danger. Soon, these rank 4 peak stage goo masters also could not continue staying there. Because the 3 rank 5 peak stage goo masters used their rank 5 goo. Tai Mu Bai's turn gold goo flew everywhere. No matter what it shot through, whether they were rocks, grasses, trees, flowers, birds, fishes, or beasts, they would turn into golden sculpture, their life force extinguished. Kumo's soft bones goo made any bones within 50 miles of it turn soft and become a puddle of bone paste. And Wu Gui's pitch black goo spread darkness everywhere. Any goo worms under rank 6 that touched it would receive different degrees of restrictions. In this world, the higher the rank of the goo, the stronger and rarer they were. Precious goo of rank 4 were already hard to purchase, and rank 5 goo were practically not circulated in the market. As for rank 6 immortal goo, every one of them were one of its kind. Fang Yuan had reached rank 6 goo immortal's realm in his previous life, but he could only refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. As for most of the goo masters, rank 5 goo were already very hard to get. The most important thing in a battle between rank 5 goo masters was the power of their rank 5 goo. This is the power of a rank 5 goo. Terrifying, rank 4 defensive goo can hardly resist it, let alone rank 3 goo. From some faraway corner, Bai Ningbing observed the battle in Sancha Mountain intently, her blue pupils flickering with grave light. This was not the first time she saw a battle between rank 5 Gu masters. She had seen it once before at Qingmao Mountain. But the fighting strength of these 3 rank 5 Gu masters were clearly much more powerful than Lord Sky Crane and first generation Guyu. This was because first gen Guyu and Lord Sky Crane were decrepit rank 5 Gu masters who were struggling at death's door and used all kinds of ways to prolong their lifespan. First gen Guyu hibernated all year round in Blood Coffin and changed himself into a zombie, either human nor ghost. And Lord Sky Crane was not much better. He came from Central Continent. His battle prowess was suppressed to some extent in Southern Border. But these 3 rank 5 Gu masters Bai Ningbing was looking at were all at their peak state. Their intense battle naturally gave her spirit an even stronger impact. If I face such rank 5 Gu masters, I will not be able to resist one move of theirs, and there is no hope of even escaping. Bai Ningbing looked at the battle for a long time and subconsciously clenched her fists, deeply realizing the gap between her and these rank 5 peak stage powers like Tai Mu Bai and the rest. Rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, an emperor among Gu masters. Especially when they used rank 5 Gu, the strength they could bring out could destroy mountains if they came across mountains, split apart rivers if they came across rivers. Such an enormous power gave a feeling that it could not be stopped. This is the show you were waiting for? Bai Ningbing retrieved her gaze and looked at Fan Yuan standing beside her with a flash of understanding. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2. It seems after this battle the structure of Sancha Mountain will have a complete change. Demonic path will suppress righteous path. You were waiting for this opportunity since several months ago, right? Fan Yuan calmly gazed into the distance and shook his head indifferently. Rank 5 Gu are very rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters don't have even one. Rank 5 Gu and can only use 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength is determined by the rank 5 Gu they hold and their amount. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources and can mostly only rely on luck or fate. Kuemo and Wu Gui have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu with them. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has a huge background called Tai Clan. He should at least have 3 rank 5 Gu on him. Bai Ningbing's expression moved. You mean Tai Mu Bai will be the winner of this battle? Fan Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are Gu masters' trump card. The Gu masters can be targeted against once their Gu are exposed. Tai Mu Bai will not easily reveal all his trump cards. From the start, this battle had neither a winner nor a loser. Bai Ningbing was a smart person and immediately understood it after Fan Yuan gave her the clues. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probe. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kuemo came here? Was it purely for revenge against each other? Impossible. For people like them, their greatest goal is to break away from mortal and charge through to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thereby gaining a longer life. These 3 were at the peak, looking down on all mortals, and had rich experiences. Gratitude and grudges could not move them. Each of their action held their own deep purpose. These 3 chose Sancha Mountain for their battle instead of any other places. So, their purpose is already clear: 3 kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with a pondering light. 3 kings were rank 5 Gu masters. Their inheritance contains rank 5 Gu worms. Each one of these rank 5 Gu can greatly increase their strength. With a treasure in front of them, how could they battle without care? Unless there is an extremely huge imbalance between the battle strength of the 2 sides. But from the current situation, it clearly is not so. So this battle can only end in a draw. The confusing battle situation suddenly became extremely clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously looked at Fan Yuan. When everyone's hearts were throbbing intensely because of the intense battle of rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, like he was a spectator watching something of no concern. But was it really a matter of no concern? Bai Ningbing rejected this thought inwardly. No one knew clearer than her regarding the thirst Fan Yuan had towards 3 kings' inheritance. But even under such desire, he could still restrain his impulse. Facing such an opponent, Bai Ningbing's heart felt incomparably heavy. Such unfathomable shrewdness. How will I be able to take the Yan Gu that can turn me back to a male from him? Chapter 374. Calamity and Tribulation of the Blessed Land. Half a month later. On a certain peak in Sancha Mountain, a group of ash-gray mountain apes close to 1,000 in numbers tightly surrounded Tai Ruanan while screeching and screaming. Tai Ruanan took in a deep breath. She suddenly waved her hand and shot a large cloud of golden needle goo. Golden Needle goo was not a natural goo but was a goo created by Tai Clan's goo masters. Every Golden Needle goo was a rank 2 goo, their length was around an index finger, and were like thin golden needles. Golden Needle goo shot through the apes. Some stood on the spot without being able to move, some died from poison, and some were driven into a frenzy and actually began attacking their nearby companions. Tai Ruanan repeatedly shot out golden needles. There was chaos among the mountain apes and they suffered huge losses. In a sorry figure and while screeching miserably, they made their escape. Soon, the noisy battlefield quietened down. Large numbers of mountain apes were on the ground, some were dead and some were at their last breaths. Tai Ruanan slowly walked past them and shot out Golden Needle goo again. But this time, these Golden Needle goo had healing effects. They shot into the mountain apes and turned into balls of golden light, moving back and forth between their injuries. Many mountain apes recovered their movement ability. Golden Needle goo by itself was not wondrous. But when matched with poison liquid goo, it could turn into poison needle. When matched with stiff goo, it could make the enemies unable to move a single step. When matched with chaotic mind goo, it could cause chaos among the enemies, making them unable to differentiate between their allies and enemies. And when matched with vitality goo, it had healing properties. Tai Ruanan had spent around 7 to 8 days to be proficient in the combination of these 4 types of battle tactics. Thus, she was able to defeat close to 1,000 mountain apes by herself. Ruanan, this child has an outstanding talent with high comprehension and more importantly, her nature is tenacious and resolute. She is indeed someone who will become a pillar of Tai Clan. Tai Mu Bai watched this nearby with no expression on his face, but his heart was full of praises. This old Tai Clan leader had seen the rise of countless talents in his life and also witnessed the fall of innumerable geniuses. He was very clear, in a dangerous and difficult environment, many outstanding geniuses would emerge. But talent was only one aspect, what mattered was the nature of the geniuses. If a genius could put up with hardships and endure loneliness, they would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. A genius that had poor disposition could only be a shooting star, shining for only an instant. Why would Tai Mu Bai teach Tai Ruanan? On one hand, Tai Ruanan was blood-related to Tai Xueling, who had certain relationship with him. On the other hand, Tai Ruanan had been polished like limestone after a series of trials. All traces of impatience had gone, leaving behind stability and perseverance. Tai Ruanan was like an unpolished jade that let out dazzling light after being polished slightly. Old clan leader. Tai Ruanan climbed up the peak towards Tai Mu Bai and cupped her hands in greeting. The girl was full of admiration and respect towards this old man. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mu Bai fought against 2 rank 5 experts of the demonic path by himself. He first used rank 5 turn gold goo to contend with the 2 demons easily. Then, he used rank 5 liquid metal goo to make these 2 experts back out and weaken their fighting spirits. The battle finally ended with both sides relenting. Tai Mu Bai's strength was like a basin of cold water that poured on the hearts of the demonic goo masters, causing their rising flames of angers to weaken in an instant. The conclusion of the battle was that both righteous and demonic paths could contend for 3 kings' inheritance. But everyone could clearly see how good Tai Mu Bai was and that he had not used his full strength. Good. Being able to grasp this flexible battle tactic in such a short time is remarkable. Tai Mu Bai praised indifferently as he casually waved his hand. Whoosh! A large cloud of golden needle goo shot out. However, different from Tai Ruanan's golden needle goo, the golden needle goo Tai Mu Bai commanded were extremely small, like raindrops. When they moved in the sky, they were like a cloud of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind and brushed past an area of boulders. Pitter-patter sounds as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberries came from the giant boulders. Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, immediately realizing the amazing aspect of this move. The golden fog infiltrated and penetrated the boulders, creating countless tiny holes in them. The trees nearby the boulders were also pierced through, all signs of life within them extinguished instantly. If someone were struck by these goo, their whole body and insides would be perforated and destroyed. It was a really terrifying killer move. Tai Mu Bai casually waved his hand and threw out 3 golden needle goo. These 3 golden needles were, however, different. They were thick and long. Normal golden needle goo had a finger-sized length, but these 3 golden needles had palm-sized length. The 3 golden needle goo flew and pierced into a mountain ape's head. One shot like a perpendicular lightning, straight into the mountain ape from the top of its head, while the other 2 entered through the left and right temples. the needles almost completely entering the mountain ape's head with only a small portion remaining on the outside. This mountain ape had been healed by Tai Ruonan, and was just making its escape when it was struck by the golden needles. The mountain ape let out a painful scream and leaped a couple of times, kneeling in front of Tai Mu Bai. The ape's eyes were wide open with incomparable panic, dread and anger. The strange thing was it could not control its body, and kneeled down reverentially and without making any movements. It was not even able to let out a shout. Tai Ruonan had never expected to see such a peculiar scene and was stupefied for a while. Tai Mu Bai laughed and looked at the mountain ape at his feet. He indifferently said, "Golden needle goo combined with create fog goo can form golden fog. This golden fog looks faint and weak, but is actually extremely powerful and is specialized in breaking through Goo Master's defense. When I was 28 and was roaming southern border, I used this move to dominate the region of Luchuan River." Tai Mu Bai paused for a while and continued, "Golden needle goo combined with puppet control goo can take control of living bodies. When I was 42 and my cultivation advanced to rank 4 peak stage, I ended my closed cultivation and began to roam the world to test my skills. When I arrived at Tai Mu Mountain, I was attacked by a group of over 50 demonic path mountain bandits. I used this move to make 38 of them defect and finally captured all of them and got rid of these evil beings." Tai Ruonan became more fascinated the more she heard. Since her early years, she followed her father and traveled everywhere. And she had heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude and revealed his talent the moment he started cultivating, becoming the #1 youth star of Tai clan at that time. He also lived up to others' expectations, advancing to rank 4 peak stage before 50. He ended his secluded cultivation and roamed southern border, crossing mountains and rivers to test his skills, and made a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader and brought Tai clan to new heights. For a while, Tai clan was in such limelight that it made Wu clan, Shan clan and the rest lose their splendor. His whole life was filled with glory and brilliance. He had countless battle achievements under him, whether it was his lone achievements while roaming the southern border or leading a group of heroes to eliminate evil. He had few losses. The way he did his work was unyielding and domineering, daring to stand directly up to the enemies. Many of his enemies would be terror-stricken at the mention of him when he was reigning. Even righteous path figures would feel mental pressure when they heard Tai Mu Bai's name. Right now, as Tai Ruonan listened to the old clan leader recall those olden days indifferently, she became overwhelmed with emotions. She could not help imagining a scene. A hero at his prime, handsome and graceful, donning a blue robe, moved unhindered around the world. He defeated powerful enemies by himself, no one could block him and countless people watched him. However, time was ruthless, turning that young man into an elderly. But Tai Mu Bai was still Tai Mu Bai. Even if he was more old, it could not hide his glorious deeds. These battle accomplishments were a dazzling halo that covered his body, and even the layers of dust of history could not block its radiance. "Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Goo will not shame your name in my hands." Tai Ruonan spoke resolutely. The old man gratefully nodded and patted Tai Ruonan's shoulder. "Child, you have a strong mind and our Tai clan's blood flows in your veins. You have to shoulder the responsibility of our Tai clan's children. I will teach you all that I know, and I hope that one day, you can be capable enough to raise the flag of Tai clan. I am leaving that little beast King Fangjung to you as your test. Do you have confidence?" "I have confidence and also have a plan. Old clan leader, you can rest assured, Fangjing has already completely fallen into the demonic path. I will definitely retrieve his head." Tai Ruonan's eyes shone with resolute light. "Good, do not be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. You are able to get out of your shock and derive strength from your tribulation. This is something that is impossible for many youngsters. As long as you maintain this, you will definitely become the glory of Tai clan. Now I shall teach you the principle behind these two tactics along with my insights and experience in them, as well as all the other different combinations that can be derived." Like this, one taught diligently and another did her best to learn. After over an hour, Tai Mu Bai finished teaching everything. "Good, you can ask me anything you are unclear about." Tai Ruonan had outstanding comprehension ability, and had already engraved all the teachings into her mind. However, she thought for a while and asked, "These days I have found that the opening time of 3 Kings' inheritance has been getting shorter, and the amount of Goo Masters that can enter has also been getting lesser. The 3 light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as before. Right now, there has been many rumors saying the Blessed Land is already nearing its end. Is this true? Tai Mubai nodded. It is indeed so. You are still not ready to learn some things. All living things exist in balance. With darkness, there is light. With water there is fire. With blessing, there is calamity. His gaze turned towards the peak of Sancha Mountain and sighed. Every blessed land will face earthly calamity every 10 years and heavenly tribulation every 100 years. This blessed land originated from a mysterious Gu immortal from ancient times and was inherited by the 3 kings and remodeled into this inheritance site. This blessed land is already old, its lifespan is almost at its end. A land spirit could prolong this time, but unfortunately there is no land spirit here. A blessed land without a land spirit is an enormous boat that is sinking. Anyone can enter inside and plunder the treasures within. The more they plunder, the bigger the holes in this giant boat and the quicker it would sink. This Gu immortal blessed land is already nearing its end and will only last for less than 10 years before it is destroyed due to the exhaustion of immortal essence. Chapter 375. Gathering of Experts. To think that even blessed lands face destruction. Tai Ruan heard the secret and sighed lightly. How can there be any existence in this world that is indestructible? The cycle of heavenly fate, the competition of all living beings, in this wide universe, we mortals are like a single speck of sand at the bottom of an entire sea, small and insignificant. Only by advancing to a Gu immortal can we surpass mortality, and have our own foundation, turning from sand into an island, having the ability to resist the sea waves. Tai Mu Bai's tone was full of lamentation. When the blessed land faces destruction, wouldn't the people inside be in great danger? Tai Ruan asked again. That is right. Tai Mu Bai nodded. The moment the blessed land vanishes, the wind of assimilation will blow, fusing heaven and earth together, as everything inside the blessed land would turn into the most basic primeval essence in this world. This wind's power can sweep away all dust and particle, even Gu immortals fear it, because even Gu immortals can be destroyed by it. There is such a powerful wind. Tai Ruan was shocked beyond words, showing great worry in her eyes. Tai Mu Bai waved his hand. No worry, I have already stepped into the blessed land many times, I have gained deep understanding of it, and have always been observing and learning about it. The blessed land is indeed weakening, but there is still a long time before it faces destruction. During this period, the heavenly power in the blessed land will weaken, and the restrictions towards us Gu masters would decrease. Slowly, we would be able to use 1 or 2 Gu, and then 3 or 4, 5 or 6. Eventually, the blessed land would be full of loopholes, and form an entrance where we can enter and exit at will. Tai Mu Bai looked afar, his gaze deep and filled with knowledge, like he could predict the future. At the final period, that will be the true decisive battle of 3 kings' inheritance. As the restriction from the blessed land is gone, anyone can use their full power. They can plunder and battle to their heart's extent. By then, Sancha Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 Gu masters, that would truly be the gathering of experts, the rise of snakes and dragons. Tai Ruan felt a flash of inspiration, and realized. She finally understood why Tai Mu Bai did not fight to the death with those 2 demonic Gu masters. That is because his future enemies were not only these 2. Fighting with all he had so early on would only benefit others. Towards the end of the 3 kings' inheritance, the Gu masters would receive greater and better rewards. Those who truly understood the blessed land had already been preparing for the final battle. Central Continent. Tianti Mountain. Hu immortal blessed land. I am finally at the mountain waste. Fang Jing breathed roughly, sweat dripping from his forehead. His arms and legs were numb and sore, they had no energy left. Using his own strength, and climbing to this level, it had squeezed out all the potential he had in his soul. The mountain winds blew, and a strong feeling of dizziness hit him, causing Fang Jing to feel like he was going to fall. His entire vision was spinning. After his soul was expended to the max, he even lost the ability to think. In his daze, he heard from within his aperture, the incubating flea. Good, very good, my good disciple, you have endured this far, it was not easy. You have succeeded, now it will be up to your master me. Saying so, Fang Jing felt a formless energy flowing into the deepest part of his soul. The falling feeling immediately disappeared, like a child who was learning how to walk but was suddenly assisted by an adult. His vision became clear, and Fang Jing's dizziness vanished at a rapid speed. Fang Jing breathed in deeply several times, he felt fantastic. Like a traveler in the desert, about to die of thirst, but suddenly drinking fresh water. Or like someone who had worked non-stop all the time, suddenly sleeping 7 days and 7 nights. Everything became great, he felt awesome. Good disciple, make use of your time, and climb quickly, Lord Sky Crane urged. Yes, master! Fang Yang's eyes were shining like a tiger's. He raised his head, and saw Feng Jin Huang and others, leading far ahead, but they were getting slower. Fang Jing felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. I can do it, with master's help, I can definitely defeat these geniuses, and became the sole inheritor of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Jing, hang in there! After encouraging himself for a bit, Fang Jing continued climbing. His movements became fast and steady. His speed was extremely fast, like he was bursting out his second wind. This performance attracted people's attention and emphasis. After Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, it was connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 Gu immortals outside the Blessed Land immediately found out Fang Yang's weird condition. This child, he was at his limit, and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly get so energetic? Something strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Jin Huang and the others. This junior is from Immortal Crane sect. So that's it, I see. The 10 Gu immortals exchanged their thoughts, and someone quickly found out Fang Yang's trump card. He Feng Yang, you sure are generous. Spirit incubating flea is not precious, but to ensure the flea still works, you used one's own Wei Gu, didn't you? He Feng Yang was one of Immortal Crane sect's supreme elders, he had a rank 6. One's own Wei Gu. Everyone knew that. One's own Wei Gu, it allowed other Gu worms to operate in the Blessed Land. It was an expenditure Gu, only usable for 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. He Feng Yang, you had great schemes, using this secret chess piece. I'm flattered. Among the youngsters, Myriad Dragon Dock has Xing Ji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Jin Huang, Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qi Xing. We Immortal Crane sect cannot contend, thus we had to do this. He Feng Yang was very modest and low-key. The other Gu immortals could only laugh dryly. They had their own rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own Wei Gu, they could not provide such assistance. Rank 6 Gu worms were immortal Gu, one in the world. At any point in time, in the whole wide world, only one exists. Immortal Gu were so much rarer than rank 5 Gu worms, many rank 6 immortals do not even have one immortal Gu. Back in Fang Yuan's previous life, he became an immortal. But to refine his first rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, he spent a massive amount of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, the righteous path attacked him. Their motive was the immortal Gu. The 10 Gu immortals here, because they relied on their sex, they all had their trump cards. But even then, they only had 1 to 2 immortal Gu. He Feng Yan had the one's own Wei Gu, that means that other Gu immortals did not. The most important thing was, He Feng Yang's act did not exceed their bottom line, nor did he break the rules of the game. The other Gu immortals could only watch from here, unable to interfere. It is a pity my immortal Gu specializes in attack. If I use it, that would be attacking the Hu immortal inheritance. It would not work. Although I have a defensive immortal Gu to protect the soul, my disciples do not have the immortal essence needed to activate it. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would be ours for sure. The results are not determined yet. This disciple from Immortal Crane sect has the help of the spirit incubating flea and has a huge advantage. But he was lagging behind from the start. We will have to see what happens from now. 80 years ago, He Feng Yang used the one's own Wei Gu. This is the second time. That means the one's own Wei Gu in his hand can only be used one more time. He paid such a huge price, only to gain an advantage in competing for the inheritance. The other Gu immortals assessed, and decided to remain observers, not making their moves yet. On Sancha Mountain, 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance opened again, strongly attracting all the southern border Gu masters. Just as Tai Mubai said, on Sancha Mountain, experts started to gather, and a storm was brewing. Did you hear? Just yesterday, Li Fei came to Sancha Mountain. Ah, you mean sturdy as a mountain Li Fei? Soon, another established expert came to Sancha Mountain. Li Fei Li's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path Gu master. His title was sturdy as a mountain, an expert in defense. He was Li clan's rising star, and was nurtured greatly by the clan. But this person was dedicated towards pursuing strength. Dedication after losing one's direction becomes obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine Gu, and was not accepted by the righteous path, becoming a demonic path cultivator. Li Fei Lo was only the start. In the month after, more and more established Gu masters arrived at Sancha Mountain. The enslavement path Gu master Zhang Sansan. When he was rank 3 peak stage, he killed a rank 4 Gu master. Now that he was rank 4 middle stage, people called him the enslavement master. The righteous path expert Tao Zi, he had a famous rank 5 healing Gu that was renowned in southern border, Spirit Peach Gu. There was also Yun Luo Tian, young clan leader of Yun clan, Wind Path Gu master, reaching rank 3 peak stage at age 23. Right now, he was 35, a step away from rank 4 peak stage. More and more famous Gu masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped into Sancha Mountain, competing for the 3 kings' inheritance, and trying to get their share of the pie. These Gu masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some were even rank 4 realm. A month later, Sancha Mountain saw its 4th rank 5 Gu master, Wan Xiao. He was the owner of Wu Mountain, a demonic Gu master, rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of his area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wu Lanshan arrived. As the number 1 clan, Wu clan had always been dominating southern border. The Wu Lanshan they sent was the younger cousin of Wu clan leader. Once she appeared, she held a great battle with Wang Xiao. Although the battle ended in a draw, her performance showed she exceeded Ku Mo and Wu Gue. Another 8 days later, Chou Jiu, who was famous among the demonic cultivators, appeared on Sancha Mountain's mountain foot, causing a commotion. Chou Jiu was also rank 5, but had little battle strength. He was a healing Gu master, the famous killer ghost doctor, one of the 4 great doctors together with Dr. Su Shou, traveling Dr. Jiu Ji, and divine Dr. Xing Shou. He had a strange personality, having this weird rule: anyone he heals needs to kill a person for him in return. He saves alive, and takes another. Thus people call him Killer Ghost Doctor. He who walks by the river is bound to get his shoes wet. In this cruel world, Gu masters cannot avoid getting injured and sick, they will have to beg a doctor for help eventually. The 4 great doctors healed both demonic and righteous. Once the Killer Ghost Doctor ascended Sancha Mountain, he was invited by Tai Mu Bai earnestly, and the 2 drank happily in a banquet. Time passed by quickly, the 3 kings' inheritance opened and closed, closed and opened. This day, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. At the mountain foot, 2 people appeared. Soon, people recognized them, screaming in shock. The black and white twin demons, they are here again! Chapter 376. Fan Yuan Court's Death. On the mountain peak, 3 light pillars of red, blue, and yellow presented themselves before the people. Compared to the start, observant people could see that these 3 pillars had dimmed greatly. At the same time their size had shrunk, less than half of the original. This Gu immortal blessed land that originated from ancient times, had reached its final moments. After being remodeled by the 3 kings, it was starting to collapse under the plundering of countless Gu masters. It was like a sinking ship, the seawater had submerged more than half of it, only the sail and mast are still floating. Old clan leader Tai, you first. After considering for a while, Wu Lanshan cupped her fists politely at Tai Mu Bai. Among the rank 5 Gu masters present, Tai Mu Bai was still the one with greatest strength. On this Sancha Mountain, he was the number 1 person of the rank 5s. Even throughout southern border, he was a top-tier rank 5 Gu master. Tai Mu Bai's status was publicly recognized. Even opponents like Ku Mo and Wu Gui had to admit this point. Tai Mu Bai looked at the 3 pillars, nodding. Then I will go first. His every action was under everyone's observation. The few thousand Gu masters at the inheritance entrance were all looking at him. Tai Mu Bai took the lead, entering King Xian inheritance. Wu Gui and Ku Mo looked at each other. Since Tai Mu Bai chose King Xian inheritance, they should avoid encountering him. Between rank 5 Gu masters, they tend to avoid such unnecessary competition. The final battle at the end was the stage for them to unleash their true abilities. After Tai Mu Bai, Wu Lanshan, Wang Xiao and the others all chose their respective entrances, entering the inheritance. Next, Eva was the first rank 4 peak stage Gu master to enter, followed by the others. On Sancha Mountain, righteous and demonic Gu masters were gathered together. Enemies who usually fought on sight became extremely orderly when it came to such huge benefits. But at this moment, the quiet mountain peak became noisy. First, it was the Gu masters standing at the outside area discussing among themselves. Soon, Gu masters in the inner circle also turned their heads to look. It is the black and white twin demons, they are finally back! Some recognized the source of the commotion, and exclaimed. They are the black and white twin demons. The recent rising stars of the demonic path? Some people saw Fang and Bai for the first time and observed them closely. These two youngsters are not simple. One was trapped by the Tai clan oldtimers for months without falling. The other is even stronger, fighting 7 Tai clansmen single-handedly and even killing Tai Ba Xiu. Someone introduced. Fang and Bai had caused a great commotion in Sancha Mountain. It left a deep impression on them. Now many people could still vividly recall the scene. Tai Ba Xiu. I fought against him before. Fang Jing is truly not simple, being able to kill him at such a young age. Someone nodded, his expression turning solemn. From what I see, his present age overlord is just an overstatement. Letting a junior get famous, he is a disgrace to his generation. A Gu master scoffed. So what if the black and white demons came? Times are different now. On Sancha Mountain, there are 6 rank 5 Gu masters. The 2 of them are rank 4 Gu masters. They can't do anything here. That's right, especially after Fang Jing killed some Tai clansmen. Tai Mu Bai would not let him off. But he is really daring, still having the guts to come here. Isn't it obvious? He only dared to show up after Tai Mu Bai entered the inheritance. The people discussed softly. All sorts of gazes were on Fang and Bai: curiosity, inspection, solemn, and frivolous. There were also many others who did not look at them, but placed their sights on another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 Gu masters, tight clothing with eyes shining like stars, tightly knit eyebrows. It was Tai Ruonan. Tai Ruonan was a rank 4 Gu master. She naturally stood with the rank 4 Gu masters to enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the number 1 person on Sancha Mountain, he had to follow the rules and be an example. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the Gu masters on Sancha Mountain. This was the conduct of a leader of the righteous path. Fang Jing, it's you. Tai Ruonan stood out from the people, staring fiercely at Fang Yuan, her tone extremely agitated. Seeing Fang Yuan, the enemy who had so many Tai clansmen's blood on his hands, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger. She wanted to go and kill him immediately. Her tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. Tightened and loosened, loosened and tightened. Such a repetitive action showed the struggle in her heart. Eventually, Tai Ruonan opened her palm, breathing out deeply, her eyes regaining clarity. Little Beast King, you do not have to worry about old clan leader's attack. Your life is mine. One day, I will kill you, and offer it to the heroic spirit of my Tai clansmen. Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and entered the light pillar, vanishing. Is Tai Ruonan afraid? She left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's dominance remains. This Tai clan young master did not dare to battle. I feel that this young girl was smart. The 3 kings' inheritance is in front of her. Such a rare event should be treasured. What is the point of fighting and killing now? Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Tai Ruonan's performance surprised him. Being able to control her furious emotions, it was not an easy task. Many famous Gu masters could not do it. Tai Ruonan, I cannot let you grow further. This was rare. Fang Yuan felt threat from someone of the same generation. The things Tai Mu Bai taught Tai Ruonan were not a secret. Everyone knew about it. Fang Yuan, of course, knew clearly. Tai Ruonan had talent, aptitude, and her heart was determined. Adding in the nurturing of the clan, she was like a swallow soaring into the heavens. One day, she will rise beyond the clouds and turn into a phoenix. Controlling the killing intent in his heart, Fang Yuan walked towards the inheritance entrance. A large portion of the rank 4 Gu masters gave way to them immediately. Hold it! Suddenly, a righteous Gu master walked up and blocked their paths. This righteous Gu master wore white clothing, his sleeves were wide and swayed with the wind, and he had a handsome face. It was none other than Yun Clan's young clan leader, Yun Luo Tian. Little Beast King, I heard you killed Tai Ba Xiu. Yun Luo Tian stood before Fang Yuan. After giving him a glance, he started to observe Bai Ningbing. Do you know? He pointed at Fang Yuan, saying arrogantly. You won in an unfair way. You used the flying goo and killed a member of my righteous faction. You took the easy way out. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Yun Luo Tian's words were very offensive, and Fang Yuan was an arrogant person. At this rate, they were going to fight. Many Gu masters took steps back, getting away from these two. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan's eyes were eerie as he looked at Yun Luo Tian, nodding, suddenly laughing. You are right, I used the loophole and killed Tai Ba Xiu. Sorry about that. Yun Luo Tian was stunned. He did not think that this little beast king would reply this way. Isn't this different from the information about him? These years of closed cultivation, he had trained in the art of flying. He feels that his flying skills were not inferior to the few flying experts of southern border. Thus, he wanted to challenge Fan Yuan and build his reputation. But Fan Yuan was so courteous, he could not continue finding problems with him. Demonic cultivators were evil and ruthless, but he was a righteous member, and the young clan leader of Yun clan. His every action was closely inspected. After all, it represented Yun clan's image. Yun Luotian stood dazed for a moment before calming his mind. We let young Master Tai ruin and go first because we admire old clan leader Tai Mu Bai. Since you know you had an unfair victory, you should stand down now. There are so many heroes and geniuses here, it is not your turn to enter yet. Yun Luotian waved his sleeve at Fan Yuan, speaking plainly. Although he secretly flattered the people around him, it caused them to become even more nervous, and everyone felt a storm approaching. Just as everyone was preparing for battle, Fan Yuan took a step back. Sir, makes sense? It was my fault, you guys should go first. Yun Luotian laughed loudly, waving his sleeves and relaxed, walking towards the light pillar, entering after tens of steps. Although he did not fight with Fan Yuan, he felt the gains were greater. Not long after, words would spread that he challenged Little Beast King verbally, and scared this demonic rising star till he retreated. At that time, his reputation would surge, and Yun clan's reputation in the righteous faction would rise as well. After Yun Luotian entered the inheritance, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Bao inheritance together. Seeing them disappear, the remaining rank 4 Gu masters started conversing. Is this still Little Beast King? He is so polite? Did he take the wrong medicine, or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Little Beast King gave in, he is such a coward. If it was me, I would have rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, his opponent is Yun Luotian after all. Although Yun clan is not a super clan, it is still a first-class clan. After his vision of the spinning world calmed down, Fan Yuan assessed his surroundings. Gray-white sky, light red ground, extended towards the horizons. On the ground, there were pieces of volcanic rocks, hot rising steam, or gray dust cloud. Devil again, they descended again. My companions quickly gathered together. As long as we fight together, we can defeat the Demon King. Come, our Hongdan village can only be protected by ourselves. The top of volcanic rocks were flipped over, and tiny humans walked out. These tiny people were the size of babies. They were pink and tender, extremely cute. Most importantly, at the middle of their chests, they had a cute and round red egg. These were the Eggmen. Similar to the hairy men, they were variant humans. Fan Yuan gave a glance, and knew these were the red Eggmen among the Eggmen. The egg on them were red, and they used the large volcanic rocks to build their houses, and lived inside. At this moment, Fan Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo. King Bao Inheritance's aim was to make Fan Yuan use the exploding egg goo to exterminate these red Eggmen. That way, he can advance to the next round. Facing the assaulting red Eggmen, Fan Yuan did not move. He let them attack him. These attacks accumulated, quickly injuring him heavily. Fan Yuan could not breathe properly. He was bathed in blood and the feeling of death was creeping up on him. At this moment, even if he used the exploding egg goo, it could not change the situation. Letting himself get into such a dangerous situation, Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 377. Refining an Immortal Goo. A bunch of short red egg men encircled Fan Yuan, attacking constantly. Is this devil a fool? Why is he not moving? If only all devils were such fools, that would be great. Do not let your guard down, devils are extremely crafty, quickly kill him. Seeing Fan Yuan about to die, the red egg men cheered victoriously. But at this moment, a formless energy descended and swept Fan Yuan away. Falling into encirclement, the dying and unconsciously Fan Yuan vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bunch of shocked red egg men. When Fan Yuan woke up from his slumber, the scenery before him was completely different than before. This was a dark blue-colored hall. The hall was extremely plain, made with large cube bronze blocks. There were a lot of moss on the blocks, showing how long they have already existed. Fan Yuan laid on the center of the hall, feeling the chill from the bronze block under his back. I've already healed your injuries. A large tortoise opened its wrinkled eyes slowly, staring at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan slowly got up from the ground, first touching his own body, his injuries were truly healed. Next, he looked around the hall in a calm expression. Lastly, he turned his gaze over towards the huge tortoise before him. This huge tortoise was large as a house, a thick and hard jade-thin shell on its back. Its 4 legs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers growing out of its face. Fan Yuan looked at this huge tortoise, his lips curling into a smile, as his smile turned into laughter. Ha! His laughter echoed in the hall. He purposely courted death, not even using the spring-autumn cicada. It was all because of his previous life's knowledge and information. There was a huge risk involved. It could be said, one wrong move and game over. But a demonic cultivator moved forward relentlessly. They were most skilled at all in gambles. Right now, Fan Yuan reached the main hall, and his risks had all paid off. After laughing heartily, Fan Yuan stopped laughing, facing the huge tortoise. Land Spirit Ba Gui, you finally awakened from your slumber. You know me? The huge tortoise's voice created vibrations as there was some suspicion in its eyes. That's right, I know you, and I also know the secret of this blessed land. Fan Yuan nodded, walking in the hall with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path, Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal protected the blessed land, resisting calamities and tribulations, but eventually he died in one of the tribulations. His dying wish, gathered with this blessed land's heavenly power, formed the land spirit. That is you, Ba Gui. As long as I complete his wish before he died, I can become the new owner of this blessed land. Am I right about that? Fan Yuan spoke openly, not beating about the bush. Although the land spirit is formed from the Gu Immortal, it is no longer human, but merely the Immortal's will. Using an explanation from Earth, that would be a pre-programmed AI. As long as the land spirit's requirement is met, one can gain its recognition and become the new owner of the blessed land. Thus, when Fan Yuan spoke, there was no need for any schemes or plots. The huge tortoise nodded. That's right, his final wish before dying is also the blessed land's test. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the contents of this wish is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Fan Yuan followed. During ancient times, Strength Path flourished. 8 out of 10 Gu masters walked the Strength Path. This blessed land's original master was a Strength Path Gu Immortal. He created the recipe for second aperture Gu. But right before the crucial step, he died in a tribulation. After he died, this final obsession became the land spirit. That is, the huge tortoise before Fan Yuan now. To complete this wish, the huge tortoise had been waiting aimlessly. But time passed, and no one that fulfilled the criteria showed up. This fated person had to be a Strength Path Gu master, own beast phantoms, and also strong to a degree. Next, this Strength Path Gu master had to be on the brink of death to receive this opportunity. This is because the blessed land's previous owner had a lot of lingering grudge and hatred, refusing to let others gain his fortune so easily. But he still wanted to refine the second aperture Gu, thus there was such a requirement for the fated person to be as close to death as possible, just like him. Only someone who had shared his emotion could be qualified to gain everything. But time passed, and the calamities and tribulations continued to occur. The land spirit Ba Gui could not find a suitable Strength Path Gu master. To preserve its immortal essence, it could only choose to slumber helplessly. The wide and huge blessed land, after many calamities and tribulations, had shrunk to less than 1% of its original size. One calamity was enough to puncture 1,000 holes in the blessed land. Thus, there was a hole created, and a path to the outside world was connected to the blessed land. 3 roaming kids came here and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate to fruition. These were the 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings got their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live. As time passed, they got more familiar with the blessed land and were a step away from rank 6. But in the end, none of them broke through, and before dying, they remodeled the place into the 3 kings' inheritance ground. The 3 kings walked on the refinement, fire, and enslavement path. None was a Strength Path Gu master. The moment the remodeling began, the land spirit was woken up. It watched silently without stopping them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract qualified Strength Path Gu masters as well. When the 3 kings' inheritance opened, countless Gu masters entered, and increased the blessed land's immortal essence expenditure. As the blessed land faced the risk of destruction, the huge tortoise awakened from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. In the entire blessed land, there were many Strength Path Gu masters. but those who fulfilled its requirements were none. In ancient times, Strength Path was mainstream. But now that times have changed, Strength Path was eliminated, on the brink of extinction. Those who truly cultivated Strength Path to a high level were even rarer. Hearing Fan Yuan talk about the second aperture Gu, the land spirit Bagui was stunned. You know a lot. It felt strange, but did not pursue the matter. To it, the fated person had already been found. Now the next target was to refine the second aperture Gu. However, it was not easy to refine second aperture Gu. That is because second aperture Gu was not immortal Gu, it was a rank 6 immortal Gu. But Fan Yuan was already mentally prepared, directly asking. Second aperture Gu is a rank 6 Gu. Rank 5 is mortal, rank 6 is immortal. To refine an immortal Gu, the most basic condition is immortal essence. In the blessed land, how much immortal essence is left? The tortoise turned its body, gazing deep within the hall. The flooring cracked open, as a hole appeared, and a bronze cauldron rose slowly. Eventually, the flooring closed up, leaving the cauldron alone in the hall. This cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. It was filled with immortal essence inside. The immortal essence was a greenish water, crystal clear and giving off a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, only a thin layer left in the cauldron, and as time flowed, it slowly decreased drop by drop. This is because, after the blessed land opened, countless Gu masters explored, and entered and left multiple times, expending immortal essence. But this is already much better than in my previous life. As long as I ration it properly. Fan Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence, thinking deeply, as sparks seemed to be flying above his head. In his previous life, after the 3 kings' inheritance opened, the land spirit waited but did not meet its fated owner. Only towards the end of the inheritance did the land spirit find a suitable, dying strength path Gu master, and transported him in. This lucky person was a demonic path member, surviving the ordeal and benefiting from the crisis. However, he was very poor at refining Gu worms. When he started the refinement process, he died. Towards the end, Gu masters had a great understanding of the 3 kings' inheritance, and knew when to advance and retreat. They all had some trump cards or tokens to preserve their lives, and could easily leave at will. Towards the end, the blessed land could not sustain it much more, and Gu masters could freely use their Gu worms, fighting and causing bloodshed. Where there are battles, there are deaths and injuries. The land spirit found a chance, and chose a few strength path Gu masters from among them. But by then, it was already too late. There was a severe lack of immortal essence, and the land spirit was severely weakened, unable to do anything. In the end, the blessed land continued to break down, as Gu masters found this hall. Arriving here, they battled with the land spirit, and killed the strength path Gu master who was refining the Gu. Only then did they know that Sancha Mountain's blessed land held such a secret. But at that time, immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was dead. The Gu refinement ended in utter failure. The legendary second aperture Gu became extinct before the first one was even created. Second aperture Gu, allowing a Gu master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot would know the value of this Gu. I have a great aptitude now. 1 aperture holds 90% primeval essence. If I have the second aperture Gu, I would have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I can have double the primeval essence recovery speed, and even a second set of Gu worms. My battle strength will surge, and create history for myself. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the strongest person among the same rank. Fan Yuan was secretly excited. But to refine this immortal Gu, the process was really difficult. It would not be an easy task. Even Tai Mu Bai would feel stunned at this. But to Fan Yuan, it was another situation altogether. Firstly, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal in his past life who used the spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. He also succeeded in refining the spring-autumn cicada. He had the precious experience of creating an immortal Gu. Secondly, ever since the 3 kings' inheritance opened, he had been plotting. He challenged strength path Gu masters everywhere, eliminating his competition. Shui Sanxi Century Boy, they were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life, but now, they died in Fan Yuan's hands. Lastly, he had the help of the land spirit. In his previous life, the land spirit was already very weak when he saw the first lucky person. Towards the end, it was so feeble it got killed by a bunch of mortals. But this life was different. Fan Yuan approached death purposely. Coming here in advance, he would receive great help from the land spirit. Back then, that goo immortal had made ample preparations to refine this goo. With such a foundation, I have at least 50% chance of succeeding in this refinement. Back when Fan Yuan refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had less than 20% chance of succeeding. Now that he was refining the second aperture goo, he had 50%. It was extremely high. Chapter 378. He is dead. Soon, Fan Yuan calmed down. Second aperture goo was only an opportunity. To make it a reality, it needed planning and effort. Whether the refinement of second aperture goo succeeds or fails, a large amount of immortal essence will be consumed. Without immortal essence, the blessed land cannot contend against the upcoming earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. That is to say, even if I become the owner of the blessed land, this blessed land can no longer be saved and I will have to give up on it. Thus, second aperture goo will be my greatest reward for this trip. However, the whole matter was not so easy and simple. The situation Fan Yuan was facing now was extremely complex. With the start of the refinement of second aperture goo, the remaining immortal essence would start decreasing sharply. The blessed land would weaken greatly, and the assistance the land spirit could give would become lesser and lesser. At the same time, he also needed to consider the goo masters within the blessed land. If they discovered this main hall, they were sure to attack together just like in his previous life and disrupt the process of the goo refinement. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light, and after pondering for a while, he took the initiative to demand, "Land Spirit, tell me the recipe for refining the second aperture goo." Land Spirit Ba Gui slowly nodded its head, and its deep voice entered Fan Yuan's ears. "Then listen properly, this is the full content of the recipe. Rotten soil blood powder, treasure flower in the earth. Jade bone turned into petals, ice muscles into stalks, and golden relic into the heart of the flower. A bright stellar fire. Gather ice and snow into plains. Yon cloud burns with elixir fire below, and e'en cloud scatter sand like gold above. Add beast phantoms in the middle until lightning crackles, creating beast strength placenta, and start collecting apertures. Wild grass grow wildly, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. With unlimited divine opportunity, swim and roam in the wilds, adding in third watch, and another third watch, obtaining 9. 9 as extreme. The refinement is complete. The recipe content was huge and had close to 10,000 words. Fan Yuan's expression turned grave as he listened. There were up to 1,000 steps in refining this second aperture goo. The early stage involved hundreds of types of materials, the middle stage used up large numbers of rank 4 and rank 5 goo, and it continued to become more arduous as it got closer to the last step, until finally, it needed the use of another rank 6 immortal goo. This is not good. The difficulty in refining second aperture goo is many times higher than I estimated. The intel in my previous life only talked of the early stage of the recipe mixed with much misinterpretation from the people involved. Fan Yuan's heart sank. The 50% confidence he had turned to about 30% after he heard the recipe. You don't need to worry too much. Large amounts of materials and goo worms for refining second aperture goo had already been stored in this main hall. With the land spirit's words, the whole main hall was suffused with dark blue light. The brilliant radiance shone over the main hall. The relief sculptures on the surface of the main hall suddenly protruded out and turned into solid. Fan Yuan was amazed at this change. This is clearly a kind of storage method. This is the first time I am seeing it. Sigh, many methods of the ancient era had disappeared along the river of time. Materials after materials of all kinds dazzled his eyes. There were at least 5,000 goo worms from rank 1 to rank 5. Among them, there were over 600 rank 4 goo and no less than 80 rank 5 goo. Rank 5 goo, which were very rare in the outside world, had unexpectedly numbered to almost 100 at this main hall. And the expensive rank 4 goo had apparently become as rare as cabbages here. So many top-tier materials. There are so many goo which I have never seen. These strength path goo, if I obtain them, my battle strength will definitely rise by over 10 folds. And there are also over 10 yellow gold relic goo along with 8 purple crystal relic goo. If I use them, I will be able to advance to rank 5 peak stage within moments. Fan Yuan looked at these rank 4 and rank 5 goo, and had a thought of giving up the refinement of second aperture goo and directly taking all these goo worms. However, this impulse was immediately extinguished by him. With the land spirit beside him keeping guard, these goo worms could only be used to refine second aperture goo, and he was unable to use them for his personal use. Secondly, second aperture goo would be a great help in the future if it was refined, and it would provide enormous help even at rank 6 realm. Second aperture goo was a long-term investment, and its benefits would soar to the sky especially after one reached rank 6. There is still one extremely crucial goo worm left, Ba Gui said and opened his eyes, using all his strength to control this main hall. The blue radiance increased sharply and reached an unbearable intensity. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron began to deplete bit by bit. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, and within this blue light, he saw a confined immortal goo. It was like a round gem. The gem's whole body was yellow and was hollow inside with a ball of purple smoke in it. This smoke transformed constantly, suddenly turning into a Pegasus or an immortal crane the next moment, or changing into a moving cloud or pure thunderbolt. Following its appearance, a strong wine fragrance spread through the whole main hall. Fan Yuan took a few breaths and immediately felt drunk. His eyes turned hazy and his mind became dizzy. He immediately held his breath. This is the rank 6 immortal goo, divine travel. The land spirit introduced. Divine travel goo. Fan Yuan opened his eyes wide and stared at this goo without even blinking. Divine travel goo was very mysterious and also legendary. Its earliest appearance was the first classic of goo. It appeared to be a story when one first read it, but it actually held profound messages, recording the secrets of the ancient times and all kinds of goo. Some goo were directly described like wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. And some goo were hidden. Their descriptions were very vague, requiring the readers to dig through it and study carefully. In the legends of Renzu, divine travel goo's earliest appearance was beside Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun drank 4 different top-tier wines in the world. The dense liquor aura in his body congealed into divine travel goo. Divine travel goo had the power to send the goo master to any place in the world. But its activation required the goo master to be in a drunken state, and its destination also could not be controlled. Verdant Great Sun was transported to many dangerous places and suffered a lot due to divine travel goo, his life on the line several times. Divine travel goo might be one of the 4 great movement goo and is very powerful at that, but its flaw is extremely big. Who would dare to use it? Even Verdant Great Sun had no choice but to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo in the end. No wonder the original master of this blessed land chose this goo to refine into second aperture goo. Fixed immortal travel goo was also one of the 4 great movement goo and could send the goo master to any place they wanted to, even if the destination was at the edge of the world. But the prerequisite was that the goo master needed to have a concrete impression of their destination. If there was any huge changes to their destination, they would fail in using the fixed immortal travel goo. Fan Yuan carefully pondered and understood the intentions of this ancient strength path goo immortal. Divine travel goo might be at the noble rank 6, but its every use carried extremely high risk and had low worth in using. Thus, Verdant Great Sun refined it into fixed immortal travel goo, while this ancient strength path goo master thought of using it to refine second aperture goo. The land spirit Ba Gui carefully resealed the divine travel goo and asked, "When do you plan on beginning the refinement?" "There is no rush. Let me first study this recipe properly." Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot and closed his eyes to contemplate. Humans were the spirit of all living beings and goo were the essence of the world. After a goo master's cultivation reached a profound level, they would understand a principle. A goo master using goo was not simply using the goo worms as a tool, but rather, it was a way to understand heaven and earth. Goo worms were the vessels that carried the law fragments of the great Tao. Refining goo was not simply following random steps but was based on the understanding of law fragments. A recipe not only contained the process of refining goo, but even more importantly, it contained its creator's comprehension of heaven and earth. From this recipe, Fan Yuan could study the experimentation and insights of the original owner of this blessed land, the ancient strength path goo immortal. And when he compared them with his own experiences, he would gain an even deeper understanding of the great Tao. This was absolutely a beneficial matter. Goo master can only have one aperture from birth. If there was a second aperture, this would truly be an act of defying heaven. I see why divine travel goo was chosen. Fan Yuan opened his eyes after a long while, gaining a deeper understanding of the whole refinement process. Land spirit, let's start the refinement. Okay. Land spirit immediately responded and gave 2 kinds of materials and a goo worm to Fan Yuan. First material was green pond rotten soil which originated 10,000 feet deep under a rotten and poisonous marsh, and was extremely toxic. Even Fan Yuan's arm would be rotten within a few breaths if he touched it. Second material was a blood-colored powder which had a rather large origin. The blood of 8 kinds of immemorial desolate beasts were mixed, solidified, and then grinded to form this powder. The goo worm, however, was common, and Fan Yuan had come in touch with it at Qingmao Mountain. It was Earth Treasury Flower. Earth Treasury Flower was a storage goo. Flower Wine Monk planted it in the depths of the cave to store several goo worms which were obtained by Fan Yuan in the end. With the land spirit's assistance, Fan Yuan mixed the green pond rotten soil and 8 desolate blood powder. After the mixture became an evenly distributed soil, he planted the Earth Treasury Flower in it. Earth Treasury Flower immediately decayed and died when it entered the soil. Whether it was the toxicity of the green pond rotten soil, or the violent nature of the 8 desolate blood powder, they both were something the Earth Treasury Flower could not endure easily. However, Fan Yuan had already anticipated this situation and was not discouraged. Land Spirit took out another Earth Treasury Flower goo, and Fan Yuan casually planted it. That ancient strength path goo immortal had already foreseen the probability of failure in every step, and had thus prepared enough spare material. After continuously failing several times, Fan Yuan finally succeeded in planting the Earth Treasury Flower in the soil. Green pool rotten soil's toxicity and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a kind of subtle balance, causing a strange transformation within the Earth Treasury Flower goo. This was the first step of the recipe: rotten soil blood powder, treasure flower in the earth. Next was jade bone turned into petals, ice muscles into stalks, and golden relic into the heart of the flower. It required the use of jade bone goo, ice muscle goo, and yellow golden relic goo along with skilled goo refinement techniques. Third step: bright stellar fire, gather ice and snow into plains. This could easily be misunderstood with stellar fire goo and snowy plain goo. But the firepower from that would be inadequate. In fact, the two phrases needed to be combined to be understood. The true answer was to use stellar fire prairie goo together with snowy plain goo, only then would there be balance. Fan Yuan followed the order one by one. At the 4th step, young cloud burns with elixir fire below, and in clouds scatter sand like gold above. This tested his multitasking ability. Fan Yuan first used young cloud goo with elixir fire goo, then activated yin cloud goo and used golden sand goo. The yin and yang clouds mixed with the smoke from previous steps. Spheres of fiery orange elixir fire rose up from the yang cloud. The golden sand fell down from the yin cloud like a light drizzle. Yin above and yang below is anti-balance. This is the critical juncture. Go, White Elephant Beast Phantom! Fan Yuan's eyes burst out with divine light as he activated all-out effort goo and summoned White Elephant Phantom. White Elephant Phantom collided into the center of yin and yang clouds and was grinded down by elixir fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, White Elephant Phantom turned into a ball of white light and revolved in the air. Again, Black Python Beast Phantom. Fan Yuan pointed and sacrificed another beast strength phantom. Black Python entered the center of the clouds and quickly turned into Black Ray and spun around the white light. The two were in an endless tangle. Stone Turtle Beast Phantom, Horse Beast Phantom. Another 2 beast phantoms flew out of Fan Yuan's body. 4 beast phantoms tangled against each other and formed a whirlpool of colorful light, but there was still something lacking. Strange! Why have they not fused? Fan Yuan was baffled. This was the first difficulty he had ran into. The colorful whirlpool was being grinded down by the elixir fire and the golden sand, and was continuously becoming smaller. The multiple auras could not fuse together. Fan Yuan suddenly had a thought as he looked at the process which was about to end in failure. Wait a second, could it be? He began to control the 4 beast phantoms. White Elephant Beast Phantom was steady and simple. Black Python Phantom was coiling and cold. Stone Turtle Phantom was still as a mountain. And Horse Beast Phantom ran with the wind. These 4 beast phantoms were just carelessly tangling with each other before, but under Fan Yuan's control now, each of them began to display their true disposition and nature. Boom! Thunder crackled and a strange transformation began. Yin and yang clouds moved, yin clouds sank down, and yang cloud rose up, the two forming into a whole entity. The mist surged and mixed ceaselessly with lightning and thunder constantly crackling inside. So it was like that. No wonder it needed Strength Path Goo Master, although those who merely possess beast phantoms would still not be able to succeed. The Goo Master must understand the true nature of each beast phantom to start the fusion. Fan Yuan let out a breath of relief and comprehended the process. Rumble. Lightning crackled and thunder exploded. The sound was like war drums, becoming more condensed and finally blending into one. Boom, boom, boom. Under continuous rumbling sounds, the mist completely fused into one color before suddenly exploding. A frenzy wind blew, dispersing all the clouds and mist. Only one goo remained in the air. This goo was rank 5 goo and was like a disc. Its surface was rough like an embryo made of grass and soil. In the middle of the disc was a ferocious beast with the head of a horse, tusks of an elephant, body of a turtle, and the tail of a snake. This is the beast's strength placenta goo. Fan Yuan relaxed his mind when he saw this goo. The moment he relaxed, he fell down to the ground and fell asleep. He had used a total of 5 days and 5 nights to refine this goo. He had not rested a moment during this time and had been multitasking the whole time. His mental energy had been used to the limits, and he was extremely exhausted. This sleep lasted for a day and a night before Fan Yuan woke up. He touched the beast's strength placenta goo and recalled the recipe. Yang cloud burns with elixir fire below and Yin cloud scatters sand like gold from above. Add beast phantoms in the middle till lightning crackles, creating beast strength placenta, and start collecting apertures. Next is gathering apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gui, it is time. Ba Gui was also straightforward. All right, I can send you to wherever you want to go in the blessed land. A large map appeared in front of Fan Yuan along with all kinds of scenes, displaying everything in the blessed land. Everything from goo masters, hairy men, dog beasts, and so on were clearly shown. This place. Fan Yuan searched through the map before his gaze fixed on a place, and pointed at it. Next moment, Fan Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. Tai Mu Bai was exploring the inheritance, and was slightly surprised by Fan Yuan's sudden appearance. But he calmed down soon and was just about to say something when Fan Yuan quickly waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Bam! Tai Mu Bai's head was smacked by the rock crocodile's tail, and it exploded like a watermelon. He was dead. Chapter 379. All according to plan. Fan Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai and immediately pounced on his headless corpse, grabbing his arm and letting his mind enter the aperture. The aperture walls were crystal clear, as the primeval sea ebbed and flowed. Rank 5 goo masters have purple crystal primeval essence. Initial stage is light purple primeval essence, middle stage is violet purple primeval essence, upper stage is deep purple primeval essence, and peak stage is crystal purple primeval essence. Tai Mu Bai was a rank 5 peak stage goo master. He had crystal clear primeval essence. Like the liquid form of crystals, great power was hidden within its beautiful appearance. The difference between rank 5 peak stage and rank 4 upper stage was very huge. Furthermore, he had 98% of such primeval essence, even 100 Fan Yuan could not compare to him. In the purple crystal primeval sea, there were goo worms flying. A golden small hand flew randomly above the sea, like a golden light. This was Tai Mu Bai's vital goo, the rank 5 goo worm that he had once used when he battled Ku Mo and Wu Gui on Sancha Mountain, Turn Gold Goo. Turn Gold Goo had great power. Any life form that was hit by hit would turn into pure gold, losing their life. Even Ku Mo and Wu Gui did not dare to take the attack head-on. As for Ihua, Kong Ri Tian and the other rank 4 peak stage cultivators, they did not even dare to observe the battle, taking the initiative to avoid them. This was Tai Mu Bai's strongest long-range attack method. If Fan Yuan tried to use long-range battle, the beast phantoms that possessed the strength she would turn into golden statues after being hit by the golden light, sacrificing themselves. Fan Yuan would not be able to retrieve them anymore. Other than Turn Gold Goo, at the bottom of the purple crystal sea, there was a yellow gold current. This current was like melted gold, swimming at the bottom of the sea. This was the liquid metal goo, also rank 5. Once activated, it had great defenses, and allowed a goo master to have no worries regarding defense. Most amazingly, it was liquid form, and could change its shape at will. Even if it was broken through, it could regather itself like water, and was a tough nut to crack. If Tai Mu Bai used liquid metal goo, even if Fan Yuan used all his strength, he would not be able to break this defense. In the purple crystal sea, there was another eyeball. It seemed inconspicuous, but it gave off a golden light at times, gathering attention and was more alluring than the stars in the sky. This was the Vajraster goo. It was also rank 5, but was not an investigative method, rather it was an attack-type goo. Once activated by a goo master, the formless stare gains attacking power, like a giant pole slamming into a person's heart. Once eye contact was made, it could directly attack an opponent's soul. This goo was hidden by Tai Mu Bai. Even during the battle against Ku Mo and Wu Gui, it was not used. Once used, It would be a contest of souls between both Gu masters, and the victor would be decided. It was a trump card that should only be used at the end. Tai Mu Bai had once used many different Gu to strengthen his soul's foundation. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan walked the strength path. His soul was not strengthened. If Tai Mu Bai used the Vajraster Gu, he just needed to maintain eye contact with Fan Yuan for a second, and Fan Yuan's soul would be completely destroyed. To use this Vajraster Gu, golden eyes have to be used. If one used ordinary eyes for this, they might turn themselves blind. Only by using 2 golden eye Gu, and turning one's own eyes into golden eyes could they use the Vajraster Gu safely. Evidently, since Tai Mu Bai had the Vajraster Gu, he naturally had golden eyes. Just like how Fan Yuan turned his skin into brown skin, and bones into essence iron bones. Other than these 3 rank 5 Gu, Tai Mu Bai's body also had 4 rank 4 Gu worms. Golden Dragon Gu, Golden Breeze Gu, Golden Coat Gu, Golden Aurora Gu, all of them were outstanding Gu worms, and were high-quality Gu worms within the metal path. These Gu worms were all excavated by Fan Yuan. After confirming that Tai Mu Bai did not have any other Gu worms on him, Fan Yuan took out the Beast Strength Placenta Gu, and activated it around Tai Mu Bai's stomach. After Tai Mu Bai lost his life, his aperture started to shrink. Right now, after being sucked by the Beast Strength Placenta Gu, the aperture flew out of Tai Mu Bai's body, and landed in the placenta, devoured by the wild beast inside the placenta. After devouring the aperture, the rough and coarse Beast Strength Placenta Gu became lustrous and shiny. The original embryo looked like it was made of soil and had crevices on the surface. But now it looked different, thick and tightly packed, just like a concrete brick. This Beast Strength Placenta Gu was used like this, according to the Blessed Land's original owner's peculiar idea. Continuously absorbing Gu Master's aperture, then slowly accumulating and changing qualitatively. To refine the second aperture Gu, apertures were naturally the main ingredient. The Beast Strength Placenta Gu that was refined was intended to plunder other people's apertures. Killing lives to attain success, this was a demonic path method. One could easily tell that the ancient strength path Gu Immortal was not a kind person. This Beast Strength Placenta Gu, if others used it, they might feel guilt, but Fan Yuan was extremely fine with using it. He had no mental pressure at all. In his previous life, to refine the spring-autumn cicada, he killed people in more than 10,000 miles of land. Blood flowed into a river as he caused an immense bloodshed in the world. He could not even count how many people he killed. How could killing a single Gu Master now affect him? Good. This Beast Strength Placenta Gu, after absorbing Tai Mu Bai's aperture, it already raised the second aperture Gu's aptitude to 40%. Great, excellent. Using numbers to make up for quality in order to break through, this is the rule of using sheer quantity to trigger a qualitative change. Going beyond the mortal world, and becoming an immortal Gu, how can there be no price to pay? Back then when I refined the spring-autumn cicada, I slaughtered over 10 million people. That was also because of this. The better the aperture that is absorbed and the larger the numbers, the higher the aptitude of the second aperture Gu that is refined in the future. Next, I have to kill Gu Masters, go on a killing spree and use all their apertures to raise my Beast Strength Placenta Gu. Ha. Fan Yuan inspected the Beast Strength Placenta Gu carefully, extremely pleased, and raised his head up as he laughed. Why did he kill Tai Clan's group? It was to make Tai Clan furious and send a rank 5 Gu Master. The arrival of one rank 5 Gu Master would break the balance, causing a chain reaction and attracting even more rank 5 Gu Masters. These rank 5, rank 4 Gu Masters are all my prey. To assist me in refining the second aperture Gu. Fan Yuan laughed. All his plots and schemes, these few years of planning, and all the risks he took, it was all for this moment. How incredibly amazing is this? This is the best feeling. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, his black hair flying with the wind, as demonic blaze burned in his eyes. Looking at actual battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was over 100 times stronger than Fan Yuan. Just simply the turn gold Gu, if Fan Yuan was hit he would be dead, there was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 Gu, his rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Fan Yuan's yellow gold primeval essence could compete with. But in the Three Kings' inheritance, Gu Masters were restricted by the heavenly power, and were unable to use their Gu worms. At the same time, their defenses were all limited, and they became extremely fragile. But Fan Yuan was different, he has the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? The Lord of the Blessed Land. With its help, Fan Yuan could use his goo worms inside the three kings' inheritance. Meanwhile, Tai Mu Bai had his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, but his strong goo set was unusable. Standing before Fan Yuan, he was a living target, just a livestock. Stripped of all his defenses, he was fragile as a baby. He could not even use a single metal path goo worm, he could not even self-detonate. He worked hard all his life, accumulating this set of goo worms, and now it all went to Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai, he kept all the goo worms inside his aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's aura could only suppress rank 4 goo worms. These 3 rank 5 goo could not be controlled by Fan Yuan, but because of the location, these goo worms were restricted by the heavenly power, unable to move at all. As Fan Yuan's primeval essence refined them, they gave up and changed owners. Good, you obtained a rank 5 peak stage aperture this way. The second aperture goo's aptitude has risen to 40%, but you must take note, to transport you earlier, and support your attack, we expended quite a bit of immortal essence. Land Spirit's voice came, warning Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stopped laughing, his expression calming down. I have already considered that. He sneered, his eyes glowing with brilliance, as his tone was extremely confident and in control of the situation. He continued, Ba Gui, you have slept for too long. The blessed land was remodeled by the 3 kings, you lost too much control of it. Even as the spirit of the blessed land, although you can overwrite these changes, that would use up too much immortal essence. There is little immortal essence left inside the cauldron. If we split these essence into 16 portions, then the amount we used earlier would be half a portion. Ba Gui was stunned, praising. You are absolutely correct. You actually managed to calculate the expenditure of the immortal essence so accurately. Your performance has truly amazed me. Fan Yuan was a goo immortal in his past life. He was extremely familiar with the use of immortal essence. It was easy to make such accurate calculations. I estimate that among the 16 portions, at least 8 is needed for the refinement of the second aperture goo. As for the remaining 8, we need 4 to sustain the blessed land, and to kill goo masters, we need a bit more than 3 portions. The final bit would be kept to deal with emergencies. But Ba Gui said, Young man, you are wrong this time. To refine the immortal goo, we need 10 portions, and to maintain the 3 kings' inheritance, we only need 2. After you kill enough people, I will close the blessed land. No, I am not wrong. Fan Yuan shook his head. To refine the second aperture goo, although we need to expend immortal essence, the expenditure of some steps can be replaced with primeval stones. That way, we can save 2 portions of immortal essence. Furthermore, you cannot close the inheritance, you have to keep the entrance open the entire time. Why? Land Spirit asked. Fan Yuan replied, Because once you close the inheritance, the matter of me killing rank 5 goo masters would be exposed. By then, such a situation would attract even stronger foes. Even if you close the blessed land, you cannot chase away the goo masters who remain in the inheritance. That is because the 3 kings modified the blessed land, you will need to waste a lot of immortal essence to expel them. Immortal essence is already running low, even portion is important, it is needed for refinement. Towards the later stage of the refinement, immortal essence will run low, and the blessed land will be on the brink of collapsing, and have lots of loopholes, connecting to the outside world. It is no use closing the blessed land. When your strength falls drastically, this hall would be discovered. By then, we would be attacked by the goo masters, and the refinement would be likely to fail. After a while of silence, the land spirit said, You are right, but your method has a fatal flaw. If we use primeval stones to replace the immortal essence, you need at least 30 million primeval stones. Do you have so many? Fan Yuan laughed loudly. I only have 1 million primeval stones on me. It is obviously not enough. But it is not a problem. There are other goo masters, especially these rank 4 and 5 goo masters. They are definitely rich. After we kill them, do we have to worry about primeval stones? Ba Gui considered it for a bit. You are right, the help I can give you will shrink. Towards the end of the refinement, that is the most important step, we will act according to your suggestion. Chapter 380. Slaughtering Rank 5. A battle between dogs ended. Steel Armor Dog Group's defense is so strong. The Rank 5 demonic goo master Kumo had several hundred steel armor dogs around him, feeling extremely pleased. The steel armor dogs had thick leather armor, black and heavy, like steel. In the King Quan inheritance, it had the greatest defense among dogs for the first 50 rounds. Just earlier, Kumo controlled the dog groups, and had a victorious battle. His battle result was outstanding, using the dog enslavement goo to recruit a Jade-Eyed Dog King. This Jade-Eyed Dog King was not only a 100-beast king, it also had a wild goo worm that was effective against the Een dogs. Last time, I failed because of the Een dogs. Ordinary dogs cannot hit these formless bodies. With the Jade-Eyed Dog King, I have no fear now. This was only the 18th round of the King Quan inheritance, and Kumo already had a Dog King, and a large number of steel armor dogs. He was after all a rank 5 goo master, he had amazing methods. At the same time, his luck this time was great. King Quan inheritance was like this, it was the one which required luck the most among the 3 inheritances. If you start out well, your advantages will snowball and make it easier to pass the middle and later stages. Last time, I only got to the 68th round, I am too embarrassed to speak of such a result. This time, I got lucky and had such a great start. But I cannot be complacent. Taimu Bai chose King Xian inheritance this time. I heard that previously, he got to over 80 rounds. Thinking of Taimu Bai, Kumo's heart became heavy. He knew that if he fought alone, he was not Taimu Bai's match. Thus, when he chose the inheritance, he purposely avoided Taimu Bai, and chose the King Quan inheritance. The truth is, among the 3 inheritances, King Xian inheritance was the easiest to get through for the first few rounds. The Goo Master can disrupt the hairy men with words, and win without a fight. This shortcut method was obviously spread out by Fang Yuan. Kumo thought about it for a while, before collecting his thoughts and decided to use his time to continue advancing through the rounds. Just at this moment, before him, space tore open and an unfamiliar young man appeared. Eh? Who is it? Kumo was shocked. He had tried the 3 Kings' inheritance many times. He had a clear understanding of it, but this scene had happened before him, causing him to be stunned in disbelief. The person was naturally Fang Yuan. He heard Kumo's shouting and laughed. Who is it? The person who wants your life. Saying so, he activated Golden Dragon Goo. The Golden Dragon appeared, roaring. Its dragon whiskers swayed with the wind, as its dragon eyes stared fiercely, brandishing its 4 fearsome claws. Kumo saw this and almost peed his pants. He screamed in disbelief. How can this be? How can you use any goo? How is this possible? Moments before death, he shuddered and activated his goo worms hurriedly. But he got no response. Roar! Golden Dragon came attacking, scratching and almost smashing his entire upper body. The great Kumo, an expert of a generation, an old demonic powerhouse, died just like this. When he died, he did not even manage to use his token. Of course, with the land spirit's manipulation, even if he used the token, there would be no effect. Golden Dragon Goo attacks really fiercely, but the handling is so rough, I cannot control it meticulously. Fan Yuan recalled the attack. He had wanted to just smash Kumo's skull, but he ended up destroying his entire upper body, slightly shocking him. Thankfully, the aperture was near the stomach, and did not get destroyed. Fan Yuan walked forward, his mind entering the aperture, and started to loot it. Kumo had 8 goo worms, but only 1 rank 5 goo, called soft bones goo. It was very despicable. This goo could turn the bones of any lifeform soft within a radius of 25 kilometers. Even if Fan Yuan turned his bones into essence iron bones, he would still be affected and his bones would turn soft eventually. By then, Fan Yuan would have no way to fight back. Without his skeleton to support him, he would be like a paralyzed man, lying on the ground. His intestines would squeeze together, and his blood vessels and muscles would clog one another. Even without any external attacks, before long, he would die from this. As for his other 7 goo, they were all rank 4. These goo all had to do with the bone path, and were not particularly good ones. It's a pity, I do not know much about the bone path, the most I can do is scratch the surface of it. If I inherit this set of goo worms, the battle strength I can display would not be half of Kumo. I should keep it for now. Fan Yuan assessed in his mind. At Kumo's level, the goo set he created was completely customized for himself, using his battle style, his understanding of the bone path, and his understanding towards battles and goo masters. Fan Yuan was most skilled in the blood path. In his previous life, he benefited from the Blood Sea inheritance, and used the blood path to start his conquest. He had a deep understanding of the blood path. If Kumo was a blood path goo master, the situation would be different. After taking Kumo's goo worms, Fan Yuan used the beast's strength placenta goo and devoured his aperture. After receiving nutrients, beast strength placenta goo grew a little again. Its concrete surface had a thin layer of luster, and the surface was smoother, like poorly made porcelain. It was a pity for Kumo, a great expert born as a lone cultivator, slogging it out alone his whole life. He had many encounters and opportunities in his life, and together with his hard work, after experiencing great hardships, he reached this level. Eventually he died, and all his hard work and fruits of his labor became Fan Yuan's loot. A great rank 5 Gu master fell from the apex, becoming Fan Yuan's stepping stone. Too bad the dog enslavement Gu can't be taken back, if not these dogs would be mine to manipulate too. Fan Yuan looked at the dogs as he sighed, vanishing on the spot. A battle was ongoing intensely. Wu Gui manipulated the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, fighting and entangling with a large pack of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were a type of dog with great unity. The greater their numbers, the greater their strength. But Wu Gui was unlucky, he had only 40 or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. He placed these dogs at the front line, as he concentrated in controlling them. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were fighting a lightning symbol dog pack 5 times their sizes. They were all injured but not dead. The exquisite combination and cooperation showed Wu Gui's exemplary talent in enslaving beasts. Wu Gui had become an enslavement path Gu master many years ago, but eventually because of a lack of resources, he had to change paths. Swoosh. Fan Yuan suddenly appeared behind Wu Gui. Wu Gui was spending all his effort controlling the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. He did not sense Fan Yuan's arrival. If it was during normal times, he would use an investigative Gu, and once Fan Yuan appeared, he would get attacked immediately. But in this Gu immortal blessed land, he was just an ordinary person only able to control dog enslavement Gu and some others. All the body modifications on him were also completely restricted. Of course, it was also due to Wu Gui concentrating deeply on the dog battle. Fan Yuan did not trash talk, he waved his hand and a bone spike flew out. Poochie! A crisp sound, and a long spear-like bone spike pierced Wu Gui's heart, as the sharp pointy tip stabbed into the ground. Wu Gui's pupils shrunk to pin size as he was completely stunned and confused at this fatal attack. Who tried to kill me? He opened his mouth and fresh blood oozed out like a river. He slowly turned around, trying desperately to see the culprit's face. But unfortunately, he lost all signs of life when he turned halfway. Wu Gui's body collapsed like a pile of mud, hanging on the bone spike. This demonic expert, who was even more senior than Tai Mu Bai, famous 200 years ago, had died as well. When he died, his eyes were staring wide, trying to see who was his murderer. But this simple wish was not granted. The great Wu Gui died with a grievance. After he died, the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs who lost their master's manipulation immediately got engulfed by the lightning symbol dogs. These lightning symbol dogs howled as they pounced on Fan Yuan. Roar! Fan Yuan waved his hand, as the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering all these lightning symbol dogs who did not know better. Fan Yuan quickly came to Wu Gui's corpse, doing the same thing again. Keeping his Gu worms, then feeding his aperture to the beast's strength placenta Gu. Wu Gui had one rank 5 Gu. It was oval and black like a Yuhua stone. But the surface had 7 white markings, and it looked extremely peculiar and dark. It was the pitch black Gu. Once the Gu is activated, it would ooze out black smoke. Any Gu worms below rank 6 would get contaminated by the black smoke and receive various degrees of sealing, losing their abilities. As for his other Gu worms, there were 8 to 9, all rank 4. But they were mixed among different paths, and were a mess, unlike Kumo and Tai Mu Bai's complete Gu set. These are Wu Gui's Gu worms. Although they can form into a set, they are not a complete set. The reason why he can roam the southern border is mostly due to the pitch black Gu. Undeniably, pitch black Gu is an extremely useful rank 5 Gu. Fan Yuan was extremely happy to have obtained it. He kept the pitch black Gu into his aperture, but placed the rest of the rank 4 Gu into his pocket. His aperture already had many Gu worms. Among them, he had 5 rank 5 Gu worms, and many rank 4 Gu. This was placing a lot of pressure on his aperture. Mostly importantly, it was due to the spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 Gu was recovering, and it was emitting great pressure on Fan Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the blessed land is 3 times out the outside world, accelerating spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I have to race against time, quickly refining the second aperture Gu. With the second aperture, I would be able to relieve the pressure spring-autumn cicada is giving me. To Fan Yuan, the situation was extremely rushed. He did not only want to refine the second aperture Gu, he also wanted to guard against this major threat, the spring-autumn cicada. Towards the end of the refinement, the blessed land would be full of flaws, and after connecting to the outside world, he might receive the group attack of many Gu masters. By then, the land spirit would be weak and powerless, it would be useless, and Fan Yuan would be in the most danger during that period. Refining the second aperture Gu, the closer we get to the end, the tougher it gets. Especially that final step, I need to use the divine travel Gu, I will need to focus and concentrate, my body would be in huge danger. Wu Gui's demise was the best lesson to Fan Yuan, he had to guard against such situations. But his situation was slightly different. I have another chess piece, that is by Ning Bing. She used the poison vow Gu before, she can be trusted. It seems that towards the end, I will need her to protect me. Thinking so, Fan Yuan vanished, and appeared before Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan, how did you get here so suddenly? Bai Ningbing looked at Fan Yuan, shocked and suspicious. Chapter 381. All must die. Bai Ningbing widened her eyes in shock as Fan Yuan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. By now, Gu masters already had a clear understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. And because she was at Fan Yuan's side, Bai Ningbing had much deeper understanding of Three Kings' inheritance. However, precisely because of this deep understanding, she was even more shocked. Fan Yuan's sudden appearance looked like a simple phenomenon, but it contained astonishing implications. Bai Ningbing, do you still remember our vow? I wonder if you still want Yanggu now? Fan Yuan did not mention how he appeared but looked at Bai Ningbing with his unfathomable and abyssal gaze with his hands behind his back. Humph, as if you don't know the answer. Bai Ningbing snorted and narrowed her blue eyes. She knew Fan Yuan would not speak aimlessly, he definitely had a motive. It seems you need my help? Speak up, don't try to conceal anything, otherwise I will not help. Fan Yuan laughed loudly without being moved. Back at Shang Clan City, we took a poison vow that if one side is in mortal danger, the other must help. I will tell you truthfully that not long later, I will be besieged by Gu masters and I need you as my protector to block any obstruction towards my Gu refinement. Gu masters' besiegement? I am not surprised, there are plenty of Gu masters who want to kill you. But refining Gu? What Gu are you refining? Fan Yuan was straightforward this time and told the whole story directly. The most important thing now was that he needed Bai Ningbing's full cooperation. This matter also could not be concealed. Bai Ningbing was not someone so easy to fool. If because of him hiding the truth, some misunderstanding occurred and caused the Gu refinement to fail in the end, it would be truly disastrous. What? This Gu immortal blessed land spirit is still alive? You are refining an immortal Gu? You have truly large guts, you are looking for your own doom. Wait a second. What did you say just now? You killed Taimu Bai, and also Wu Gui and Kumo? Fan Yuan kept it brief and said the whole story in a few sentences, but the information it contained was huge, sending an enormous shock to Bai Ningbing's mind. She felt like she was listening to a story. Fan Yuan did not speak anymore but directly took out his lute. These Gu. Bai Ningbing looked at the Gu worms Fan Yuan took out and was flabbergasted, even losing her self-control. These Gu were genuine. They were the best proof. You really killed them? Bai Ningbing stared at Fan Yuan, shock clearly visible in her eyes. Who was Taimu Bai? He was Southern Border Super Clan Tai Clan's previous clan leader. He was a genius with outstanding innate talent, his temperament was even more firm and unyielding. His battle accomplishments in his whole life shone with splendor. And with his talent, he researched many battle tactics of the metal path, causing countless enemies to be terror-stricken by the mention of him. At a young age, he roamed outside and his name spread throughout Southern Border. In his middle years, he ruled Tai Clan with an iron fist and made everyone fear him. At his old age, he became an emperor of a region, his reputation spread wide with no one daring to disobey him. He was venerated as the glory of Tai Clan, radiance of the righteous path. When he announced his seclusion and retirement, many people, be it demonic path or righteous path, let out a breath of relief. Now, he was out of seclusion and that shook many clans. Even Shan Yanfei would have to bow in front of him to greet him. The rank 5 Gu master of Wu Clan Wu Lan Shan was the cousin of the current Wu Clan leader, but even she had to bow despite her pride when facing Taimu Bai. And this Taimu Bai had died by Fan Yuan's hands. Not only him, Wu Gui and Kumo, 2 rank 5 Gu masters also lost their lives to Fan Yuan. Even more absurdly, Not only did they die, all their goo worms were taken by Fan Yuan. These 3 rank 5 goo masters really died with grievance. Even Bai Ningbing, this outsider, felt stifled at the deaths of Tai Mu Bai and others. Alright, it is about time. Next, I will send you to King Quan Inheritance. Advance through the rounds according to my instructions. I need dog beasts, the more the better. Fan Yuan's tone was hasty. Humph, I did not say I will help you. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Fan Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if I succeed, I will give Yanggu to you. Besides, there will be other benefits as well. After leaving Sancha Mountain, you can go wherever you want to. I won't stop you if you want to part ways and will also welcome you if you want to go together. But whether you agree or not, I will refine the goo. Bai Ningbing was exasperated. You shameless guy, you are relying on the poison vow to force me? If Fan Yuan was attacked and died while refining goo, then according to the poison vow, Bai Ningbing would also die. That is to say, Bai Ningbing must protect Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sighed, his tone became mild and even seemed to have a trace of gentleness. Ningbing, this is not a threat, but cooperation. Think about it, since Qingmao Mountain, we have been cooperating, and no dangers have been able to stop us as many enemies fell under our feet. This time is also not an exception. Weren't you always wanting Yanggu? You can turn back to a male when you obtain it. Or have you become fond of your female identity? Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her when she heard Fan Yuan call her Ningbing. And when she heard Fan Yuan's final sentence, she clearly knew Fan Yuan was spurring her. She could not help feeling provoked, and shouted, "Shut your mouth." It is settled then. Fan Yuan laughed loudly and waved his hand, giving Bai Ningbing a dog enslavement goo, then disappeared. The scene before Bai Ningbing also changed suddenly, and she was sent to the first round of King Quan Inheritance by the land spirit. Fan Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lanshan. Wu Lanshan got a shock when someone suddenly appeared in front of her. But she was a famed figure and a majestic rank 5 goo master, calming her mind in seconds. "Little Beast King, it is you. You can casually enter and exit this place?" Wu Lanshan retreated a step, sharp light blossoming in her beautiful eyes. Fan Yuan pointed his little finger, and shot out a bone spear. Poochie! There was a soft sound as the bone spear pierced through Wu Lanshan's heart like lightning. Wu Lanshan's beautiful flower-like appearance seemed to be frozen as she looked at Fan Yuan incredulously. You can use goo?" The moment she finished saying this, her aura dissipated, indicating her demise. Another rank 5 goo master died. However, Fan Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 goo. The moment Wu Lanshan died, a mysterious light burst out of her body and enveloped her 3 rank 5 goo worms, tearing through space and bringing them away. Fan Yuan was not surprised. He knew Wu Clan had a rank 6 immortal goo called No Loss Goo, which possessed the mystical ability to retrieve precious goo worms. Although this blessed land could restricted goo worms of rank 1 to 5, it could not restrict immortal goo. In fact, no blessed lands can restrict the abilities of immortal goo. Fan Yuan took the rest of the rank 4 goo, which were also quite valuable. After that, he took out Beast Placenta goo and swallowed Wu Lanshan's aperture. This was already the 4th rank 5 goo master's aperture. Beast Placenta goo was nourished and looked like a delicate pottery, and gave a sleek feeling at touch. Fan Yuan analyzed it, and found the aptitude had increased to 75%. The aptitude became more difficult to raise the higher it became. At first, the aptitude had directly raised to 40% when the Beast Placenta goo had swallowed just Tai Mu Bai's aperture. Later, it swallowed apertures of Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lanshan in a row, and was only able to raise by another 35%. Of course, this has to do with the foundation of the Goo Master. There are altogether 5 rank 5 Goo Masters on Sancha Mountain. But only Tai Mu Bai, Ku Mo and Wu Gui are at rank 5 peak stage. Among them, Tai Mu Bai's foundation was the most profound with the huge amount of resources from Tai Clan. Wu Lanshan and Wang Xiao are both at rank 5 upper stage. And Chou Jiu is only at rank 5 initial stage. Killing these people might not be enough to raise the aptitude by another 10%, but no worries. There are plenty of Goo Masters, Ihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest, all of them must die. Corpse Dog is purple all over, its skin is slightly rotten, its lower back is crooked and its canines protrude out. Use Yin dogs to restrain them and you will definitely succeed. Choose the left path. The reward for that round is 3 tasks at once goo, which will be of great help to you. Next, you will encounter a heavy Tai Dog King. It is in a seriously injured state, but is even more ferocious. You will need to sacrifice a lot of dogs to capture it. This dog king is the only heavy-tied dog king in the first 20 rounds. At the 22nd round, there will be a large group of wandering heavy-tied dogs. You can use heavy-tied dog king to directly recruit them without losing anything. There would be a voice guiding Bai Ningbing every time she progressed through a round. This voice was of the land spirit. Immortal essence was scarce. The land spirit moved Bai Ningbing to King Quan inheritance, and was not willing to misuse immortal essence on her. Bai Ningbing could only go through each round personally. However, although the land spirit's control over the blessed land had fallen to rock bottom, it was extremely clear about the contents of Three Kings' inheritance. There was almost no loss in immortal essence for it to guide Bai Ningbing, but to Bai Ningbing, it was of extremely huge help, as if there was a bright lantern guiding Bai Ningbing through the dark tunnel. Bai Ningbing was able to make best choice at every round, and her strength continued to expand like a snowball. Next, you will encounter a Gu Master as your opponent. But no need to worry, he has just fought a huge battle and only has few dog beasts remaining. You will be able to eliminate him easily. At that time, I will confine him, and after you kill him and take his Gu, you can greatly increase the number of your Gu worms. The land spirit guided again. Bai Ningbing nodded and slowly walked out of the fog. It is you. Her opponent was clearly shocked at her sight. Bai Ningbing was also stupefied. This person was none other than the person who had tried to make things difficult for her and Fan Yuan before he entered the inheritance, the Yun clan's young clan leader Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian arrogantly snorted. You are called Bai Ningbing, right? It is your bad luck you ran into me. You don't even have half the amount of dogs I have. He had not even finished speaking when he stopped. His eyes opened wide and his throat let out a strange caw-caw sound like a rooster that had its throat jammed. From the mist behind Bai Ningbing, a large numbers of dog beasts walked out one after another, endlessly. Chapter 382. Continue killing. Impossible! How can you have so many dog beasts? Yun Luo Tian screamed, pointing at Bai Ningbing. As he shivered, his expression looked like he had seen a ghost. The sheer number of beasts around Bai Ningbing had surpassed his wildest imagination. How many rounds has it been? Even a rank 5 Gu master cannot reach such a number. Yun Luo Tian screamed as loudly as he could to vent the horror in his heart. You must control some loophole, you cheated. You actually cheated, you shameless scoundrel. Yun Luo Tian's composure was completely gone. He no longer had the attitude of an young clan leader. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. Yun Luo Tian was right. He hit the nail on the head. It is true she cheated. And it was the blessed land spirit who helped her. Under the land spirit's guidance, she had an easy time going through the King Quan inheritance. Like she was on a vacation, it was a complete walk in the park. Compared to the difficulties she faced back when she explored the inheritance alone, this was a clear contrast. The incredulous feeling of cheating cannot be described with words. If doing this means I am despicable, I would rather become even more despicable than this, he. Bai Ningbing exclaimed as she waved her hands. Woof, woof, woof. Countless dogs received her commands and moved like flood water. In Yun Luo Tian's vision, he could see a sea of dogs charging towards him like a tsunami. He gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing, do not be smug. Once I get out, I will expose you in front of everyone. You know such a huge secret, everyone will be interested, especially those rank 5 Gu masters. Ha ha, you are finished. Saying so, he took out a token and used it. But nothing happened. Eh? Yun Luo Tian was shocked, activating it again. What happened? Why is it not working? I used it the last time and I was transported out immediately. His gaze flashed as a bad feeling emerged in his heart, causing his expression to turn uncertain. He took out another and used token. He was the young clan leader. He had 2 tokens to protect him. But this time, there was no effect either. The token stopped working. Yun Luo Tian stared with his eyes wide opened, staring at his token, sweat emerging on his forehead. Bai Ningbing's dog army had surrounded him, and started slaughtering his dog group. How can this happen? Send me out now. Yun Luo Tian's breathing became quicker, as he used the token frantically, to no avail. Ah! He screamed, his beautiful face distorted with fear. His hair was messy and his eyes were bright red, like an angered bull. It is you did this, didn't you? It must be you. You made the token ineffective, what great methods you have. But be clear of this, I am the great Yun Clan leader. If you kill me, you would offend Yun Clan. The entire Yun Clan won't let you off. Yun Luo Tian recovered from his fear and screamed at Bai Ningbing. His arrogance as the Yun Clan leader was sustaining him, not letting him kneel down and beg for his life. Instead, he was getting more haughty. But such an attitude was completely useless against Bai Ningbing. I'm not even afraid of Tai Clan. Would I fear your tiny Yun Clan? Bai Ningbing snickered. On the battlefield, Yun Luo Tian was alone. His dog groups were no match for Bai Ningbing's. Massacre till none was left. Bai Ningbing willed, and the closest dog barked before pouncing on Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian struggled with his life, but his strength could not match the dog. His throat was bitten by the dog, as blood poured out of it. As for the other beasts, they stood in a circle and waited. I curse you. I curse you half to a terrible death. Yun Luo Tian cursed before he died, his tone filled with hatred and anger. Bai Ningbing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping Yun Luo Tian's goo worms. This Yun Luo Tian walked the cloud path. They were all rank 4 goo, and were all of high quality. As for the enslavement path goo worms he obtained from King Quan inheritance, they greatly benefited by Ningbing's goo worms. As for his corpse, it was teleported by the land spirit, sent to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was stepping on Wang Xiao, forcing out the location of Wu Mountain. Wang Xiao was the owner of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage goo master, a true regional emperor. He was an established expert. If it was outside, 10 Fan Yuan added together would not be his match. But here, Fan Yuan defeated him easily, like dealing with a baby. Wang Xiao was extremely angry. He was stepped on by Fan Yuan, as his face and the soil made intimate contact. For a great rank 5 goo master, the lord of Wu Mountain, this was a great humiliation. You want to know how to enter Wu Mountain? Stop your wishful thinking. Kill me if you want. After you kill me, you will not be able to know that true path to enter the mountain. Wang Xiao sneered as he struggled intensely, but Fan Yuan could use his strength path goo worms. Wang Xiao could not compare to him in terms of strength. After an intense struggle, he was breathing heavily out of exhaustion, while Fan Yuan's leg was still firm as a mountain. Wu Mountain was a slightly famous mountain among the 100,000 mountains of southern border. This mountain was mysterious and illusionary, hidden in a deep layer of fog. In the fog, there were many small paths, but only one led inside. Wang Xiao knew this path, and thus entered the mountain and made the mountain's resources his. Like Qingmao Mountain, a famous mountain like Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild goo. All sorts of resources that could sustain 3 to 4 middle-sized clans. But Wu Mountain was completely owned by Wang Xiao. Wu Mountain is a natural danger zone. It is easy to defend, and no matter how many righteous goo masters there are, they cannot break into it by force. Wang Xiao used this to become a regional emperor, living freely and easily. If I obtain it, I could use it as my base, and I would have no worries for my rank 5 resources. Fan Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Zhao's good fortune. Fan Yuan desired it greatly. But Wang Xiao refused to speak. He knew that once he spoke, he would be killed. Not speaking gave him a chance of survival instead. Pew! At this moment, with a light sound, Yun Luo Tian's corpse was transported over. Fan Yuan kicked Wang Xiao aside, walking over to the corpse, and used the beast's strength placenta goo to devour the aperture. It's him? That Yun Clan young leader! Wang Xiao recognized Yun Luo Tian, and also witnessed Fan Yuan using beast strength placenta goo. His heart chilled. Fan Yuan was obviously killing people to refine goo. This goo can devour apertures, not good. My aperture is way more valuable than Yun Luo Tian's. This beast strength placenta goo had already become smooth and clear, like a beautiful porcelain. But in Wang Zhao's eyes, it was extremely dangerous and mysterious, giving off a demonic feeling. Seeing Fan Yuan walk over, Wang Xiao shouted, Wait! We can negotiate. I can promise you to give you the actual path into the mountain, but you must ensure my safety. I have 1 poison vow goo on me. Fan Yuan's killing intent surged. Although he had the eating one's words goo and can break the vow, he had little time now. How could he waste time to create the eating one's words goo? As he killed these goo masters, his immortal essence was depleting, and the blessed land was getting closer to destruction. The longer they dragged, the weaker the land spirit, and the less immortal essence he had to refine the second aperture goo. At the same time, the blessed land's flow of time was 3 times the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada was posing a huge threat. Fan Yuan killed so many people, he already used nearly 2 portions of the immortal essence, about half of his planned amount. The blessed land's destruction was accelerated, and some people should be able to feel it already. Fan Yuan's greatest advantage was having the initiative. If he continued to drag this, it would get more disadvantageous for him. Compared to the second aperture Gu, Wu Mountain's benefits were huge but not irreplaceable. Speak, which is the path into Wu Mountain? Fan Yuan stepped, and broke Wang Zhao's right wrist, shouting sharply. Let me go and I'll tell you! Wang Zhao screamed in pain. Humph, stubborn! Fan Yuan stepped again. The sound of bone breaking was heard as Wang Zhao's left kneecap was crushed to bits. Wang Zhao shuddered under the pain, as sweat flowed down his back, but he gritted his teeth and stared deeply at Fan Yuan, refusing to speak. Fan Yuan was silent, knowing that coercion would not work. Wang Zhao was an expert of a generation. He had a cruel and ruthless nature, never going easy on his enemies, but also strict on himself. He designed an ice water bed for himself. Such a bed, as long as one sleeps for 6 hours, the entire bed would sink into the ice water below. Wang Zhao slept on such a bed, only resting for 6 hours a day. He encouraged himself, and worked hard, giving it all his effort. Other than eating, cleaning, and resting, all his other time was spent on cultivation. His aptitude was not extremely good, uncomparable with Tai Mu Bai and Bai Ningbing. But because of his hard work, he climbed up step by step, becoming famous in southern border, a great demonic expert that no one dared to look down on. In Fan Yuan's memories, after Wang Zhao came to Yitian Mountain, he killed many righteous experts, and his ruthlessness spread. One time, he even got close to vying for the position of the demonic head. Fan Yuan felt pressure in his heart offending such a person. Killing Wang Zhao was weakening the demonic faction in the Yitian Mountain battle. But Wang Zhao could not be kept alive, he had to be killed. I have to refine Gu not long after. I do not want to be attacked by you. Fan Yuan sighed, striking the final move and killing Wang Zhao. Later, he took the Gu and devoured the aperture. This process was extremely smooth. After devouring Yun Luo Tian and Wang Zhao's aperture, the beast's strength placenta Gu's aptitude had risen to 83%. As for the immortal essence expenditure, it had reached slightly more than 2 portions. He had reached a critical stage. Not good, the immortal essence expenditure is higher than my estimation. This blessed land is too old, originating from the antiquity era. It is a miracle that the blessed land is still standing today. Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. The actual expenditure had slightly exceeded his initial estimations. Chapter 383. Profound Concept of the Universe, Demon Venerable Hong Lian. Young man, the primeval essence expenditure had deviated from the plans, you should stop now. The land spirit noticed this error, and suggested. Fan Yuan's expression turned cold, retorting immediately. That won't do, 83% is not part of my plans, my plan is to reach 90%. Most things in life do not happen according to one's wishes. How can we get everything we want? Young man, you have been blinded by greed, you are starting to lose your rationality. The land spirit spoke calmly. Fan Yuan cursed in his heart. Without the land spirit's help, he could not use the immortal essence. Land spirit was already thinking of stopping. Fan Yuan had to convince it. Ba Gui. Fan Yuan breathed out some turbid air, relaxing his tone. The primeval essence expenditure exceeding by a bit is no big deal. In my plan, we had some spare essence. Fan Yuan planned the immortal essence into 16 portions. Among that, 8 was for Gu refinement, 4 was to sustain the 3 kings' inheritance, and 3 portions and a bit more for killing Gu masters. The final bit would be kept as spare in case anything happened. Fan Yuan had a meticulous nature, he had planned this for so long, how could he not have a backup plan? But the land spirit was not convinced. Although it was created from lingering thoughts, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is incorrect. Have you ever considered that the Gu refinement process might fail? There is no way you won't have issues. Once you fail, you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions to refine Gu, that was the minimum requirement. That last bit of immortal essence is to allow you to waste when you make multiple attempts. Now that you want to use up this bit, if you fail the refinement even a little bit more, the second aperture Gu's refinement will not succeed. Land Spirit retorted. Fan Yuan was anxious secretly. He had not passed the test and was not the blessed land's owner. He could not directly command the land spirit. If land spirit refused to cooperate, There was nothing he could do. There was still a rank 5 Gu Master and many rank 4 experts left in the Blessed Land now. These will all be obstacles for him when he refines the immortal Gu later. Fan Yuan killing these people now was to eliminate his future enemies, to protect himself. But the immortal essence left in the Blessed Land was simply too little. Fan Yuan had to carefully think and plan his usage properly. At the same time, he had to face the Blessed Land's inspections. Young man, stop taking risks. If you continue being adamant, I will not cooperate with you. I will even take away your examination chance, and leave the opportunity for others. Land Spirit was firm in its tone. Fan Yuan sighed deeply hearing this. Land spirits were very rigid. In this situation, it was nearly impossible to convince the Land Spirit. We can keep the others, but that rank 5 Gu Master has to die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. He has a great network and relationship. We have to eliminate him to be safe. Fan Yuan urged. For your safety during refinement, you have already planned to use that young girl. Together with the beast groups, she can block them for a while. At the same time, I will risk my life to protect you. The most important thing is the success or failure of your Gu refinement. Land Spirit denied Fan Yuan's suggestion. Fan Yuan's expression sank. The final rank 5 Gu Master Chojio, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not outstanding, he had great influence. In his previous life's memories, he went to Yitian Mountain and joined the demonic faction. Next, he obtained the third in control position. With a wave of his hand, countless Gu Masters gathered. With his healing, the demonic faction faced less deaths and injuries, their morale surged, and that caused great problems for the righteous path. Only until Shan Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou, together with divine Dr. Xing Shou, did they manage to suppress Chojio's glamour. The Battle of Yitian Mountain made everyone see the ability of Chojio. The Killer Ghost Doctor also became publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Yitian Mountain was subdued by the righteous path, Chojio was captured, and Wu clan leader valued his talent and wanted to recruit him. But Chojio refused to submit, scolding Shan Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing some of their ancient history, causing the furious and ashamed Shan Yanfei to kill him on the spot. Any rank 5 Gu Master was a genius. They cannot be underestimated. These Gu Masters could emerge from the commoners, and ascend to the peak of the mortal realm in such a cruel environment, surviving many rounds of elimination. They were all heroes or champions. Once he thought about how a person like Chojio might attack during the final step of the Gu refinement, Fan Yuan could not rest easy. Although my cultivation is rank 4 upper stage, and my cultivation speed is stunning, on this huge stage I am still too weak. I cannot contend with these rank 5 Gu Masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation back in my previous life, no matter how many rank 5s come, I can kill them all like livestock. Fan Yuan sighed internally. You still want to kill someone? Impossible. I will not allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted like this. We have to preserve most of it for the Gu refinement. Land Spirit heard Fan Yuan's request and immediately rejected him. Demonic Gu Masters are all like this. They like to take risks. Sigh, young man, do not be so extreme. In this world, why do you think the righteous path is blooming and suppressing the demonic path? It is because demonic path is too extreme, too greedy, and likes to place themselves in danger. The righteous path pursues stability, slow and steady, unmovable like the mountain. Ba Gui, you are wrong. Demonic path members have a tough life. They are forced to take extreme means. If they did not fight for the greatest benefits at every given opportunity, and did not take risks, how could they cultivate, how could they compete with the righteous path? Greed, selfishness, extremity, and risk-taking, these are all laws of survival of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are enough, so what if we have to walk on a tightrope? One wrong step leads to game over, making the impossible possible. That is the excitement of the demonic path. The life of a demonic path member is like wine, intense and alluring. Fan Yuan rebuked loudly. Land Spirit heard such words and sighed endlessly. Young man, the demonic nature is too entrenched in you, you can't turn back anymore, in the future it will lead you to destruction. If heaven commits a sin, it can be forgiven, but if one commits a sin himself, he deserves to die. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Ba Gui, you are too naive. What is a sin? Committing a sin means one deserves death. That is only the weakling's naive and helpless expectation. They spread such ideology, hoping people would abide by it so as to protect these weaklings. As for me, I want to be a person who commits a sin. yet is able to roam freely and travel the world, a demonic head who slaughters living beings and enjoys all that I can get. I not only want to slaughter goo masters, I also want to succeed in refining the second aperture goo and become the greatest winner. Bagre, feel this, what do you think this is? Saying so, Fang Yuan activated the spring-autumn cicada, and for the first time, leaked its aura out into the world. The land spirit was flabbergasted. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal goo. It seems to be the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada is the 7th mysterious goo in this world. You are a mere mortal, how can you possess such an immortal goo? To convince the land spirit, Fan Yuan took a gamble and exposed the existence of the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo, and the second aperture goo was also an immortal goo. Such benefits were enough for Fan Yuan to take this risk. Why can't a mortal own an immortal goo? I'll tell you the truth, the spring-autumn cicada was refined by me. Fan Yuan said. I understand, I get it. You were a goo immortal, but you used the spring-autumn cicada to rebirth and came back to the past to change history. Land spirit gasped and sighed. Oh? Ba Gui, you seem to know some information regarding the spring-autumn cicada, please enlighten me. Fan Yuan quickly inquired. Since the immemorial era, there were 2 types of goo masters, space path and time path, forming the basis of heaven and earth. Space path represented up, down, left, and right, while time path represented past, present, and future. Take my blessed land for example. At its peak, there was 6,000 square kilometers of land, and the flow of time was 6 times the normal speed. Land Spirit said. How much was 6,000 square kilometers? On Earth, that is about the size of Brunei. As for 6 times the normal speed of time, it was measured according to the river of time. At its peak, the blessed land's time was 6 times of the outside world. 6 days inside the blessed land was 1 day outside. Of course, by now, the blessed land had severely weakened. Not only were the territories mostly eroded, the flow of time was only 3 times as fast. In this world, there were many different blessed lands, and the size and flow of time were all different. Land Spirit continued. Spring-autumn cicada is one of the goo worms of the time path. Back then, it had a master who left his name in history, that is Demon Venerable Hong Lian. He resisted the immortal court, and broke the chains that bound fate, giving the people of the future hope, and allowed them to grasp their own fate in their hands. Demon Venerable Hong Lian? The most mysterious demon venerable in history? Fan Yuan gasped. In the goo world, rank 9 was venerable. Demon Venerable meant a rank 9 demonic path goo master. Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 righteous goo master. In the eons of history, Demon Venerable and Immortal Venerable were merely a handful of people, they represented a supreme legend. There was only one Venerable in each era, never did 2 appear at the same time. Thus, Venerables represented true invincibility. And among these rank 9 Venerables, Demon Venerable Hong Lian was the most mysterious, and had the least records in history. Even Fan Yuan merely knew about his existence. Now, this was the first time he was hearing about Demon Venerable Hong Lian's details. Land Spirit continued. This world, wide as one can imagine, is split into 5 regions, north, south, east, west, and central. They are close together, yet completely independent regions. With one river of time flowing from the past through the present, towards the future. That is the time and space of this main world. If one says that history is a series of still images, then the river of time is a thin thread that connects these numerous images into a line. You used the spring-autumn cicada, forcing your way out of the images, and traveled along the line, moving in the reverse direction as you inject your will and memories into one of the images. That would cause this image's events to change, and consequently affect the future images as well. So that's it. Fan Yuan benefited greatly from Land Spirit's words. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each was a unique experience, causing Fan Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time to become clearer. Land Spirit's words gave Fan Yuan the inspiration for a new and unique understanding. To think that you are a future goo immortal, and even refine the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land, you are truly the most appropriate candidate to refine this goo. Never mind, since you are so confident, I shall trust you once. Who do you want to kill? Land Spirit gave in. Originally, it thought Fan Yuan was only immortal. He would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining goo. But right now, it recognized Fan Yuan's goo immortal identity, and reduce the estimated immortal essence that he would potentially waste, thus accepting Fan Yuan's request. Fan Yuan smiled and promised, "Land Spirit, it is right to trust me. I will not disappoint you, the Gu refinement will succeed. In the future, I have to rely on the second aperture Gu to ascend to Gu Immortal Realm once again." Land Spirit laughed too, having a sense of acknowledgement towards Fan Yuan. "That's right, you are a Gu Immortal, you know the value of the second aperture Gu much more than mortals. When you become a Gu Immortal, the second aperture will give you unparalleled benefits." Chapter 384. Scheming Ghost Doctor, Secret Door of Life and Death. To think that this Three Kings inheritance is a trap, the true winner is you, Little Beast King. Killer Ghost Dr. Chojio laid on the ground, staring deeply and closely at Fan Yuan as he exclaimed. After Fan Yuan convinced the land spirit, he rushed to Chojio and beat him up. Chojio had an ugly appearance, his hair was like dry yellow grass, his brain was protruding and his eyes were of different sizes. His cheekbone was very high, his nose was flat, there was a large clump of hair growing out of his nostrils, and his yellow teeth were projecting outwards. But his gaze was very complicated, he had a plotting ability that ordinary people could not possess. "Little Beast King, I know about you, you have great talent, from a vagabond, you grew to this extent, I admire you greatly. Compared to you, I am merely several years older. When I was young, I did not have such accomplishments. You are a dragon among men, you will eventually soar to the heavens, and roam the world freely. I have no intentions to be enemies with you, if possible. I would like to use the information regarding the door of life and death to preserve my life." Fan Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 Gu masters earlier, some of them were shocked, some furious, some fearful, but this Chojio was extremely calm. After understanding his situation, he placed his ego down and praised Fan Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he gave up on resisting. But at this moment, the land spirit suddenly transmitted, "Quickly kill him, he is activating his token and Gu worms furiously. I am trying to suppress them, but this is causing great immortal essence expenditure." But Fan Yuan was slightly stunned, almost thinking he had hallucinated. Door of Life and Death? This Door of Life and Death was a big deal, it was recorded in Renzu, a secret forbidden land in ancient times. It was similar to the River of Time, an ordinary abyss. After Verdant Great Sun died, Renzu went to the Door of Life and Death to attempt to revive him. Legend says that behind the Door of Life and Death holds the secrets of life and death. If a person can comprehend it completely, they would be able to control life and death itself. Chojio knows the location of the Door of Life and Death? Fan Yuan's heart was palpitating, as his expression turned cold, warning severely. "Chojio, activate your Gu worms one more time and I will kill you immediately." Chojio's expression changed, his pupils shrinking as he slowly sat up, looking at Fan Yuan. "You can sense me using Gu worms?" A thought flashed across his eyes. "You can use Gu worms, while I can't use mine at all. Sigh, it seems there is only one possibility, the land spirit is still alive and you subdued it. So this blessed land has such a secret. What a pity, back when the 3 kings obtained this place, they did not truly control the blessed land, thus you have obtained it now. But this blessed land is on the brink of destruction, there is no way to save it. The land spirit must be extremely old and weak to right, otherwise the Gu masters would have been chased out already. Why would you need to eliminate us personally?" Although Fan Yuan did not control this blessed land, after expressing his identity, the land spirit would listen to some of his instructions in order to assist him with the Gu refinement. Chojio was over a century old, he was old and scheming, easily guessing the scenario. "Since you control the blessed land, then I won't bother with this pointless act. As long as you preserve my life, what you will obtain will be out of your imagination," Chojio said, stopping his secret actions. Fan Yuan laughed without denying. "Talk about the Door of Life and Death. You know the location? The Door of Life and Death is a forbidden ground not inferior to the River of Time. There is an extremely wide area inside, reflecting the 5 regions of the main world. Legend says that there are many unique and natural Gu worms inside, like Life Gu and Death Gu." Chojio nodded. "I know the door's location, not only that, I have even explored it multiple times and captured some of the Life Gu and Death Gu inside, eventually refining 1 Life 1 Death Gu. I placed this Gu inside the Door of Life and Death. Every time a person dies because of me, it will absorb this death energy and convert it into life force. Because of this life force, my healing methods are extremely profound. This is the reason why I became one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. Killer Ghost Doctor revealed his own secret, to increase his trustworthiness. Oh? So that's it. This was the first time Fan Yuan heard such a thing. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was not all-knowing. Then in that case, tell me, and I may spare you a life. Fan Yuan promised. But Chojio shook his head. The secret regarding the door of life and death is way too important. I have once vowed before the Sea Oath Gu to not reveal the details to outsiders. Once I say it, I will turn into dust, wiped off from this world. But if you join the Shadow Sect, you will be one of us, and I will be able to tell you. Sea Oath Gu? Shadow Sect? Fan Yuan frowned. Sea Oath Gu is a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was very famous during ancient times, together with Mountain Pledge Gu. Mountain Pledge and Sea Oath, they worked like the Poison Vow Gu, but Poison Vow Gu was an expenditure Gu while these 2 immortal Gu could be repeatedly used. Fan Yuan had heard of the Sea Oath Gu and had an understanding of it. But he was unfamiliar with Shadow Sect. Hearing this name, it sounds like a sect for Gu cultivators. That means the loner Chojio had a secret organization behind him? Fan Yuan felt a little threatened. The situation was slightly out of his expectations. It was not hard to kill Chojio now, but Fan Yuan knew nothing about Shadow Sect. This gave him a sense of insecurity. That's right, my sect is the Shadow Sect. The great ancestor who created Shadow Sect was a rank 8 Gu immortal of the immemorial era. He was the one who found the door of life and death, and placed it into his blessed land. Later, many Gu immortals were nurtured in Shadow Sect. The benefits are endless for you if you join Shadow Sect. Saying so, Chojio said a bunch of benefits, truly expending his verbal talent, spouting an exaggerated tale. Fan Yuan struggled a little, before calming down. Chojio, that's a nice plan there. If I join Shadow Sect, you not only will be free from danger, I will even have to call you senior brother. In such a traditional sect, respecting seniority is the most important thing. If I join it, I will definitely have to make an oath and be restricted with all sorts of methods. At the end, I even have to contribute my gains on Sancha Mountain, and do missions for the clan in the name of loyalty, am I right? Shadow Sect? Fan Yuan sneered, shaking his head. Let's not talk about the possibility of you lying, even if it is real, so what? A sect that was created in the immemorial era, it is a miracle that it is still around now. You mentioned there were many Gu immortals in history, but they are mostly dead already, right? Otherwise, Shadow Sect would be a great force in the southern border. Why would you have to fight alone, and slog it out single-handedly? Chojio's expression turned white. He had to reassess Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was so young, but he was so calculating and scheming. Facing potential benefits, he could remain so calm and analytic. What sort of young man is this? He is definitely a 100-year-old monster. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, continuing, I am the type of person who likes to take all the benefits for himself. Don't tell me about win-win situations. Even if you made the Sea Oath, it is not unbreakable. Sea Oath Gu and Mountain Pledge Gu have an obvious weakness. When you made the oath, you had to face the sea or a large mountain. As long as the piece of ocean or the mountain is destroyed, the oath will lose its effect. Chojio's heart froze. Fan Yuan was knowledgeable and knew many things. He was not like a newbie at all. These kind of people were the hardest to fool. Chojio calmed his spirits. It is useless. The sea that I made the oath to is inside the Shadow Sect blessed land. If you want to destroy that sea, you will need to know the location of the blessed land. But for me to say that location, you have to destroy the sea first. It is a dead loop. Fan Yuan sneered, killing intent surging. Since there is nothing that can be done, forget it. You can die now. Chojio sighed greatly. If you want to kill me, go ahead. He did not move, but in his heart he felt certain. The door of life and death was a legendary location. Who did not care about their life and death? Little Beast King definitely cannot endure such a temptation. His actions now were only to scare him. But Fan Yuan shot out the bone spike resolutely. This bone spike flew towards Chojio's heart. At once, an intense sense of danger assaulted Chojio. What? He actually wants to kill me? Chojio was shocked, quickly evading. Pew! A crisp sound and the bone spike pierced his shoulder, inches away from his heart. Only after it stabbed through his back did it stop. You! Chojio pointed at Fan Yuan. His trembling voice contained fear, shock, and confusion. Little Beast King, you madman! You really wanted to kill me. If I did not dodge, I would have died. That is the door of life and death, the door of life and death. Back then, even Rinzhu had to spend all his effort to find it. This is an unparalleled holy land, the controller of life and death. As long as you can obtain it and comprehend it, you will attain immortality. Fan Yuan looked at him coldly, speaking plainly. Didn't you say you can't tell me the secret? Then what use do I have of you? You can join the Shadow Sect. Chojio's body was sweating, either out of pain or fear. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, raising his hand and aiming again. Chojio quickly waved his hand, shouting, Wait, don't be rash. There are other methods than this. We can use the poison vow gu. If we make a poison vow, we can trust each other. I do not need your trust. Fan Yuan replied coldly. Then use the slavery gu. I will acknowledge you as my master, don't kill me. You are a rank 5 gu master, we need to use the rank 5 slavery gu. This gu is extremely rare, way more expensive than its other rank 5 counterparts. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if we use these gu, can you tell me the location of Shadow Sect's blessed land? Fan Yuan retorted. Chojio's expression froze. Fan Yuan observed his expression, and his heart moved, knowing that the words were true. Fan Yuan's killing intent was not real, he was merely trying to test Chojio. Chojio suggested the poison vow gu, slavery gu. He was already frantic, but still did not dare to mention the location of the blessed land. It seems he really did make the sea oath. Chojio wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the oath, it means he lied. If he said the real location, the oath would take his life as well. Or rather, even if he managed to say it, he would lose all his value and Fan Yuan would not let him off. In this situation, Chojio was at his wit's end. Recognizing this, he laughed bitterly. To think that I, Chojio, would die here today. Being able to die in my hands is your honor. Fan Yuan replied plainly. Chojio looked at Fan Yuan seriously, nodding in agreement. That's true, with your talent and mentality. As long as your luck is not too bad, you will definitely be a walking disaster of the demonic path. You want to kill me, there is no point in begging anymore. It is fine if I die in your hands, at least better than getting killed by those scumbags outside. Actually, I have a plan to allow you to learn about the door of life and death. Saying so, a cunning light flashed across Chojio's eyes. Chapter 385. Kindness, grudge, affection, hatred. Oh? What method? Fan Yuan's eyebrows raised. Regarding this matter, I have to start from a long time ago. Chojio heaved a deep sigh as he recalled. Hatred, grief, deep love, and other complicated expressions appeared on his face. I have no time to listen to your story. Fan Yuan ruthlessly interrupted. Chojio choked. Then I will make it short. My original name was Zhengan Yeo. I was a farmer who made a living by collecting herbs. One time I unluckily fell from a cliff, but I profited from it, and entered Shadow Sect's blessed land. By passing the land spirits test, I was able to become a disciple of Shadow Sect. The sect only had 2 disciples, me and a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Chen and her first name is Jiu. She was as beautiful as an immortal fairy. She was raised by the land spirit since young and had never left the blessed land, thus her nature was truly innocent. Since birth, I was extremely ugly, and had always suffered bullying and ridicule. But senior sister was always amiable and warm to me. I slowly started having feelings for her after being in contact with her all the time. We took an oath in front of the blessed land sea, to protect and stand by each other. We cultivated together and entered deep into the door of life and death, capturing life gu and death gu. That was the happiest time of my life and I had thought it could continue forever. After an earth calamity, the land spirits suffered injuries and went into hibernation. A hole appeared in the blessed land and connected it to the outside world, allowing a scoundrel to sneak in. This scoundrel was heavily injured at that time, and if I had known what would happen later because of him, I would have definitely killed him on the spot. But I didn't do that and instead saved him. He claimed his surname was Shang, and had blood-red hair. He had exceptional eloquence, and using his flowery words, he slowly deceived senior sister during his recuperation. His appearance was indeed slightly better than mine, and used his pretty boy face to win senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked with him, the happier she became. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him in every possible way. We argued many times about this, falling out with each other a lot. After that thief recovered, I wanted to expel him and continue living a fairy tale life with senior sister. But who could have thought her heart had already changed and actually broke the oath we took at that time, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel. I was really regretful. I regretted my compassion which led to a disaster, and I hated senior sister Chinjio for falling in love with somebody else, and even more hatred towards that despicable scoundrel for robbing what I cherished. After I recovered from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed around southern border, searching for this adulterous couple. But what I didn't know was, this scoundrel had really high status and was the leader of Shan clan. Chojio paused and looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was expressionless. He knew many behind-the-scene details due to his previous life memories and already knew who Chojio was talking about in the middle of his conversation. Chojio could only give a forced smile at Fan Yuan's indifference. It seems you have already guessed their identities. That's right, that thief is the current Shan clan leader Shan Yanfei and my senior sister Chinjio is Dr. Su Shou. Shan clan is a super clan while I am a lone force. I roamed around southern border all these years and put in a lot of effort to deal with this adulterous couple. Unfortunately, I am going to die here today and have no way of achieving my wish. Fan Yuan silently listened to end and suddenly laughed. He looked at Chojio who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you made quite a good plan. According to your words, Shadow Sect has only you and Chinjio. If you die, I will have to obtain the information about life and death door from Shan Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou. But why would they tell me about the matters regarding the blessed land of Shadow Sect so easily? At that time, we will have to fight, and no matter who wins, both will be favorable to you. Ha! Little Beast King, you are very blunt and straightforward. People who only plot and scheme will always act under the radar, but your thinking is meticulous and your way of doing things is domineering. You are truly a formidable person who has yet to shake the world. You are right, that is my plan. It is an open scheme and you have already seen through it, so are you still going to make inquiries about the Shadow Sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed heartily. Fan Yuan looked at this rank 5 Gu master for a while before sighing. Of course. Life and Death Door was an immemorial forbidden ground like the River of Time. There were many unique Gu inhabiting in that place. Spring-Autumn Cicada existed in the River of Time. Life and Death Door naturally also had similar immortal Gu. It was impossible for Fan Yuan to not be moved by such an enormous benefits. Thus, he clearly knew Chojio's scheme, but was still going to go headfirst into it. Xiao laughed loudly with tears appearing in his eyes. Little Beast King, although you are a talent of the younger generation, I really admire you. I really look forward to the future where you collide with that adulterous couple. It is a pity I won't be able to see it. Our Shadow Sect has different views on life and death. We encountered each other among the countless sea of people because of life, and yet my death will be because of you. This is a truly extraordinary fate. Maybe you really are fated to find Shadow Sect's blessed land and the door of life and death. I might as well give this mysterious fate to you and hope you can grasp it. Chojio became tranquil and his gaze were deep as if he had seen through life and death. It is no matter if I die now. After all, in this world, who can live forever? One can gain a long life, but immortality is a hopeless prospect. Even those immortal venerable and demon venerable will only turn into ashes in the end. Little Beast King, I will end my own life, you don't need to do it. Saying so, he committed suicide by biting off his tongue. Blood sprayed out as his life went away. The Ghost Doctor, the head of the 4 great doctors in the future, died like this. I did not expect to gain such important information by killing this Ghost Doctor. Shadow Sect's blessed land, life and death door. If I am able to rule them, they will definitely be a foundation to my hegemony. It seems I will have to change my plan again. Every single Gu master who cultivated to rank 5 needed to go through the survival of the fittest and many competitions before they were able to distinguish themselves. None of them were a simple character. They all possessed their own individual opportunities, advantages, trump cards and secrets. Right now, all the rank 5 Gu masters in the blessed land were annihilated by Fan Yuan. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo, Wu Lan Shan and Chojio had their own distinct individuality, deep foundation and powerful strength. If the current Fan Yuan was to fight them alone, any one of them could easily suppress him. He was absolutely not their match. So Dr. Su Shou's real name is Chinjio, while the killer Ghost Doctor named himself Chojio. It seems the hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Itian Mountain, He took the initiative to go there and threw himself into that whirlpool, challenging Shang Yanfei and confronting Dr. Su Shou. And after he was taken as a prisoner, he exposed the matter back then and was killed by Shang Yanfei. As for the kindness, grudge, affection and hatred entangling these three, Fan Yuan did not want to judge. Sympathize with Chou Jiu? But Dr. Su Shou's choice was also completely understandable. Favor the rich and disdain the poor, detest ugliness and love beauty, these were common in the world. Shang Yanfei was a famous handsome man in southern border. Comparing him to Chou Jiu, one was day and another was night. The main reason Dr. Su Shou felt deeply attached to Chou Jiu was because she was pure and Chou Jiu was the first male she saw. And later when she met Shang Yanfei, her eyes were opened and had a comparison. Moreover, Chen Jiu was someone who innately pursued beauty. When a patient came to visit her, she would first look at their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average, it would depend on her mood at that time and the patient's examination fees. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot and not even charge fees. Someone reproached her for this, and she argued righteously. You ugly beings, the fact that you are alive is simply staining the beauty of life. You should all just die and that will solve all troubles. As for beautiful things, of course we need to cherish and protect them by all means. These words had caused an uproar in Shang Clan City at that time. In the end, Shang Yanfei personally appeared and suppressed this event. Dr. Su Shou's position in Shang Clan City was unique. Back when Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw Dr. Su Shou together at Shang Clan City, the difference in her attitude was very clear. She was indifferent to Fan Yuan, whereas she was very gentle and amiable to Bai Ningbing. But speaking of it, the four great doctors all have their own peculiarity. Leaving aside Killer Ghost Doctor and Dr. Su Shou, traveling Dr. Jiuji likes to disguise himself as an old beggar and wander around aimlessly. Divine Dr. Xingshou is a male who likes other males. Fan Yuan thought casually while taking out all the goo of Killer Ghost Doctor. Chou Jiu had many goo worms. Most of them were healing goo and besides that were movement goo. He did not have.